Who am I? Who created me? And who is the architect of this world? Qi Zhi, a being plagued by an innate mental affliction, reincarnates within the realm of cultivation. What constitutes an immortal? What transpires after one attains immortality? Are there higher existences beyond the realm of immortality, amidst an array of vividly real worlds and a series of bewildering, fantastical events? How shall Qi Zhi navigate the intricate tapestry of truth and illusion in his quest for self-discovery? Chapter 1. The innate mental affliction. Within a Taoist temple, a middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a Taoist priest, with graying temples and a gaunt visage, gazes contemplatively at the divination he holds in his hands, a look of perplexity crossing his features. This divination, known as the Qi hexagram, symbolizes entrapment and adversity. Such predicaments resemble a deep mire, ensnaring one in its grasp, or an uncertain path fraught with peril, heralding dire calamities that Qi Zhi stands lost in thought. This hexagram was cast for himself. While it is often said that one should not divine for oneself, Qi Zhi, despite being a Taoist, has never fully embraced such beliefs. In a moment of whimsy, he cast this divination for his own sake, initially seeking amusement. However, to his dismay, he has drawn the same hexagram repeatedly over several days. This revelation unsettles Qi Zhi, who, weary of the mundane world, chose the path of a Taoist. An inexplicable foreboding grips his heart, leading him to believe that his days are numbered. Very well, he muses, exhaling softly after a prolonged contemplation, a sense of release washing over him. Shortly thereafter, a gust of wind brings a flustered youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, racing into the hall. Upon entering, the young man gasps, "Master, why the urgent summons? I have only just descended the mountain." Qi Zhi furrows his brow, regarding the youth before him. "You are no longer a child. Why do you still act so recklessly? How can I entrust the Qingyuan temple to you?" "Master, I have never considered such matters. Besides, you are still in good health. Why should you pass this temple to me?" After a moment of silence, Qi Zhi sighs, "Very well. Recently, I have divined a portent for myself, as if something is subtly guiding me from the shadows." He pauses, then continues, "This descent from the mountain may be prolonged. Henceforth, I entrust the Qingyuan temple to you." With that, Qi Zhi resolutely turns and strides down the mountain, leaving the youth in a state of bewilderment. The master is leaving? He has entrusted this scarcely visited temple to me. Suddenly, the youth seems to recall something of great importance and shouts down the mountain, "Master, if you leave, who will cook for me? There's no takeout on this mountain." Qi Zhi, descending, shakes his head in exasperation. It is high time the lad learned to be self-sufficient. With this thought, he continues his descent. In a cemetery on the western outskirts, a man resembling a Taoist priest sits before a gravestone, gently wiping it. This man is none other than Qi Zhi, who recently bid farewell to his disciple. Gazing at the photograph of his mother before him, Qi Zhi is overwhelmed with mixed emotions. To speak of his mother is to recount the tale of a woman burdened with misfortune. She is the one person Qi Zhi feels he has wronged in this lifetime. Qi Zhi's mother was born in the late 1960s to the 1970s. According to her, Qi Zhi's maternal grandfather was the son of a landowner who fell into ruin due to a youthful gambling addiction, leading to the family's decline. Fortune never smiled upon his mother. While calamities seemed to cascade upon her in her childhood, the family could scarcely afford basic staples like flour and rice, and out of respect for their former status, they could not bring themselves to seek help from others for food. His mother recounted that until she was 25, her diet consisted solely of husks and wild vegetables. She had never tasted fruit, nor even seen instant noodles or hot dogs. One can only imagine the depth of despair that marked her childhood. Influenced by the prevailing feudal mindset, his mother, who had not completed middle school, placed all her hopes on marrying into a good family. Her greatest aspiration was to become a housewife. However, fate took an unexpected turn during her first foray into romantic pursuits. Years later, Qi Zhi learned these stories from the elders, as his mother had always avoided discussing her past. In her youth, his mother, possessing a modicum of beauty, soon caught the eye of a local ruffian. Initially indifferent to his background, they became involved. Yet, their relationship was soon discovered by her family. Concerned about his dubious origins, her family sought to investigate him, and to their shock, they uncovered that he had served time in prison not long before. Upon learning this, Qi Zhi's family could not allow the relationship to continue. They forbade any further contact and secretly hid his mother away. This incited the ruffian's ire. He began to harass the family, demanding they return his beloved, threatening to escalate his disturbances if they did not comply. When Qi Zhi's family found themselves at a loss, her brother, who had served in the military, returned home. Upon hearing of the troubles befalling the family, Qi Zhi's uncle was filled with righteous indignation. He promptly confronted the ruffian and vowed to deal with him should he come near again. The family felt reassured, believing their protector had returned. and anticipated that the ruffian would retreat in light of the encounter. Not long after, they all but forgot the incident, reveling in their reunion. However, their joy was short-lived when a tragic tidings reached their ears. The ruffian, embittered by the beating, sought revenge on Qi Zhi's family. After lying in wait for several days, he finally ambushed the unsuspecting uncle. Striking swiftly, he plunged a knife into the uncle's side, boasting that he would kill Qi Zhi's family one by one. That the uncle was rushed to the hospital, but despite efforts, he succumbed to his injuries. With no results from the police, Qi Zhi's family feared retribution from the ruffian and worried about his mother learning of her brother's demise being linked to her. They arranged for her to visit her sister, who worked in a distant county. Under the guise of a matchmaking visit, Qi Zhi's grandmother and grandfather remained behind to secretly deal with the uncle's funeral arrangements. Without a second thought, his mother ventured to the county, where, in a short period, she was introduced to a man named Chun and soon found herself married and expecting. A year later, Qi Zhi's elder sister was born, named Qintong. After a long period without contact with her brother, his mother began to sense something amiss. After multiple inquiries, the truth inevitably surfaced. Upon learning of her brother's tragic fate, she was plunged into deep sorrow, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Fortunately, after some time, when she learned that the murderer had been apprehended and shot dead by the police, she gradually regained her vitality. This ruffian was indeed a ruthless character, determined to pursue vengeance against Qi Zhi's family. It was said that during one of her bus rides, Qi Zhi's grandmother noticed someone tailing her. Upon realizing this, she disembarked and fled before reaching her destination. The pursuer, sensing something was amiss, hastily followed her off the bus and seized her. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Zhi's grandmother had grabbed a handful of sand, which she promptly threw into his eyes. Recognizing his face, she was taken aback. It was indeed the ruffian who had murdered her son. How could she let him escape? Seizing a nearby stone, she hurled it at him, shouting, "Murderer! Someone capture this killer. He is the one who took my son's life." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the ruffian turned and fled. Coincidentally, a patrol of police officers nearby, upon hearing the shouts, rushed forward without hesitation. Driven by a fierce determination, Qi Lao also gave chase. The miscreant was indeed agile. During the pursuit, he attempted to scale a wall to escape. When the officers realized that he was the wanted murderer, they fired several shots, yet he managed to flee. Seeing the assailant who had taken her son from her still at large, Qi Lao was overwhelmed by rage and collapsed to the ground. It was only later that the police informed her that the fugitive had been struck by several bullets and had bled to death during his flight. In Qi Zhi's memory, there was no mention of an uncle. There were no photographs of him in the family, nor had his mother ever spoken of him. Elders in the family would say, Qi Zhi was handsome, towering at over 6 feet. After returning from military service, he was assigned to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where he held a significant leadership position. Whenever the elders reminisced about Qi Zhi, their expressions were tinged with regret. In his youth, Qi Zhi also possessed striking features and a tall stature, likely a trait inherited from this lineage. Initially, it was hoped that after the incident with the miscreant, Qi Mu's life would improve. However, this event was merely the inception of a series of misfortunes. Qi Fu had once held a respectable job in a public institution, with a stable income and a private vehicle, living in the largest house in the neighborhood. Many envied Qi Mu for marrying into a good family. Yet, fate proved unkind. Due to institutional restructuring and layoffs, Qi Fu's name appeared on the list of those to be dismissed. At that time, Qi Mu was pregnant with their second child, and with no other options, Qi Fu had to take on long-haul driving to provide for the family. Soon after, an unsettling piece of news reached Qi Mu through her sister. Their father, devastated by the murder of his son, fell into despair, relying on alcohol to cope, and ultimately passed away a few days prior. Upon hearing this news, Qi Mu let out a wail and fainted, resulting in the loss of her unborn child. The subsequent events were recounted to Qi Zhi by his aunt. As Qi Fu spent his days on the road, the Qi household faced frequent upheavals. Qi Mu, deeply affected, received daily visits from Qi Gu, who would come to care for her. According to Qi Gu, Qi Mu's condition had begun to deteriorate. She would often stare blankly at a fixed point as time passed. However, Qi Mu's state improved, and she contemplated starting a small business to support the family. They managed to gather funds to rent a store where Qi Mu sold clothes. Unfortunately, business was slow, and when Qi Mu became unexpectedly pregnant again, she decided to close the shop and focus on her pregnancy. With the support of many, she managed to carry the child to term, and thus Qi Zhi's second sister, Chen Shuang, was born. The arrival of Chen Shuang did not bring joy to the family. Rather, it exacerbated their struggles. Since Chen Shuang was a girl, the family debated whether to give her away, but Qi Mu's compassion ultimately led her to keep the child. During this time, Qi Fu, frustrated by the birth of yet another daughter, and Qi Mu's changing appearance, frequently quarreled with her. When arguments erupted, They would often enter into prolonged periods of silence, with one Cold War lasting over 6 months, as Qi Mu, in a fit of anger, returned to her maternal home, neglecting her 2 children. Qi Fu, a taciturn man, never sought her out. Amid this long-standing tension, Qi Mu's mental state began to decline further, as she would occasionally mutter incoherently to herself. Concerned, the family decided to bring her back home, but by then, her condition had become alarming, often expressing nonsensical thoughts and mimicking gunfire with her fingers. Qi Fu, helpless, chose to remain silent, attempting to keep Qi Mu indoors. As he worked tirelessly to provide for the family, the responsibility of caring for her fell upon Qi Gu. Days turned into weeks, and with the support of her family, Qi Mu's condition improved, leading her to become pregnant once more. This time, the life within her was Qi Zhi. This child is a boy. Congratulations. The words of a traditional healer brought Qi Fu great joy, prompting him to organize a celebratory feast for the entire neighborhood. With the news of a boy on the way, Qi Fu's demeanor toward Qi Mu transformed dramatically, and he attended to her every need, ensuring she had whatever she desired. When Qi Mu expressed a craving for lamb, Qi Fu promptly brought home an entire sheep. Alas, such a pleasant period was short-lived. One fateful night, while driving, Qi Fu collided head-on with an oncoming vehicle and tragically lost his life. Rumors suggested that the family's incessant indulgence led them into debt, forcing Qi Fu to drive relentlessly, which resulted in severe sleep deprivation and ultimately his demise. Upon receiving this devastating news, Qi Mu completely broke down, drowning in sorrow and descending further into madness. The family, seeing no other option, had her admitted to a hospital. There, it was discovered that she suffered from severe schizophrenia. Despite the odds, Qi Zhi, whom she was expected to miscarry, miraculously survived. After her discharge, Qi Mu returned to a semblance of normalcy, and not long after, Qi Zhi was born. However, the death of Qi Fu and the birth of Qi Zhi did not bring the anticipated joy. A remark from Qi Zhi's grandfather, expressing his disdain for boys, compelled Qi Mu to flee with her son to a distant land. Thus, Qi Zhi did not inherit his father's surname, but instead took on his mother's family name. He often inquired of his mother why she insisted on bringing him into the world, to which her response remained unchanged. Your father was determined to have a son. This circumstance fostered a lingering resentment in Qi Zhi towards his mother for many years, laying the foundation for his congenital mental affliction. Chapter 2. Transformed into dust. Now past the age of 50, Qi Zhi sat before a gravestone, reflecting on his mother's arduous life. Fortunately, she ultimately found solace in her beliefs, hoping in Western theology that enduring suffering in life would allow her soul to ascend after death. Otherwise, it is difficult to fathom how she could have persevered. Throughout her youth, family members departed one after another, and in her later years, she was beset by illness, culminating in the departure of her most beloved child. The greatest regret of Qi Zhi's life was not having seen her one last time before her passing. As the years drifted by, he too would eventually return to dust. Qi Zhi murmured, "Mother, do you believe in the existence of a soul? Can you truly ascend to heaven?" Rising slowly, he cast one final, lingering glance at his mother before turning to leave the site. Qi Zhi wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets illuminated by vibrant lights. Observing the towering buildings, the incessant flow of traffic, and the vendors shouting their wares, he found himself lost in contemplation of a world that felt utterly alien to him. Help! Someone is being robbed. A young woman's desperate cry disrupted Qi Zhi's reverie. He turned to see, not far down a narrow alley, a man clad in a black hoodie forcefully tugging at a frail woman's handbag, while she clung to it tenaciously. "Let her go," Qi Zhi shouted, charging towards the man without a moment's hesitation. The assailant cast a glance at the approaching middle-aged Taoist priest and scoffed, "You old fool, do you think this is a movie?" The man, indifferent to the woman before him, casually pushed her aside and, from behind, drew a glinting fruit knife. Upon seeing the blade, Qi Zhi's pupils constricted, yet he could not afford to hesitate. Having approached closely, he attempted to seize the weapon with his bare hands. However, the frailty of his aged body was no match for the vigor of a robust man. Before Qi Zhi could reach him, the man swiftly stepped forward, grasped Qi Zhi's shoulder with his left hand, and with a forceful twist, pinned him against the wall. With a chilling swiftness, the fruit knife plunged into Qi Zhi's abdomen, bringing forth a surge of excruciating pain that contorted his face in agony. Thus, he realized the true intent of this encounter. The woman, witnessing the scene, disregarded both Qi Zhi and the man in black, scrambling to her feet and fleeing. The man, eyes wide with fury, attempted to withdraw the knife but found Qi Zhi's grip unwavering on his arm. In frustration, he resorted to delivering a punch to the old man's face. With a resounding thud, Qi Zhi collapsed to the ground, a wave of weakness washing over him. Yet, a smile crept onto his face as he mused, "In my youth, I truly aspired to be an actor." Since my time is drawing near, what a fitting conclusion this is. The man, taken aback by the old man's deranged demeanor, smirked slightly, muttering, "You really are a lunatic. I advise you to open your eyes in your next life and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." A mad Taoist truly believes himself to be a deity? With that, the man disregarded the scene and exited the alley. As for the next life, Qi Zhi gazed up at the luminous crescent moon, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. If given the choice, he would prefer not to encounter another existence. He had tasted the bittersweet essence of life, and it was all rather pedestrian. Indeed, the only decision in his life that he deemed correct was to have cast this divination for himself. As the moonlight gradually descended, vivid memories flickered through Qi Zhi's mind. He recalled his kindergarten days, where his inability to control himself led to bullying other children, resulting in his placement in a designated seat beside the teacher. In elementary school, he chased after neighborhood children who mocked him for lacking a father, brandishing a kitchen knife and running 2 miles to by third grade. Despite receiving the school's sole poverty allowance, he flunked to the bottom of his class and was forced to transfer. At 5 feet 8 inches tall by 5th grade, he became a permanent fixture in the last row of the classroom. In middle school, he often found himself embroiled in fights with local delinquents, leading to frequent calls to his parents. In the second year of junior high, he received the devastating news of his sister Chun Shuang's suicide due to sleeping pill overdose. Upon graduating middle school, he was accepted into a prestigious high school as a top athlete, yet the exorbitant tuition proved unaffordable. Nevertheless, his mother borrowed money from various sources to secure his admission into an ordinary high school. In high school, he finally discovered his dream of becoming a basketball player, aspiring for television fame while maturing in understanding. However, during his senior year, a meniscus injury sidelined him, forcing him to rest at home and shattering his basketball aspirations. In college, he pursued a promising major in chain management, only to realize it led to jobs as waitstaff in hotels or supermarkets. After graduating, his 3-year relationship ended. Ultimately, it was his own fault, as he sought to chase grand ambitions in a big city while his girlfriend opted for a stable life locally. His first job was as a stock clerk in a chain supermarket, followed by roles in sales, service, nightclubs, KTVs, security, and delivery, experiences across the spectrum of society's lower echelons. At age 26, he watched his peers marry and have children, while he remained in despair, unable to afford marriage, lacking money, a car, or a home, thus becoming a 3-no youth. After relinquishing the idea of marriage and fatherhood, he became an extra, clinging to the hope of being discovered by a director in the entertainment industry, struggling for several years. At 27, he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, having often wished for the world's end. The diagnosis of mental illness was a conclusion he had anticipated long ago. At 28, he unexpectedly sought out his ex-girlfriend, giving her the 100,000 yuan he had painstakingly saved, hoping to take responsibility and be a good man, yet he was fated not to bring her happiness. At 30, observing his aimless existence, his mother suggested he attend a Christian seminary to train as a priest, providing him with a means of survival while potentially saving souls. By 32, he found the studies untenable, as he fundamentally doubted their validity. He perceived the world as a mere illusion. At 34, he resolved to retreat from the world and embrace a hermetic life, becoming a Taoist, despite his skepticism. He found solace in the Taoist principle of following one's true nature. At 36, while the life of a Taoist felt monotonous, it freed him from worldly worries. Each day spent beneath the blue sky, surrounded by flora, alleviated his anxiety, filling his heart with a sense of completeness, leading him to believe that living such a life was quite satisfactory. At 39, his mother's prolonged illness prompted his sister Qintong to implore him to return and see her one last time. However, he remained unmoved by her tears and accusations, steadfast in his vow to sever ties with the secular world. At 40, during an exchange of insights with other Taoists, he encountered a young beggar whom he believed to be his destined disciple. 5 years later, feeling the weight of prolonged isolation, he yearned to reintegrate into society, only to discover that the only job options available were as a security guard or janitor, leading him to abandon the endeavor. At 49, he began to entertain the notion of fate and destiny. At 52, he regretted not having seen his mother one last time. At 55, he cast a divination for himself, foreseeing his imminent demise, trapped within a cage of fate. Images of his life flashed before him in rapid succession, culminating in a cascade of starlight that drifted skyward as he beheld his own frail, breathless form. Enough, enough, he sighed softly. Gradually, Qi Zhi's being became ethereal, ultimately dissolving into the very fabric of existence. Chapter 3. Here in the realm of immortality, what is this? Why is everything shrouded in darkness? Did I not perish after acting heroically? And what is this sticky sensation enveloping me? Could it be that all my previous memories were mere fabrications? But where am I now? Oh, who is pushing me? Wait. Take it easy, you're pressing against my bones. As a tremendous force propelled him forward, Qi Zhi felt as if he were being thrust down a slide from 100 meters high. After a tumultuous descent, he finally landed steadily. Once he calmed his racing heart, he dared to open his eyes. The sight that greeted him left him utterly bewildered. Surrounding him were walls constructed of dark green stones, adorned with several ancient oil lamps. A rusted desk stood nearby, upon which lay a few tomes with titles obscured from view. Below him was a stone bed covered with a thick mat of straw. This place bore little resemblance to modern architecture. At that moment, a man and a woman entered the stone chamber, followed by a group of individuals clad in garments reminiscent of ancient times, all joyfully conversing in a tongue unfamiliar to Qi Zhi. Upon seeing these people, Qi Zhi's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Have I been reincarnated? And in the ancient past, no less? I have truly had enough. Qi Zhi longed to roar in frustration, yet what escaped his lips was a resounding cry instead. As a result, the group became even more animated. One woman, closest to him, swiftly lifted Qi Zhi and cradled him against her undulating bosom. She hummed a melodic tune, while a nearby man contorted his face in playful antics, attempting to elicit a smile from Qi Zhi. I am utterly exasperated. At this moment, Qi Zhi's mind was swirling with curses. He had hoped that death would bring an end to all, allowing him to dissolve into the ether, no longer needing to discern truth from illusion. Yet here he was, thrust back into life, and in ancient times, no less. Qi Zhi nuzzled against the woman's chest, crying even more fervently. Truly, I am a baby with unspeakable woes. Just as the woman sensed Qi Zhi's profound yearning and prepared to nurse him, a flash of red light streaked past the window. Boom. In an instant, the stone chamber that had stood intact just a moment prior shattered into fragments. A man standing before Qi Zhi bellowed in anger, summoning an emerald green barrier that enveloped both him and the woman who held him. With a flick of his wrist, a magnificent sword, radiating a green luminescence, materialized in his grasp. Amidst the swirling smoke, a figure cloaked in blood red emerged. This individual possessed sharp eyes, a hooked nose, and a pallid complexion, surrounded by a tempest of crimson light, observing Qi Zhi with keen interest. A demon cultivator? The men and women behind Qi Zhi gasped in alarm and instantly scattered in all directions. The blood-clad man glanced at the fleeing figures, his eyes filled with disdain. In the next moment, several crimson needles flashed forth, followed by a series of anguished cries. Afterward, the needles swiftly returned to the body of the man clad in blood-red attire. Qi Zhi gazed in astonishment at the figure before him, bewildered by the unfolding events. Was this truly the realm of immortal cultivation, a phenomenon confined to television and novels? I refuse to believe in such celestial beings. Let it all be obliterated. Let it be destroyed swiftly. What calamities have I encountered? Qi Zhi, disregarding all else, began to wail and furiously pound the soft chest of the woman beside him. Let me crash into something until I perish. If one collision isn't enough, I shall attempt another. The young couple was utterly unconcerned by Qi Zhi's antics, their expressions darkening as they focused intently on the man in red. What followed was a recollection of a dialogue that would linger in Qi Zhi's memory for years to come. The man in green, who was none other than Qi Zhi's father, addressed the intruder. Might I inquire who you are, to appear so grandly in this place? Has Lin offended you in any way? With a sinister grin, the man in red replied, I have no acquaintance with you. Rather, you should lament your ill fortune for birthing this child while I happened to pass through. It was indeed peculiar that this desolate village harbored two cultivators of the mountain-moving realm. My luck remains as exceptional as ever. The couple exchanged startled glances. Their unease now mingled with terror. After a moment, the woman found her voice. What do your words imply, esteemed one? How does this newborn relate to the matter at hand? Yet, what difference would it make to know more, when death was imminent? As soon as the words left the man in red's lips, a surge of bloodlust erupted from him, and he seemed poised to strike. Please, esteemed one, hold. The man in green urgently interjected, casting a significant glance at the woman. If you have come for this child, we shall willingly offer him to you. And we swear on our hearts to never disclose this matter or trouble you for the rest of our lives. The woman glanced down at Qi Zhi in her arms, her eyes betraying a moment of reluctance. After a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and hurled Qi Zhi toward the man in red. The man in red was momentarily taken aback, astonished that they would so readily abandon their own flesh and blood. It seems you two are not as inconsequential as I presumed. The man in red's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, his grin stretching unnaturally wide. The young couple felt a jolt of fear at his words. The man in green hastily performed a deep bow, speaking with utmost respect. We are indeed nameless wandering cultivators, residing in this village solely to evade our enemies. We implore you, esteemed one, to spare our lives. The man in red narrowed his eyes, if that is the case. You may take your leave after swearing an oath in my presence, thus sparing me the need to take action." The couple expressed their gratitude profusely, and after a moment, 2 beams of green light shot into the sky, vanishing without a trace. As he observed the couple's disappearance, the man in red pondered, "Mere cultivators of the mountain-moving realm. They likely pose no significant threat." With a gleeful expression, the blood-clad man turned his gaze toward Qi Zhi, exclaiming, "Do not disappoint me, little one. With parents such as yours, I can only imagine the formidable resentment that would arise should you be forged into the soul-devouring demon king." Years later, when Qi Zhi reminisced about his initial foray into the realm of cultivation, he would not merely harbor resentment. Even if he did not ascend to the status of a demon king, he would already be engulfed in a tempest of grievances. "I am but a child." At that moment, however, Qi Zhi was utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the circumstances at hand. He merely observed as the 2 parties chattered away, until he found himself in the grip of the blood-clad man. Subsequently, with a mere gesture, the blood-clad man caused Qi Zhi to succumb to slumber. And with a sweeping motion of his hand, Qi Zhi's blood energy swirled around him, and he vanished from that place. A sharp crack resonated within Qi Zhi's mind. Rubbing his temples, he had not yet regained his bearings when a voice reached his ears. "Shen Daoyu, what troubles you? Have you perhaps fallen victim to the fire poison of the red fox demon beast? If so, you might want to rest for a moment." Qi Zhi focused ahead, spotting a man clad in an ornate official robe, adorned with a golden crown, who was smiling warmly at him. Confused, Qi Zhi could not find the words to respond, merely nodding and moving to sit cross-legged nearby. Cut, cut, cut. "Teacher Qi, how could you forget your lines? Your actions do not align with our established routine." A man in a short shirt and loose shorts rushed over from behind Qi Zhi. Turning his head, Qi Zhi suddenly realized, "A camera? Oh, it's just a film shoot. I thought I was in the cultivation realm." That nearly scared me to death. Though these thoughts raced through his mind, his face quickly transformed into a beaming smile as he amiably addressed the man before him. "Apologies. My nerves got the better of me, and I forgot my lines. Shall we try another take?" The man, taken aback by Qi Zhi's cheerful demeanor, could only walk away in disappointment. "Mealtime," someone shouted, prompting the crew to rush eagerly toward the dining area. Qi Zhi felt a surge of relief. That call for food had quite literally saved his life. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced over the script, fearing that his reputation as a minor actor would be tarnished. To his surprise, he discovered that his lines were minimal, no different from before. After a few cursory glances, he lost interest. Sighing, he decided not to dwell further. Simply landing a role with lines was already commendable. Besides, it had been ages since he had savored a meal from the crew. The long-awaited box lunch. Haha, here I come. After a hearty meal, Qi Zhi reclined in his chair, relishing the comfort, and began to hum contentedly. Filming is such a delight. The days without work are simply unbearable. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into a gentle slumber, the faint sound of his snores barely audible. Chapter 4. A Dream of Youth in a Dim Crimson Cavern. The man in the blood-stained attire gazed at the tattered tome in his hands, murmuring to himself, "In the end, this treasure has fallen into my grasp. The blood refinement technique. Once I succeed in forging the soul-devouring ghost king, who in this realm could possibly stand against me?" Within a pavilion constructed of azure and white jade, a man clad in white addressed him with utmost respect. "Lord Lon, it has been confirmed that the blood refinement technique, one of the 3 forbidden arts, has been stolen from the library." "How unexpected," he exclaimed. "After all these years, a dark sorcerer dares to attempt the sacrificial refinement of souls to forge the soul-devouring ghost king. It seems that the Kuinen continent is destined to witness a storm of blood and carnage." A handsome young man reclining on a jade couch turned his gaze toward Lord Lon. Just then, an older man resembling a Taoist priest stroked his beard, deep in thought. "You speak the truth, my friend. According to records, the soul-devouring ghost king requires the sacrifice of 12 newborn infants, their bones as offerings, and 1,000 years of soul refinement to fully materialize. Though a millennium is not an extensive period for us cultivators, it is still considerable. Dispatch orders to scrutinize any locations where newborns have gone missing. Any trace or hint must be reported to me immediately." Time passed, and a piercing pain jolted Qi Zhi awake. To his horror, he found himself ensnared in a nightmarish scene he could not fathom enduring for long. 11 infants, all of a size with him, sat in a circle. Terrifyingly, these infants were devoid of flesh, their forms reduced to mere bones, enveloped in a swirling mist resembling that of infants. Looking down at himself, Qi Zhi realized he was no different. The man in blood-stained attire was chanting incantations, his fingers dancing in the air, directing his focus towards Qi Zhi and the others. A blood-red flame, reeking of a foul stench, erupted around them, transforming into a pool of crimson fire. As the blood fire made contact with Qi Zhi, The excruciating pain surged through his body once more. Ah! He screamed, the agony eliciting piercing cries. The infants around him shook violently, emitting hissing sounds. Oh heavens! Have I descended into purgatory? What have I done to deserve this relentless torment? The maddening pain led Qi Zhi to refuse the reality of his situation, desperately wishing it were merely a figment of his imagination. It must be false. This cannot be real. It is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Yes, it is but a nightmare. I was just acting moments ago, in the throes of agony. Qi Zhi fought to convince himself that his current plight was not genuine. Gradually, the heart-wrenching pain began to dissipate, just as he had hoped. What is happening? In a daze, Qi Zhi opened his eyes to behold a girl with large, blinking eyes before him. He was taken aback. Wasn't this his high school deskmate? The only girl he had secretly admired during his school years, Wang Lily. Observing Qi Zhi, who was still half asleep and drenched in sweat, Wang Lily said with irritation, "What are you staring at? Math class is about to start. Did you finish yesterday's homework?" Qi Zhi snapped back to reality, relieved that it had merely been a nightmare, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Of course, I completed it. You should know who I am. I am destined for a prestigious university. Come off it. In this rundown school, it's a miracle if anyone gets into a first-tier university, let alone a 985 one. Wang Lily scoffed at him disdainfully. During the break, Qi Zhi gazed out at the sea of students in uniform, bursting into laughter. How wonderful, he mused. Suddenly, it struck him that if he were in high school, he could choose a promising major in college and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Reflecting on himself, he realized he was not one to enjoy social interactions. Perhaps the funeral industry would suit him. He had always held a favorable view of this field, but his previous educational background had hindered him from pursuing it. Having graduated from a vocational college, Qi Zhi had been relegated to menial jobs, enduring the hardships of labor. Now, with a chance to start anew, he was determined to seize the opportunity, striving to carve out a life distinctly different from his past. "Mom, I'm back," Qi Zhi called as he entered. "Is anyone home? Looks like she's gone to the theology meeting. Lily, come in. My mom's not here, so we should focus on studying. I'm quite anxious." Wang Lily glanced at the disarray of the house and silently assessed. "Remarkable. Your family is truly remarkable." Then, with a forced smile, she added, "I think it's better if we skip it. Your enthusiasm for studying won't last more than 2 days. Why are you like this? You promised to come after school every day to help me with my studies," Qi Zhi said, pulling Wang Lily into his home without further ado. Startled, she struggled. "Qi Zhi, are you really trying to force me?" "Well, I might just do that. What is it to you?" Qi Zhi replied, gazing intently into her eyes with a hint of anger. Wang Lily's face flushed upon his penetrating stare. All right. I was just teasing you. Why so serious?" Qi Zhi grunted and turned to head to his bedroom. "Honestly, were you born in the year of the ox? Such strength," Wang Lily muttered, following him. Qi Zhi's room was quite simple. Apart from a bed, a desk, and a basketball in the corner, there was nothing else. They exchanged no more words and delved straight into their studies. At that moment, Qi Zhi was determined not to let Wang Lily think poorly of him, nor that he was someone who would only study sporadically. However, before long, he found himself dozing off, his head drooping toward the desk. Unbeknownst to him, just moments after reviewing with Wang Lily, he was now wandering the streets hand in hand with her. But such bliss was fleeting. Suddenly, Wang Lily slapped him across the face. "Let us break up." Wang Lily unhesitatingly left behind those 3 words and turned to depart from him. At that moment, Qi Zhi's mind was in overdrive. The woman he had just shared tender moments with had suddenly transformed into this. He touched his swollen cheek, filled with reluctance, and called out to the still distant Wang Lily, "Don't go. I truly have feelings for you." In reality, Wang Lily stared at Qi Zhi in bewilderment. "What has gotten into you? Did I not merely slap you for dozing off?" Qi Zhi realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, silently cursing himself for having reverted to this state. Yet, having voiced such sentiments, he decided not to conceal his feelings any longer. He had long harbored affection for Wang Lily, which was why he made an effort to converse with her daily and had even insisted on swapping seats with her original desk partner. "I admit that I like you, and I have liked you for quite some time. However, after becoming familiar with you, I have always hesitated to express my feelings, fearing rejection and the potential loss of our current relationship. It was only when I dreamt of you drifting away from me that those words slipped out." Qi Zhi poured out his heart, finally exhaling deeply as though liberated. Wang Lily was taken aback by Qi Zhi's sudden confession, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of silence, she shyly remarked, "You really are a blockhead. I like you too. Otherwise, why would I ignore everyone else and share laughter with you? I even returned home with you this time. Is that true? Does that mean you are now my girlfriend?" Qi Zhi seemed incredulous, his face reflecting disbelief. "Humph. What do you think?" Wang Lily rolled her eyes at Qi Zhi, disappointment evident in her expression. At that moment, her demeanor assured Qi Zhi of their mutual affection. and he no longer hesitated to pull her into his embrace. From now on, you will be my woman, but you must promise not to leave me, all right? Wang Lily offered no resistance, but rather nestled closer within his hold, softly replying, okay. They lingered in each other's warmth for a while, but as dusk approached, Qi Zhi reluctantly escorted Wang Lily back. Youth truly is a blessing, Qi Zhi mused as he walked home. Chapter 5. Resolution upon returning home. Qi Zhi sensed something amiss in the absence of his mother. Typically, she would return before dark, even after attending the theological society. He promptly called her, but all he received was the sound of a busy signal, with no reply forthcoming. A frown creased his forehead as he pondered the situation. I have died once before, only to inexplicably experience a world of cultivation, and now I find myself back in high school. Logically, my mother should be by my side. Subsequently, Qi Zhi dialed his elder sister, Qintong, but the outcome was the same, no response. It felt as if the two closest relatives in his life had never existed at all. It seems that the event I dreaded the most has indeed transpired. Ultimately, it was all a fleeting dream. Qi Zhi's expression darkened as he recalled the circumstances that led him to this place. The pain was unbearable, in the realm of cultivation, where he endured the relentless torment of bone refining and soul forging. He could scarcely believe this was reality. Curiously, Qi Zhi possessed a unique ability since childhood. No matter how distressing the events that unfolded, he could effortlessly erase them from his memory, as if nothing had ever occurred. In his previous dreams, he often envisioned himself born into a loving family with both parents, leading a life of happiness akin to that of other children. This was undeniably the deepest desire residing within Qi Zhi's heart. However, this dream was strikingly different. He found himself utterly alone, bereft not only of his parents, but also of his only two relatives. Qi Zhi gently pinched himself. Ouch! This dream felt astonishingly real. There was little point in dwelling on it further. The mere thought of returning to that world of cultivation, where he would again be scorched by fierce flames, was unbearable. Perhaps this was for the best. At least he would be spared the agony of soul refining. He could only hope that the souls of his mother and elder sister, Chen Shuang, would ascend to salvation, avoiding the fate that had befallen him. Coming to terms with his current predicament, Qi Zhi relinquished his turmoil and fell into a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, Qi Zhi found himself at his Aunt Qi's residence. Despite his own family's impoverished circumstances, Aunt Qi's household was undeniably affluent. She worked at the tax bureau in the county, while her husband held a significant leadership position in a state-owned coal enterprise, overseeing more than 100 employees. The memory that lingered most vividly in Qi Zhi's mind was his first visit to Aunt Qi's home, reminiscent of Lu Laolao's entrance into the Grandview Garden. Upon stepping through the door, he was astounded by the grandeur that lay before him. A spacious home of over 100 square meters, adorned with opulent decor, exquisite aquariums, and even smart toilets. Compared to his previous experience of using a pit latrine, this place felt like paradise. During festive occasions, Aunt Qi's household was never short of food and drink, with an abundance of gift boxes filling the home. As a high school student, Qi Zhi had aspired to cultivate a good relationship with Aunt Qi's family, hoping to bask in their prosperity. However, he soon abandoned that notion. Aunt Qi's reasoning was that her support of his elder sister Qintong was already fulfilling her familial duty, and she had no desire to take on the responsibility of another child. Indeed, Aunt Qi had raised Qintong, providing for her education, livelihood, and even her search for employment and a partner. Qi Zhi understood this. After all, not everyone would extend kindness without reason. Helping someone is a matter of goodwill, while not doing so is simply a matter of course. There was little more to be said. At this moment, Qi Zhi contemplated why he had found himself at Aunt Qi's home. Could it possibly be related to his elder sister Qintong? He had often lamented to his mother about why she had chosen to bear him and his younger sister, wishing instead that only Qintong had been born. In Qi Zhi's eyes, his elder sister, Qintong, has always been one of those individuals who had everything she desired since childhood, while he and his second sister have merely been superfluous. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that Qi Zhi has harbored a sense of estrangement towards his elder sister, which explains her absence in his dreams. But what of their mother? Even though she has long departed, does he still harbor resentment towards her? No, that is entirely incorrect. Qi Zhi stood in the desolate abode of his aunt, shouting in despair. Though Qintong was raised by their aunt, she had always been the one who doted on him the most. Each time he returned home from school during breaks, she would indulge him with snacks and toys. Half of his clothes were gifts from her. When they dined out together, she was never concerned about the expenditure, focusing solely on whether he was satisfied with his meal. Their mother, on the other hand, was deeply afflicted by feudal ideologies and plagued by mental illness. Even when Qi Zhi was young and unable to comprehend, does he remain oblivious now? How could he, who similarly suffers from mental afflictions, fail to grasp the helplessness that resided in their mother's heart? Qi Zhi recalled the scenes of his childhood, his mother taking him for rides in an electric toy car, The times he sang only mother in the world to appease her anger, moments of being bullied at school with his mother charging and wielding a knife, and the heavy rains when she carried him on her back to the hospital. As these vivid memories flashed through his mind, Qi Zhi could not help but break down in tears. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he found himself in a hospital room. "Stop crying, my child. My greatest wish in this life has been to see you healthy and safe. Now that I see you, I can finally rest easy," came his mother's voice. Startled, he looked up to behold a frail woman, her hair streaked with gray, lying weakly on the hospital bed. As he focused on her, tears streamed down his face. The person before him was none other than his mother. In his childhood, he had deemed her the most beautiful woman in the world, and even as he entered university, despite the wrinkles that marked her face, he still believed this to be true. Yet, upon seeing her again, he nearly failed to recognize her. Qi Zhi fell to his knees beside her bed, struggling to hold back his tears. "Mother, I have come to see you." Their mother, with great difficulty, lifted her arm and placed her hand upon his. "My dear child, you are the one I have wronged the most in my life. I know you have harbored resentment towards me and that your life has been filled with suffering. But you must promise me to live well, no matter what. Do not give up on yourself." Qi Zhi gritted his teeth, his face trembling violently from the tension of his muscles. He wished to promise his mother that he would live well. He truly did. However, the version of himself in this modern world was already lost, and even if he pledged to her, he knew he could not fulfill it. "Mother, I promise you, I will live well." Qi Zhi was determined not to let his mother depart this world with regret. He silently vowed that if he could escape the bloody inferno and free himself from the torment of soul refining, he would strive to thrive in the realm of cultivation. Even though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, he was resolute in his will to survive. Upon hearing his words, his mother gently closed her eyes, a tender smile gracing her face. Nearby, his elder sister, Qintong, was overcome with grief, silently embracing Qi Zhi from behind. He clutched his mother's hand tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Eventually, as if exhaustion from weeping had overtaken him, Qi Zhi inexplicably fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. The woman in purple in a secluded mountain valley, surrounded by ethereal mist and curling azure smoke, lay a serene emerald pond shimmering beneath a wooden pavilion. Within, a petite woman clad in purple sat in meditation, her delicate fingers dancing over a jade guqin, the air filled with enchanting melodies. Drawn by the sound, Qi Zhi sought its source, and upon catching sight of the woman's silhouette, an inexplicable sorrow welled within him. The woman seemed to sense his arrival. Putting away the guqin and slowly turning to face him, Qi Zhi was taken aback by her beauty, not merely for her ethereal appearance, but because the moment he beheld her, he felt an uncanny familiarity. Noticing his stunned expression, the woman smiled softly. "You have come." With tears welling in his eyes, Qi Zhi hurriedly asked, "Could it be that you are my mother?" The woman regarded him with an odd expression, and to his astonishment, she began to weep softly. "I am not your mother. My name is Wang." "Wang." Qi Zhi fought to suppress the anguish within him, wiping the moisture from his eyes. "If you are not my mother, why do I feel as though I have known you before? And where does this profound sorrow stem from? Do you know me?" she inquired. "Of course I know you," Wang replied, dabbing at her tear-filled eyes. Yet, almost immediately, her sorrow intensified. Qi Zhi, perplexed by her distress, found his own heart heavy. Emotions are indeed contagious. Just as he could no longer contain himself and was about to break into loud sobs, a sharp reprimand suddenly interrupted his thoughts. In an instant, the inexplicable grief that had enveloped Qi Zhi vanished without a trace. He looked up to see Wang, now cold as ice, her gaze resolute and unwavering. He was taken aback by how swiftly her demeanor had shifted. Suddenly, her eyes glinted with a blue light as she fixed her gaze upon him, coldly commanding, "You should leave. It would be best not to visit me anymore." Qi Zhi was left bewildered by her words. "You long for my visits? Did we know each other before? But why can I recall nothing at all?" Before Qi Zhi could inquire about the reason, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the surrounding scenery vanished entirely, leaving him alone in an empty world of white mist. He gazed vacantly in the direction where Wang had disappeared, contemplating his current predicament. The woman named Wang undoubtedly possessed some knowledge. Regardless of their connection, he resolved to extract answers during their next encounter. At that moment, a swift blue gleam flickered in Qi Zhi's eyes. Little did he realize how significant Wang would become in his future endeavors within the realm of cultivation. Just as Qi Zhi was about to seek an escape, a crimson silhouette emerged from the distant fog, with a fierce gaze and a sinister nose. It was none other than the wretch who had abducted him and performed sacrificial rites upon the souls of the living. Startled, Qi Zhi turned and fled, unwilling to be captured once more. The haunting memories of his previous torment lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of dread. The figure murmured a few incantations, gesturing forward, causing the white mist to transform into a deep crimson hue. 12 infants abruptly manifested before Qi Zhi. What followed was the most terrifying event imaginable. He found himself ensnared within a blood-red fire pit. Suddenly, he felt an intense tearing sensation. The pain was unbearable. Qi Zhi clutched his head, unleashing a series of anguished howls, soon overtaken by a surge of rage, his eyes turning a fiery red. The surrounding infants contorted in agony, their cries echoing in a cacophony of despair. At that moment, the nearest infant darted towards him, its mouth wide open, biting fiercely into Qi Zhi's face as if intent on devouring him whole. The other infants descended into chaos, gnashing at one another. Consumed by fury, Qi Zhi prepared to retaliate in kind. Yet, a thought struck him. If he were to be consumed now, would he not be freed from the daily torment of soul extraction? Could he not be reborn into a normal world, fulfilling his mother's wishes? Just as he contemplated this finality, the scene shifted abruptly, and he found himself at a serene dock, the gentle sea breeze caressing him, while flocks of seagulls soared freely in the sky. How delightful! A youthful voice resonated in his ear. Qi Zhi turned to find a young man clad in white beside him, languidly stretching. Is this the ocean? How beautiful! The young man exclaimed, his gaze filled with wonder. By the way, I am Bai Lu. May I ask your name? I am Qi Zhi, he replied. Is this your first time seeing the sea, Bai? Though Qi Zhi was uncertain of the circumstances, he felt it impolite to disrupt the budding rapport. Bai Lu turned to face the ocean, his eyes radiating a deep yearning. In my previous life, I lacked ambition, my family was of modest means, and I left school before graduating high school to work. To save money for a house, a car, and a wife, I toiled relentlessly, believing that marriage would usher in a better life. However, I found myself in a grimmer reality post-marriage, burdened by exorbitant mortgage payments, my wife's disdain, and my parents' severe illnesses, leaving me no respite, no time to gaze upon the vast ocean. After sharing this tale, Bai Lu's face was etched with desolation. He then turned to Qi Zhi and smiled, saying, My woeful existence must amuse you, brother Qi. It's merely that I haven't conversed with anyone in ages and needed to vent. Ultimately, I owe my gratitude to you, brother Qi, for rescuing me from that abyss and allowing me to witness this splendid ocean. Qi Zhi listened attentively to the man's lament, pondering the universal suffering of humanity and the necessity of self-redemption. My prior life was not much better. My circumstances were quite similar to yours, Bai Xiong. Do not be disheartened. This is merely a stroke of bad luck. In your next reincarnation, you shall surely find yourself in a prosperous family. But you mentioned that I saved you? What do you mean by that? Bai Lu asked, perplexed. Do you not know? It was you who brought me from that inferno to this place. I can feel that my time is drawing to a close. Upon uttering these words, Bai Lu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The moment has come, I hope, with your auspicious words, that I may indeed be reborn into a fortunate life. With that, Bai Lu transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating into the sky. Qi Zhi gazed at the vanishing starlight of Bai Lu, lost in contemplation. Was it truly I who saved him? According to my previous understanding, it should have been me consumed by Bai Lu. The one turning into starlight should have been I, not him. How did this transformation occur? It left me utterly confounded. Shaking his head, Qi Zhi recalled Bai Lu's earlier words. In my past life, I lived for myself. Upon realizing that no amount of effort would yield results, I chose to surrender and liberate myself. I abandoned the pursuit of cars, houses, and marriage, ultimately retreating into a monastery to become a Taoist priest, neglecting my ailing mother. Yet, in the end, I found no true happiness. My actions merely sought to minimize my suffering. Chapter 7. The soul-devouring ghost king. While Qi Zhi contemplated the chain of events, the azure sea before him swiftly transformed back into the previous infernal blood pool. At that moment, only 6 infants remained in the circle. After 300 years, I have finally completed the first stage of refining the soul-devouring ghost king. The man in blood-soaked garments exclaimed, exuberant, dancing with joy. Suddenly, Qi Zhi realized he could understand the words spoken by this man in crimson attire. Has 300 years truly passed? Could it be that through the daily repetition of this man's speech, I have subconsciously absorbed the language? Moreover, Qi Zhi could distinctly perceive the world beyond this cave. Could it be that my strength has increased by devouring Bai Lu? Outside this blood-colored cave lies an entirely different realm. The vast and boundless mountains and forests are adorned with an array of peculiar flora and fauna, with exotic birds and beasts, as well as bizarre insects, emerging in abundance. Occasionally, a shimmering figure streaks across the sky. Qi Zhi observes intently. They tread upon various magical artifacts, some upon flying swords, others upon discs, and some even upon a pink blossom. Looking up, he discovers a beautiful woman dressed in azure, standing atop the flower. As if sensing Qi Zhi's gaze, she turns her head towards him. After a moment of observation, she seems to find nothing amiss, shakes her head, and darts away into the distance. So, this is the realm of cultivation? Truly, it is wondrous. Qi Zhi reflects that 300 years have passed, and he remains utterly unfamiliar with this strange world. However, as he can always access his spiritual realm, he decides to extract some information from the blood-clad man before him. Who are you? What have you done to us? The blood-clad man, taken aback by the fact that one of the blood infants can speak, fixes his gaze upon Qi Zhi. It's you? You have not disappointed me. You have awakened your intelligence early. The secret techniques state that blood infants devour each other for a millennium, and only the last remaining one can transform into the soul-devouring ghost king, thereby gaining intelligence. The blood-clad man beams with delight. I never expected that having just refined the first level, you could speak. Ha ha ha. Encountering you was indeed my great fortune. Qi Zhi is momentarily stunned, feeling a deep sense of shock. To refine 12 infants for a millennium solely to forge the soul-devouring ghost king? In modern times, this individual would deserve 1,000 executions. Although fury brews within Qi Zhi's heart, he maintains a facade of nonchalance and continues to inquire of the blood-clad man. The soul-devouring ghost king? Is it truly formidable? You seem yet to have introduced yourself. The blood-clad man scoffs at Qi Zhi's questions. Humph, what do you know, little imp? Once the soul-devouring ghost king is refined, it rivals the most accomplished beings of the divine void realm. Countless individuals devote their entire lives to attain such a state, only to become naught but dust. TSK. If you manage to become the soul-devouring ghost king, rejoice in your fortune. As the number of souls devoured increases, so too does one's cultivation, and the greatest advantage is the absence of tribulations. Even if you wish to become a true immortal later, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. The blood-clad man exudes admiration for the soul-devouring ghost king, appearing quite pleased with himself. As for me, it is no secret. I am Fan Mouzi of Bloodfang Mountain, one of the mere 15 cultivators of the divine void realm in the Qi continent. Qi Zhi ponders, realizing that since he now inhabits the realm of cultivation, achieving the status of the soul-devouring ghost king might not be a terrible fate after all. What, then, is the divine void realm? You have yet to comprehend the ways of cultivation. Allow me to enlighten you. This will surely aid you in your pursuit of becoming the ghost king. Fan Mouzi, having concluded his speech, sat cross-legged and began to speak slowly. This place is known as the Qi continent, one of the 4 lands of the Tianlan realm. The Qi continent is governed by the human race, its vast expanse so immense that a mortal could spend a lifetime searching for its end. For humans to embark on the path of cultivation, they must begin at the foundational stage of body refinement. He paused momentarily. The body refinement stage is attainable by all. The distinction between ordinary individuals and cultivators lies in the spirit transformation stage. To reach the spirit transformation stage, one must refine their consciousness to perceive the myriad entities surrounding them. Upon attaining this stage, one's lifespan may extend to over 200 years. Spirit transformation? Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi seemed to grasp something. Just moments ago, he could sense the surroundings for dozens of miles. Could it be that he had already become a cultivator of the spirit transformation stage? Noticing the perplexity on Qi Zhi's face, Fan Mouzi revealed a chilling smile. You must have sensed it just now. The consciousness can explore all things around you. However, you ought to be cautious, lest you attract great trouble. Consciousness. Qi Zhi murmured to himself, realizing that this was indeed the sensation of consciousness, a concept he had encountered countless times in cultivation novels. Yet he had never believed it to be real. At that moment, Fan Mouzi continued. Following the spirit transformation stage is the Tao entry stage. To attain the Tao entry stage, one must have the heavens and earth acknowledge the path they cultivate. Upon reaching this stage, one's lifespan can extend to over 500 years. You 6 blood infants are currently in the Tao entry phase. After being refined by this blood fire for another 300 years, you should attain the sea covering stage, shouldn't you? Haha, I truly look forward to it. And what follows the Tao entry stage? Although Qi Zhi harbored a deep-seated hatred for the blood-clad man before him, he was currently powerless, unable to do anything but endure. Since he was bound by circumstances, he would bide his time and seek revenge when he had the chance, ensuring that this Fan Mouzi would experience a fate worse than death. After Tao entry, one reaches the mountain moving stage. This stage grants the practitioner immense strength, enough to move mountains, with a lifespan extending up to 1,000 years. Beyond that lies the sea covering stage, characterized by an abundance of vital energy likened to an endless ocean within, allowing one to live for 2,000 years. However, this stage is essentially the pinnacle attainable by ordinary cultivators. Qi Zhi listened intently, intrigued by the concepts of Tao entry and mountain moving, which mirrored the descriptions found in cultivation novels. This cultivation world is indeed fascinating, he inquired further. Why is that? Because the next stage, the divine void stage, serves as a watershed in the cultivation realm. Only by reaching the divine void stage does one have a sliver of chance to achieve true immortality. However, to attain the divine void stage, one must unlock the divine void, allowing their consciousness to exit the body. Those capable of achieving this are invariably gifted, akin to dragons among men. Fan Mousy nodded with apparent satisfaction. Upon reaching the divine void stage, one's lifespan extends to over 5,000 years, a realm unattainable by ordinary mortals throughout their lives. Divine void exit? Shouldn't it be the nascent soul exit? Qi Zhi mused, realizing that this world of cultivation bore some discrepancies from his initial imagination. Afterward, the realms of Mahayana and tribulation were still a distant prospect for you, and it suffices for you to grasp these concepts for now. With that, Fan Mousy ceased his discourse, his hands gesturing fervently as he prepared to initiate a new round of refinement on Qi Zhi and the blood infants. Although Qi Zhi felt a lingering curiosity, he dared not linger upon witnessing the blood-clad man's actions. Thus, he commenced his own unique method of forgetting. Within the Jadestone Pavilion, the elderly Taoist wore a grave expression, his words chilling to the bone. This fiend has truly concealed himself well. Not a whisper of news in 3 centuries. At that moment, a man in white nearby shivered, declaring, "Rest assured, Lord Lon, I shall transmit messages to the major factions at once. I refuse to believe that such a multitude cannot locate a mere sorcerer." Chapter 8. The war commences moments later, under the influence of his own fervent suggestions. Qi Zhi departed from that place. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he was taken aback. The scene before him could only be described as horrifically tragic. The incessant gunfire and the thunderous roars of artillery filled the air, as warplanes streaked across the sky, and remnants of shattered walls surrounded him. At first, Qi Zhi's mind raced with the absurd thought that this might merely be a film shoot. He quickly scanned for the presence of cameras. As the sounds of bombardment echoed around him, he put on a terrified expression, fearing that should a camera capture him looking around, he would undoubtedly face reprimand. However, after searching for what felt like an eternity, he found no sign of a camera, but rather a young man rushing towards him in a flurry of panic. Amusingly, the newcomer approached him, tears and snot streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Captain of the 3rd Battalion, we have received orders to hold Longland Slope at all costs. But we are down to fewer than 500 men, while the enemy boasts 2 full battalions. Good heavens! Could it truly be that we are in the midst of a battle?" Qi Zhi lamented internally, though he maintained a facade of composure. "Why the panic? Look at you. Still a man, are you not? Wipe your nose first." Upon hearing this, the young man hurriedly rubbed his face with his hands. "It's not that I'm afraid of dying, Captain. It's just that I have a 70-year-old mother at home and a 3-year-old child. I cannot perish now." Qi Zhi cast a glance at the youth, who isn't in the same boat. "Truly, keep your heart steady. You shan't perish. As your captain, I have my own methods." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, this was indeed a genuine war. An idea took root in Qi Zhi's mind. He could distinctly sense the enemy's distribution several miles away. With a little effort, he could even overhear the conversations among their ranks. The enemy was indeed confident in their victory, their faces alight with excitement. While within a nearby tent, several commanders conversed jovially. In stark contrast, his own side appeared beleaguered, their faces ashen, crouched on the ground, trembling as if they were on the brink of demise. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qi Zhi could not suppress his fury, and he bellowed, "Where is the artillery battalion? Aim for the direction of East 355, North 463, and unleash a fierce bombardment. The remaining tanks, spread out to the flanks and prepare for an encirclement. The rest should find nearby cover to evade." Qi Zhi was not entirely versed in the deployment of these troops, but he retained a vague impression of certain battalions from a regiment. As the command was issued, the sound of artillery fire erupted from the rear. Qi Zhi's consciousness enveloped the entire opposing force, swiftly locking onto several commanders among them. He silently mused, Come and kill me. No matter how you choose to do it, I shall remain here, immobile, allowing you to wreak havoc upon me." The moment the thought of death arose, a flash of blue light ignited in Qi Zhi's eyes. As anticipated, the scene shifted dramatically. Within an ancient architectural structure, 3 commanders exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss as they surveyed their surroundings. Qi Zhi's conjecture proved correct, ever since the inexplicable incident involving Bai Lu being drawn into his mental realm. He had pondered the cause. After much contemplation, he surmised a significant possibility. As long as he harbored thoughts of death, it would trigger the protective instincts of his brain. This experiment served to validate Qi Zhi's theory. The individuals he had selected were precisely those deemed responsible for his demise, and thus their souls were forcibly drawn into his mental world. Let these 3 remain there for now, with the absence of their commanders. The outcome of this battle was almost self-evident. Subsequently, Qi Zhi provided several precise coordinates for targeted strikes, ordering our artillery battalion to unleash their full might. Within a few rounds, the enemy's heavy weaponry was obliterated, and the majority of their tanks lay in ruins. stripped of their long-range capabilities. The enemy found themselves akin to lambs in a lion's den under our ferocious bombardment. With our tanks executing a flanking maneuver, the enemy soon succumbed, raising white flags in surrender. The ensuing moment of capturing prisoners left the enemy in shock. Upon seeing our modest numbers, they widened their eyes in disbelief. They had initially expected reinforcements from us, but confronted with such overwhelming firepower, and having lost their artillery battalion and most of their tanks, coupled with the absence of their commanders, they recognized their lack of resistance and promptly surrendered. Subsequent reports from subordinates revealed that the three enemy commanders exhibited vacant gazes and dazed expressions, akin to the state of a vegetative person. Qi Zhi chose not to elaborate further, instructing his men to carry the three commanders back. This battle had yielded remarkable gains, apart from some tanks and heavy weaponry. The enemy suffered minimal losses. The number of captured prisoners soared to an astounding 1,300, creating an atmosphere of heightened tension within our encampment. However, Qi Zhi was indifferent to these matters. His primary concern lay in understanding why, in this world, war had erupted. Inside the main tent of the camp, he inquired of the man before him, "You are Zhang Ren, correct? Please explain the current outbreak of hostilities." Zhang Ren's heart sank at the inquiry from the battalion commander, his complexion turning an alarming shade of pallor. Could it be that his previous display of timidity had aroused the commander's suspicions regarding his resolve? Such matters could escalate significantly. On a grand scale, they could be construed as treason against the morale of the military, a transgression that could cost one their head. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Ren declared, "Commander, my loyalty to the Divine Might Army is unwavering. Were it not for the guidance of the Divine Might Army, my parents would not have navigated their middle age in peace, nor would I even exist." "Stop, stop," Qi Zhi interjected hastily, exasperated by the youth's ramblings. "That is not what I wish to hear. Do not overthink it. Relate to me your understanding of the war and the sequence of events leading up to it." Zhang Ren shrugged, glancing up at Qi Zhi. "I know only that the brave army is composed of the common folk, later joined by many prominent figures from the Divine Might Army. As for the cause of the war, it stems from a significant decline in the happiness index of the people." "A decline in the happiness index?" Qi Zhi nodded silently upon hearing this. "Are there other factors?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ren continued, "The drop in the happiness index triggered a chain reaction, with the true catalyst for the outbreak of war being the rampant inflation." "Oh, such a situation exists?" Qi Zhi mused inwardly, recognizing that these indices encompassed a vast array of factors and were profoundly significant to the populace. Otherwise, such turmoil would not have ensued. "It appears that the brave army is indeed more suited to me. We should join without hesitation," Qi Zhi stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ren was taken aback, scarcely daring to breathe. Qi Zhi gazed into Zhang Ren's eyes. "What? Do you disagree with my assertion?" No, Zhang Ren stammered. "I merely believe that the commander is exceptionally wise, articulating what many have thought but dared not voice. In times of war, everyone wishes to stand on the side of righteousness. Joining the brave army has been contemplated by my brothers countless times. Yet the fear of losing our heads has silenced us." Qi Zhi scrutinized Zhang Ren, sensing his sincerity. It seems I have indeed made a correct decision." Chapter 9. The Choice of Justice. Qi Zhi cast a glance at Zhang Ren. "I have long harbored this thought. I simply felt that the time was ripe. From this moment on, you shall be responsible for my security detail." Zhang Ren's heart jolted at this announcement. He had been but a mere messenger, and according to military protocol, he was destined to remain a lowly soldier for life, with no prospects for advancement. Now, the commander had effectively promoted him beyond the norm. Zhang Ren's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he rendered a crisp military salute to Qi Zhi. After Zhang Ren's affirmation, Qi Zhi dismissed him, intending to confer with several commanders of the brave army. Qi Zhi slowly closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the group of commanders, who were still engaged in hushed conversation. They were taken aback, startled by the ethereal presence of Qi Zhi, their expressions betraying their incredulity. "Ladies and gentlemen, I bear tidings of monumental significance that I must share with you." At this moment, Qi Zhi presents himself with the air of an otherworldly sage, perhaps even perceiving himself as a celestial being. The leading officer, recognizing Qi Zhi's extraordinary demeanor, finds himself ensnared in a predicament and reluctantly lowers his stance. Who is this gentleman, and what does he mean by such momentous news? Qi Zhi, with a glint in his eye, lightly stroked his beard and laughed, proclaiming, "I am none other than the celestial master of pure emptiness. My descent to this realm is solely to lend my support to your valiant army." The three officers exchanged astonished glances, each taken aback. Having undergone the rigorous training of our military since their youth, how could they suddenly embrace the notion of deities? Caught in a moment of uncertainty, they were at a loss for words. "Why doubt?" Qi Zhi smiled faintly, gesturing towards the jade table beside him, which then levitated gracefully into the air. He continued, feigning profundity. If you remain skeptical, who among you can elucidate why you find yourselves in this celestial palace? And who can explain how this jade table defies gravity? The officers were left in awe at the spectacle before them. After a brief pause, one bespectacled officer, resembling a scholarly figure, spoke up. If this gentleman is indeed a celestial being, then surely he can rescue us from this place. Moreover, with divine assistance, the likelihood of victory for our valiant army would surely increase. Indeed, I can facilitate your escape, Qi Zhi affirmed. But first, I must pose several questions to you. The three officers, upon hearing that this celestial being could potentially save them, displayed expressions of delight. The foremost officer clasped his hands in salute, stating, I am Wang Hushan, the commander of the 8th Battalion of the 3rd Army. The bespectacled officer, also from the 3rd Army, identified himself as Chief of Staff Li, while the remaining individual was his aide. Please, celestial being, feel free to inquire as you wish. Qi Zhi chuckled softly. Very well. First enlighten me about your current objectives. Then share the achievements of your valiant army thus far, along with your forthcoming plans. I shall then determine how best to assist you. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hushan spoke. Our objective is to capture Changlan Slope, thereby encircling Long City. This battle should pose little challenge. The opposing forces have long been stationed there and have endured several assaults from other battalions. They now possess a mere half-battalion, while we have 2 complete composite battalions at our disposal. Unbeknownst to them, the valiant army had already surrendered, a fact precipitated by Qi Zhi's own intervention. Qi Zhi remained silent, allowing Wang Hushan to continue. At present, we have secured numerous critical cities in the north. Once we seize Changlan Slope, we will effectively cut off Long City's retreat, confining the Divine Might Army to the south. As for future deployments, such matters are beyond our rank's purview. But it is likely that we will then proceed to capture Long City, establish the nation under the name of the Valiant State, and gradually dismantle the remaining enemy forces. Having concluded his account, Wang Hushan awaited Qi Zhi's response. Qi Zhi pondered in silence, suddenly struck by a grave realization. He could not help but inquire. If capturing Changlan Po ensures the victory of the brave army, then there is a peculiar matter that troubles me. I am aware that both the brave army and the Divine Might Army possess an array of advanced weaponry, such as drones and laser arms. Yet I have seen none of these on the battlefield. At this moment, Advisor Li interjected, advanced technologies like drones can serve both reconnaissance and offensive purposes, operated remotely, playing a crucial role in warfare. Initially, we extensively deployed these high-tech weapons, but the resultant casualties were excessively severe. Consequently, to evade such technologies, both the Divine Might Army and our brave army have equipped themselves with jamming devices. Once these advanced weapons enter the jamming zone, they immediately lose control, rendering them ineffective. Eventually, both armies cease their usage altogether. Qi Zhi nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. As for Changlan Po, allow me to assist you in its capture. However, I must be candid, your forces have already surrendered. If you doubt my words, a brief excursion will confirm it. I will utilize a transformation technique to assume the guise of the enemy's 3rd Battalion commander, and you will coordinate your actions with mine. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I assure you that as long as you remain by my side, your lives will not be sacrificed in vain. With a commanding shout, Qi Zhi made the celestial pavilion vanish without a trace. A rift appeared in the sky, and the 3 commanders, including Wang Hushan, were swiftly drawn into it. Disappearing from sight, Qi Zhi sighed as he opened his eyes. He had intended to reveal the truth, but alas, despite his claims of assistance, he had inadvertently orchestrated their defeat. This left him no choice but to weave a slight fabrication, considering his impending alliance with the brave army as a form of atonement. The words of the bespectacled commander shattered Qi Zhi's apprehensions regarding the war. His conception of modern warfare did not align with such circumstances. Rather, it involved the command of various high-tech weaponry. With the absence of these arms, he could finally unleash his potential. Shortly thereafter, he received reports that the 3 commanders had regained consciousness and wished to meet with him. Qi Zhi promptly visited them, and upon revealing his identity as an immortal, he garnered their unwavering trust. He cautioned them that the knowledge of his divinity must remain a secret, lest they invite calamity. Wang Hushan and the others readily concurred. Nevertheless, they could not fathom how their nearly 2,000-strong force could be bested by a mere 300 or 400 adversaries. That evening, Qi Zhi utilized the encrypted message provided by Wang Hushan to reach out to the brave army, specifically the commander of the 3rd Division, announcing his intention to abandon the shadows and openly ally with the brave army. The valiant army was well aware of the 2 regiments' disastrous defeat at the front. Upon hearing that the victors sought to join their ranks, they were wholeheartedly welcoming. However, considering that only a mere few hundred men remained under Qi Zhi's command, they initially appointed him as a deputy regiment leader, temporarily stationed beneath Mount Wanghu. Qi Zhi was acutely aware of the army's reservations regarding him. fearing he might harbor ulterior motives. Thus it was improbable they would entrust him with command over the front line. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the soldiers of Mount Wanghu were already wholly devoted to him. Who on the battlefield does not cherish their own life, particularly those with a promising future as high-ranking officials? In the following days, Qi Zhi sought to alleviate the tense atmosphere within the camp by relocating the 2 regiments of Mount Wanghu to a nearby reserve camp. The guards were replaced with personnel from Zhang Ren's security team, while he attentively monitored the movements of the Xinwei army. Indeed, upon learning of the resounding victory at Changlinpo, the Xinwei army promptly dispatched a combined brigade to the front lines, intending to replace Qi Zhi and have him return to assist with logistical management. Qi Zhi found himself utterly perplexed. The reinforcements he had anxiously awaited seemed to have vanished, yet now that he had achieved victory, they were quick to send a joint brigade, clearly aimed at seizing the fruits of his labor. However, upon reflection, Qi Zhi came to terms with the situation. In the eyes of their superiors, they were merely pawns, and the outcome of their endeavors was inconsequential. Moreover, given the formidable presence of the Xinwei army, they likely recognized the strategic significance of Changlinpo. Upon receiving definitive intelligence, Qi Zhi discreetly concealed the 2 regiments from the rear in the surroundings of a secret command center. He assigned tasks to Wang Hushan and the others before promptly returning to his camp to inform them of the impending enemy assault, urging them to be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. That night, Qi Zhi, through a surge of awareness, detected the advancing massive force. As the enemy entered the range of his perception, he swiftly took control of all 14 senior commanders. "Fire!" Qi Zhi commanded, raising his arm and then forcefully bringing it down, shouting into the radio. The rear camp, under Wang Hushan's leadership, rapidly relayed the orders to take action. In an instant, chaos erupted as artillery fire filled the air. "It's an ambush," the enemy finally realized, shouting in panic. Yet, they were helpless, utterly unaware of the source of the bombardment. Forced to seek refuge behind cover, those dispatched to report to their commanders found them dazed and unresponsive. Qi Zhi had no intention of repeating the previous encounter. With such overwhelming numbers, a direct confrontation would be an exercise in futility. He did, however, prepare several contingencies as a precaution. Qi Zhi planned to first engage in conversation with the senior commanders within the realm of the spirit world. In the celestial palace, the commanders exchanged bewildered glances. Failing to comprehend the situation, Qi Zhi decided to assert his authority to establish a firm foundation for future communication. "Thunder!" he bellowed upon his sudden appearance. Subsequently, 2 bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, struck 2 of the commanders. With a piercing scream, they transformed into swirling white smoke, disappearing entirely. The remaining commanders, witnessing such a display of formidable power, were instantly filled with terror, fixating their gaze on Qi Zhi. When Qi Zhi pressed down with his consciousness, everyone felt as if they were burdened by a 200-pound weight, their legs trembling and cold sweat streaming down their faces. Qi Zhi surveyed the room and coldly declared, "This is divine retribution. Is there anyone among you who wishes to meet the fate of utter annihilation, to vanish without a trace?" Upon hearing this, the assembly shook their heads in unison, clearly shaken by the earlier display of force. At that moment, a slightly bolder commander ventured to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, with your ethereal demeanor, are you a celestial being descended to our realm? If so, what transgressions have we committed to provoke such divine wrath?" Qi Zhi let out a cold snort. "Do you wish to know why? Very well, I shall ensure your demise is clear. Surely, you are well aware of your own misdeeds. The actions of the Divine Might Army are a flagrant rebellion against the heavens, an act of profound defiance. You stand opposed to the will of the people, and your inevitable fate is destruction." As he spoke of destruction, Qi Zhi's demeanor grew more sinister, and he continued, devoid of emotion, "It is astonishing that you could act so ruthlessly when the people suffer so grievously, prompting them to rise in resistance. This determination has moved the heavens, leading to my descent as the celestial being of clarity, to punish the wicked and restore righteousness." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically with his words. The earlier bold commander spoke again, "Esteemed celestial, may I dare to ask, must we truly perish? We are well aware of the consequences of opposing the people, but many of us, including myself, have family members held captive and are compelled to act as we do. Is there truly no way for redemption?" This individual displayed remarkable intelligence, understanding that had Qi Zhi intended to kill them, they would not have remained unscathed after the earlier execution of the 2. Qi Zhi stroked his beard, retracting his consciousness. "There is indeed a way, but it depends on whether you possess the resolve to pursue it." The crowd finally felt a weight lift from their bodies, gasping for breath. "Please, esteemed elder, share your thoughts," urged a commander of average build, sensing hope. Qi Zhi chuckled softly. "The solution is rather simple. Stand united with the people. If you pledge your allegiance to the brave army, I shall no longer take action against you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened as they contemplated their options. At this moment, the first speaker interjected. Esteemed elder, I have long harbored a deep disdain for this treacherous existence, yet my family remains under control on that central island. If you agree to rescue my wife and children, I shall immediately join the brave army upon my release. Since Commander Su has expressed such sentiments, I too shall follow suit. I have long held this intention, echoed others, as one by one, they voiced their willingness. Only those devoid of competence would resort to threatening the families of others. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demands. Rest assured, within 3 days I will undoubtedly rescue your kin. Upon hearing Qi's solemn promise, the crowd erupted with excitement, expressing their gratitude towards Qi Zhi. After instructing them to leave, Qi Zhi fired 3 shots into the sky, signaling for the valiant soldiers to come to their aid, while also informing them that he would assume the role of the commander of the 3rd Battalion. Once outside, the entire Shenhui army declared their surrender. The prior bombardment had merely served as intimidation, and in reality, had caused no casualties. Qi Zhi felt a surge of joy, relieved that a true conflict had been averted. War is a brutal and merciless endeavor. Had the fighting truly commenced, most would have met their demise on that battleground. The backup troops Qi Zhi had initially retained, upon receiving orders, quietly retreated. Thus, a formidable force established itself at Qi Zhi's former encampment. Qi Zhi subsequently convened with the commanders, endeavoring to convince them that he was indeed the esteemed Qingshu Jinren. Meanwhile, his less informed subordinates, upon learning the truth, erupted in applause, overwhelmed with joy. Once arrangements were settled, Qi Zhi set off in the dead of night towards the central island. He passed numerous watchtowers, yet not a single alarm was raised. This was, of course, due to Qi Zhi employing the same strategy to ensnare the guards within their own mental labyrinths. 3 days later, when the commanders were reunited with their wives and children, they were utterly captivated by Qi Zhi's remarkable prowess. The incident had spread like wildfire within the Shenhui army, as all the families had vanished without a trace overnight. Upon returning to the camp, the valiant commander of the 3rd Battalion personally called to congratulate him, promoting him to the rank of brigade commander of this new unit. This newly formed brigade was dubbed the Special Operations Composite Brigade, granted the liberty to operate freely at the front lines, devoid of any restrictions, and subsequently received new combat orders. Although Qi Zhi was aware that this was merely a manifestation of his mental realm, he relished the experience, for in his previous life, he could never have fathomed ascending to the stature of a brigade commander. The aspiration to fight for one's country as a soldier is a fantasy cherished by every man. Despite being on the side of the rebels, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Qi Zhi harbored a premonition that if he continued down this path, his ambition might swell to a terrifying extent, seeking to unify the world. Chapter 11. Lin Jiao. One can't help but wonder why thoughts of Wang Lili suddenly surfaced. Immersed in his bliss, Qi Zhi found himself inexplicably recalling Wang Lili. Was it perhaps due to their previous dream together, leaving him unsatisfied with the lack of resolution? Qi Zhi quickly retrieved his phone, only to discover that the contact previously labeled as Wang Lili had now transformed into wife. Could it be that we are indeed married? This seems to have omitted far too many details. No, I must seek out Wang Lili. I need to experience this firsthand, for otherwise, it feels too surreal. With this thought, Qi Zhi set off once more for Central Island. Inside a hotel in Dragon City, he embraced Wang Lili. My dear, I have been promoted. I am now a commanding officer. Aren't I impressive? Wang Lili cast him a sidelong glance. Look at how capable you are. Ignoring her teasing, Qi Zhi gently replied. You have endured so much over the years. Wang Lili blushed, burying her head in his embrace. Why do you say such things? Just look at our high school classmates. How many of them are still alive, let alone growing old with their loved ones? Qi Zhi caressed Wang Lili's silky hair. My dear, I have missed you dearly. Just as he was about to revel in this blissful moment, an intense tearing sensation abruptly coursed through his body, a searing pain exploding in his mind. Ah, it hurts. Qi Zhi glanced at Wang Lili beside him and immediately sensed something amiss. Her features contorted and, in an instant, transformed into Fan Maozi's visage. Suddenly, the world around him shifted. Qi Zhi found himself in that familiar sea of blood and flames, once again confronted by a horrific scene. Within the pool of blood, 5 blood infants seethed with rage, their eyes aflame with fury. Qi Zhi instantly understood the gravity of the situation, bellowing, Fan Maozi, you have ruined my happiness. Before Fan Maozi could utter a word, Qi Zhi lunged towards one of the blood infants, his mind racing with the urgency to conclude this ordeal so he could return home and continue with his life. In a whirlwind, Qi Zhi found himself in a different location. Ah, it's been quite some time since this little spirit spoke. How intriguing, Fan Maozi remarked, his expression peculiar. Over the years, he had exchanged words with Qi Zhi, but ever since Qi Zhi had spoken once 300 years ago, he had received no further response, leading Fan Mousie to question whether their conversations had been mere figments of his imagination. In a hospital ward, a frail, pale-skinned woman lay on the bed, her head shaved, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. This must be the blood infant, but this place appears to be her previous life, Qi Zhi pondered, bewildered by how he had brought her here. The woman stared blankly at Qi Zhi and weakly inquired, "Why am I in my former hospital room? Wasn't I in purgatory?" Before Qi Zhi could respond, her feeble voice broke the silence once more. "I remember now. It was you who saved me. In purgatory, a white figure guided me to this place. Thank you. I thought I would have to endure the torments of that purgatory forever. You need not thank me. I, too, have suffered the agonies of soul-forging flames. Since we are bound by fate, I shall grant you a wish," Qi Zhi said with a gentle smile. In this realm of Qi Zhi's spirit, transformations were at his whim. The sight of the woman, so frail and desolate, stirred a pang of compassion within him. If he could fulfill her final wish in life, allowing her to depart joyfully, how splendid that would be. A wish? The woman suddenly recalled something, a faint blush illuminating her pallid visage. "I have suffered from congenital leukemia. To have lived this long is already a miracle. Yet, as a woman, I have never truly experienced what it means to be one." At this juncture, a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. "The matters of men and women I have imagined countless times in my mind. My greatest desire in this life is to savor the authentic essence of being a woman." Hearing her plight, Qi Zhi felt a subtle ache in his heart. Were he to endure such a terminal illness, he might have long since succumbed to despair. Yet, this woman exhibited remarkable strength. What he never anticipated was that her wish would be of this nature. The very thought of her desire invoked a cacophony of scornful voices within his mind, curses branding him a monster, a beast, and worse than the lowest of creatures, laden with vile epithets. Seeing Qi Zhi's hesitation, the woman softly wept. "I must be quite hideous, indeed. Given my appearance, how could anyone harbor feelings of affection? You must find it quite a burden to consider such a thing with someone so unworthy. Let us pretend I never uttered these words." With that, her expression darkened, revealing profound disappointment. Qi Zhi's heart ached further at her sorrowful demeanor. He shook his head, a resolute gaze igniting within him. "Who says you are ugly? In my eyes, you are beautiful. To engage in such matters now would feel like taking advantage of your vulnerability. How about we make a pact? Rest assured, I shall ensure your wish is fulfilled." With that, Qi Zhi placed a necklace he had carried since childhood into her hands. "Truly?" the woman asked in astonishment. Qi Zhi replied earnestly, "Indeed, it is true. What you perceive as purgatory is merely the result of a demon's soul-harvesting art. When this chapter concludes, you shall continue your cycle of reincarnation. This necklace is my talisman. Hold it close. No matter the distance, I will find you. And thereupon we shall wed and live each day as you desire." As the woman lifted the necklace, it transformed into a radiant beam of light, embedding a heart-shaped mark upon her forehead. In that moment, she appeared to regain her former vitality, a captivating smile gracing her lips. "I must depart now. Do not forget our promise. I will await you always. By the way, remember my name, Lin Jiayao." With those words, she dissolved into a cascade of starlight, vanishing within the confines of the hospital room. "Lin Jiayao," Qi Zhi murmured, subsequently lost in contemplation. He believed himself not to be a paragon of virtue, yet certainly not one to exploit the vulnerable. Lin Jiao's longing was not truly about the carnal desires, but rather stemmed from an absence of hope. What Qi Zhi sought to provide was, naturally, a glimmer of hope. However, this hope had now transformed into a beacon within his own heart. With the occurrence of such events, Qi Zhi could hardly muster any thoughts of Wang Lily. He leaped from the hospital window, returning to the infernal blood pool. Indeed, only 3 blood infants remained within the pool. At that moment, Fan Mousie's voice resonated in Qi Zhi's ears. "I had high hopes for that female infant, yet unexpectedly, she was consumed by you." Qi Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what was so special about her?" "This infant," Fan Mousie continued, "was delivered under dire circumstances. I had calculated the timing meticulously, only to find that the woman was reluctant to give birth. Thus, I had no choice but to extract her myself." A grimace twisted Fan Mousie's features. "This infant was not born naturally, but rather forcefully brought into the world by me," showcasing the extent of her resentment. "Are you not afraid of divine retribution for such malevolent deeds?" Qi Zhi could no longer contain his fury and shouted at Fan Mousie. "Divine retribution? What is this? Are you, little imp, angered by her plight?" Fan Mousie replied with a mocking expression. "This girl is hardly noteworthy. In comparison to you, she pales significantly. Your parents, in a desperate bid to save their own lives, handed you over to me." Chapter 12. A farewell to longing. Qi Zhi roared in anger, wishing fervently to rend Fan Mousie limb from limb. The terrifying energy emanating from Qi Zhi caused the blood pool to tremble ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Startled, Fan Mousie hastily performed hand seals to stabilize the pool. His face flickered between expressions, yet he burst into laughter. Ha! Truly, you are the exceptional ghost infant I have chosen. The energy within this pool is nearing the full power of a sea-covering realm cultivator's strike. I eagerly await the day when the soul-devouring Ghost King reaches completion. Under the immense pressure of Fan Mousie's formidable magic, Qi Zhi found himself powerless. Suppressing his fury, he gritted his teeth. Rest assured, I shall ensure that those wretched couple meet a most untimely end. Yet, while such sentiments were expressed, the reality of encountering them was another matter entirely. Qi Zhi merely echoed Fan Mousie's thoughts, redirecting his animosity towards his parents. Should Fan Mousie genuinely believe Qi Zhi harbored intentions of devouring his master, he might take measures against him, leading to his consumption by other infant ghosts, a loss far too great to bear. Ha! Fan Mousie laughed once more. This little imp is indeed the perfect choice for the soul-devouring Ghost King. Qi Zhi had previously been perplexed by a particular matter, but through his exchange with Fan Mousie, clarity dawned upon him. He had wondered why Lin Jiao had appeared in the hospital of his previous life. It was revealed that she had never been born into this world, which explained her assertion that she went directly to purgatory after her death. In his heart, Qi Zhi silently noted to keep track of Fan Mousie, hoping that Lin Jiao might find a kind family in her next life. It has been quite some time since I last heard you speak. What brings you to voice your thoughts now? Fan Mousie inquired. It seems this devil is quite eager for conversation. After all, if one were to remain silent for 3 centuries, loneliness would surely ensue. Soon, a rather disheartening phrase escaped Qi Zhi's lips. I was sleeping. Indeed, Fan Mousie was left utterly speechless. Enduring the torturous trials of bone refinement and soul-forging day and night, this little imp still managed to find slumber, truly a remarkable talent. Shaking his head, Fan Mousie chose silence and sat cross-legged in contemplation. 300 years. It suddenly dawned on Qi Zhi that another 3 centuries had slipped by. In his spiritual realm, he had merely engaged in a few battles, yet time in the realm of cultivation passed with astonishing swiftness. Without further hesitation, Qi Zhi departed from that place. In a realm resembling an ethereal paradise, on the surface of a lake surrounded by pavilions, a woman clad in violet, with her eyes tightly shut, abruptly opened them and coldly remarked, "Did I not instruct you to refrain from visiting? Why have you returned?" A flicker of surprise crossed her features. That cannot be right. Your spiritual power has significantly deepened since our last encounter. Qi Zhi found himself once again in the world known as Wang. Spiritual power? He indeed felt that his consciousness had multiplied several times over. However, what precisely was spiritual power? Were not consciousness and spiritual power synonymous? Gazing at the woman before him, Qi Zhi recalled that many of his questions remained unanswered. Yet, she still emanated an air of profound sadness. He dismissed his musings and spoke nonchalantly. Whether I choose to visit you is not for you to decide. Of course, it is also beyond my control, as I am unaware of why I am here. Wang snorted and closed her eyes once more. Observing her disinterest, Qi Zhi settled himself opposite her. He regarded her intently for a while, yet the enigma remained elusive. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "There is undoubtedly a connection between us. Would you kindly clarify it for me?" Wang opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon Qi Zhi, her voice resonating softly. "I can reveal the truth to you, but will you be able to accept it? If your emotions unravel, it could lead to dire consequences." The truth. Dire consequences? Was this woman toying with him? What calamity could unfold in a dream? Qi Zhi chuckled lightly. "Feel free to speak. I am rather unique in this regard. Even the gravest of misfortunes can be forgotten at my whim." Yet, upon hearing his words, Wang's fury ignited. Her countenance twisted in anger as she shrieked, "Do you think it is someone else who helps you forget that pain? It is I, you heartless wretch, who bears the burden of your forgetfulness." With that, she transformed into a swirling mass of black mist and lunged toward Qi Zhi. In the next moment, Qi Zhi found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, where a torrent of negative emotions surged towards him like a relentless tide. The regret and sorrow from his mother's departure, the jealousy towards those born into privileged families, the anger from being ridiculed for his absent father, and the agonizing pain and fear that scorched his very soul all assailed him. An overwhelming sense of unease, tension, loneliness, and confusion painted vivid scenes in Qi Zhi's mind. He knelt upon the ground, cradling his head in his hands, unleashing a tortured scream. At that moment, Qi Zhi felt as if his mind were being inundated with a frenzied deluge of information, threatening to explode at any instant. Just as he reached his breaking point, however, all those negative emotions vanished as if they had never existed. A profound sense of relief washed over him as he gasped for breath. Pondering silently how terrifying this sorceress was, he resolved never to engage with her again. At that juncture, Wang resumed her previously aloof demeanor, apologizing, I'm so sorry. I inadvertently lost control. She then smiled broadly, adding, however, having released that pent-up energy, I feel considerably lighter and less sorrowful. Qi Zhi could only shake his head in disbelief. Her emotions were as capricious as they had been during their first encounter. After a considerable time, Qi Zhi finally regained his composure. Your carelessness is exceedingly frightening. You nearly brought about my demise. Who exactly are you? How do you possess memories that I would rather forget? At that moment, a radiant smile graced Wang's face. I would never harm you. You are me. And I am you. What? Qi Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? I am a man, a staunchly masculine individual. How could I possibly become a delicate female like you? Humph. A delicate female, you say? It seems you haven't quite suffered enough yet. Wang retorted, her expression shifting to one of ferocity. Seeing this, Qi Zhi hastily gestured in protest. No, no. My previous words were thoughtless. I sincerely apologize to the fairy. Oh, esteemed Fairy Wang, please, do not hold my folly against me. Fairy, that term sounds delightful. Say something nice, and I shall forgive you, Wang replied, her demeanor transforming immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Zhi declared, Fairy Wang, you possess an innate beauty, radiant as a flower. With skin as white as snow and a figure as slender as my dream lover. Giggles erupted from Wang, her joy palpable as she covered her mouth, exclaiming, you certainly know how to flatter. This time, I shall forgive you. Phew. Qi Zhi finally exhaled in relief. This sorceress was indeed extraordinarily ruthless. To speak of you are me, and I am you. How could I be associated with such dreadfulness? It was utter nonsense. In the ensuing dialogue with Wang, Qi Zhi unearthed a monumental secret, one that had long confounded his thoughts. Chapter 13. The great secret. This tale begins with the passing of Qi Zhi's second sister, Chen Tong, following their mother's hospitalization due to illness. The sudden demise of Chen Shuang, Qi Zhi's second sister, struck him profoundly. With their mother ailing and their eldest sister studying in a distant city, it was primarily Chen Shuang who took charge of the household's affairs. Qi Zhi vividly recalls how each morning, his sister would rouse him for breakfast, serving a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Despite the monotony of daily noodles, those moments brought him immense joy. Since her death, he has yet to savor noodles as delectable. The news of her passing reached Qi Zhi through a schoolteacher. Upon returning home, he was overwhelmed with grief, weeping for the sister who had departed from his life forever. The school hastily declared that she had taken her own life by overdosing on sleeping pills, and indeed, the coroner confirmed the presence of a significant amount of such substances in her system. Yet, only Qi Zhi understood the true torment she faced due to relentless bullying at school, having attempted self-harm countless times, a truth his family felt powerless to confront. Upon learning of the tragedy, their mother's condition, which had been somewhat stabilized by medication, deteriorated once more. She began to proclaim that someone intended to kill her, claiming the entire world was filled with demons. Qi Zhi was terrified, yet the following day, he returned to school, engaging with classmates as though nothing had transpired. He would later reflect on that day as the moment of his rebirth, though in reality, he had already begun to suffer from mental illness. From a young age, Qi Zhi exhibited a fiercely competitive nature, never willing to concede, even when in the wrong. He feared that yielding would expose the cowardly and timid essence lurking within him. This inner self, frail and fearful, was the original incarnation of Wang. Once Wang truly emerged, she occasionally confronted truths Qi Zhi was reluctant to accept or wished to forget. Particularly during his tenure as an actor, the world saw only the glamour of acting, oblivious to the hardships endured behind the scenes, whether online or offline. He faced the daunting task of submitting countless resumes, yet most often, they vanished without a trace, met with the single word, wait. However, waiting proved to be the most arduous journey of all. The longest period Qi Zhi endured was a full year, during which he prided himself on his attractive appearance, yet felt utterly powerless. As he watched his friends and classmates secure stable jobs, purchase homes, cars, and start families, he found himself aimlessly drifting, feeling like a burden. It was during this tumultuous time that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Consequently, whenever Qi Zhi faced discontent, he would cast his troubles onto Wang, who now bore the brunt of his turmoil. Wang's current existence is a direct consequence of Qi Zhi's own making. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Wang astonishingly developed an independent personality and self-awareness. Observing the myriad moments of Qi Zhi's life, she could not help but feel a surge of resentment. She loathed Qi Zhi for confining her in this space, forcing her to confront an incessant barrage of negative emotions day and night. For many years, she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qi Zhi for never once casting a glance in her direction. She despised loneliness and feared it. Yet she could not bring herself to inflict pain upon Qi Zhi, for she was Qi Zhi, and Qi Zhi was her. Thus, she silently bore all burdens. One day, however, she discovered that the person she had longed for had finally come to see her. Yet, the moment she laid eyes upon Qi Zhi, she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of sorrow emanating from him. This revelation stirred the depths of her own grief, transforming her into an emotional amplifier. To her dismay, Qi Zhi believed her to be his mother, shattering the hopes of someone who had yearned for him day and night. Consequently, she implored Qi Zhi to refrain from visiting her ever again. The so-called mental realm Qi Zhi entered was, in truth, a passage into her world. She aided him in evading reality, shouldering the pains he was unwilling to confront. In moments when he felt a desire for death, she would intervene, eliminating those who threatened his very existence. She represented the protective instinct of his own psyche. At this juncture, Qi Zhi comprehended everything. He grasped that selectively forgetting certain matters was deceptively simple, for he was a patient of mental illness. Yet, he had always struggled to fathom why he could traverse this mental world freely. It dawned upon him that she was himself, and he was her. Qi Zhi pondered why. Upon seeing her, he felt an inexplicable familiarity coupled with profound sadness. Indeed, his encounter with her ought to invoke sorrow and guilt, for he had allowed her to endure in silence for so many years. He felt remorseful for the pain he had caused her, and thus, sadness and guilt were only natural responses. Once the truth unveiled itself, Qi Zhi gazed deeply into her eyes, ready to express his feelings. However, she hastily interjected, urging him not to entertain any melancholic notions, lest he influence her once more. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi paused, realizing that after having wronged her so gravely, he could not continue to sadden her. Subsequently, he rose, silently approaching her and enveloping her in his embrace. "Thank you, truly, for everything," he murmured. She responded with a gentle smile, "What is there to thank? Helping you is akin to helping myself. Besides, being held like this is quite comforting. You must come to embrace me often. Indeed, I shall visit frequently, and you may remain in my arms for as long as you desire." Qi Zhi held her tightly, as if she were his petite sweetheart. With a childlike exuberance, she exclaimed, "Then let us make a pact." They continued to converse joyfully, both reveling in the moment. Thanks to Qi Zhi's newfound mental power, he could now traverse this realm at will. According to her, this mental prowess was the essence of her being. Everything within this mental world stemmed from it. She disclosed that since her birth, this had been the landscape of her existence. It was then that Qi Zhi realized that this was indeed his true mental realm. Certainly, the feeling of longing is also a fragment of his spiritual realm, albeit one that he has detached from himself. Thus, Qi Zhi resolved to create a sweet sanctuary for Wang here. Upon hearing this, Wang beamed with delight. Following the vision of a celestial palace in his mind, Qi Zhi gestured with both hands. After a swirling mist enveloped the air, a grand palace, adorned with ethereal fog and delicate style, materialized before Qi Zhi and Wang. Wang had never encountered such a beautiful abode. His eyes sparkled with affection. After gazing at it for a while, he dashed towards the celestial palace like a child, exuberantly exploring every corner, as if he wished to imprint all its details in his memory. Qi Zhi felt a deep sense of satisfaction watching the overly excited Wang. Such a magnificent palace surely deserves a name. What would you like to call it? A name? Let us call it Qi Zhi Loves Wang Palace. Wang pondered for a moment before blurting it out. Qi Zhi Loves Wang. He nodded. Although he was not entirely comfortable with the name, he feared provoking Wang's ire, as he owed her much. However, Qi Zhi soon pondered another question. By the way, why do you refer to yourself as Wang? There are many lovely and melodious names to choose from. Wang was momentarily taken aback, her expression instantly dimming. Because over the years, I have felt profoundly lonely. Although I could see your image every day, it was always surrounded by negativity. Gradually, I felt lost within it, unable to find my true self, which is why I named myself Wang. Hearing this, Qi Zhi felt a pang of sorrow. He regretted bringing up such a painful topic. Just as he contemplated how to mend things and bring joy back to Wang, she regained her radiant smile. But ever since I met you, that feeling has vanished. From now on, I shall no longer be called Wang. I will be Qi Zhi. Chapter 14. Qi Zhi scratched his head. Well, although we are the same person, you have developed your own thoughts. Calling yourself Qi Zhi may not be entirely appropriate. How about this? From now on, I shall call you Qi Zhi. I like the name Zhi. Zhi. Wang murmured to herself for a moment before cheerfully declaring, "Good. I will be called Zhi from now on. I like the name Zhi too. Then let this palace be named Qi Zhi Loves Zhi Palace." Excellent. Such a lovely name. Qi Zhi, feeling somewhat helpless, conceded that if Zhi liked it, then so be it. Subsequently, in Qi Zhi Loves Zhi Palace, Qi Zhi spent an extended period with Zhi, so long that he lost track of the years. During this time, they explored mountains and rivers, admired lanterns, set off fireworks, and indulged in all the delicacies that Qi Zhi could conceive. After experiencing all of Qi Zhi's positive emotions, Zier seemed to transform into a more complete being, no longer prone to emotional outbursts. Of course, during this time, Qi Zhi had also unintentionally angered Zier on several occasions, as the lantern displays and fireworks were meticulously planned to cheer her up. However, much to Qi's dismay, his constant companionship with Zier has stirred within him an inexplicable affection. Initially, it felt akin to familial love, then blossomed into a deep friendship, and eventually evolved into an intimate bond reminiscent of lovers. Zier, with her carefree demeanor, often sought to embrace him and insisted on snuggling close while sleeping, frequently exclaiming, "Qi loves Zier, Qi loves Zier." This burgeoning emotion left Qi in a state of considerable distress. Although he and Zier were essentially the same entity, he pondered whether it was inherently narcissistic or a form of self-preservation to love oneself. Despite the fact that Zier and he were one, she distinctly embodied a separate identity, particularly as a woman who incessantly clung to him for affection. This predicament was overwhelming for him, as he feared that one day, he might inadvertently reach out to her in a manner he did not intend. Given Zier's innocent nature, he wished to shield her from any harm. Thus, she resolved to seek an excuse to create some distance between them for a time. One day, driven by curiosity, Qi inquired of Zier, "When I previously entered your mental realm, it seemed I did not sense your presence. Were you aware of mine?" "Of course," she replied. "I am fully cognizant of all your thoughts within that space. You cannot perceive me because I am omnipresent, just as I cannot feel you in my mental realm." She playfully tapped Qi's forehead with her delicate finger, adding, "As long as you call my name softly, I shall appear." She was taken aback. Why was it that he remained oblivious to Zier's thoughts in his own mental sphere, while she comprehended all his musings in hers? A sense of unfairness washed over him, prompting him to ask, "If that is the case, why am I unaware of what you are thinking at this moment?" Zier looked at him as if he were a fool. "You truly are naive. Is it not clear that I exist solely to protect you from the moment of my inception?" She suddenly realized how he had overlooked such a crucial fact, and it dawned on him that, after spending so much time together, he had come to regard Zier as an entirely separate individual. He recalled the overwhelming anguish of past negative emotions and was determined not to endure that torment again. He quickly embraced Zier, assuring her, "Do not fear. I shall protect you from now on." Zier merely smiled and said nothing further. It was evident that a separation was essential, otherwise, he might lose sight of who Zier truly was. Resolving this in his mind, Qi declared to her, "I shall venture into your mental realm to see if calling your name proves effective. Go ahead and try. Not only will I understand when you call my name, but even a mere thought of yours is clear to me," Zier replied with a hint of playful arrogance. "But I truly intend to enter, during my absence. Do not dwell on me." Qi expressed his concern that prolonged separation might revert Zier to her former emotional state. Yet, Zier remained unfazed. "Not to worry. Within my mental realm, I can see you anytime, much like watching a movie. It is quite entertaining." Hearing Zier's words, Qi Zhi felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He ceased to hesitate and, with a blink of his eyes, found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were dilapidated structures, overtaken by rampant weeds, and the streets lay deserted, bearing the unmistakable scars of artillery fire. Qi Zhi's first thought upon witnessing the desolation was, has the battle not yet concluded? He pondered how many years had elapsed, and logically, the valiant army should have emerged victorious by now. Nevertheless, he decided to first attempt to communicate with Zier effectively. "Zier," Qi Zhi called tentatively, and soon a voice echoed in his mind. I'm here." It appeared that their connection was indeed functional. "Do you know what is happening in this world?" Qi Zhi contemplated inwardly. "You have stumped me. Although this is my spiritual realm, its appearance is dictated by your innermost feelings," Zier replied. "Very well. It seems I must embark on my own exploration." Qi Zhi released his consciousness to ascertain if anyone was nearby. Presently, his spiritual awareness could extend over 60 miles. And to his surprise, he indeed discovered something unexpected. Zombies. "Zier, do you know what zombies are?" "Of course. I possess memories of the zombie films you watched as a child. They were quite terrifying. You were so frightened that you couldn't sleep and cried throughout the night." "Surely not. Would I be afraid of zombies?" "I find that hard to believe," Qi Zhi responded skeptically. Zier retorted with a scoff. "Regardless, I was utterly terrified. And I cannot assist you. These entities lack a soul and cannot be forcibly drawn into the illusionary space." The illusionary space was the solitary domain where Qi Zhi's and Zier's spiritual energies converged. After prior verification, Zier had drawn those who posed a threat to Qi Zhi's life into this realm, including Bai Lu and Lin Jiao. If the souls drawn in were not dealt with promptly, they would gradually lose themselves within this space, becoming mindless shades. "It's all right. These beings pose no threat to me at present. However, in a world overrun by zombies, the true peril lies not with the undead, but with humanity. Stripped of legal constraints and faced with life and death decisions, humans can commit unspeakable horrors. You should be acutely aware of this. Qi Zhi, concerned for Zhi, quickly reassured her in his mind. As long as you're fine. Nevertheless, seeing these zombies has sparked some thoughts in me. Oh, what thoughts? Came Zhi's faint response once more. It's nothing. It is still too early to discuss this matter. When the time is ripe, I shall reveal it to you. Very well. Maintaining an air of mystery. I see. Qi Zhi noted as Zhi ceased further conversation, prompting him to contemplate his strategy. The city lay empty. It appeared he would need to venture to another city. Qi Zhi, uncertain of where he had procured a motorcycle, was now racing down the road. Behind the vehicle, a few zombies trailed in pairs, while the passing undead, bewildered, turned their heads to gaze in the direction of Qi Zhi's rapid advance. Soon, they too joined the pursuit. And before long, the horde following Qi Zhi had swelled into a dense mass. Within the underground tunnel, a scarred and fierce-looking man spoke up. Though I know not whence this individual has come, if we allow him to continue his ruckus, we might inadvertently attract the frenzied ones to our location, which would spell disaster for us. Lu Chang, you must divert him. What? Me? Lu Chang recoiled slightly, a look of confusion etched on his face. The scar-faced man's expression darkened menacingly. If you do not go, then who will? Among us, you are the swiftest. Were you not a sprinter in your past? He continued. Moreover, this is for the sake of everyone. The men and women encircling them regarded Lu Chang with disapproving glances. Realizing he had little choice, Lu Chang could only offer a bitter smile and nod in resignation, rising to head towards the tunnel's end. He understood all too well that if he refused, he would likely be cast out to fend for himself that very night. The meager rations meant for survival were dwindling, and surely his companions would not mind losing a few more members. With that thought weighing heavily upon him, Lu Chang gazed at the ladder leading upward, inhaled deeply, and ascended without further hesitation. Qi Zhi rode recklessly toward Lianqing, when suddenly, his consciousness stirred, revealing a man clad in athletic wear in the distance. This man seemed to sense Qi Zhi's presence as well, glancing his way before swiftly veering left into a side path. Qi Zhi was perplexed. Moments prior, his senses had detected this area as deserted, yet now this man had inexplicably appeared before him. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Zhi pressed down on the accelerator to pursue him. Unbeknownst to Qi Zhi, a tall zombie from the horde behind was also hastening toward him. Perched upon the zombie's shoulder was a delicate girl resembling a Barbie doll. Her expression one of mischief as she observed Qi Zhi from afar, lost in her own thoughts. In no time, Qi Zhi caught up to the man in athletic attire. This is no place to linger. Follow me, Lu Chang urged, darting into a narrow alley without a backward glance. The alley was too constricted for a motorcycle, leaving Qi Zhi no choice but to run alongside him. After traversing several streets, the man entered a dilapidated clothing store, prompting Qi Zhi to follow suit without a second thought. Once inside, the man quickly shut the door and beckoned Qi Zhi to crouch low. He then surveyed the exterior for a considerable time before finally relaxing. Qi Zhi, puzzled, turned to Lu Chang and asked, "Are the zombies truly as fearsome as you suggest? You seem overly anxious." Before Qi Zhi could finish his words, Lu Chang, filled with trepidation, hastily gestured for silence and whispered, "Speaking too loudly can be perilous, my friend. You have no idea how much trouble you've brought upon me." "What do you mean by that?" Qi Zhi inquired, utterly perplexed, and could only respond in an exceptionally quiet manner. Lu Chang cast a strange glance at him. "I am one of the nearby survivors. The scale of the disturbance you caused will surely attract the attention of the frenzied ones. Our camp lies in the direction you intend to head, which is why I have been sent to divert you. Are there other survivors here?" Qi Zhi exclaimed with delight. "Do you reside underground?" He had previously pondered that the only explanation for not discovering them would be if they dwelled beneath the surface, as his spiritual awareness had never scanned below ground. As it turned out, Lu Chang confirmed that they resided in an underground shelter. But what are these frenzied ones? Just as Qi Zhi was about to inquire further, a chorus of girls' cries suddenly echoed from outside. Could they be other survivors? The thought spurred Qi Zhi to rise and investigate. Lu Chang rushed forward to impede him. Those are most likely the frenzied ones. Venturing out now would be akin to seeking one's own demise. What exactly are these frenzied ones that can mimic the cries of human girls? Qi Zhi mused, genuinely curious about how these entities had become frenzied. "My friend, how could you not know of the frenzied ones and still have survived this long?" Lu Chang's expression was one of incredulity. He had previously sensed something unusual about Qi Zhi's demeanor, and this revelation intensified his astonishment. Seeing Lu Chang's genuine concern, Qi Zhi chuckled awkwardly. "I truly do not know what these frenzied ones are. I only recall being involved in a car accident. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital, and upon my exit, the world had transformed into this state." Lu Chang was taken aback by Qi Zhi's explanation. He could not discern whether this man was remarkably fortunate or dreadfully unfortunate. If it were him, he would likely prefer to remain in a state of unconsciousness rather than awaken to such a reality. Lu Chang elaborated. The frenzied ones are mutated beings resulting from human infection. Unlike zombies, they retain their consciousness and evolve unique abilities, making each frenzied one distinct yet exceedingly dangerous. I see. Qi Zhi replied thoughtfully. Although he lacked effective means to vanquish a frenzied one, he believed that his formidable mental fortitude would provide adequate protection. Feeling emboldened, Qi Zhi raised his chin defiantly. In that case, you should take care of yourself. I wish to witness the true capabilities of these frenzied ones. With that, he opened the door and strode purposefully toward the source of the girl's cries. Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized he had said all that needed to be said. Since this person was determined to seek death, there was little he could do. He then turned and dashed down a narrow path, quickly vanishing from sight. Not long after, Qi Zhi witnessed a towering zombie pursuing a small girl. The girl, with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll, was weeping profusely. After a brief chase, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Suddenly, as if sensing Qi Zhi's presence nearby, she turned her head and pitifully cried out, "Brother, please save me." Seeing this scene filled Qi Zhi with fury. He rushed forward in a single stride and landed a punch squarely on the towering zombie's face, positioning himself to shield the doll-like girl behind him. Meanwhile, the girl appeared to be observing him with a curious expression. This towering zombie must be a berserker, Qi Zhi mused, noting that it seemed rather unremarkable. Should I flee with the doll, or find a way to deal with this berserker? Just as Qi Zhi was wrestling with his dilemma, the towering berserker suddenly turned and fled. Qi Zhi was momentarily stunned, astonished that the berserker, realizing it could not contend with him, chose to escape, evidently still retaining its self-awareness. Though surprised by the berserker's peculiar behavior, Qi Zhi was concerned about whether the girl had been harmed and quickly turned to her. "You're not hurt, are you, little sister?" At that moment, the doll-like girl gazed at him with innocent eyes. "Thank you, big brother. I'm not seriously hurt, just a bit weak and unable to stand. If it weren't for you, that monster might have already devoured me." With that, the girl began to sob sadly. How could that monster be so cruel, showing no compassion for such an adorable child? Next time we meet, I'll ensure that towering fool pays dearly, Qi Zhi thought with indignation. Meanwhile, not far off in a corner, the towering zombie inexplicably sneezed several times, but with its brainless body. It would likely never comprehend the reason. Qi Zhi, feeling a pang of sympathy for the doll-like girl, quickly crouched down to comfort her. However, just as he did, the girl opened her mouth wide and attempted to bite him. What followed was a comical scene. Qi Zhi found himself at a loss as the doll-like girl managed to engulf his entire head. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not bite down, as if her teeth were sinking into an endlessly expanding sponge ball. Realizing something was amiss, the girl quickly withdrew her mouth and reverted to her original form, attempting to flee. But at that moment, Qi Zhi swiftly grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up. The doll-like girl was filled with terror, thrashing wildly, and even bit Qi Zhi's arm in a frenzy, only to discover that she could not inflict any harm and ultimately surrendered. As the sun set, its rays cast a golden hue upon the street. The street lay desolate and silent, save for the figures of an adult and a child meandering in the distance. The adult remained taciturn, while the child trudged with a downcast demeanor, both gradually fading into the twilight's embrace. Chapter 16. The new pet. Chubby. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was none other than Qi Zhi and the Barbie doll from earlier. Qi Zhi had somehow procured a dog leash, affixing it around the doll's neck. Instances of adults walking children had appeared in videos before, primarily for the sake of protection, ensuring that the little ones did not wander astray. Naturally, Qi Zhi was concerned about the Barbie doll as potential to stray, thus he tethered her as well. At that moment, Qi Zhi remained silent. The Barbie doll occasionally glanced up at him, her face a mask of fear. Not long ago, in a fit of desperation, she had summoned a horde of zombies, among them a towering one, when she found herself powerless against Qi Zhi. Yet, he remained unperturbed as the zombies attacked with fervor. Eventually, growing weary of their relentless assault, Qi Zhi procured a steel rod and dispatched them one by one. Following this encounter, the Barbie doll had completely lost her will to resist him, accepting her humiliation as she was led around like a pet on a leash. However, what truly instilled dread in her was that since the moment she had bitten him, Qi Zhi had uttered not a single word, nor had he cast a glance in her direction. It is said that a silent dog is the most terrifying. How much more fearsome must a silent person be? Qi Zhi was not devoid of words. Rather, his heart bore an immense weight, rendering him incapable of speech as he sought solace from Zier to mend his wounded spirit. Zier, did you see? That little brat deceived me. Humph. Do you truly hold such affection for her that it causes you this sorrow? Zier's tone dripped with jealousy. Oh no, I forgot that Zier is particularly emotional. Qi Zhi thought, hastily clarifying. Zier, what nonsense are you spouting? You are the only one I cherish above all. Moreover, how could I possibly be fond of a mere child who appears no older than 5 or 6? I only felt pity for her plight, but after rescuing her, I discovered it was all part of her scheme. If it were not for me, but rather a person of righteous intent, another good soul would have been sacrificed in vain. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your thoughts just now? Oh my, that little girl is quite beautiful. Isn't she? So adorably rosy, Qi Zhi retorted with disdain. Realizing he had provoked Qi Zhi's ire, Qi Zhi quickly defended himself. Cute is a term typically reserved for pets, and as you can see, she is merely my pet now. Observing Qi Zhi's lack of response, Qi Zhi decided to resort to bribery. Upon the conclusion of this journey, I shall prepare your favorite tofu pudding, and I will embrace you 100 times each day. And, of course, massages. Surely you have never experienced one before. With my years of experience, I am certain that I will bring you to the heights of ecstasy, Zir. In a fleeting moment, Zir's voice echoed in Qi Zhi's mind. Is it truly that pleasurable? Of course, I assure you. Do you still doubt me? Qi Zhi responded with unwavering confidence, pledging his word. Then how do you intend to handle this little girl? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhi concluded that, although he was unsure of how to proceed, he could not allow her to roam free to endanger the world. For now, he decided to keep her close. Following a brief silence, Zir's voice appeared in his thoughts once more. All right, just don't forget your promise to me. With Zir no longer angry, Qi Zhi finally breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his gaze towards the Barbie doll, only to find her staring back at him in fright. The doll instinctively blurted out, I'm sorry. Qi Zhi was taken aback by her ability to apologize. Yet he knew he could not afford to show her any kindness at this moment. So you can say sorry? It seems you have deceived others with this tactic more than once. Haven to you? Not at all. Only someone as foolish as you would fall for it. The other humans would have fled at the sight of me, the Barbie doll replied, slightly miffed. Foolish. Qi Zhi scoffed. However, recalling the panicked expression of the person who had urged him not to intervene earlier, he felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed he truly was naive. But he could not entirely blame himself. If faced with that scenario again, he would undoubtedly choose to rescue the little girl once more. Noticing Qi Zhi's silence, the Barbie doll cautiously inquired, what do you plan to do with me? Qi Zhi, with an air of entitlement, replied, what do you mean? You are now my pet. And I am your master. I shall do as I please. The Barbie doll internally lamented her predicament, yet as a captive, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Suddenly, Qi Zhi's expression brightened as he looked at the Barbie doll, revealing his white teeth. You look quite adorable. From now on, I shall call you Chubby. Chubby, I have a name. I am called Duo. The doll pouted, clearly displeased with her new moniker. Oh, are you dissatisfied? Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Qi Zhi said ominously, fixing his cold gaze upon her. The Barbie doll, feeling the chill in his stare, instinctively recoiled. Chubby is fine. I absolutely adore the name Chubby. Qi Zhi was pleased to see Chubby accept her new name with such enthusiasm, and he took her hand, leading her toward the underground shelter. During their journey, he gleaned many intriguing facts from Chubby. Despite her youthful appearance of merely 5 or 6 years, she was, in fact, over 100 years old. However, this was of little consequence to Qi Zhi, for at the age of 7 or 800, he viewed her century of existence as little more than that of a child. Chubby revealed that the zombies were merely a conspiracy orchestrated by the world's great nations. Over a century ago, Earth's resources teetered on the brink of depletion, yet humanity experienced an explosive surge in population. Consequently, the major powers united to initiate a project known as the Exterminator Initiative. The essence of this plan was to genetically modify individuals, significantly enhancing human physical capabilities. The ultimate goal was to covertly eliminate 80% of the global population, thereby alleviating the strain on Earth's resources. In this manner, millions were clandestinely taken to various nations' facilities under the guise of vaccination, where they became subjects of secretive human experimentation. During that era, reports of missing persons surged exponentially across nations. Tragically, the mother of our protagonist, a chubby little girl, fell victim to this fate. Due to an oversight by a staff member, the researchers were unaware that she was pregnant until her condition became apparent, by which time it was too late. She, along with others, was compelled to endure extensive experimentation, and soon the research yielded significant results. The modification program proved remarkably successful. The enhanced individuals exhibited extraordinary physical prowess that far surpassed all expectations. However, just as the nations reveled in their clandestine achievements, an unforeseen event transpired. A modified individual underwent a mutation, attacking several researchers before escaping the facility. Initially, the nations did not express much concern regarding this incident. After all, with so many modified individuals worldwide, controlling them was already a daunting task. The escape of a few was deemed inconsequential. Yet, to their astonishment, those who had been attacked by the modified individual suddenly resurrected, exhibiting frenzied behavior as they violently assaulted others. The most terrifying aspect was that the attacked individuals were infected with a dreadful virus, returning them to a semblance of life. While it could not be said they were truly alive, their condition bore a striking resemblance to the zombies depicted in television shows. As more modified individuals broke free from laboratories, the nations could no longer remain passive and ordered the extermination of all remaining unmutated subjects. It was during this tumultuous period that the mother of our protagonist gave birth to her child. Following the news of the impending destruction of all modified beings, panic ensued among them, spreading like wildfire. However, it was not long before the modified individuals, leveraging their formidable physical abilities, swiftly seized control of numerous bases. Chapter 17. A deception revisited during a transfer between bases. The protagonist's mother sacrificed herself, sustaining multiple gunshot wounds to protect her child. When the soldiers discovered that the little girl was merely a wailing infant, they carried her back to their encampment. Little did they know, the very soldiers who appeared to have saved her life would transform into zombies by the following day. This incident sparked a protracted conflict that raged for decades. With the emergence of new mutations, the horde of zombies expanded uncontrollably, overwhelming the military forces, who were preoccupied with the undead. Subsequently, nations fell one after another, leaving only a handful of major powers struggling to survive, among which was the valiant nation known as the Brave Country. As the last few great powers gazed upon the cities succumbing to despair, they reluctantly activated their contingency plans. Initially, they had considered the possibility of setbacks in their military endeavors or a resurgence from humanity. Early on, these nations constructed a sanctuary in the Pacific Ocean, aptly named Last Hope. The subsequent withdrawal of several nations ultimately signified the triumph of the undead. Though the original plan had been executed, it had yielded a mere 20% of the population intended. Now, it was less than 2%. Aside from the survivors residing in the Last Hope, there existed only scattered remnants of humanity elsewhere. These survivors, unaware of the grim reality, continued to fantasize about their governments sending troops to rescue them. The remaining modified beings, termed frenzied ones by these survivors, were believed to be the result of mutations caused by the zombie virus. Little did they know, these very beings were the progenitors of the undead. Qi Zhi silently absorbed this information, finding it bizarre that the narrative of a film had materialized within his own mental realm. Was Earth truly depleting its resources? This was an inevitability. Alas, one could only hope that the realm of cultivation would never face such a fate. The rotund figure, curious, blinked its large eyes at Qi Zhi. The realm of cultivation? Are you a celestial being? No wonder you are impervious to fire and water. Indeed, I am a celestial being. Now, do you comprehend my prowess? Qi Zhi responded, puffing out his chest with an air of pretentiousness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, how do you know all this? From your earlier remarks. It seems you were not even born when the military program commenced. Ah, this, the rotund figure exclaimed, hastily defending itself. A human told me about it before. Huh. Do you think your feeble trickery can deceive me? If you do not come clean, I shall have to resort to more drastic measures, Qi Zhi declared, extending his hand as if to administer punishment. Seeing this, the rotund figure recoiled in fear, yet was tethered by chains, causing Qi Zhi to pull it back. Look at you, so frightened. You certainly gleaned this information from your kind. Rest assured, if you lead me to them, I shall not cause them any harm. Really? The rotund figure asked timidly. Of course. Does this celestial being strike you as a liar? After much hesitation, the rotund figure finally consented to guide Qi Zhi to its kin. Qi Zhi was more than willing, allowing the chubby creature to lead the way while he followed closely behind. Along the journey, they encountered numerous zombies, but upon seeing the rotund figure, they instinctively parted ways. Qi Zhi mused to himself, having such an adorable frenzied one as a companion was truly delightful. After several arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination, a hotel. Qi Zhi gazed curiously at a man dressed in a welcoming attire standing at the entrance. This was unmistakably a human. Yet how could he dare to stand here so brazenly? The chubby figure regarded the man as if he were inconsequential, strutting toward the hotel with an air of nonchalance. It was evident that this figure frequently visited this place, seemingly unfazed by the man's presence. Qi Zhi hesitated no longer and followed him into the hotel. Strangely, just as they approached the entrance, the man suddenly spoke, uttering a welcoming phrase before reverting to a vacant expression. Upon entering the hotel, Qi Zhi was awestruck by the opulence surrounding him. This establishment surely surpassed any five-star hotel he had ever encountered. What made it all the more bizarre was the existence of such a magnificent hotel in a place riddled with zombies, reduced to rubble by relentless bombardments. Just as Qi Zhi pondered the oddities of the situation, a female attendant hurried over, addressing the chubby figure. May I inquire how many guests we have? Which room will you be occupying? The chubby figure replied nonchalantly, We are here to see Yin Fei. Very well, I shall lead the way, the attendant responded politely, curtsying before turning to guide them. Let us proceed. The person we seek should be in the office, the chubby figure remarked to Qi Zhi. then turned to follow the attendant. Along the way, Qi Zhi observed several other attendants, each engrossed in their tasks. Esteemed guest, Representative Yen is inside. I shall take my leave now, the attendant said, departing without a backward glance. This is it. The chubby figure winked at Qi Zhi, indicating for him to enter first. Qi Zhi smiled and returned the gesture. Reluctantly, the chubby figure pouted and pushed open the office door. Behind the desk sat a mature woman dressed in business attire. Her glasses perched on her nose as she quietly read a book. Upon noticing the intrusion, Yan Fei looked up, a smile brightening her face at the sight of the chubby figure. Just as she was about to greet her, her expression soured upon noticing Qi Zhi behind her, the iron chain in his hand, and the collar around the chubby figure's neck, transforming her joy into fury. Sister Yan Fei, save me, the chubby figure cried out, her voice filled with distress. Qi Zhi, realizing he had been deceived by the little girl once more, erupted in anger and lifted her off the ground. You truly are audacious. How dare you trick me again? The chubby figure, disregarding the gravity of the situation, cried out repeatedly, Sister Yan Fei, save me. Sister Yan Fei, save me. Yan Fei, unable to tolerate the scene, promptly removed her glasses and let out a piercing scream directed at Qi Zhi. Release duo. Then slap yourself 100 times and kneel to bow 100 times. Only after that will I consider how to deal with you. As time ticked away, Qi Zhi stared at Yan Fei. Yan Fei glared at the chubby figure, and the chubby figure looked back at Qi Zhi. For a moment, an unusual silence enveloped the office. Qi Zhi gazed at Yan Fei, pondering whether this woman had lost her mind. Did she truly believe that she could command him at will? Yan Fei, observing the rotund figure beside her, thought, Duo, have you summoned some divine being? My illusions seem utterly ineffective against him. Duo looked at Qi Zhi, her thoughts swirling in despair. It was all over. She had initially intended to lure Qi Zhi to her sister Yan Fei, who possessed the power of illusion, believing that physical attacks would not affect him. Yet now, it appeared that not only was her own fate sealed, but Yan Fei would also become a mere pet to Qi Zhi. After a moment of silent contemplation among the three, Qi Zhi broke the stillness. If a pet errs, it reflects poorly on its master. It is my failure to have raised her properly. However, if you can speak civilly, that would be preferable, should you fail to do so. Do not blame me for altering our venue of conversation. Upon hearing Qi Zhi refer to her kind as mere pets, Yan Fei's eyes flashed with indignation. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized her own predicament. All the humans in the establishment were under her illusion, rendering them no different from pets. Nonetheless, she was unwilling to submit to this man so easily, and her mind began to conjure a plan. However, as she initiated her covert actions, Qi Zhi's perceptive awareness caught her in the act. Within the sphere of his mental reach, the previously diligent waitstaff suddenly seized knives and clubs, some even brandishing firearms. Rushing towards Qi Zhi. Since this location is unsuitable for discourse, let us find a more appropriate place, Qi Zhi sighed, instructing Zi'er to escort the two to the realm of illusions. Chapter 18. Lord Qi Zhi. The scene shifted to a picturesque setting beside a flowing river. Amidst verdant mountains, Qi Zhi, clad in a purple robe and adorned with a golden crown, stood majestically. Yan Fei and the plump figure surveyed their surroundings, then gazed in awe at Qi Zhi's ethereal presence, momentarily rendered speechless. Master, the rotund one began, but before she could finish, Qi Zhi narrowed his eyes, unleashing a formidable mental force that bore down upon her. Unable to withstand such pressure, she collapsed to her knees. Qi Zhi pointed skyward, and a bolt of lightning struck a nearby colossal tree, instantly reducing it to charred remains that vanished in an instant. There shall be no second chances. Should I discover any deception on your part again, that tree shall be your fate. Do you understand? Qi Zhi spoke with a grim countenance directed at the kneeling figure. Trembling, the rotund one stammered, I understand, master. I shall not dare again. Having dealt with the plump one, Qi Zhi turned his attention to Yan Fei, who was already paralyzed by the sight of the obliterated tree. The acrid scent of charred wood filled the air as she knelt before Qi Zhi. A cold smile crept across Qi Zhi's face. These individuals were willing to do anything to preserve their lives. Both were astute, and although he felt displeasure, he could not help but admire the performance of the rotund figure. On 2 occasions, he was completely unaware of being deceived, likely ensnared from the very beginning of their conversation. With a stoic expression, Qi Zhi stated, I seek you not for trivial matters, but to inquire about a few things. If your answers satisfy me, I shall allow you to return and will not concern myself with your enslavement of humanity. Yan Fei regarded Qi Zhi with a hint of surprise. Please, esteemed senior, I assure you I shall speak candidly. Were you perhaps casting an illusion upon me earlier? Qi Zhi inquired with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile. Indeed, such rudimentary sorcery pales in significance before your esteemed presence, Yan Fei replied. Since her arrival in this realm, she had sensed an uncanny resemblance between this world and her illusions, though this world far surpassed her modest enchantments and sophistication. Yan Fei realized that if she were to perish within this illusion, it would equate to her actual demise. Qi Zhi found this notion rather amusing. How absurd it was for her to attempt to cast illusions in his mental domain. Technically, it was Zi Er's mental world, yet since Zi Er was essentially him, it was entirely fitting to refer to it as his own. Are you aware of events from over a century ago? Qi Zhi asked her. Yan Fei furrowed her brow, striving to recall past occurrences. Over a century ago? If it pertains to matters from the 20 years preceding the arms development plan, I might have some knowledge. Beyond that, I had not yet been born. Do you remember any significant figures from that time? Qi Zhi pressed. Yan Fei pondered. I am not well versed in other notable personalities, but I recall a prominent individual named Qi Zhi, whose presence was indeed memorable. Qi Zhi was taken aback. It appeared that his suspicions were grounded in reality. Each time he entered his mental realm, it felt excessively genuine, prompting him to wonder if this might indeed be a tangible world. However, he needed to ascertain whether the other party was indeed the same person as himself, and whether they shared a name. Tell me, what made this Qi Zhi so unforgettable? After a moment's contemplation, Qi Zhi decided to pose this question. Yan Fei adjusted her glasses and replied slowly. These tales were imparted to me by my father when I was but a child. Lord Qi Zhi's life is steeped in legend. During the wars, he commanded 2 battalions and 1 brigade as a company commander. This term is widely circulated among the populace and embodies the concept of overcoming adversity against overwhelming odds. Stealing a glance at Qi Zhi, she noted his silence and continued. Subsequently, Lord Qi Zhi achieved remarkable success in various crucial missions and was honored as a significant figure upon the establishment of the new China. Soon after, he implemented a series of reform measures that ignited fervor across the nation, swiftly assuming control of new China. And what were these reform measures? Qi Zhi inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Yan Fei recalled the past, her demeanor noticeably lighter than before, and smiled softly. It was the principle that genuine opportunities should be equally accessible to all, allowing everyone more time to pursue their passions. Under the guidance of Lord Qi Zhi, the happiness index of the people swiftly returned to its peak. My father remarked that during that period, the price index of the brave nation also saw significant improvement, with citizens widely cultivating their interests and hobbies, leading the country to repeatedly clinch prestigious global awards. It appears that Lord Qi Zhi has indeed accomplished numerous commendable deeds. The extraordinary nature of these 2 indices, happiness and prices, cannot be overstated. Lord Qi Zhi reflected that the scope and significance of these indices are vast. Only by stabilizing them can the populace attain true happiness. The term great scarcely encapsulates the essence of Lord Qi Zhi, as there are various legends circulating among the common folk. The most prevalent being that he is the incarnation of a true immortal. Lord Qi Zhi covered his face, recalling that he did indeed refer to himself as the celestial being of clarity. What became of the military production plan? Is there any news regarding Lord Qi Zhi? I have heard that he ultimately ventured to that last bastion of hope, but he is likely no longer among the living. At the commencement of the military production plan, Lord Qi Zhi was nearing a century in age and had long since retreated from the forefront. Had he been present, he would undoubtedly have vehemently opposed such a plan. I understand. Your response has greatly satisfied me. Lord Qi Zhi nodded thoughtfully and glanced at the chubby figure prostrate on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the 3 of them reappeared in the hotel office. Let us take a tour of that last bastion of hope, he declared, leading the chubby figure out of the hotel. Yan Fei observed the departing figures of the 2 with deep contemplation. After a moment, she rummaged through the bottom of her desk drawer and retrieved a picture frame. On this frame was a striking image of Lord Qi Zhi from over 50 years ago. Despite the world's transformation, Lord Qi Zhi was once the national idol of the brave nation, and Yan Fei was no exception. The more she gazed at the figure in the frame, the more she was reminded of the man she had just seen. Their resemblance was at least 80%. Could it be that Lord Qi Zhi is indeed the incarnation of this immortal? The more Yan Fei pondered, the more apprehensive she became. If this were true, she might have inadvertently shown disrespect to her idol from childhood. Meanwhile, Lord Qi Zhi sat quietly on the curb, deep in thought. How should he reach that last bastion of hope in the Pacific? Should he fly or sail? Are there still means of transportation available? He truly regretted not bringing that motorcycle he had gone to great lengths to procure. Just as Lord Qi Zhi hesitated, the chubby figure, with her adorable round face, began frolicking with a few zombies she had somehow summoned. This little girl's ability to command zombies must be a unique gift of hers. An idea suddenly sparked in Lord Qi Zhi's mind as he observed the chubby figure. Chapter 19. Chidwa Duo. Lord Qi Zhi reached out and unclasped the collar around the chubby figure's neck. The collar was merely a punishment for deceiving me. Now that you are aware, it is impossible for you to escape my grasp. The collar you wear has lost all significance. Observe as Qi Zhi removes the collar that ostensibly binds her, and yet, the little one, with her cherubic visage, remains quite elated. However, she soon pouts, her bright, glimmering eyes fixed upon Qi Zhi, and exclaims, "Could you refrain from calling me little meatball and instead refer to me as Duo? This little creature is truly audacious, believing that her endearing face grants her the liberty to demand as she pleases. Our dear Zier is equally adorable, is she not, Zier?" Humph. At that, Zier merely huffed in response, choosing to disregard Qi Zhi's presence. Just as Qi Zhi prepared to impart wisdom to little meatball, she pitifully implored. "The name Duo was bestowed upon me by my mother. It holds immense significance for me. I reserve its use for those who are close to me." At this moment, she gently rubbed the corners of her eyes, which held no tears. The master is unlike any other human, while others would wish to see Duo suffer. The master strives to rescue and protect her, subsequently keeping her close, showering her with affection. If the master were to call me Duo, it would imbue the name with even greater meaning. Qi Zhi inwardly lamented. This little girl certainly knew how to articulate her thoughts. Should he refuse, he would appear unreasonable, taking on the guise of a cruel master. Having resolved to keep her by his side, he naturally wished to treat her with sincerity. With no other choice, Qi Zhi conceded to little meatball's request. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be known as Qi Duo. Qi Duo, she murmured to herself. Then, a peculiar emotion flickered in her gaze as she turned to Qi Zhi. "May I call you daddy from now on?" Duo tilted her head, her expression radiating innocence. Qi Zhi was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor reflecting an oddity as he replied, "Let's refrain from daddy. Master sounds far more pleasant. Let us stick with master." Qi Zhi's treatment of Duo indeed bore resemblance to a father's affection for his daughter, yet he did not wish to unwittingly adopt a daughter. After all, Qi Zhi was still unmarried in reality, resting deeply in the fiery abyss of slumber. Duo, accepting his words, replied, "All right, I shall heed the master's wishes." Qi Zhi felt a surge of joy at Duo's obedient demeanor. Duo, you can command the zombies, correct? Have them construct 2 sedan chairs for us. We shall proceed to the nearby port. In no time at all, 2 sedan chairs fashioned by zombies were ready. Qi Zhi reclined within, pointing toward a certain direction, and the zombie sedan chairs began to move with the grace of horse-drawn carriages. Qi Zhi squinted, gazing at the whimsical white clouds scattered across the azure sky. His spirits lifted. The streets were teeming with wandering zombies, aimlessly shuffling about. Suddenly, a series of peculiar roars echoed from afar, sending the zombies into a frenzy. Fearing the possibility of their already deceased bodies facing demise once more, compelling them to retreat to the sides of the road. In an instant, a series of neatly aligned zombie formations materialized. 2 zombie palanquins surged through the center of the road. At that moment, Qi Zhi felt an uncanny resemblance to the grand carriages of ancient affluent families traversing the streets, exuding an air of magnificence. A day later, the zombie palanquins safely arrived at yet another destination. A dilapidated port lay before Qi Zhi, with a few scattered speedboats drifting upon the water's surface. "I hope there's something usable, otherwise, we shall have to seek elsewhere." Indeed, after Qi Zhi's diligent efforts, not a single one could be ignited. This was already the 3rd port he had scoured. Should the next one yield nothing, he would have no choice but to venture to another city. Just then, a flicker of awareness struck Qi Zhi, and he discovered a structure resembling a boathouse. He extended his hand forward and commanded, "Let us proceed." The 2 zombie palanquins gallantly sped forth. Huzzah! Fortune smiles upon me, for an abandoned boathouse, locked away, concealed within was a Chinese speedboat. Qi Zhi swiftly breached the door, and upon confirming that the vessel was operational, he and Duo embarked on their Pacific journey. The gasoline gathered from various ports should suffice to carry them across the ocean. This marked Qi Zhi's inaugural experience aboard a vessel, and when he inquired with Duo, he learned it was her first time as well. Although Qi Zhi had visited the seaside on several occasions, he had never truly sailed on a boat. If he had to recount any sailing experience, it would only be his childhood memories of riding the paddle boats on the park's lake. Amidst the vast ocean, an unassuming little boat advanced steadily. Relishing the pleasant sea breeze, Qi Zhi mused how delightful it would be to accompany it with a glass of red wine. Reclining on the sofa, he envisioned the perfect scene to complement the moment. However, before Qi Zhi could indulge in this reverie for long, the boat inexplicably began to drift. Qi Zhi inspected the vessel thoroughly, uncovering no apparent issues. Could it be that the boat, due to age and neglect, was no longer seaworthy? Just then, a more dire predicament emerged. In the distance, groups of sharks swiftly approached Qi Zhi's small boat. Alarmed, Qi Zhi realized he could not swim. Moreover, he lacked any experience in underwater combat. His expression shifted between hope and despair as he turned to Duo, who was equally transfixed by the approaching sharks. Anxiously stamping her feet, as the sharks drew ever nearer, Qi Zhi suddenly perceived a crucial detail and called out to Duo. These are zombie fish. See if you can exert control over them. Elated by this revelation, Duo emitted a low, eerie sound toward the school of fish. Sure enough, moments later, the sharks halted in their tracks. Recognizing the efficacy of her command, an idea sparked in Qi Zhi's mind. Duo. See if you can locate any larger creatures nearby that can aid us in navigating the seas. Duo nodded gently, her eyes slowly closing, and she emitted that peculiar sound once more, followed by a sudden tremor in her body. At that moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she let out a series of strange cries. It's done. Duo weakly gazed at Qi Zhi, and as she spoke, her body went limp, threatening to collapse onto the ground. Qi Zhi hurriedly steadied her, gently placing her back into her seat. You've worked hard, Duo. Qi Zhi looked at her with a face full of regret, yet Duo responded with a sweet smile. A moment later, the boat suddenly shook violently, and a wave surged, lifting Qi Zhi's small vessel. Grasping the handrail with one hand, he tightly held Duo in the other. As Qi Zhi pondered the cause of the disturbance, a massive black shadow rapidly rose beneath the boat. To his astonishment, it was a whale with its eyes rolled back. My heavens, what a colossal creature. No wonder Duo exerted herself so much. Anyone would have to summon all their strength in the presence of such a beast. Qi Zhi understood the inherent dangers of the sea. Without a formidable protector, how could Duo feel secure? He leapt onto the back of the whale, cradling Duo. And thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 whale, resumed their journey across the Pacific. One must admit, the speed of this whale rivaled that of a sports car. It was indeed a vehicle of the undead. Qi Zhi looked at Duo with a kind expression, realizing how invaluable her assistance had been, whether on a zombie chariot or an otherworldly speedster. Days later, Qi Zhi finally spotted a small island amidst the vast Pacific. A translucent dome, almost ethereal, enveloped the entire island, which boasted mountains, rivers, and an array of bizarre architectural wonders. This must be the last bastion of hope, Qi Zhi mused, pointing towards the island, prompting the whale to swiftly navigate in that direction. Before long, they reached the island's edge. Qi Zhi gazed at the protective, transparent barrier, marveling at its sophistication. He had not anticipated that human technology could advance to such a remarkable level. This semi-physical shield appeared quite extraordinary. Just then, a circular passageway manifested before him, through which a wheelless car emerged. In an instant, the vehicle folded and transformed into a floating black platform, upon which stood a man and a woman, both wearing a thin protective shield and wielding weapons reminiscent of laser guns. The man spoke first. Who are you, and why do you trespass into the land of hope? He regarded Qi Zhi and Duo with an air of caution. Qi Zhi, undeterred, recognized that anyone would feel apprehensive upon seeing the whale beneath him. You need not worry. I come with no ill intent, merely seeking to meet someone. At this moment, the woman spoke with a disapproving expression. This is not a place one can simply enter, especially given your ambiguous identity. It is inappropriate for you to seek anyone here. Before she could utter more, a man beside her intervened, pondering aloud. What if he is the person the old gentleman spoke of? Subsequently, the man turned to Qi Zhi and inquired, Pray tell, whom do you wish to meet? Dear Qi Zhi, you must have heard of him. If he still resides in this realm, I would appreciate a notification. If he is no longer among us, I shall not impose any further and will promptly return home. The 2 individuals, upon hearing this, were taken aback, murmuring, It appears this individual is indeed the one the old gentleman has been eagerly awaiting. Moments later, Qi Zhi was invited into a luxurious vehicle, which whisked them away towards the island. Once the vehicle departed, the previously visible circular passage mysteriously vanished, transforming into an almost imperceptible protective barrier. Inside the car, Qi Zhi and Duo surveyed their surroundings. It was as though they had stepped into an alternate universe. Various vehicles flew in an orderly manner overhead, while the architecture was an astonishing array, including square, round, and triangular structures, crowned by a tower that pierced the clouds. Duo gazed at the sights outside, wide-eyed like a child encountering the world for the first time. Qi Zhi glanced downwards and was astonished to see that the laborers in the fields were, in fact, robots. Construction workers, delivery personnel, traffic officers, most were machines, with only a few humans interspersed among them. Qi Zhi mused to himself, this truly resembles something out of a science fiction film. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a triangular edifice. As Qi Zhi disembarked, a middle-aged man, resembling a butler, promptly approached and announced, The old gentleman is awaiting your arrival. He gestured for Qi Zhi to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qi Zhi led Duo into the building. Upon witnessing Duo follow Qi Zhi inside, the butler regarded her with surprise, muttering to himself, That girl must be a frenzied one, without a doubt. What? Exclaimed the man and woman who had escorted Qi Zhi. Director Yen, if she is indeed a frenzied one, how can you permit her to enter? Surely, this will not endanger the old gentleman? It should not. The old gentleman possesses remarkable foresight and has repeatedly instructed that anyone seeking him, regardless of their form, must be granted an audience, Director Yin replied with unwavering certainty. Within the triangular building, at the forefront of the grand hall, an elderly figure turned to face Qi Zhi, a gentle smile gracing his features. You have finally arrived. Qi Zhi, upon recognizing the visage of the old man, was momentarily taken aback. The frail figure before him was none other than his own aged self. He had long harbored a desire to confirm a notion. If this man were indeed a reflection of himself, then all the mental realms he had traversed were, in a sense, authentic worlds. In that instant of recognition, Qi Zhi solidified his innermost convictions. Qi Zhi suddenly awakened to the realization, you have endured through the passage of time merely to await my return. Though you are but a fragment of my soul, you remain encased in a mortal form, and I commend your perseverance. Indeed, my existence has persisted through these years solely to provide you with an explanation. Your final wish upon departing was to dominate the world. I have not failed to fulfill that ambition. Now that you stand before me, I relinquish the fate of humanity into your hands, and thus my mission reaches its conclusion. With those words, the elder transformed into a beam of white light, re-entering Qi Zhi's body. At that moment, Duo gazed at Qi Zhi in astonishment. She was aware of her masteress' celestial nature. Having pondered the implications of the name change to Qi Duo, reminiscent of the esteemed Qi Zhi mentioned by her sister Yin Fei. Yet, witnessing him firsthand left her utterly astounded. With the rejoining of his soul fragment, Qi Zhi began to comprehend certain truths. In fact, the former Qi Zhi had already devised plans for world domination. To suppress information, he had covertly taken control of all news media in surrounding nations. The next step involved assassinating the leaders of these countries and positioning his own trained individuals into power. Through this methodical replication, it was only a matter of time before the entire world would be under Qi Zhi's heel. However, what Qi Zhi had not anticipated was that the arms production plan would unexpectedly be thrust into the spotlight by various major powers. The world had become precariously unstable, and under pressure from these nations, Qi Zhi found himself with no choice but to feign retreat into the shadows. This was followed by the emergence of mutated beings and zombies, leading to decades of relentless undead warfare. Yet, what appeared to be a conflict between humanity and the undead was, in reality, a fierce struggle among nations. Upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, many countries sought refuge in the Last Hope, a place far too small to accommodate the multitude. Consequently, after a fierce contest, several prominent nations, led by the valiant kingdom, emerged victorious. Having relocated the dwindling remnants of humanity to this sanctuary, Qi Zhi vigorously advanced the development of new energy sources, artificial intelligence, and other cutting-edge technologies. What Qi Zhi observed were the fruits of their years of labor. As he absorbed this information, he silently led Duo out of the triangular structure. At that moment, a middle-aged man resembling a steward awaited outside. Upon seeing Qi Zhi emerge, he hurriedly inquired, "Is the elder well?" What awaited him was not a response, but an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The steward staggered back several steps, astonished as he beheld Qi Zhi. Qi Zhi paid him no mind. Once his consciousness enveloped the entire island, he proclaimed to the sky, "Your elder was a mere projection I left upon descending to the mortal realm. He has now returned to me. However, I shall not linger here, and from this day forth, you must determine your own path forward." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the island for all to hear. After speaking, Qi Zhi turned to the butler beside him and commanded, "Please arrange for me to go to that tall tower." The butler, already aware of Qi Zhi's identity, dared not delay. He murmured into his earpiece, and soon a vehicle resembling a spaceship approached. Without further ado, Qi Zhi entered the craft with Duo. He had not anticipated that his actions would profoundly challenge the butler's preconceived notions of immortals. Watching Qi Zhi's departure, the butler was puzzled. Aren't immortals supposed to traverse heaven and earth, omnipotent beings? He could not fathom why Qi Zhi would choose to use a mode of transport. Perhaps he had grown weary of flying? Nevertheless, he concluded that the affairs of immortals were beyond his comprehension and shook his head, turning towards the triangular structure. Though Qi Zhi was distant, his consciousness extended across the island, allowing him to overhear the butler's musings. He could only smirk wryly, reflecting on his predicament. Did the butler think he desired to fly? In truth, he was entirely incapable of flight. Otherwise, he would not resort to such a strategy. Although he resided in the realm of cultivation, he had never learned any spells or techniques, relying solely on his vast mental energy to maintain an appearance of power. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, he surveyed the entirety of the island below. As he contemplated the scenery before him, he sensed the compelling urge from his fragment of soul, urging him to intervene and save humanity. Yet, from his perspective, the plight of humanity was entirely self-inflicted. Moreover, the last vestige of hope was thriving remarkably well, prompting him to refrain from interference and allow these individuals to fend for themselves. Chapter 21. Transformation of persona. At that moment, Qi Zhi realized that he was approaching these individuals from the vantage point of a supreme being, a creator. Could there truly be deities capable of fashioning the universe? If such beings exist, did they also exhibit the same coldness during creation as he felt now? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Master. Just as Qi Zhi was lost in thought, Duo's voice interrupted his reverie. He shook his head, realizing the futility of his musings. He was not a creator. Why should he dwell on such matters? What shall we do next, master? Duo gazed at him expectantly. Bending down, Qi Zhi gently stroked Duo's head. Duo, you are a manifestation of my emotions. And the world you inhabit is not the real world, but rather my mental realm. In essence, you are a character born from my imagination. What? Not a real world? I am a figment of your imagination? Duo exclaimed in astonishment, repeating Qi Zhi's words in disbelief. Seeing Duo's shocked expression, Qi Zhi quickly reassured her. Do not worry, Duo. I intend to take you away from here to another world. Once we arrive there, both you and I will exist eternally. Duo. I ask you, are you willing? At this moment, Duo began to grasp Qi Zhi's intent. She was conjured into existence by Qi Zhi. As soon as he departed from this realm, she would cease to exist. Contemplating this, Duo promptly nodded, declaring, Master, I am willing. Prior to this moment, when Qi Zhi resolved to keep Duo by his side, he had consulted Zhi regarding the feasibility of bringing Duo into his spiritual world. The response he received was affirmative, albeit with considerable complications. It turned out that Duo was an embodiment of a negative emotion stemming from Zhi, specifically deceit. No wonder the little girl was perpetually inclined towards trickery. To extract Duo from Zhi's mental domain, Zhi needed to maintain dominion over this corporeal vessel. During the period of Duo's safe separation, a persona exchange between him and Zhi was imperative. Have you truly considered this? Echoed Zhi's voice in Qi Zhi's mind. Although I will alleviate a significant amount of negative emotions during the exchange, the turmoil of these emotions might still be unbearable for you. And if the exchange fails, what then? After a moment of silence, Zhi coldly responded, should it fail, you will be irrevocably lost within those negative emotions. Whether you can regain consciousness is beyond even my knowledge. Are you truly willing to go to such lengths for this little girl? Having silently endured a myriad of negative emotions for so long, could he truly not withstand even a fragment of the tumult during the exchange? Qi Zhi, however, was resolute in his disbelief, as they were one and the same. He believed they should both be capable of bearing the burden. After a brief pause, Qi Zhi softly declared, I have promised Duo, and I shall honor my word. However, I must ask Zhi to agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? If, and I emphasize if, the exchange does not succeed, I implore you, Zhi, to ensure that on the day the Soul Devourer King is fully realized, Fan Maozi must be eliminated. And regarding Lin Jiao, you are aware of her situation, correct? I hope you can find her and fulfill her wishes. As for that scoundrel Fan Maozi, rest assured, I shall see to his demise. Regarding Lin Jiao, I can only promise to do my utmost. Even if you were to seek her personally, it may not guarantee success. In that case, let us commence, Qi Zhi stated, awaiting the next step in silence. Suddenly, in a moment of disorientation, he perceived himself standing naked upon a sheet of ice. The reflection beneath revealing none other than Qi Zhi. A resounding tremor echoed through the ice, causing Qi Zhi to uncontrollably pivot, finding himself below the surface. Locking eyes with Zhi. In that instant, Zhi's gaze was chillingly cold, emanating an aura of frost that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. Thus, the two stood in silent observation of one another. After a brief moment, it appeared Zhi had reached a decision. A flicker of unusual sentiment crossed her icy gaze. She opened her arms, enveloping herself tightly in Qi Zhi's embrace. As Qi Zhi had yet to fully experience the softness of Zhi's form, a sudden surge of black mist erupted between them. This dark vapor swiftly transformed into a colossal sphere of shadowy winds, enveloping both Qi Zhi and Zhi within its grasp. From the surface, one could perceive the tumultuous swirling of the mist within the sphere. Qi Zhi cried out in anguish, realizing he had underestimated the potency of these negative emotions. The pain stemming from this transition was far more excruciating than before. Duo, witnessing Qi Zhi's distress, revealed her anxiety. Just moments ago, he had inquired if she wished to depart with him. Yet now, he knelt upon the ground, clutching his head and wailing. This left Duo at a loss, unsure of how to respond. If Qi Zhi were to perish here, would she not also vanish into oblivion? Just as her fear reached a crescendo, a massive white orb of light suddenly appeared, consuming her. Time elapsed in agonizing seconds. The heart-wrenching pain prompted Qi Zhi once more to contemplate escape. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, he had to endure. Who knew where such thoughts might lead him? Countless negative emotions, accompanied by a cacophony of whispers, flooded Qi Zhi's mind. Some mocked him. Why are you laughing at me? Duo, you have deceived me yet again. Am I envious of you? Yes, I confess, I am indeed envious. How ravenous I am. I am truly starving. Yu, please do not abandon me. Who is berating me? This world is a facade, all of it false. Why must I eliminate you? Woe is me. How dare you? They mean nothing. I am the foremost. Mother, what has happened to you? Do not approach, do not come near. A torrent of frenzied voices surged within his consciousness. And Qi Zhi stumbled through the darkness, struggling against the overwhelming tide. He continued to walk, not knowing how long he had been traversing this abyss. Eventually, the pain became numbing. Sighing heavily, Zi'er observed Qi Zhi's dazed and lovesick demeanor before turning her gaze towards a cocoon-like object on the distant lake surface, which she briefly glimpsed before it vanished. Unaware of how long he had been walking, Qi Zhi suddenly noticed a flicker of movement in his eyes. A faint white light appeared in the distance, shimmering in and out of sight. Qi Zhi stared at the luminescent point for what felt like an eternity before mechanically proceeding in its direction. The darkness yielded to the expanding radiance, the light becoming increasingly vivid as Qi Zhi quickened his pace. Almost there, he murmured to himself. Step by step, Qi Zhi advanced toward the light. For in this boundless darkness, he could only march onward, the white point embodying the hope within his heart. Gradually, he broke into a run. As the white light drew nearer, Qi Zhi felt a wave of relief wash over him, shaking off his previous stupor. He began to accelerate, sprinting forward. At that moment, a university was hosting its sports day, and the sprinters were already in position. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The athletes surged toward the finish line with fervor. Still enveloped in darkness, Qi Zhi raced toward the light, ultimately leaping through its threshold. Breathless, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his short-sleeved shirt. Emblazoned with the number 003, Qi Zhi. Turning around, he noticed that the endless darkness had vanished, replaced by cheerful faces. You truly astonish me. After 3 years of college, I never knew you could run so fast, exclaimed a jovial young man with a round face. Qi Zhi, you aren't hiding any performance-enhancing substances from us, are you? You look quite the part, joked a tall, lean man with a dark complexion and a hint of an accent. Qi Zhi gazed at the familiar faces before him. Recognizing his closest friends from university, Cui Wanfeng, Yang Jianan, Xiaoyu, and Wang Rui. Faced with their bewildered expressions, Qi Zhi could only respond with a silly grin. Haha, I never expected to come in first either. It's understandable that you find it hard to believe. Just then, the friends exchanged knowing glances before turning back to Qi Zhi. We have other matters to attend to. We'll see you back at the dorm. With that, they swiftly disappeared from sight. Chapter 22. Sister Yu. Before Qi Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, a familiar voice called from behind. You did great, De Zhuang. A charming figure appeared, holding a bottle of water aloft for him. It was none other than his university girlfriend, Li Wanyu. Qi Zhi, unpretentious, took the bottle and gulped down the refreshing liquid. Slow down. Can your stomach handle that after exercising? Li Wanyu chided, attempting to snatch the bottle from his grasp. Seeing this, Qi Zhi raised his arm, prompting Li Wanyu to stomp her feet in frustration, jumping around him in an effort to reclaim the bottle. Qi Zhi burst into hearty laughter at her antics. Soon, he relented, setting down the bottle and lifting her into the air, spinning her around a few times. Li Wanyu squealed in surprise as she was lifted. In truth, Qi Zhi and Li Wanyu had been together since their second year of high school. Referring to her as his university girlfriend was merely a formality due to the school's restrictions on relationships, which their families remained unaware of. Once they entered university, Qi Zhi informed his mother about his girlfriend, who was overjoyed to hear the news. Li Wanyu's features were rather ordinary, not particularly striking, and her petite stature, barely reaching 5 feet, made her appear almost childlike beside Qi Zhi, who stood at 6 feet tall. It was precisely because of his towering stature that Li Wanyu affectionately referred to him as Big Zhuang, while he, in turn, bestowed upon her the endearing title of Sister Wanyu. During his high school years, Qi Zhi harbored a secret infatuation for Wang Lily, yet lacked the courage to express his feelings. It was at this juncture that Sister Wanyu made her entrance. In school, whether it was a basketball match or routine practice, Wanyu, a devoted fan, would invariably appear on time to cheer Qi Zhi on. Astonishingly, she often procured snacks to secretly tuck into Qi Zhi's desk. Qi Zhi had lost count of how many times he had politely declined her offerings, yet her persistence was unwavering. Remarkably, Wanyu maintained this devotion for over a year, showering Qi Zhi with affectionate messages and likes daily. One fateful day, during an inter-school basketball tournament, Wanyu somehow secured a position as a scorekeeper and accompanied the team. At that moment, Qi Zhi found himself utterly exasperated with the girl, who flitted about like a pesky insect, incessantly drawing his attention. He attempted to reason with her. but it was like speaking to a wall. That evening, during the tournament, Qi Zhi's frustration reached a boiling point, and he chastised Sister Wan Yu in front of everyone, insisting that she stay out of his sight from then on. True to form, Wan Yu vanished from his view in the following days. Yet, Qi Zhi found himself disconcerted by her absence. The girl who had once trailed him relentlessly was suddenly gone, leaving him feeling off-kilter. He longed to be with Wang Lily, yet his timidity held him back. In a drunken haze at a basketball gathering, Qi Zhi boldly declared his desire for Sister Wan Yu to be with him. Although she hesitated momentarily, Qi Zhi swiftly dismissed her doubts, proclaiming that opportunities are fleeting and that she would miss her chance if she hesitated any longer. Thus, the two found themselves inexplicably entwined in a relationship. Once together, Qi Zhi discovered the enigma that was Sister Wan Yu. Though she never uttered words of affection, her actions spoke volumes, quietly influencing him in profound ways. Moreover, beneath her petite frame lay a surprising strength. Their relationship unfolded in secrecy, akin to a clandestine affair. When Qi Zhi's family was absent, Wan Yu would sneak into his home, and when Wan Yu's family was out, he would stealthily visit her. Their dates consisted solely of sweet nothings and tender moments, perpetuating a cycle of intimacy. As the time approached for university, Wan Yu, despite excelling academically, resolutely chose to attend the same institution as Qi Zhi, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to the path they had embarked upon together. Now in their third year, with graduation looming less than 6 months away, Qi Zhi reflected on his previous life and recognized the debt of gratitude he owed to his girlfriend, Sister Wan Yu. Sister Wan Yu is clearly determined never to marry anyone but Qi Zhi. However, shortly after her graduation, Qi Zhi, after failing to persuade her to venture together into the bustling city, resolutely abandoned her and departed for distant lands. He had witnessed her tenacious character since high school. She was the type who, once resolved, would not look back, regardless of the obstacles. Qi Zhi's temperament was quite similar, and upon realizing that persuasion was fruitless, he too chose to leave the city without hesitation. In the initial 2 years following their separation, they occasionally urged one another to return or to step out into the world. Yet, as time passed, it seemed that Sister Wan Yu had finally encountered her wall and relinquished all hope for Qi Zhi. Subsequently, Qi Zhi was diagnosed with a mental illness. Though they resided in the same city, his overwhelming insecurity rendered him too timid to approach her. Let me rectify the misfortunes of my past life in this one. Qi Zhi mused silently in the library, determined to live a life entirely distinct from that of his previous existence. He conveyed to Li Wan Yu the necessity of continuing his education, asserting that only by advancing to a bachelor's degree could their future hold even a glimmer of hope. Witnessing Qi Zhi's fervor, Sister Wan Yu reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, Qi Zhi was completely absorbed in thoughts of furthering his studies, securing a good job, and cherishing a lifetime of love with Sister Wan Yu, having entirely forgotten about Zi Duo, and the world of cultivation. In the spiritual realm of Qi Zhi, a beach stretched before her. Qi Zhi, adorned with sunglasses and holding a glass of orange juice, reclined leisurely on a beach chair, his face occasionally breaking into a goofy smile. Observing Qi Duo, who was playfully kicking a ball with a crab under a sunshade, Qi Zhi remarked coldly, "Is this amusing? Ah, Sister Zhi is here." Qi Duo quickly sprang to her feet, pouting playfully, "Sister Zhi, I was merely concerned that our master would be cooped up indoors all day and needed some sunshine." Qi Zhi cast a glance at Qi Duo, choosing to ignore her as she approached Qi Zhi. Seeing his blissful smile, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I have vanquished Fan Mousy, but in doing so, I have offended many. Now, I am destined to wander the world. I hope you awaken soon, so you can accompany me as you once did. By the way, that little rascal Duo is truly incorrigible. I wonder why you are so insistent on this path." Meanwhile, Qi Zhi was wholly immersed in the sea of knowledge. He chose to major in modern funeral technology and management, while Sister Wan Yu opted for a teaching degree in Chinese literature. Recognizing Qi Zhi's earnestness, she too dedicated herself tirelessly to her studies. After all, she had always been academically superior to him, and she was not inclined to allow him to surpass her. Days turned into weeks, and the efforts of Qi Zhi and Sister Wan Yu bore fruit as they both successfully gained admission to the prestigious undergraduate program they had longed for. When Qi's mother learned that Qi Zhi had finally completed 3 years of university, only to embark on yet another academic journey, she delivered a thorough reprimand. Qi Zhi found it difficult to articulate his reasoning to his mother, repeatedly insisting that she did not understand. During his 2 years of undergraduate study, Qi Zhi was diligent and studious, fervently taking notes and spending most of his time immersed in the library, only occasionally gathering with his sister Wan Yu on weekends. Throughout the winter and summer vacations, he never returned home, dedicating his time instead to working and saving money. The field of funeral services proved to be quite intricate, encompassing topics from the origins of life to human anatomy, from psychology to law, as well as from body restoration to embalming techniques. The curriculum also included funeral theory, industry standards, and service protocols, among other subjects, which left Qi Zhi in awe of the funeral profession's significance. Chapter 23. To be an ordinary person, 2 fleeting years passed swiftly. Qi Zhi was recognized as an outstanding graduate, attracting the attention of many large corporations during recruitment events. Yet he declined all offers. It was not that Qi Zhi lacked ambition. Rather, his sister Wan Yu, upon her graduation, was resolute in returning to their hometown to teach at an elementary school, aspiring to become a beacon, guiding children along their paths. Although their starting points had diverged, if they were to work in distant locations, it would likely lead to a similar outcome as in their previous lives. Qi Zhi was unwilling to accept this fate. His lifelong aspiration was to lead an ordinary life, secure stable employment, purchase a car and a house, and marry Wan Yu, starting a family together. After graduation, Qi Zhi did not rush to seek employment. Instead, he took Wan Yu on a journey, indulging in food and leisure across various locales. He understood that if he did not seize this opportunity now, it would be improbable to do so later, unless he waited until retirement, which was many years away, an uncertain prospect for his future. In his previous life, Qi Zhi knew that Wan Yu had not seen the ocean, the grasslands, nor had she traveled by plane or ship before turning 30. This time, he was determined to use the money he had earned to create unforgettable experiences with her. A grand travel itinerary had already been meticulously crafted by Qi Zhi prior to graduation, heading north to the grasslands, east to the sea, and west to the snow-capped mountains. His hometown was conveniently located towards the southern part of the map, allowing them to complete a full circle around the country before returning home. Qi Zhi purchased a second-hand tricycle, making slight modifications to make it suitable for travel. Thus, the two set off on their journey. Along the way, Wan Yu would pause to capture the beauty of the scenery with photographs. To save money while achieving their goals, public restrooms became their makeshift fuel stations. On warm days, they would relax inside the vehicle, while on windy or rainy days, they sought refuge in youth hostels. They relished the local cuisine, for each region offered unique delicacies. Living by the adage that sustenance is paramount, occasionally, they would engage in lively conversations with the local elders, who would warmly invite them to enjoy a hearty meal. One night, they found themselves on the lawn. Qi Zhi held his sister Wan Yu close, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, and suddenly inquired, "Do you believe in the concept of past lives and destinies?" Wan Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. What prompted this question? She asked. "You don't mean to imply that we are together due to some misdeed from a previous life, do you?" Qi Zhi playfully pinched her cheek. "Not at all. I believe that in a past life, I must have performed a tremendous act of kindness, which is why someone as delicate, charming, and gentle as you has taken a liking to me." While Qi Zhi was admiring the starry sky, he felt an important memory slipping from his grasp. Subsequently, the pair ventured to the sea, boarded a boat, captured beautiful photographs by the shore, and explored the ocean museum, marveling at the diversity of marine life. They then traveled to the grasslands, encountered a yurt, savored hand-pulled lamb, and tasted fermented mare's milk, while also allowing Wan Yu to experience the smoothness of ancient modes of transportation. Their journey continued to the snow-capped mountains, where they skied, built snowmen, and engaged in playful snowball fights, though they ultimately abandoned their ascent midway. This was largely due to Qi Zhi's troublesome nasal allergy. Had they continued climbing, he might not have reached the summit. He truly came to appreciate the significance of air for humankind. Later, they sold their vehicle at a local second-hand car market and boarded a plane back home. Wan Yu, experiencing her first flight, was terrified, gripping Qi Zhi's hand tightly while frequently glancing out the window, fearing that the plane might plummet. Qi Zhi quickly reassured her, explaining that flying is the safest mode of transportation among land, sea, and air, and that incidents are exceedingly rare. However, an unexpected occurrence was imminent. Qi Zhi unexpectedly dozed off, infuriating the frightened Wan Yu, who playfully punched him in the chest. "Ah!" Qi Zhi exclaimed, looking at her in confusion. "I merely fell asleep. Please do not administer CPR without my consent. If you must intervene, stick to just the rescue breaths." His absurd humor made Wan Yu burst into laughter. This journey spanned nearly a year, depleting their finances significantly, but they returned with joy and countless cherished memories, marking the conclusion of their adventure. Upon arriving home, they began preparing for civil service examinations. 2 months later, in a small county, both Qi Zhi and Wan Yu successfully secured their positions. It was a cause for celebration, as they began earning a monthly salary of 1,700. Soon after, Qi Zhi financed a modest car worth 50 to 60,000 and renovated their 50-square-meter-old house. His mother was overjoyed to see her son with a stable job, a car, a girlfriend, and a house under renovation. Thus, in the 4th year of his employment, Qi Zhi proposed to Wan Yu, kneeling on one knee and presenting her with a ring from his pocket. "Li Wan Yu, will you marry me?" Upon hearing these words, Wan Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. She had long awaited this moment for countless years. given Wang Yu's character. It is likely that she had begun to fantasize about this very proposal while silently admiring the young man playing basketball back in high school. She nodded fervently, exclaiming, I do, fearing that Qi Zhi might retract his offer at any moment. Qi Zhi, too, yearned for a swift union. Yet the meager wages in their small county made it challenging to save, despite the high cost of living. His engagement ring was purchased for a mere few dozen yuan from a certain online shop, while Wang Yu's cosmetics were merely replicas. Despite his financial constraints, Qi Zhi was unwilling to let Wang Yu feel inferior among her colleagues. Each time Wang Yu received a gift, her joy was palpable, and she would inquire about the source of his funds for such lavish items. Qi Zhi would merely smile and attribute it to a stroke of luck, such as winning the lottery, to maintain the illusion. He was aware that Wang Yu possessed an unopened lipstick in her bag, a precious gift he had given her on Valentine's Day, worth several thousand yuan, yet he had purchased it for 70. He had felt a pang of regret at the time of purchase. Qi Zhi had no intention of revealing the truth to Wang Yu. He intended to carry those secrets to his grave. It was not that Qi Zhi was particularly stingy or unwilling to buy her authentic items, but rather that his limited finances simply did not allow it. For the bride price, he had to muster the courage to suggest that they each contribute half, or else their marriage would be postponed for another 3 to 4 years. Next came the visit to her family to propose. At this point, the customary bride price in the village had surged to 188,000 yuan, yet Qi Zhi could barely muster 88,000 with Wang Yu's contribution. The expression on her family's faces shifted dramatically, but after Wang Yu's persistent insistence, they ultimately consented to the union. Months later, the wedding day finally arrived. Qi Zhi had few friends, just a handful of colleagues with whom he got along well, and Wang Yu's situation mirrored his own. The remaining attendees were family members. Wang Yu's relatives turned out in droves. Aside from her parents and a younger brother, various aunts and uncles came to join the festivities. In contrast, Qi Zhi's side was rather sparse, consisting only of his mother, sister, and brother-in-law, along with his aunt's family. After the wedding banquet, the couple returned home only to realize that they had neither gained a profit from their marriage nor had they broken even, having incurred significant expenses. Thus, they became impoverished once more, starting from scratch. The following year, they embarked on the journey of parenthood, and Wang Yu, fulfilling their hopes, became pregnant. Qi Zhi wished for his child to have a life filled with joy and happiness, unlike his own. Consequently, he began to write novels during his spare time and sold children's toys at street markets on weekends. Thus, Qi Zhi's daughter was born, named Qi Duo. When Duo was born, she was rather unattractive, yet merely half a year later, she transformed into an extraordinarily adorable child, her large eyes sparkling incessantly. Duo was also remarkably well-behaved, never creating a ruckus, which certainly alleviated the burdens for Qi Zhi and his sister, Wang Yu. In Chapter 24, titled Nightmare, Qi Zhi was promoted to a minor leadership position within his department, with his salary rising to 3,000. At that time, the household expenses, along with the costs of Duoduo's formula and diapers, no longer required him to scrape by. By the time Duo turned 1, she began to speak, her first utterance being daddy. This delighted Qi Zhi for several days. He found every opportunity to dote on Duo. She, in turn, adored her father and showcased a remarkable linguistic aptitude. Before long, she was able to communicate just as any ordinary child would. One day, with her big eyes blinking innocently, Duo asked Qi Zhi, Daddy, have you forgotten about Duo? Forgotten about Duo? How could a father ever forget his child? Qi Zhi assured her, I shall never forget you. Duo. After his declaration, he showered her cherubic face with affectionate kisses. One glance at Duoduo's exasperated expression revealed that such exchanges must occur countless times daily. Yet it was all due to her overwhelming cuteness. Each day, after returning home exhausted, Qi Zhi found that seeing Duo made all his struggles worthwhile. Wang Yu, witnessing her brother's constant affection for Duo, began to feel a twinge of jealousy. She mused that a 2-year-old girl, possessing such a delicate visage, bore no resemblance to her. Yet, she was undeniably born of her, and having known Qi Zhi since high school, it was impossible for him to be anyone else's child. Wang Yu shook her head, chiding herself for such thoughts. Was it not natural for a father to cherish his daughter? As days turned into weeks, Qi Zhi's mother ascended to the position of an elementary school head teacher. The family's standard of living improved yet again, bringing joy to Qi Zhi, who celebrated that evening with a lavish family dinner. However, this blissful period was short-lived. Wang Yu's brother was getting married and sought financial assistance from Qi Zhi, his future brother-in-law, for the wedding dowry. Though reluctant, Qi Zhi felt compelled to part with the modest savings he had painstakingly accumulated, as Wang Yu had but one brother. Consequently, Qi Zhi's family found themselves financially strained once more, starting anew. By the time Duo reached 3 years of age, her delicate features had become even more refined, resembling an oversized Barbie doll, and Qi Zhi found himself increasingly enamored. In her leisure, Duo often gazed intently at Qi Zhi, her bright eyes occasionally reflecting a strange sense of curiosity. Initially, Qi Zhi feared she might be ailing, but after a medical examination confirmed her robust health, he dismissed his concerns. Now, their mutual gazes had become a familiar routine. Time flew by, and Qi Zhi was now 32 years old. He found himself lost in contemplation, realizing that he had scarcely paused throughout the years, transitioning from pursuing a degree to traveling, from seeking employment to marrying and starting a family. Is this the life of an ordinary person? A perpetual cycle of busyness throughout one's existence. For a moment, Qi Zhi found himself pondering the purpose behind his relentless endeavors. He turned to glance at his sister Wan Yu and Duo, reflecting that perhaps there are not so many answers to seek. It seemed evident that he was indeed under considerable stress. Perhaps it was time to unwind this weekend. On Saturday, Qi Zhi took Duo to the supermarket. Suddenly, Duo pointed at a white bottle. Qi Zhi picked it up and furrowed his brow. Insecticide powder? Duo, why do you need insecticide? Is there a pest in our home? Well, there was a spider that almost crawled onto my hand and scared me to death, Duo replied, her face displaying a mix of fear and concern. Observing her trepidation, Qi Zhi immediately held her close, cradling her in his arms and reassuring her, do not fear. My dear, Daddy will buy it right away. When we get home, we will eliminate those pests together, all right? Subsequently, he praised her, Duo. You are so clever to know that this is used to vanquish insects. Duo did not respond, but remained quietly nestled against him. The following day, the family joyfully set out for a camping trip. While assisting Duo with her jacket, Qi Zhi discovered a small packet of white powder in her pocket. As he brought it closer, a pungent odor wafted towards him. He recognized that scent all too well, just before their departure. He had scattered insecticide powder in various corners of the house. Concerned that Duo might accidentally ingest it, he had placed the insecticide out of her reach. Was this powder in her jacket not the very same insecticide? Qi Zhi approached Duo, pondering aloud. Why is there a packet of insecticide powder in your jacket? Duo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a look of confusion. Insecticide? What is that? She then began to insist that her mother take her to see the kites being flown ahead. Qi Zhi watched the two of them scamper further away, murmuring to himself. Perhaps the little one is so frightened of insects that she wants to carry protection with her, yet she dares not speak candidly to me. Realizing this, Qi Zhi chuckled to himself, acknowledging that he had overthought the situation. How astute Duo was. Surely, she would not consume such a thing. Just as Qi Zhi prepared to rise and seek out the two, Duo rushed back to him in a state of panic. Daddy, you must go see Mommy. She has fallen and cannot get up. Qi Zhi's heart sank with alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards Wan Yu. As he dashed away, Duo wore a sly smile, seemingly amused by his frantic state. Before long, a somber-faced Qi Zhi returned, pulling Wan Yu along with him. In his haste, he had found her perfectly fine, unscathed, and certainly not fallen. Wan Yu, perplexed, inquired, where's Duo? Did she not say she wanted to come with you? At that moment, Qi Zhi realized the truth and began to explain the situation to Wan Yu. Such a young child already understands the art of deception. What will become of her as she matures? At that moment, Qi Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to remove Duo's trousers and deliver a resounding slap. However, under the persistent persuasion of Sister Wan Yu, he resolved to calmly engage in a heartfelt conversation with Duo. Upon seeing Qi Zhi and Sister Wan Yu return, Duo's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she exclaimed, Mom, are you all right? I saw you fall from a distance and immediately came back to find Dad. The two adults were taken aback by Duo's apparent sincerity, momentarily questioning whether they had misjudged her. Could it be that she mistook another woman who had fallen for her own mother? Indeed, how could such a young child possibly deceive anyone? Before Qi Zhi and Sister Wan Yu could regain their composure, Duo approached with a glass of orange juice, offering it to Sister Wan Yu. Mom, here is some orange juice for you. Witnessing Duo's instinctive generosity at such a tender age filled Sister Wan Yu with joy, and she reached for the juice, eager to partake. Just then, Qi Zhi's heart raced. Without warning, he seized the glass and poured its contents onto the ground. I just remembered, this orange juice has expired. Let us wait a moment before buying some fresh. Ignoring Sister Wan Yu's protests, Qi Zhi swiftly picked up Duo and turned towards the car with its trunk ajar. He placed her on the vehicle, locking his gaze onto her eyes with an intensity that betrayed his suspicions. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, he harbored grave doubts that Duo had poisoned the juice. Yet, Duo gazed back at him with her bright, innocent eyes. After a brief hesitation, Qi Zhi asked solemnly, Did you put insecticide in your mother's cup? In response, Duo suddenly wore a mocking expression, retorting, What do you think, Dad? She then produced a small can of juice from seemingly nowhere and gulped it down. Almost immediately, her face contorted in agony, her small hands clutching her mouth as she coughed violently, blood seeping from the corners of her lips. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Qi Zhi was engulfed in panic, shouting, "Duo duo! Duo duo!" Awakened from his nightmare, Qi Zhi sat up abruptly. Sister Wanyu, beside him, rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired, "Did you have a nightmare? Is it due to the recent stress?" Qi Zhi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was merely a dream. "It's nothing. You should rest. I'll go wash my face," he replied, rising to head towards the bathroom. The night's water was icy and jarring, gradually bringing him back to consciousness. Why had he dreamt such a thing? A lingering fear gripped him, prompting him to search through Duoduo's coat. To his astonishment, he uncovered a small packet of white powder. Staring at the insecticide in his hand, he pondered deeply before he pushed open the door to Duoduo's bedroom. Observing her peacefully sleeping in the crib, Qi Zhi noticed nothing amiss. Yet in the next moment, Duoduo's eyes snapped open, and she asked, "Do you believe in past lives and reincarnation?" Chapter 25, Awakening from the Dream. Upon hearing these words, Qi Zhi felt as though his mind had exploded. The surroundings swiftly crumbled, and a cascade of memories surged within his consciousness. At that moment, as he ran through the enveloping darkness, Qi Zhi gradually slowed his pace and eventually came to a halt. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and before him stood a little girl resembling a Barbie doll, gazing at him with eager, wide eyes. Upon seeing Qi Zhi awaken, the girl exclaimed joyfully, "Master, you have finally woken up. Duo Duo has missed you dearly." Qi Zhi turned his gaze towards Duo Duo, then placed his arm upon his forehead, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Duo Duo, so it is you. No wonder everything felt so strange and inexplicable. Upon seeing you, it all makes sense. You are the one who has awakened me. But how did you come to appear in my dream?" Qi Zhi looked at Duo Duo in confusion. With an exaggerated expression of excitement, Duo Duo replied, "Master, do you not realize how many years you have been asleep? I have been by your side day and night, tirelessly attending to you, wiping your forehead, fanning you, basking you in the sun, and caring for you with the utmost attention." "Stop, stop, stop," Qi Zhi interjected hastily, interrupting Duo Duo, who seemed intent on boasting about all her good deeds. "Let us get to the main point. We can discuss the rest later." "Oh," Duo Duo responded with a note of dissatisfaction before beginning her narrative. It turned out that during the personality transformation, Qi Zhi had been unable to endure and had become lost within his own memories. One day, while Duo Duo was styling Qi Zhi's hair, he suddenly posed a question. "Do you believe in past lives and present lives?" Duo Duo was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Qi Zhi had awakened. However, as she leaned in closer to examine him, she discovered the flickers of blue light dancing in his eyes. This, of course, was a clear indication to her that he was utilizing a means to access his spiritual world. Realizing that Qi Zhi, who had always kept his spiritual world tightly sealed, had suddenly flung open its doors, she promptly dispatched a fragment of her soul to enter. Duo Duo had intended to first send in a fragment to ascertain if there was any danger, and if all seemed well, she would follow. After all, Qi Zhi had been lost for so many years, and no one knew what his spiritual world had become. To her astonishment, as soon as the fragment entered, Qi Zhi reverted to his previous state. Yet, through a faint connection, Duo Duo managed to locate him and transformed into the fetus within the body of Wanyu. To her surprise, upon her birth, Qi Zhi named her Qi Duo Duo at the very first glance, a remarkable coincidence indeed. Duo Duo believed that Qi Zhi had not truly become lost, but rather remembered the past, and simply wished to experience life here. Thus, when she was first able to articulate longer sentences, she inquired, "Father, have you forgotten Duo Duo?" Though Qi Zhi verbally insisted that it was impossible to forget, Duo Duo knew in her heart that he indeed had forgotten all about the world of cultivation. This left her in a state of uncertainty regarding what to do next. Though Qi Zhi's affection brought immense happiness to Duo Duo, who had grown up without a father, she often felt a pang of sorrow whenever she saw Qi Zhi appearing before her, dragging a weary figure. Thus, as soon as Duo Duo was capable of self-care, she resolved to meticulously orchestrate a ruse. Although she was aware of the consequences of deceiving Qi Zhi once more, this time it was for his salvation. Even if Qi Zhi were to uncover her deception, she mused, he might well commend her cleverness. Duo Duo planned to sacrifice her sister Wanyu, hoping to reveal the stark reality to Qi Zhi. Lost in this world, Qi Zhi was merely striving to fulfill the unaccomplished endeavors of his past life. He yearned to grow old with sister Wanyu, to share a lifetime of love. Duo Duo intended to shatter this illusion. Should that fail, she was prepared to sacrifice a fragment of her own soul, despite the considerable harm it would inflict upon her. It was a desperate measure indeed. However, to her astonishment, even with his memory of Duo Duo obscured, Qi Zhi harbored an inexplicable wariness towards her and ultimately uncovered Duoduo's scheme ahead of time. Yet, with Duoduo's probing question, "Do you believe in the connection between past and present lives?" Qi Zhi found himself awakening from a profound dream. After contemplating Duoduo's words, he expressed a lingering sensation of having forgotten something of great significance. This feeling was particularly intense when he had inquired about Sister Wanyu on the lawn. It seemed that during that period, he had inadvertently opened the doors to his spiritual realm, allowing a fragment of Duoduo's soul to enter. Upon first sight of Duoduo, he instinctively named her Qi Duoduo, as if she were inherently significant to him, akin to his own daughter. Shortly after Duoduo's birth, Qi Zhi began to sense something amiss. Whenever he beheld her, it felt as though long-buried memories were on the verge of resurfacing. The aura that Duoduo radiated was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, beneath Duoduo's charming and endearing exterior, all suspicions were cast aside by Qi Zhi, attributing them to his overactive imagination, excessive stress, or sheer fatigue. This continued until he dreamt of that scene, Duoduo deceiving him. The fury he felt during her betrayal was eerily familiar, as if he had been ensnared in her web of deceit before, further deepening his skepticism towards everything around him. Soon after, it was Duoduo's words that struck him, leading to a moment of clarity. Sitting upright, Qi Zhi reflected, indeed, awakening from a grand dream reveals the essence of my being. After his moment of reflection, he turned to Duoduo, inquiring, how many years have passed since I lost my way? Duoduo contemplated for a moment. If calculated, it should be around 500 or 600 years. My heavens, 500 or 600 years. Qi Zhi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. What of Zier? Why is she absent? Sister Zier used to visit the master daily, but it had been quite some time since her last appearance, leaving Duoduo feeling increasingly suffocated in solitude. After Duoduo finished speaking, her cheeks flushed, and she appeared hesitant. Qi Zhi chuckled lightly at her demeanor, saying, if you wish to speak, then do so. What is with this indecisiveness? Are you acting? Realizing that Qi Zhi had seen through her thoughts, Duoduo awkwardly began. Sister Zier has been fine recently. Although she dislikes me, she has not made things difficult for me out of respect for her master. However, she truly treats me like a pet, confined in a cage for years, and has even spanked me. Once, she even threatened to banish me to that illusory space. Duoduo appeared woeful, gazing at Qi Zhi with pleading eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi felt a headache coming on. This little girl was clearly complaining to him. With a hint of resignation, he said, given Zier's temperament, you must have done something wrong, haven't you? Duoduo immediately looked aggrieved at his words, protesting. How could that be? Duoduo is merely bored and often seeks things to occupy herself. Observing her expression, Qi Zhi was now entirely convinced that Duoduo had indeed engaged in some unsavory antics. Since she was unwilling to share, he would have to inquire personally when he encountered Zier. Qi Zhi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. You mentioned that Zier was fine recently, but she hasn't come around for quite some time. This feels off. Has something happened? He continued, over the years. You must have gathered some insights regarding Zier's affairs in the realm of cultivation. Share with me what has transpired with her. Duoduo pouted thoughtfully. As I am the same person as Sister Zier, I naturally know what has occurred in the past. However, at present, it seems Sister Zier has blocked all information from this place and is no longer sharing with me. Qi Zhi furrowed his brow, sensing that something was indeed amiss. Let's set aside recent matters for now. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 26, The Wrath of Zier. At this moment, Duoduo also sensed the gravity of the situation and became serious, lost in recollection. It turned out that not long after Qi Zhi had become lost, Fan Maozi had successfully refined the Soul Eater Demon King. However, unexpectedly, a terrifying celestial event occurred just as the Soul Eater Demon King was completed. The Tiantanguan, Linglong Tower, and the Truyin sect, powerful beings who had been searching for Fan Maozi for nearly a millennium, rushed to witness the phenomenon. Subsequently, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the numerous powerhouses and Fan Maozi, lasting several days. True to his status as a transcendent being, Fan Maozi wielded an array of magical treasures and revealed his hidden cards. He even used the Ein Soul Banner to mortally wound one of his adversaries at the same realm. The Ein Soul Banner served as the vessel that contained the Soul Eater Demon King. Although Fan Maozi was formidable, he sustained severe injuries from the relentless assault of his opponents. In the end, he barely managed to preserve his life and escaped using secret techniques. However, what Fan Maozi did not anticipate was that shortly after his escape, Qi Zhi would suddenly appear before him. At this moment, Qi Zhi was no longer the same as before. He was now under the control of Qi Zhi, who was the very Soul Eater Demon King that Fan Maozi had refined. Although Fan Maozi was momentarily startled by the situation, he did not exhibit any signs of panic. He had always held a deep-seated fear of the soul-devouring Ghost King, wary of the king's potential to consume its master. Consequently, he had long since placed restrictions on Qi Zhi's soul, driven by the desperate desire to refine the soul-devouring Ghost King. Despite the risk of incurring the wrath of the world, Fan Maozi coveted the corporeal form of the Ghost King. He had stumbled upon a secret technique that allowed him to forcibly occupy the body of a ghost for his own use. Though the process was fraught with challenges, success would render the soul-devouring Ghost King an existence capable of defying heavenly tribulations a possible ascendant to true immortality. As Fan Maozi observed Qi Zhi approaching, he swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Restrict." Yet, Qi Zhi appeared unfazed, continuing to advance step by step. Unbeknownst to Fan Maozi, the Qi Zhi before him was no longer the same as before. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" He then attempted to execute his previous escape maneuver. However, in that instant, Qi Zhi seized Fan Maozi by the head, and a flash of blue light in his eyes transported Fan Maozi to a realm engulfed in a crimson sea of flames. Fan Maozi's visage contorted in agony as searing pain engulfed his entire being. A chilling voice echoed from the blood-soaked abyss, "Isn't this delightful? Allow yourself to experience what it feels like to have your bones tempered and soul refined by another." In reality, Qi Zhi inhaled deeply toward the soulless Fan Maozi, who felt his life essence being drawn into her. Moments later, he was reduced to a mere dried human skin. Qi Zhi collected Fan Maozi's storage ring, and with a flash of light, vanished without a trace. Before long, several individuals who had previously besieged Fan Maozi arrived. Upon witnessing the lifeless skin that had once belonged to him, their expressions turned to shock. An elderly Taoist among them remarked, "Fan Maozi truly has no idea what trouble he has stirred. If this bloodthirsty ghost king consumes a substantial number of souls to reach greater heights, we shall all meet our demise." After exchanging glances, the elderly Taoist's expression darkened as he declared, "We must find him before he ascends." The group nodded in agreement, transforming into vibrant beams of light that soared into the sky. Having slain Fan Maozi, Qi Zhi promptly made her way to his ancestral home, Blood Fong Mountain. At this moment, she sought to establish her own divine realm, her vast mental energy manifesting as a swirling black mist that spread across Blood Fong Mountain. Anyone who came into contact with this mist found their gaze hollow, resembling puppets. The formidable experts of the overseas realm residing at Blood Fong Mountain, upon witnessing this, hastily ascended to confront Qi Zhi in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, a mere glance at her rendered them equally dazed. Thus, in less than half a day's time, Blood Fong Mountain, renowned as the foremost demonic mountain of the Qi continent, fell into ruin. Thousands of disciples became ensnared within Qi Zhi's illusory realm. Subsequently, Qi Zhi's consciousness enveloped the entire Blood Fong Mountain, issuing simple commands to the bewildered individuals. Then, she flew towards a cave. Upon receiving the command, those once oblivious individuals began to move with a mechanical precision, reminiscent of the people Qi Zhi had encountered at the hotel with Yan Fei. At that moment, Qi Zhi was fervently plundering the treasures of Blood Tooth Mountain, countless crystals, various magical artifacts, bottles and jars of elixirs, and an array of celestial herbs and martial arts tomes. After emptying the treasure vault, Qi Zhi, disinterested in further inspection, found a site of auspicious feng shui and sat cross-legged. She aimed to devour the tens of thousands of lost souls, who had long since become unconscious spirits within the illusory space. It was no easy feat to consume such a multitude of souls. 200 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Was it not sufficient? At this moment, Qi Zhi slowly opened her eyes, murmuring to herself. She was but a step away from the Great Ascension realm, having become the soul-devouring Ghost King. Qi Zhi had already achieved great success in the Divine Void realm, yet despite consuming such a vast number of souls, she had yet to attain the Great Ascension realm. It is no wonder that in the Qi continent, cultivators of the Divine Void realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone those of the Great Ascension realm. Of course, in the past 2 centuries, Blood Tooth Mountain had not been devoid of turmoil. Disciples returning from missions sensed the abnormality and attempted to flee, only to be thwarted by Qi Zhi each time. The world knew that ever since the demise of the Blood Tooth ancestor Fan Maozi, Blood Tooth Mountain had closed its doors, and thus remained unaware of the true situation. In the subsequent years, Qi Zhi began to travel far and wide, witnessing various marvels and curiosities. During this time, she imparted many spells to Qi Duo, such as soul division, sky flight, and transformation techniques. As Qi Zhi's own strength surged, Qi Duo's mental power rapidly expanded to the intensity of the Divine Void realm. At this juncture, Qi Zhi had also reached a similar level. Qi Zhi's travels served to obscure her consumption of cultivators at the mountain-moving and sea-covering realms. In every place Qi Zhi visited, several high-ranking cultivators mysteriously vanished, instilling a sense of dread across the entire Qi continent. Qi Zhi contemplated directly seeking out cultivators of the Divine Void realm to devour. However, these Divine Void cultivators in Qi were all ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years, each achieving great mastery in the Divine Void realm. Moreover, upon reaching this realm, their souls transformed into the Divine Void, naturally generating mental power. If one were not several times stronger in mental power than their opponent, forcibly drawing them into one's own mental realm could result in severe backlash. Qi Zhi, as the soul-devouring Ghost King, possessed an innate and formidable mental power. Coupled with the tens of thousands of souls she had consumed, Her mental power was now exceedingly close to that of a great ascension expert. Even if she attempted to consume 1 or 2 divine void cultivators, she could suppress any backlash that might ensue. The complication, however, was that the divine void cultivators of Kuan Nan were all searching for her and never acted alone, leaving Qi Zhi with little recourse. She could only stealthily hunt down some cultivators of the sea-covering and mountain-moving realms, in a realm of even lower caliber. The impact on her cultivation could only be described as negligible. When suitable targets for hunting were absent, Qi Zhi busied herself by forging a personal life treasure. This exquisite artifact resembled a jade zither, capable of unsettling the mind and harmoniously complementing her illusionary spatial techniques. Years passed, and while pursuing a sea-overturning cultivator, Qi Zhi fell into the trap laid by several void god realm practitioners. Without further ado, a fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Enemies, upon encountering each other, became exceedingly agitated. From the moment Qi Zhi truly stepped into the realm of cultivation, their enmity was sealed in blood. With a swift motion, Qi Zhi revealed the jade zither in her palm, her fingers deftly plucking its strings, unleashing waves of sound. Among the group of void god realm cultivators, 2 were caught off guard, and with a flash of blue light in Qi Zhi's eyes, they plummeted from the sky. The remaining practitioners' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily employed their divine powers. Some conjured protective auras, others summoned artifacts for defense, while one enveloped himself in a swirling miasma of ghostly energy. What followed was a cacophony of flashing blades and torrents of blood, shaking the heavens and the earth. In mere moments, the surrounding area was left barren, pockmarked, and desolate. At this juncture, Qi Zhi held the zither in one hand and a blood-red scythe in the other, as dark mist billowed around her. Above her, a great yellow bell spun incessantly, emitting blinding flashes of light. Chapter 27, The Great Ascension, the Huangba Bell. This ancient relic from the battles of true immortals had sparked the envy of countless souls, yet it had unexpectedly fallen into your possession. A man cloaked in swirling, ghostly energy expressed astonishment, while the countenance of the others darkened further upon hearing this revelation. Qi Zhi, however, remained oblivious to the significance of the bell. It was merely one of the items she had collected from the treasury of Bloodfang Mountain. Unremarkable at first glance, she later discovered its formidable defensive capabilities and thus employed it as a shield. At that moment, an elder cultivator resembling a Taoist priest, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Do you truly wish to pursue a vendetta against us? Even if you are the soul-devouring demon king, you should not expect to gain the upper hand against our numbers." "Huh?" Qi Zhi scoffed coldly. "It is you who have sought this relentless confrontation. I never intended to offend you. Was Bloodfang Mountain not your doing? Only the soul-devouring demon king could consume so many lives, tens of thousands of souls. Do you regard human life as nothing?" Upon hearing this, the elder Taoist became increasingly agitated. "Life?" Qi Zhi murmured, having never contemplated this notion. It seemed that the lives of others held little significance to her. Gradually, she sensed a chilling transformation within herself since becoming the soul-devouring demon king. Her heart had grown increasingly callous. "I have never pondered such matters. The consumption of souls is merely a necessity of my cultivation. If I do not devour the souls of humans, is there any other means to ascend to the Great Ascension?" Qi Zhi's countenance was austere as she calmly regarded the assembly. The individuals encircling her exchanged glances, each descending into contemplation. After a brief moment, the man exuding a sinister aura spoke. "Our sect possesses a technique known as the corpse body art, specifically devised for those who cultivate the dark arts. Practitioners of this technique can transmute their spectral energy into personal vitality. Upon mastering the corpse body art, one can attain the form of a young corpse, akin to a normal human cultivator, capable of practicing through malevolent energy without the need to consume the souls of others." The crowd erupted in elation at his words. "Should you choose to adopt this method and vow solemnly, through a heart tribulation, to abstain from devouring human souls, we shall cease our persecution of you." At this moment, a glint of sharp intelligence flickered in Qi Zhi's eyes as she scrutinized the man cloaked in darkness. "Surely, this method harbors some drawbacks. Moreover, how can I trust your singular account?" With that, Qi Zhi unleashed a piercing shout, causing the man to feel as though his mind had shattered, and he found himself transported to an unfamiliar realm. The crowd, taken aback by her sudden aggression, gaped in shock and hastily summoned their artifacts to strike at her. However, having initiated the confrontation, Qi Zhi was not one to remain passive. She pivoted, transforming into a formidable wave of black mist that surged towards them. The assembly gasped, desperately attempting to fend off the encroaching darkness, which soon enveloped a 100-mile radius in a stifling black hue. Amidst the chaos, a faint silhouette emerged below, grasping at the sinister man before vanishing from sight. Within a secluded cave, Qi Zhi sat cross-legged, her aura swirling ominously. She had just unleashed 90% of her spiritual strength, surreptitiously departing with the man's storage ring. Fortuitously, She had previously mastered a clandestine technique that allowed her to cloak her presence in the shadows. Having heard the man speak of the corpse body art, she could not accept his claims at face value. She needed to ascertain its efficacy herself. However, her immediate priority was to recuperate her spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the individuals who had just witnessed her escape seethed with anger, their fury palpable. They had allowed Qi Zhi to elude them. What seemed to be a powerful black mist was, in truth, chaotic and disordered, dissipating rapidly after a frenzied assault. The sheer magnitude of her spiritual strength had caught them off guard, granting her the opportunity to slip away. Now that she had vanished, they could only fortify their defenses for the future. The recent skirmish had resulted in the loss of 3 formidable experts from the divine void realm, compounded by the prior loss of 2 others. Thus, the Qi continent had suffered a significant depletion of its might. Before long, the entirety of Nan was plastered with Qi Zhi's likeness, condemned as a ruthless killer, with promises of substantial rewards for anyone who could capture him. In the realm of cultivation, time indeed has no price. 200 years had swiftly passed. Suddenly, Qi Zhi opened her eyes wide, an astonishing aura emanating from her, her consciousness extending to a radius of 10,000 miles. Subsequently, Dong Yenner restrained her breath, transforming into a being indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Is this the essence of the Great Ascension? She examined her hands, devoid of any trace of aura, her mastery over spiritual power now reaching an unparalleled zenith. Qi Zhi, after 50 years of refining the souls of the 3 ethereal cultivators, was finally regaining her spiritual strength. The specter of the man, astonishingly, managed to avoid being ensnared in Qi Zhi's illusory realm, manifesting as a colossal ghostly head, attempting to flee. However, Qi Zhi would not allow him to succeed. She summoned a thunderous tribulation to obliterate the ghostly visage, absorbing its essence entirely. At this point, Duo halted her narration, stating that she was unaware of what transpired next. Qi Zhi was lost in thought, still immersed in Zhi's tale. To his astonishment, he realized that Zhi had become the target of scorn, opposing the world. Even more shocking was her callous disregard for life, exhibiting a ruthlessness that surpassed even Fan Maozi. Was it the influence of the soul-eating demon king gradually corrupting Zhi's true nature? What troubled Qi Zhi further was the fact that he had yet to truly step into the realm of cultivation, yet he was already a figure of universal disdain. He instantly felt pessimistic about his future in the cultivation world and decided he must summon Zhi back promptly. Zhi, I know you can hear me. Come to me at once. He called out loudly as he rushed outside. Before long, a petite, enchanting figure draped in purple appeared before him. Zhi gazed at Qi Zhi with an expression of surprise. You've awakened. You have reached the Great Ascension. I cannot believe you felt nothing. Qi Zhi, his face devoid of expression, stared at Zhi. Zhi managed to utter a single word before lowering her head, unsure of how to proceed. I am not truly angry. I merely heard from Duo that we have not seen each other for 500 or 600 years. Do you not miss me? Qi Zhi jested, wishing to alleviate the pressure on her. Of course I miss you, Zhi exclaimed. Then, adopting a demure demeanor, she whispered, It is you who has not seen me for 500 or 600 years. I, on the other hand, have seen you every day. Qi Zhi felt a wave of relief upon seeing Zhi unchanged. Without further ado, he drew her into his embrace, softly murmuring, Zhi, you have endured so much. At this moment, Zhi clung tightly to Qi Zhi, her voice choked with emotion. Do you know how deeply I have longed for you? If you had never awakened, I would have to live out my life in your body. Though we are inseparable, I am still a woman in both body and spirit. As she spoke, she began to sob quietly in his arms. Qi Zhi gently caressed Zhi's hair, offering her solace. It's all right. It's all in the past now. I have returned, and I shall never leave you again, understand? Yet, Zhi pushed him away. No, your current form is despised by the world. This turmoil is of my making, and I do not wish for you to bear this suffering on my account. Zhi, what do you mean by that? What you have done is not truly your intention. It is the influence of the soul-devouring demon king. Surely, we can devise a solution together. Qi Zhi, sensing Zhi's unease, quickly offered his counsel. I once believed the same, but that is not the case. Do you not remember that I am but a manifestation of your negative emotions? Aside from you, I remain indifferent to all others and to the world. To me, the soul-devouring demon king is merely a tool to be exploited. Zhi's gaze was resolute, as if she had already made a crucial decision. Chapter 28. The art of soul division. Zhi was indeed correct. Qi Zhi had forgotten that she was a physical embodiment of his negative emotions. The longer he spent with her, the more he perceived her as a living being rather than a mere aspect of himself. They were, after all, one and the same. Since Zhi had resolved to act, Qi Zhi understood that no amount of persuasion would sway her. He was acutely aware of his own nature. He pondered briefly before inquiring, What do you intend to do? Zhi smiled gently at him. Throughout my years of wandering, I have acquired a method to control soul division, allowing me to separate myself from your being. This way, we can truly meet in the world outside. Separate? Would that not alter our relationship from one of me and you to you and me? If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. At least he would no longer be tormented by his current entanglement with Zir, and they could be together without reservation. Yet, a concerned nod at Qi Zhi. This art of soul division, it will not pose any danger to you, will it? There is no significant danger. Save for the fact that you must not perish, otherwise, I would cease to exist alongside you. After all, you are the true master of this body. After stating this, Zir contemplated something further. However, my separation will also draw away a considerable amount of spiritual energy, which would likely reduce you to the status of an ordinary transformation realm cultivator. But do not fret, with my protection, you should be able to cultivate to immortality within 10,000 years. What rank of cultivator I become is of no concern to me, as long as you remain unharmed. Zir. Qi Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her. The title of cultivator was insignificant in comparison. Owing to Zir, his current body was at the great ascension stage, granting him a lifespan of over 10,000 years. I know you do not mind, but since we are in this realm of cultivation, it would be remiss not to fully experience it. Zir gazed deeply into Qi Zhi's eyes before once again nestling into his embrace. The two continued their conversation for several days, during which Qi Zhi learned of the mischief that Duo had been up to. She had incinerated a significant portion of the palace Qi Zhi had constructed for Zir. Fortunately, Zir had memorized every detail of the palace, yet it still took considerable effort to restore it. Duo had even sneakily altered the name from Qi Zhi Loves Zir Palace to Qi Zhi Loves Duo Palace. In one instance, while attempting to shave Qi Zhi's beard, she accidentally removed his eyebrows, prompting Zir to threaten to confine her to an illusory realm. However, Zir also constructed a pink Barbie doll castle for Duo, imparting to her numerous spells of the cultivators. She took Duo to savor exquisite delicacies and witness dazzling fireworks, reminiscent of the experiences Qi Zhi once shared with Zir. Qi Zhi mused that while he claimed to open his heart solely to himself, it seemed quite delightful for Duo as well. Yet, he soon found solace in the realization that Duo was a fragment separated from Zir, and also a part of himself. It struck him as rather amusing that he felt envious. Gazing up at Duo's Barbie castle, Qi Zhi noticed a plaque prominently displaying the words Qi Zhi Loves Duo Castle. It seemed rather perplexing how they could think this way, even if he adored himself. Such overt declarations appeared unnecessary. Subsequently, Qi Zhi and Duo encountered an array of rare treasures within the realm of cultivation. Over the years, Zir had garnered considerable gains, engaging in her fair share of nefarious deeds. Although Qi Zhi wrestled with the moral dilemma of possibly harming innocents, the sight of the splendid treasures ultimately swayed him towards temptation. Zir elucidated that the realm of cultivation differed vastly from the modern society of the past. Here, the strong reigned supreme, and the philosophy of I am strong, I am king was prevalent. The animosity directed at Zir stemmed from the fear that she might ascend to a greater level of mastery, leaving others powerless in her wake. Were she to stand alone, she would indeed possess such ambition. Yet, Qi Zhi had always been the archetype of an altruistic individual, quick to defend the downtrodden and driven by a deep sense of justice. With Qi Zhi's awakening, Zir naturally wished to avoid causing him sorrow. Reluctant to ascend through the means of spectral souls, Qi Zhi learned the method of the killing body from Zir. This technique comprised 3 tiers. The first tier involved the transformation of malevolent energy, requiring a century of cultivation. The second tier entailed the solidification of this energy, demanding 300 years, while the final tier, the yang killing body, necessitated 600 years of cultivation. Upon mastering the yang killing body, one could reverse the power of spectral souls and cultivate the devil's yang magic, a technique conceived by a master of the Great Ascension stage. It was said that this master embodied the yang killing body, rendering the devil's yang magic specifically tailored for such a form. Consuming malevolent energy was certainly preferable to devouring human souls. However, the cultivation of the killing body would take nearly a millennium. The mere thought of this arduous process evoked memories of the blood fire pool, sending shivers down Qi Zhi's spine. His bones had been refined over a millennium, gleaming like pristine jade, yet his physical form was rather dismal. As the soul-devouring ghost king, most of his magical prowess resided in the spiritual realm, rendering his physical body indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. It appeared that to attain the yang killing body, one must endure a tempest of blood and turmoil. Unbeknownst to Qi Zhi, the yang killing body was not inferior to the soul-devouring ghost king. Upon completion, it would allow him to disregard cultivation bottlenecks, ensuring an unobstructed path in his journey of growth. The essence of this sinister body technique is intrinsically designed for the cultivation of the ghostly yin body. Those who have attained such a form have invariably endured hardships beyond the tolerance of ordinary mortals. Thus, it can be asserted that this yang malevolent body is even more formidable than the bloodthirsty demon king. To achieve this transformation, one must possess an unwavering talent, indomitable willpower, and a stroke of fortune, none of which are dispensable. Of course, Qi Zhi remains oblivious to these intricacies. His sole desire is to extricate himself from the clutches of the Yin spirit's power. According to Zier, there exists an ancient battlefield on the Qi continent, a remnant from bygone eras, saturated with the essence of ghostly malevolence, an ideal locale for Qi Zhi to hone his sinister body technique. Subsequently, Zier intends to publicly acknowledge her identity as the bloodthirsty demon king, having recently ascended to the Great Ascension realm. It is likely that those cultivators of the divine void realm will refrain from seeking trouble with her. She plans to openly vow to cease the consumption of Yin souls and establish a celestial palace to welcome disciples. Additionally, she will assume the role of protector of the Qi continent, which should assuage the concerns of the populace. Observing Zier's meticulous consideration, Qi Zhi chose not to voice further objections, instead enveloping her tenderly in his embrace. He was acutely aware that her actions were motivated by a desire to safeguard him. Since her inception, all misfortunes had been shouldered by Zier alone, while Qi Zhi reveled in all the fortunes. From her perspective, this was entirely justifiable, as her very existence was to protect him. Despite this understanding, Qi Zhi felt a pang of sorrow and had repeatedly urged Zier to live for herself. Yet, she would always smile and respond, "Fool, I am you. Living for you is living for myself." After spending several months in each other's company, Zier, feeling that their closeness had grown overly intimate, finally departed before Qi Zhi and Duo. The moment Zier withdrew from Qi Zhi's being, he felt as though a part of him had been hollowed out. What was happening? Could it be that he was experiencing a deficiency? Qi Zhi's mind was in disarray. Sensing an absence within him, he shook his head and opened his eyes. At that instant, a petite beauty clad in a flowing purple gown appeared before him. Zier. Qi Zhi suddenly recalled that he seemed to have forgotten something, namely, Zier. How could he have nearly overlooked her after they had just been together? At that moment, Zier flashed a sweet smile. It is entirely normal to feel a bit disoriented. After all, you have just restored your primary form and require some time to adjust. Qi Zhi lowered his gaze to examine his hands and then surveyed the unfamiliar ancient structures surrounding him. As he inhaled the subtle essence in the air, he murmured to himself, "This is the realm of cultivation." Chapter 29. Entering the realm of cultivation, Qi Zhi reached out to caress Zier's delicate face, confirming that the sensation was undeniably real. It appeared that Zier had indeed departed from his body. He scrutinized her closely, eager to discern any discrepancies from his memories. At this moment, Zier let out a soft laugh. Before Qi Zhi could ask what was amusing her, Zier's delicate hand wrapped around him. "Sure, I shall take you to a splendid place." With that, she soared into the sky, carrying Qi Zhi away. Zier? It made sense, since Zier had departed from his body. The familiar terms of Yuan were no longer fitting. The name Zhi was reserved for those closest to Qi Zhi. His mother and elder sisters all called him by that name. Enveloped in a layer of violet light, Qi Zhi raced through the air. Though he had hoped to seize the opportunity to admire the scenic beauty of the immortal realm, he reluctantly let go of that thought. Soon, they arrived at a majestic mountain range shrouded in ethereal mist. Zier hovered in midair, her slender arm trembling, and the concealing mist dissipated instantly. Atop the peaks stood a grand palace, unmistakably the palace Qi Zhi adored, the palace of Zier. Upon seeing those 6 characters, Qi Zhi's lips involuntarily twitched, while Zier wore an expression of complete satisfaction. Gazing at Zier's angelic smile, Qi Zhi exclaimed, "Is this the celestial palace you established? Might the name be a tad too straightforward? How about we call it the Palace of Z?" However, Zier seemed to disregard his suggestion, her smile growing even brighter as she gazed at the palace on the mountain peak. "No, this name suits me perfectly." Qi Zhi could only smile in silence in response. Then, an event that sent ripples across the Qi continent unfolded. Someone advanced to the Great Ascendance realm, and that individual was none other than the soul-devouring Ghost King. This news spread like wildfire across the continent. Inside a square hall, a group of solemn-faced individuals sat in silence. An elderly man resembling a Taoist priest spoke first, now that he has reached the Great Ascendance. "Even if we all join forces, we are no match for him. If we wish to continue our cultivation on this continent, I suggest we make amends sooner rather than later." However, a middle-aged woman, resembling a female cultivator, expressed her discontent. "Have we forgotten our previous attempt to ambush him together? Taoist Lan, given the soul-devouring Ghost King's nature, he will surely seek to annihilate us. We should prepare to leave this continent at once. With our capabilities, we would not necessarily be at the mercy of others on another continent." After her words, the group fell silent once more. They were not averse to leaving. However, each individual present was a revered founder of their sect, a figure of great renown. Caught between abandoning their vast legacies and preserving their lives, they found themselves at an impasse. Just as the group hesitated, the elderly Taoist communication talisman began to resonate. "Master Lan, that Great Ascendance elder intends to establish a sect, welcoming disciples, and has promised never to devour souls. He also announced a grand sect founding ceremony to be held in 3 months at the Yannan mountain range, inviting heroes from all over the world to attend. Upon hearing this, the others began to reach out to their disciples to ascertain the truth of the matter. Indeed, it was not long before someone entered to report, and the content was not much different from what had been previously expressed. Observing the fluctuating expressions of the crowd, the elderly Taoist smiled. I trust the meaning of my words has become clear to everyone. The intentions of Miss Chu have also been articulated with utmost clarity. Since there are but 2 choices, I urge each of you, esteemed friends, to ponder deeply upon your decisions. I shall take my leave first. With that, a flash of blue light signaled his abrupt disappearance. How can this friend of the azure robe depart so swiftly? Are we not gathered here to deliberate and reach a conclusion? Inquired a young man, adorned in resplendent jewels and with a fair complexion. At that moment, the woman who had spoken earlier rose from her seat, declaring, I too have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. She then hastily exited the premises. The others exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent as they each rapidly calculated their own thoughts, soon dispersing in a flurry, each going their separate ways. Meanwhile, Qi Zhi, under the meticulous guidance of Zier, had acquired a variety of conventional spells from the realm of cultivation. However, Qi Zhi was currently only at the spirit transformation stage, rendering him incapable of mastering the more formidable spells. Techniques such as the split soul and soul control could only be cultivated in the divine void realm. Of course, given Qi Zhi's identity as the soul-devouring Spectre King, should he resolve to voraciously consume a substantial number of wandering souls, he would soon regain full mastery of the divine void realm. Yet, Qi Zhi was reluctant to take lives without cause, opting instead to diligently practice the body refinement technique. Zier doted upon Qi Zhi immensely, as he was soon to embark on his solitary journey to the land of Yin and malevolence for cultivation. Zier felt a twinge of anxiety and repeatedly proposed to accompany him. A millennium was but a mere waste of time, yet Qi Zhi firmly declined. He understood that during his physical refinement phase, he would likely spend that time within his own spiritual realm. He did not wish to lead a life of carefree indulgence while leaving Zier to suffer in solitude. Zier had her own aspirations as well, and Qi Zhi needed her assistance in locating Lin Jiayao. Though Zier's expression was peculiar, she acquiesced. She had previously searched and concluded that Lin Jiayao was likely not on this continent, or perhaps not even within this realm. Hence, she did not dwell excessively on someone who had yet to exist. Afterward, Zier remained troubled, fearing that Qi Zhi might encounter unforeseen perils during his journey. Thus, she entrusted him with all her treasures accumulated during her travels: the Overlord Bell, the golden cicada robe, the exquisite armor, the skyward vessel, the dragon spring sword, and several jade talismans containing fragments of her soul. This truly allowed Qi Zhi to experience what it meant to be a child of privilege. In a blink, the appointed 3 months were approaching, and the Yannan Mountains were already bustling with life, teeming with visitors in a constant flow. To establish a comfortable haven, the cultivators collectively erected a sizable town spanning 1,000 miles at the foot of the mountains, aptly named Yannan City. Zier keenly sensed that within her spiritual awareness, the number of cultivators coming and going was in the millions. Moreover, a multitude of individuals from the surrounding areas continued to flock to this burgeoning city. At that moment, a thought suddenly blossomed within Zier. What if she were to devour these individuals? Would she then ascend to the celestial realm as a true immortal? Zier glanced at Qi Zhi standing beside her and quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion. How could she entertain such thoughts? If Qi Zhi were to discover her current musings, what if he rejected her? What meaning would her existence hold in this world then? Resolutely, she vowed never to entertain such ideas again. On the eve of the ceremony, the group of cultivators from the Void Realm made a visit. Though their number had dwindled from 9 to 6, they exchanged knowing smiles before pushing open the door. At the far end of the grand hall sat a man and a woman. The man was clad in resplendent robes, his handsome features radiating vitality. The woman, petite and jade-like, wore a purple palace gown that betrayed no hint of her aura, appearing as an ordinary person. As the group regarded Qi Zhi, an air of confusion danced in their eyes. His cultivation was merely at the spirit transformation stage, yet the overflowing vitality he exuded suggested he possessed a precious treasure, one that he could not control by his own strength. When competing for resources or dispatching disciples to ancient sites and secret realms, they would often bestow such treasures to protect their core disciples. Qi Zhi's current state mirrored that of these disciples. Observing the crowd sizing him up as if he were a monkey in a zoo, Qi Zhi could only manage a wry smile. He had not wished to don such attire. After all, it was the golden cicada robe and exquisite armor gifted by Zier. These treasures made him feel somewhat ostentatious. Yet, Zier insisted he wear them under the pretext of discussing an important matter that evening. Given the gravity of the discussion, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 30. Establishing a sect. Humph. As Zier noted the perplexity in the faces of the crowd, she rose and let out a cold snort. A tremendous surge of spiritual power suddenly emanated from her being. Upon sensing this force, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. They exchanged glances, confirming their inner thoughts. The soul-devouring demon king had indeed advanced to the great ascension stage. Their own realms were insufficient to gauge the depth of her spiritual power, leaving no doubt about her status. After revealing her identity, Zier promptly withdrew her spiritual power and resumed her seat. Seeing this, the group hastily clasped their fists in greeting. The elder Taoist among them spoke, "Congratulations, fairy, on your advancement to the great ascension stage. We never anticipated that the true form of the soul-devouring demon king would be a fairy. We humbly ask for your forgiveness for any previous offenses." Subsequently, the elder Taoist produced an item from his ring. "Hearing that you wish to establish a sect, we have come to present this treasure. This is the celestial banishment herb. Just one can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years." The crowd gasped in astonishment, secretly mocking the elder. He was indeed generous. For those of their caliber, longevity was of utmost importance. Zier accepted the herb, casting merely a glance before storing it within her spatial ring. "I graciously accept the goodwill of my fellow cultivators. The past grievances have come to a close. Furthermore, I have mastered the art of the demonic body technique, allowing me to cultivate without the need to consume human souls." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy, each presenting their treasured possessions. Among the offerings were the boundary-breaking pearl, the azure light mirror, and the bile of fruit, all of which were priceless artifacts of this realm. Additionally, there was a lively little jade rabbit, said to possess extraordinary abilities for treasure hunting and medicinal exploration. Zier, in her delight, gathered everything into her pockets, while Qi Zhi watched in awe, particularly enamored by the rabbit. He pondered whether to ask Zier for it later, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he would soon depart to cultivate alone. Having this little rabbit keep her company would be quite delightful. Once the treasures were presented, the atmosphere lightened considerably. At that moment, the elderly Taoist glanced at Qi Zhi. Hesitating briefly before speaking, "Might I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed friend? The soul-eating ghost king we encountered earlier bore an uncanny resemblance to you." He wondered if there were indeed two soul-eating ghost kings. One was enough to trouble them. The emergence of two would render their lives hopeless. Zier, however, bore no ill will and simply smiled softly. "This gentleman is a friend of mine. I merely transformed his appearance, and it was merely a coincidence that you encountered him." Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and they murmured their relief, grateful that there was not another soul-eating ghost king. Qi Zhi then stood and clasped his hands in respect. Introducing himself, "I am Qi Zhi. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. I humbly request your guidance in the future." He recognized that forging friendships with these powerful beings would greatly benefit his journey in the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing his name, the crowd recalled the large characters at the entrance that read, "Qi Zhi loves Zier Palace," the implications of which were unmistakable. The Taoist, upon realizing this, quickly returned the gesture. "Since you are a friend of the palace master Zier, we shall interact as equals." Qi Zhi nodded with a smile, bowed once more, and returned to his seat. Following this, the others took their places, engaging in amiable conversation with Qi Zhi for several hours before departing. The next day, at noon, the sect's inauguration ceremony commenced with the resounding chime of a bell. After 12 tolls, each more thunderous than the last, a striking purple figure emerged from the already prepared platform in the sky, heralding the ascension of Fairy Zier to the great ascension realm. A resonant voice rang out, and soon, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius clasped their hands and proclaimed, "Congratulations to Fairy Zier on her advancement to the great ascension realm." With a flourish of her grand sleeves, a vast surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, reverberating through the heavens with thunderous sounds. Indeed, the power of a great ascension cultivator was formidable. The crowd below murmured among themselves, revealing a spectrum of emotions. Some gazed with longing, others with envy, and some with astonished admiration. In the realm of Zier's divine perception, everything was crystal clear. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, she proclaimed loudly, "This celestial palace is named Qi Zhi Ai Zier Palace. Today, I establish my sect, welcoming all individuals, regardless of their status, to become my disciples. Seizing this opportunity, I vow as a cultivator of the Mahayana realm to safeguard the peace of Qi and continent before ascending to the celestial realm." Though the populace was puzzled by the name chosen by the palace master, the chance to study under a Mahayana practitioner was indeed a tremendous blessing, prompting eager anticipation among all. The gathering of such a multitude at this location was not solely due to the various sects of Qi and continent, but also included those who wished to witness the grandeur of a Mahayana cultivator, along with many who came in admiration to join the celestial palace. At that moment, a man clad in green stepped forth, declaring, "In honor of the palace master's noble intentions, Dongyuan K. Tiange presents a congratulatory gift. Huabei Linglong Tower presents a congratulatory gift." Kunshin Tiantan Temple presents a congratulatory gift. Ningwa Taihing Sect presents a congratulatory gift. Shiji Zhenin Sect presents a congratulatory gift. Beihai Tianya Mountain presents a congratulatory gift. Zhongzhou Shiwan Palace presents a congratulatory gift. After the 6 foremost powers of Kuan and continent had offered their tributes, various sects followed suit with their own gifts. Following the completion of these offerings, a resounding voice echoed once more, "The grand ceremony is complete." Thus, the first celestial palace of Kuan and continent, Qi Zhi Palace, was officially established. Subsequently, the various sects departed one by one, while some chose to remain in Yan'an City. The influx of people during this period transformed Yan'an City into a bustling hub. With the presence of a Mahayana realm cultivator's celestial palace nearby, many sects and commercial guilds had already established branches within the city, including alchemy pavilions, artifact workshops, and auction houses, creating an extraordinary vibrancy in Yan'an City. Those who wished to join the celestial palace vied eagerly to participate in the tests. Prior to the establishment of the palace, Zir had already selected a group of cultivators at the inter-level realm to arrange for the assessments. Naturally, those of the mountain-moving and sea-covering realms could join at will. However, most of these cultivators were either rogue practitioners or had incurred the ire of certain sects, resulting in their limited numbers. The majority comprised of those at the body refinement and spirit transformation realms. In her chamber, Qi Zhi gently caressed Zir's flowing hair, softly saying, "I shall depart tomorrow. How about we?" Meanwhile, the tests in the mountains and the intimate moments shared between Qi Zhi and Zir were both fervently underway. On the following day, after a restful night, Qi Zhi, filled with happiness and vitality, set off toward his destination after a heartfelt farewell to Zir. The Shuro Abyss, as Zir had described, was a battlefield of ancient powerful cultivators. It was a desolate expanse, rife with malevolent spirits and ominous energy, devoid of anything else. Only remnants of crumbling walls and various damaged artifacts remained. As it served a purpose solely for those who cultivated the malevolent spirit path, ordinary people seldom ventured within. Aboard a silver flying vessel, Qi Zhi gazed thoughtfully at the map in his hand. He was currently situated near the Yan'an mountain range, centrally located, while his intended destination lay to the north, in the blood-colored plains. Unaware of the distance until I consulted the map, I was taken aback by how far it truly was. Had I known earlier, I would have had Zir escort me there. What a blunder. A grievous oversight indeed. The thought of returning to find Zir now is utterly unappealing to Qi Zhi. He had confidently asserted that he would manage just fine when he departed, and going back now would be a significant loss of face. With the resolve of a man who knows there is no turning back, Qi Zhi gritted his teeth and soared in a particular direction. As time passed, uneventfully, Qi Zhi found himself enveloped in monotony. Just as frustration began to settle in, an intriguing incident unfolded before him. Chapter 31. Earthly comrades don't run, thief. "I'll make you wish you hadn't," shouted a rotund middle-aged man wielding a rolling pin. Ahead, a scruffy figure, clad in tattered clothes, sprinted away, stuffing buns into his mouth as he fled. Qi Zhi, observing this beggar-like individual mid-flight, felt a flicker of surprise. In an instant, he appeared before the startled middle-aged man, who, recognizing the aura of someone far above his station, was taken aback. The beggar, seizing the opportunity, dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "How much will it take to settle this?" Qi Zhi inquired of the middle-aged man. "Oh, what is money in this case? Just 2 buns. How about this?" The man barely finished his sentence before Qi Zhi tossed him a pouch of coins and vanished in an instant. The middle-aged man stood stunned for a moment before his eyes gleamed with delight as he examined the pouch of coins. Indeed, the offspring of a wealthy family is extravagantly generous. In the very moment the beggar fled, Qi Zhi had already pinpointed his location. It wasn't long before he cornered the man in a narrow alley. Upon seeing Qi Zhi, adorned in exquisite robes and a golden crown, the beggar immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, I merely stole 2 buns. Please, have mercy." A smirk danced across Qi Zhi's lips as he found amusement in the beggar's evident fear of the fierce customs of the immortal realm. "Rise. I have no intention of causing you distress. However, might you enlighten me about your attire?" Despite his ragged appearance, Qi Zhi discerned the man as shirt, cropped pants, and sneakers. Most notably, the beggar sported glasses with only half a lens remaining. Was this not a clear reflection of modern attire? Initially, Qi Zhi had thought he had inadvertently entered his own mental realm. However, sensing the essence in the air and observing the fleeting figures in the distance, he was certain he remained within the immortal world. If he was not the one out of place, then it was undoubtedly the man before him who was peculiar. The man adjusted his half-lensed glasses and replied, "This outfit is what I traversed from Earth." Indeed, Qi Zhi mused. The sudden appearance of this individual could not merely be a case of reincarnation. Could it possibly be a matter of time travel? Amused by the thought, Qi Zhi remarked, "To be honest, I too have journeyed from Earth. Otherwise, I would not be so astonished by your attire." The man, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed, "Old friend, comrade." Soon after, tears streamed down his face as he added, "I never imagined I would encounter a fellow townsman in such a place." Seeing a compatriot brings tears to my eyes. Qi Zhi couldn't help but smirk. This brother undoubtedly hailed from the northeastern region of China. Noticing the man's emotional state, he quickly sought to calm him, saying, "Do not be overly agitated. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find a tavern where we can drink and chat." The mere mention of food and drink seemed to immediately quell the man's tears. He had been starving for 3 whole days. Were it not for those 2 buns, he might have perished by now. The man then wore a sheepish expression, saying, "I truly appreciate your kindness, my friend." Qi Zhi, seeing his demeanor, felt no need to respond. After all, they were both from the same hometown, and it was only right to lend a helping hand when away from home. He used a cleansing spell to wash the man, then retrieved a set of his own clothes from his storage ring and handed them to him. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, Qi Zhi found that the clothing fit his new acquaintance rather well. Afterward, they settled down at a tavern, where Qi Zhi learned that the man's name was Wang Shengli. Once the dishes arrived, Qi Zhi observed with amusement as Wang Shengli devoured his meal voraciously. Not long after, a satisfied belch escaped Wang Shengli's lips. "This meal is incredible. I have been starving for 3 days." After sharing a few drinks, Qi Zhi, having cast a soundproof barrier, finally inquired, "Brother Wang, how did you come to be here?" Wang Shengli replied nonchalantly, "It's quite the tale. I'm a programmer. One night, while working late, I grew frustrated and began to code aimlessly. Suddenly, the power went out, and when I next saw the light, I found myself in this unfamiliar world." Qi Zhi inwardly scoffed at the absurdity of it all. It seemed that time travel was indeed a reality, and it was quite possible he would encounter more individuals from Earth in the future. "Brother Wang, it appears you have arrived in the wrong place," he teased. "Wrong place?" Wang Shengli looked utterly perplexed, gazing at Qi Zhi in confusion. Qi Zhi continued jokingly, "Brother Wang, according to the usual narrative, you should have traversed to that other world to become a hero and battle the Demon King. How did you end up in the realm of cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shengli offered a wry smile, realizing that compared to the plots of anime, he indeed ought to have journeyed to that other world. After their laughter subsided, both regained their composure, and Wang Shengli asked, "Brother Qi, could it be that you too are a traveler from another world?" Qi Zhi gazed out the window, momentarily lost in thought. "Not quite. I am a reincarnation. The self that existed on Earth lived a sorrowful life, passing away at the age of 55. At that moment, Qi Zhi also recalled the version of himself who had married and fathered children with his sister Wanyu. How are they faring now? Are they living happily? At this moment, in another realm, Qi Zhi, who is traveling with his sister Wanyu, suddenly gazes up at the sky, lost in thought. At this point, Qi Zhi and his sister Wanyu are already retired elderly individuals. Reincarnation? Wang Shengli is astonished. The phenomenon of time travel has indeed occurred to him, compelling him to believe. However, upon hearing the term reincarnation from Qi Zhi's lips, he cannot help but feel a profound shock. This inquiry is exceedingly profound, delving into the enigmatic question of where one goes after death. Could it be that I too will be reincarnated after death? Wang Shengli exclaims impulsively. "I am uncertain about that, as I have never encountered anyone like myself." Qi Zhi muses. He reflects on Bai Lu and Lin Jiayao, who appeared in his spiritual world. Although they possess memories of their past lives, they were, after all, deceased from the moment they were born. It was only upon encountering this anomaly that extraordinary events transpired, and he remains oblivious as to whether these two have indeed been reincarnated. Moreover, he has tasked Zier with searching for Lin Jiayao for nearly a millennium, yet has received no news. Qi Zhi genuinely does not know if anyone else shares his experience of retaining memories from a past life, even after reincarnation. Even if someone is reincarnated, without the memories of their previous existence, what substance does this concept of reincarnation hold? Wang Shengli contemplates, but finds himself equally perplexed. Such matters are profoundly intricate and enigmatic, rendering further thought futile. Subsequently, he pulls Qi Zhi to drink with him, and after 3 cups, Qi Zhi poses the question Wang Shengli most desires to hear. "What are your plans moving forward, Brother Wang?" Wang Shengli reflects. "I am unfamiliar with this realm of cultivation, and as a mere first-tier mortal, I do not even know if I can cultivate. Perhaps I should accompany you, Tizi." Qi Zhi is acutely aware of Wang Shengli's predicament. However, he must venture into the Shuru abyss for a millennium of cultivation and cannot ensure his safety. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Zhi produces a jade talisman and a map, handing them to Wang Shengli. "I am about to embark on a perilous journey to cultivate and cannot protect you. Keep this jade talisman and follow the directions on this map. Once you arrive in that vicinity, someone will come to find you." Observing Wang Shengli's hesitation, Qi Zhi reassures him, "Rest assured, this person is also from Earth." "An Earthling?" Wang Shengli exclaims in astonishment. "Haha, once you go, you shall know." Subsequently, Qi Zhi procures a horse-drawn carriage and provides Wang Shengli with several protective artifacts. Once everything is arranged, Qi Zhi bids farewell to Wang Shengli as he departs the area. It is indeed remarkable. Qi Zhi had never anticipated encountering a time traveler within the realm of cultivation. Only within his own spiritual world would such an occurrence seem ordinary. As this thought crosses his mind, he pauses briefly. Could it truly be within my spiritual world? In an instant, a blue light flickers in Qi Zhi's eyes. Chapter 32. The blood-red plain. Upon witnessing Duo lounging on a beach chair, basking in the sun and soundly asleep, Qi Zhi felt a quiet sense of relief wash over him. In this realm of the mind, Duo's presence was a reassurance. She had taken on the role that Zhi once held. As if sensing his gaze, Duo slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Upon spotting Qi Zhi, she sprang to her feet and rushed to his side, playfully tugging at his arm. "Ah, master, it has been ages since you last visited Duo. I thought I would perish from longing for you." Qi Zhi affectionately ruffled Duo's hair, studying her for a moment. "Has it truly been so long? Soon, I shall embark on my training in the Shuro Abyss, and during that time, you will have no choice but to see me daily." A wave of joy surged within Qi Zhi, for merely gazing upon Duo brightened his spirits immensely. Her delicate visage and large, sparkling eyes were irresistible. Ah, how could Duo not wish to see her master? Duo pouted adorably, as if she yearned to cling to him every day, much like he did with Sister Zhi. She continued to shake his arm playfully. Caught off guard, Qi Zhi quickly adopted a serious demeanor and retorted, "What are you thinking, you little rascal? Those are matters for adults." Duo's expression turned to one of indignation, hands on her hips, her rosy lips jutting out defiantly. "What do you mean, little rascal? I am nearly 800 years old. That matters not to me. In my eyes, you remain a child," Qi Zhi countered, equally displeased. "That is most unfair." Duo cried out, as if the heavens had wronged her. All right. Qi Zhi pinched her adorable little face, attempting to pacify her. "If you behave, I shall bring you some delicious treats next time. Recently, I have savored many delightful dishes in this realm of cultivation." "Really?" Upon hearing of the promised delicacies, Duo instantly transformed into the epitome of obedience. Qi Zhi suddenly straightened up, adopting a pose reminiscent of an immortal. "Of course it's true. Have you forgotten what I told you before?" "Of course not." Duo mimicked Qi Zhi's stance, declaring with a mock seriousness, "Does this immortal appear to be a liar?" Their laughter echoed through the air, and after spending time with Duo, Qi Zhi felt a sense of lightness in his heart. Yet, he knew he must press on, for there would be ample opportunities for playful banter with Duo in the future. After bidding farewell to Duo, his eyes opened once more to find himself back at his previous location. With a flick of his palm, a miniature silver flying vessel materialized in his hand. He then tossed it into the sky, swiftly ascending aboard the vessel. Consulting the map in his hand, he oriented himself and transformed into a streak of silver light, soaring away toward the blood-red plain. After months of flight, Qi Zhi finally arrived at the blood-red plain. Though the journey was fraught with perils, there were few significant obstacles, primarily individuals who sought to exploit his considerable worth for their own gain. While Qi Zhi was not devoid of compassion, he remained resolute against those who threatened his very existence. They were all cast into the realm of illusions, stripped bare of their possessions. Unexpectedly, after a few months, relying solely on the lingering spirits of these individuals, Qi Zhi had ascended to the realm of entry. Duo had even advanced to the mountain-moving realm, which was hardly surprising, given that she had been instructed by Zhi to protect Qi Zhi, ensuring her cultivation level surpassed his. The blood-red plain was indeed aptly named, for it stretched endlessly in all directions, with the earth, trees, and hills all exhibiting a sinister crimson hue. To aimlessly search for the Shuro Abyss in such a vast expanse was a daunting task, and Qi Zhi resolved to seek out individuals to inquire further, hoping to glean some information. Upon entering the blood-red plain, Qi Zhi sensed 3 figures stealthily trailing him. With a clever maneuver, he vanished from sight. The trio, startled by his sudden disappearance, hastened their pace towards the spot. Meanwhile, Qi Zhi concealed himself within the nearby void, scrutinizing the trio with a wary expression. This secretive technique, taught to him by Zhi, was a life-preserving method known as the concealment technique, which allowed him to mask his presence within the emptiness. Noticing that the 3 were merely at the realm of entry, Qi Zhi sighed in relief. He had no fear of mountain-moving cultivators, but facing 3 at once would be overwhelming. At that moment, a man clad in black spoke up. That person was just here. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? The other 2 men, similarly attired, exchanged puzzled glances as they stared at the spot where Qi Zhi had stood. A slightly older man remarked, "It seems we have been discovered. Judging by that lad's attire, he is undoubtedly a core disciple of a certain sect, likely possessing valuable items." Initially intending to follow him to a secluded area to commit murder and seize treasures, they now feared that opportunity had slipped away. The earlier man suggested, He surely hasn't gone far. Let us search the vicinity. No need to search. Qi Zhi suddenly materialized, coldly declaring. The three men were taken aback by his abrupt appearance and hastily drew their respective magical instruments to defend themselves. Qi Zhi, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "It seems my three friends harbor some rather nefarious thoughts towards me." The older man, sensing the calm confidence radiating from Qi Zhi, felt a pang of trepidation. He realized this individual was of the same cultivation level, which had emboldened their pursuit. Yet, upon facing him directly, the aura of danger emanating from Qi Zhi became palpable. Just as the older man contemplated retreating, the earlier brash man disdainfully retorted, "What a coincidence. We were just looking for you. Since you've chosen to reveal yourself, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hand over your storage ring, and we may spare your life." He added, "And that outfit of yours, do strip it off." Seeing the situation escalate, the older man steeled his resolve, preparing to take action. Even though the presence of the other party felt rather peculiar, the three of them were simply unable to prevail against him. Escaping was certainly an option. Qi Zhi let out a cold chuckle. "In that case, allow me to escort you to a certain location." As the three men beheld the flash of blue light in Qi Zhi's eyes, they each succumbed to unconsciousness. When they eventually regained their senses, they found themselves in a picturesque paradise. The mountains and fields were blanketed with peach blossoms, exuding a delightful fragrance. The gentle flow of the river was refreshingly soothing. In a pavilion, Qi Zhi surveyed the beautiful surroundings, his spirits lifted, momentarily forgetting the vexations caused by the earlier rascals. He sampled a sip of divine wine, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "Now, I trust you understand what you must do." Upon arriving at this place, the three men had immediately shouted, "It's an illusion," followed by a frenzied flurry of strikes. Qi Zhi chuckled softly, swiftly incapacitating one of them. The remaining two stood frozen in fear, paralyzed by their terror. With their treacherous intentions toward him, Qi Zhi, in a sudden burst of whimsy, proposed a question-and-answer game. Should their responses fail to satisfy him, they would face dire consequences. Though he felt a twinge of compassion, he could not overlook their covetousness for his life and riches. Eventually, one man's answer displeased Qi Zhi, leaving only one remaining. "I assure you, I shall speak nothing but the truth," the last man hastily declared. Wasn't he the very one who had threatened to strip Qi Zhi of his garments? "Do you know where the azure abyss lies?" Qi Zhi inquired. Gazing intently at the distant peach blossoms, the man buried his head deeply in the ground, too terrified to meet Qi Zhi's gaze. "I do not know the location of the azure abyss." "Humph." A displeased scoff escaped Qi Zhi's lips. The man, terrified, quickly altered his response. "While I do not know the exact location of the azure abyss, there is an inn not far from here. It frequently hosts cultivators who come to undertake tasks. Surely someone there must know where the azure abyss is located." An inn? Tasks? It appeared that the blood-soaked plains were far more complex than he had initially surmised. With this thought, Qi Zhi continued his inquiry. "What tasks do these cultivators seek?" Chapter 33. A notable reputation. The man noticed that Qi Zhi's tone had softened from its previous chill, and a glimmer of hope flickered across his face. "They seek tasks to acquire the blood spirit fruit. This fruit is quite renowned in the blood-soaked plains, often utilized by cultivators at the entry realm to break through their bottlenecks. Hence, the majority of those who come to take on tasks are cultivators at this level. My companions and I have also come seeking the blood spirit fruit." Upon finishing, the man glanced up at Qi Zhi. Seeing that Qi Zhi's expression remained unsatisfied, he quickly added, "These tasks are issued by various major factions, since cultivators at the entry realm can only consume one blood spirit fruit in their lifetime. Any excess fruits are sold to the major factions. Wherever the blood spirit fruit is found, there will invariably be demon beasts, particularly the blood shadow wolves, prompting most cultivators to form teams for their ventures." The term demon beast was one that Qi Zhi encountered for the first time after stepping into the realm of cultivation. Back in his previous life, while reading novels about cultivation, he often fantasized about having a powerful demon beast as a mount. How splendid that would be. This realm of cultivation had indeed not disappointed him. Once he mastered the killing body technique, he would have Zir assist him in capturing a mount. At this moment, the man noticed the inexplicable smile that graced Qi Zhi's face and felt a surge of satisfaction, believing his answer had pleased his interlocutor immensely. However, Qi Zhi merely smiled for a fleeting moment before reverting to his previous, austere demeanor. Was the blood shadow wolf truly formidable? Was it necessary to form a team to confront them? Individually, the blood shadow wolves were not particularly strong, possessing strength akin to that of the spirit transformation realm. The complication arose from their pack mentality. A minimum of over 20 wolves would be present. If one were to encounter a pack led by a wolf king of the Tao entrance realm, the numbers could swell to over 50. Hence, it was generally necessary for at least 3 Tao entrance realm cultivators to embark together to harvest the blood spirit fruit. Pondering this, Qi Zhi did not even cast a glance at the man, simply stating, "Your answer has greatly satisfied me." Before the man could respond, a bolt of lightning struck, reducing him to naught but ashes. Only then did Qi Zhi turn to gaze at the spot where the man had vanished. He had never claimed that his satisfaction with the answer would spare the man's life. Allowing him to perish in ignorance was the greatest mercy Qi Zhi could offer. With that thought, a glimmer of blue flickered in his eyes as he reappeared at his previous location, extending his consciousness. Qi Zhi soon discovered a moderately sized and not far away. This establishment boasted 2 stories. The lower level was designated for task reception, while the upper level provided lodging. Qi Zhi pushed the door open, only to collide forcefully with another individual. Oof! The impact left Qi Zhi momentarily dazed, his head buzzing. He clutched his nose as tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. After a brief struggle, he managed to stifle his tears, determined to discern the identity of the careless individual responsible for this humiliation. This was undoubtedly the most grievous injury he had endured since entering the world of cultivation. Upon focusing his gaze, he found himself face to face with a woman whose height was nearly identical to his own. A scar, etched from the corner of her eye to the tip of her nose, adorned her face, and she was clad in armor, exuding an aura of a formidable heroine. Despite this, Qi Zhi couldn't help but think, was she made of iron? The sensation of their collision had felt akin to striking a steel plate. The woman, surveying Qi Zhi with equal scrutiny, mused to herself, why does this man weep and grimace from a mere bump? Judging by his attire, he is likely a pampered scion of a noble family. My apologies, she said, noticing his pained expression, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. Before Qi Zhi could utter a word, she strode past him with purpose. With her apology hanging in the air, Qi Zhi felt it inappropriate to say anything further, and he could only helplessly rub his nose. He had just sensed with his divine perception that the woman was merely at the body-tempering realm. To venture alone into this blood-red expanse at such a level certainly marked her as an extraordinary woman. Before Qi Zhi could gather his thoughts, a man with an exceedingly suave demeanor approached him. This friend must be a disciple of a prestigious sect, am I right? Zir Palace, Qi Zhi responded coolly. He had previously disregarded the identity token that Zir had presented him, merely storing it away in his storage ring. However, after being eyed covetously by petty individuals, he found it troublesome. Thus, he now displayed the token, emblazoned with the name Zir Palace, prominently at his waist. It was reasonable to assume that under the banner of Zir Palace, no one would dare to confront him again. Upon noticing the token, the man cast a glance at Qi Zhi's waist. The other patrons at nearby tables, drinking, also turned their attention towards him, their faces betraying unreserved envy. It was understandable. Given that Zir Palace was renowned as the foremost celestial palace in the Kuan-Nin continent, it was only natural for them to feel admiration. The man, adopting a more ingratiating demeanor, said, my team is currently in need of one more member. Why not join us? Should we gather an excess of blood spirit fruits? I would be willing to share 30% with you, if that pleases you. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi smiled faintly. I did not come here for the blood spirit fruits, but rather to seek the Shura Abyss. If you happen to know its location, I could exchange crystal stones for that information. The Shura Abyss? The man was taken aback, expressing regret. It is indeed a pity that you do not seek the blood spirit fruits. Unfortunately, I am unaware of the Shura Abyss's whereabouts. With that, he departed, visibly disappointed. I know where the Shura Abyss is. A seemingly 16 or 17-year-old fair-skinned youth in the corner stood up and declared, if you agree to my request, I shall personally guide you there. Qi Zhi regarded the youth with a hint of surprise. This boy, appearing so young, possessed the cultivation of the Tao entry realm. If true, his talent for cultivation was nothing short of prodigious. The youth seemed to understand Qi Zhi's astonishment and smiled. Do not be surprised. I am already over 100 years old. This youthful appearance is merely a result of consuming a certain spirit fruit in my childhood. Achieving the Tao entry realm at just over 100 years was commendable, yet the efficacy of that spirit fruit was indeed remarkable. However, such a fruit held little significance for Qi Zhi. As the bloodthirsty demon king, his appearance during cultivation would not significantly alter in the future. Presently, he appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. If he were to find such a fruit in the future, it could be of use to some of his vanity-prone disciples. Qi Zhi nodded and approached the youth. What is the request you speak of? I must know. The youth instinctively glanced at Qi Zhi's token as he saw the latter approaching. If you agree to recommend me to join Zir Palace, I will take you there immediately. Haha, that is easily arranged. I accept your request. Qi Zhi had anticipated a more unreasonable demand. This individual possesses a commendable talent. Since he aspires to join the Zir Palace, he would surely welcome the addition of another capable member, as the Zir Palace is, after all, his own. Upon hearing this, the young man gazed at Qi Zhi with delight. My friend, you are indeed magnanimous. In that case, let us set forth immediately. Qi Zhi, without hesitation, accompanied the young man out of the inn, soaring into the sky. The others in the inn, watching the two depart, were filled with despondency, secretly regretting their ignorance regarding the news of the Shura Abyss. During their journey, Qi Zhi learned that the young man's name was Xueqing. Xueqing had initially intended to join the Zir Palace, but was delayed by certain matters. When he sought to return, he discovered that the disciples of the Zir Palace had already reached their quota and were no longer accepting new members. Thus, upon encountering Qi Zhi, he hastily made his request. Qi Zhi also sensed that Xueqing harbored some secrets, yet in the realm of cultivation, who does not possess a few mysteries. He paid it little mind. 3 days later, under Xueqing's guidance, Qi Zhi arrived at the Shuro Abyss. The journey was not devoid of intrigue, as they carefully circumvented several territories inhabited by bloodshadow wolves. Once they reached their destination, Qi Zhi handed Xueqing a communication talisman, assuring him with a pat on the chest that with this talisman, he would undoubtedly gain entry into the Zir Palace. Subsequently, the two parted ways before the Shuro Abyss. Chapter 34. The Extraordinary Woman. A surge of malevolent energy swirled around, while the wraiths howled throughout the desolate ruins. Iron chains crisscrossed the area, littered with shattered remnants of magical artifacts. This was the ancient battlefield known as the Shuro Abyss. Qi Zhi murmured to himself as he beheld the scene before him. At long last, he had arrived at the Shuro Abyss. Filled with anticipation, he took a bold step into its depths. No sooner had Qi Zhi set foot in the Shuro Abyss than the surrounding wraiths seemed to sense something, flocking towards him. However, before they could draw near, some of them felt an instinctive unease and attempted to flee. Qi Zhi would not allow them such audacity, permitting them to come and go as they pleased. With a deep inhalation, he consumed the wraiths, transforming them into sustenance for his being. Regrettably, these wraiths had wandered in the Shuro Abyss for countless years. Their soul power diminished to a meager amount, insufficient even for his needs. Wraiths are the lost souls of human cultivators in the realm of cultivation. As the soul-devouring demon king, Qi Zhi was meant to cultivate by continuously devouring such entities. Yet, his purpose for coming here was to avoid relying on this method of cultivation. Previously, he had pondered why Zir did not come to devour the multitude of wraiths in the Shuro Abyss. The outcome revealed that a great elephant cannot be satiated by a single grain of rice, and the wraiths of the Shuro Abyss were akin to that solitary grain. Regardless of the wraiths, Qi Zhi was drawn here by the malevolent energy. Prolonged exposure to this energy could affect one's psyche, filling the heart with rage and emanating a murderous aura. Qi Zhi resolved to find a secluded and auspicious location to cultivate the malevolent body technique. As Qi Zhi was fervently searching for a favorable geomantic site, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a group of malevolent spirits besieging an individual not far away. This person was valiantly wielding a radiant blue shield, seemingly repelling the spirits, who dispersed whenever the shield passed by. However, they would reappear in areas unprotected by the shield. The protective range of the shield was evidently limited, and Qi Zhi observed that the individual was already covered in numerous wounds inflicted by the spirits. Yet, this person remained silent, relentlessly swinging the shield. Unable to stand by and watch a life in peril, Qi Zhi swiftly moved towards the beleaguered figure. The malevolent spirits, sensing an anomaly, shrieked and scattered upon seeing Qi Zhi. Ignoring their retreat, he hastened to the individual who continued to brandish the shield. As he approached, a wave of shock washed over him. The person bore a scarred face and was clad in tattered armor, stained with blood. It was none other than the formidable woman who had previously humiliated him. How could she possibly be here? With the spirits now gone, the woman persisted in her frantic motions. Upon seeing her reddened eyes, Qi Zhi realized that she had succumbed to the insidious influence of malevolent energy. If she continued in this manner, she would surely exhaust herself within 2 hours. Without hesitation, Qi Zhi formed a hand seal and bellowed, "Awaken!" Upon hearing his voice, her eyes suddenly brightened. As she regained her senses, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Qi Zhi intended to assess her injuries, but the woman gritted her teeth and, using the shield for support, attempted to rise. After several attempts, it became apparent that she was utterly spent, and she fell heavily to the ground. Qi Zhi felt a surge of admiration. Her resilience was remarkable. His own resolve was notoriously fragile, often yielding to adversity, and he would simply choose to forget when faced with challenges. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a burgeoning respect for her tenacity. He resolved to forge an extraordinary bond with her. At this juncture, Qi Zhi was by her side, examining her injuries. He thought to himself that he must ensure her survival if he were to consider forming this bond. The woman's condition was truly grim. She was covered in wounds of varying severity, with the deepest ones revealing glimpses of bone. The sight caused Qi Zhi pain just by looking at it. Moreover, wisps of dark energy continued to emanate from her wounds, clearly remnants of the malevolent spirit's poison. Her plight was far worse than he had anticipated. After assessing the situation, Qi Zhi made a decisive move. He inhaled deeply, drawing the dark energy into his own body. He then swiftly retrieved a flying vessel and placed the woman upon it. With a forceful motion of his hands, the tattered remnants of her clothing disintegrated into dust. Subsequently, he produced a collection of vials and jars from his storage ring, preparing to administer medicine to her. Finally, after wrapping the woman up like a zongzi, Qi Zhi breathed a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat. This was his first experience in treating and saving someone, particularly from external injuries, which undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon him. He nearly gave up several times. But thoughts of his bond with the woman drove him to persevere. Qi Zhi possessed numerous elixirs bestowed upon him by Soar. Yet each required a corresponding cultivation level for consumption. As this woman was merely at the body refinement stage, a mortal, he dared not use them recklessly. The consequences of a fatal mishap would be far too grave to consider. Within a cave, Qi Zhi was engrossed in a jade tome he had fortuitously discovered among the array of items given to him by Soar, titled The Art of Transformative Arrays. The intricate formations described within were truly remarkable. He mused about their potential application within his own spiritual realm. Just then, a fit of coughing erupted from the stone bed nearby. "You're awake," Qi Zhi remarked, setting aside the tome and turning to the woman on the stone bed. She continued to cough incessantly, prompting Qi Zhi to swiftly produce a small vial of jade liquid and administer it to her. Upon consuming the elixir, her complexion improved significantly. It was then that she noticed her entire body was swathed like a zongzi. Upon seeing Qi Zhi, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. You saved me." Qi Zhi nodded earnestly. "Yes, it was I who saved you." The woman had already sensed that someone had rescued her, as she had received fresh bandages daily. However, she never expected that her savior would be the weeping young nobleman she had encountered previously. Feeling a sense of indebtedness, she apologized. "I'm truly sorry for colliding with you earlier. It was unintentional." After a moment, her fair face flushed as she added, "Thank you for saving my life." Qi Zhi, noticing her embarrassment, reassured her with a wave of his hand. "It's nothing. It was merely a collision, no harm done. Since fate has brought us together again in this hellish realm, it is only natural that I would come to your aid." The woman felt reassured by Qi Zhi's nonchalance. However, she soon sensed the ardent gaze he directed toward her. Was he about to declare something? "I see your martial prowess is formidable and your spirit indomitable. Since we are fated to meet, why not become sworn siblings?" Qi Zhi proposed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He had yearned for this moment for what felt like an eternity, eagerly hoping to forge a bond with her. Given her current incapacitated state, he believed the timing could not be more perfect. If she were to recover and refuse his proposal, he would surely endure weeks of heartache. The woman was momentarily struck dumb, staring at the man before her, unsure of how to respond. In normal circumstances, one might exploit the situation or expect the rescued party to offer themselves in gratitude. Yet, this nobleman, with his refined demeanor, was suggesting a bond of sworn brotherhood? Observing her bewilderment, Qi Zhi began to wonder if he had acted too hastily. Upon realizing this, Qi Zhi solemnly remarked, "It seems I have been rather reckless. I have yet to inquire about the esteemed name of the heroine." "Esteemed name?" The bewildered woman blurted out, "Chu Shaoqin." Qi Zhi gazed at Chu Shaoqin with earnest sincerity. "I am Qi Zhi. There is no need for the esteemed heroine to worry. I hold you in great admiration and wish to forge a bond of brotherhood with you." This left Chu Shaoqin utterly perplexed. She felt as immobile as a dumpling, unable to comprehend what there was about her that warranted such admiration. Was it perhaps her resilience after their previous collision? Chapter 35. Brotherhood. There is no need for you to overthink, esteemed heroine. Simply recite after me, Qi Zhi instructed. Placing his hands over his heart, his expression grave, as he knelt before Chu Shaoqin. "Today, I, Qi Zhi, hereby vow." Seeing the anticipation in Qi Zhi's gaze, Chu Shaoqin felt compelled to comply, gritting her teeth as she began, "I, Qi Zhi, hereby know." Qi Zhi interjected loudly, then corrected himself. "You must say, I, Chu Shaoqin, hereby vow." Oh, Chu Shaoqin echoed, her demeanor growing serious. "I, Chu Shaoqin, hereby vow." Qi Zhi continued, "From this day forth, we shall share fortune and misfortune. Uphold our bond for life, and never betray it." Having made the decision to become sworn siblings, Chu Shaoqin hesitated no longer. "From this day forth, we shall share fortune and misfortune, uphold our bond for life, and never betray it." After they completed their vows, Qi Zhi pressed his forehead against Chu Shaoqin's, softly exhaling. The ceremony was thus concluded. The brotherhood was finally established, filling Qi Zhi with immense joy. In his previous life, he had longed to pledge brotherhood with those whom he admired. Alas, he had no friends in his past existence, let alone sworn brothers. The moment he laid eyes on her, he sensed her spirited aura, followed by a deep admiration for her tenacity. It seemed that fate had deemed it necessary for them to bond as brothers. Qi Zhi chuckled, "Since we are now sworn brothers, and as I am slightly older, I shall refer to you as Shaoqin." He was not merely older. At nearly 2,000 years of age, he dwarfed Chu Shaoqin in years. "Then I shall address you as Brother Qi," she replied. Though Chu Shaoqin found the situation quite baffling, having completed the ceremony, she resigned herself to it. Qi Zhi nodded. then regarded Chu Shaoqin with curiosity. I am puzzled about one matter. You possess merely the body-refining stage, yet why do you find yourself here alone? Through their ensuing conversation, Qi Zhi learned that Chu Shaoqin was indeed a practitioner of martial arts. When an ordinary person fails to ascend to the spirit transformation stage, should they continue to harbor aspirations of cultivation, they may pursue the path of secular martial arts. Practitioners of martial arts often refine their bodies, supplemented by the cultivation of worldly techniques, thereby integrating martial prowess into their spiritual journey. The path of martial arts begins with body refinement, leading into the stage of internal cultivation. During the period of internal refinement, one can begin to sense a trace of the essence of heaven and earth. Although it may not yet suffice for the pursuit of immortality, regular practice of breathing techniques can indeed prolong one's life. Generally speaking, individuals in the internal refinement stage can expect to live for a century without any issue. With this faint essence, a cultivator's storage ring can be modified for practical use, greatly facilitating those who practice martial arts alone in remote locations. Following the internal refinement stage is the external manifestation phase, during which one's lifespan may extend to over 150 years. Next comes the breaking strength stage, where one can contend with practitioners of the transformation spirit realm. However, due to the inability to wield magical artifacts, these martial experts in the breaking strength stage typically refrain from unnecessary challenges. The breaking strength stage generally allows for a lifespan of up to 200 years, and Chu Shaoqin finds herself in this particular stage. Following the breaking strength stage is the body charging phase. At this point, a master in the body charging stage can directly confront practitioners of the transformation spirit realm with both speed and strength. It is said that their swiftness can even allow them to escape the full pursuit of those in the entry to the path realm. The body charging stage can grant a lifespan of 300 years, which represents the ultimate limit for mortals. Finally, there is the entry to the path stage. By integrating martial prowess into the path, one ascends to the entry to the path realm, thereby liberating oneself from the mortal coil and embarking on the journey of cultivation. However, for cultivators, entering the path is fraught with challenges, let alone for ordinary mortals. Yet, should one truly succeed in integrating martial arts into the path, it would be remarkable. In the realm of cultivation, there are several renowned practitioners who have all transcended from mere mortals through martial means, step by step ascending to greatness. The reason Chu Shaoqin has come to this place is due to familial turmoil. She was originally the young lady of a martial arts family. However, within the clan, there are two factions, one led by her father and the other by her second uncle. Her second uncle, coveting her father's position of power, conspired with others to murder him during a transport mission. Although Chu Shaoqin cannot cultivate immortality, her innate talent for martial arts is exceptional, wielding the overlord spear capable of contending against thousands. Furthermore, her rigorous training has allowed her, at the tender age of 34, to attain the status of a martial arts expert in the breaking strength stage, a rarity indeed. Following her father's death, she was meant to inherit his position. However, her second uncle, with the support of a body-charging stage granduncle, forcibly expelled her from the Chu family and denied her status as a member of the clan. By chance, Chu Shaoqin acquired a sinister technique that allows one to harness malevolent energy. This technique can unleash one's latent potential, forcibly augmenting the practitioner's strength. However, practicing this art would lead to stagnation in advancement and gradual subjugation by the malevolent energy, ultimately resulting in a soulless, mindless husk. Chu Shaoqin initially intended to use this technique for vengeance. Aware of the tales of ghostly entities in the Shuro abyss, she had also prepared the soul-binding shield. Yet, she was unprepared for the sheer multitude of specters that awaited her. As she fought against the ghosts, she gradually succumbed to the influence of malevolent energy, losing her mental clarity. Had it not been for Qi Zhi's timely arrival, she might have met her end in that place, consumed by despair. Watching the heartbroken Chu Shaoqin, Qi Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Since it was agreed that they would share in each other's difficulties, he must bear the burden. Even if he were to abandon the cultivation of the killing body technique, he must still assist Xiao Qinqin in avenging her grievances. Xiao Qinqin, do not worry. Since this is your matter, it is also my responsibility as your elder brother. Once your injuries have healed, we shall confront these treacherous villains without delay. Qi Zhi declared firmly. Xiao Qinqin gazed at Qi Zhi, her heart brimming with gratitude for his willingness to stand by her side. Brother Qi, you must be a cultivator, right? In the realm of cultivation, practitioners typically refrain from meddling in the affairs of mortals. If you were to act against mortals as a cultivator, it could potentially bring adverse repercussions for you in the future. Qi Zhi scoffed lightly. Rest assured, in this Kuan continent, if I assert my will, no one would dare to oppose me. He believed it was time to reveal his identity as the foremost cultivator of Kuan Nan. At that moment, Xiao Qinqin stared blankly at him, uncertain whether he was boasting or truly possessed such strength. However, He soon realized that being overly ostentatious was not ideal. He had no desire to attract undue attention, and thus continued, "It is not necessary to resolve this matter solely through the means of a cultivator. I have my own ingenious plans. Xiao Qinqin, focus on your recovery." Since Qi Zhi had made up his mind, Xiao Qinqin refrained from saying more. She simply expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "We have only met a few times, yet you treat me so kindly. I truly do not know how to repay you." Qi Zhi dismissed her words casually. "Why speak in such terms? Since we are now sworn brothers, we shall share both fortune and adversity. This minor matter need not weigh on your mind." Days passed, and Qi Zhi continued to tend to Xiao Qinqin's wounds daily. At first, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she said little. Eventually, they grew accustomed to the routine, laughing and chatting as they changed her dressings, like true brothers. Qi Zhi learned that Xiao Qinqin was skilled with the spear and insisted that she teach him once she had recovered. Xiao Qinqin, not one to withhold, copied the techniques of the overlord spear for him to study independently until she could provide direct guidance. After several more days, Xiao Qinqin was finally able to shed the cumbersome wrappings and tend to her own injuries. Qi Zhi offered her a set of his clothes. Their heights were similar, and his garments fit her perfectly. 2 days later, Xiao Qinqin could move about with relative ease, despite still being encumbered by thick bandages. Qi Zhi planned to visit a nearby town to seek out suitable pills for restoring mortal bodies. For waiting until Xiao Qinqin was fully healed could take an indeterminate amount of time. Chapter 36. Mortal martial arts. Time is indeed of the essence. Xiao Qinqin, currently in the broken strength stage, could only expect to live for about a century. Qi Zhi casually entered his spiritual realm for a brief experience, and in that moment, time slipped away. Had they not yet enjoyed the fortune they had promised to share? The individual has perished. How can this be acceptable? He must swiftly devise a means to assist Chu Shaoqin in advancing to the Tao realm. Little does she know that Qi Zhi's mind is a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. All she desires is to recover from her injuries and return home to seek vengeance. However, during her time spent with Qi Zhi, she has come to realize that his intellect is distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person. Upon observing that Chu Shaoqin could walk again, Qi Zhi was overjoyed and promptly arranged for her to board the silver boat, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Chu Shaoqin was left bewildered, while Qi Zhi chuckled softly. Thus, the two swiftly escaped the Shura prison and soared towards a nearby town, Lia Town. This place earned its name from the abundance of fallen leaves that littered its streets, unkempt and unattended. Qi Zhi silently critiqued the state of affairs. During their nearly half-month journey, Chu Shaoqin's body had nearly fully recovered, with only lingering internal injuries remaining. After meandering through the town for half a day, they finally found the elixir she required at a place called the Fragrant Grass Pavilion. The huajidan, a remedy specifically for latent ailments, was procured, alongside a plethora of tonics to enhance her physical constitution. With such an array of potions, Qi Zhi was confident that Chu Shaoqin would soon transcend to the body-tempering stage. Achieving the Tao requires a resolute heart and the validation of martial prowess to enter the Tao realm, which ultimately hinges on one's comprehension. Nevertheless, with Chu Shaoqin's innate talent and unwavering determination, Qi Zhi was certain she would triumph. After resting in Luya Town for several days, Chu Shaoqin had completely returned to her former self. Coupled with the celestial elixirs provided by Qi Zhi, her aura had grown exponentially more formidable than when they first met. Chu Shaoqin expressed that she felt on the verge of breaking through to the body-tempering stage, to which Qi Zhi responded with hearty laughter, proclaiming it splendid. Their next destination awaited, the Chu family, located in the martial nation. True to its name, the martial nation was a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme. Characterized by its fierce and robust populace, an astonishing number of its citizens practiced martial arts, and the Chu family was among the prominent martial clans. Their journey continued without obstruction, and Chu Shaoqin found herself filled with an unquenchable yearning for the path of cultivation. As she gazed at the fleeting figures soaring across the sky, envy filled her eyes. Qi Zhi assured her that she would surely shatter the shackles of mortality and embark on a journey of cultivation. After about a month, they reached the martial nation, which was not too distant from the Crimson Plains. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for Chu Shaoqin, in her mortal form, to have knowledge of such a place as the Shura prison. It must be said, the sights here truly expanded Qi Zhi's horizons, as the streets were populated by individuals adorned in a style reminiscent of martial heroes. Had it not been for Chu Shaoqin's preceding tribulations, he might have believed he was still within the confines of his own imagination. The martial nation appeared as a vivid tapestry of the martial world, bustling with escort agencies and martial arts schools, where everyone bore swords and daggers. There were also individuals akin to Chu Shaoqin, seemingly unarmed, yet exuding an aura of latent power. Qi Zhi gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, while Chu Shaoqin appeared entirely unfazed. Since Brother Qi has arrived in the martial kingdom, Why not visit the renowned Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a delightful experience? It would also be an opportune moment to gather some tidings. Observing Xiao Qin's enthusiasm, Qi Zhi graciously accepted the invitation, and the two of them, amidst laughter and banter, made their way to the pavilion. Upon arrival, Qi Zhi felt an uncanny resonance with his own thoughts. The scene before him mirrored his expectations perfectly. Stacked barrels of wine adorned the counter, bustling attendants scurried about, and graceful dancers captivated the atmosphere. The two friends chose a window-side table, where they were promptly greeted with warmth and hospitality. Xiao Qin, displaying a generous spirit, waved his hand extravagantly. "Waiter, bring forth your finest drunken immortal wine and signature dishes." He then handed a substantial silver coin to the waiter. The latter, upon seeing this, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Qi Zhi mused internally, "No wonder he is my brother." Such audacious demeanor nearly stirred feelings of admiration within him. Shaking his head, Qi Zhi reminded himself of the pressing matters at hand. Matters of affection could wait. "Xiao Qin, what does the term martial Dao rivalry signify? It seems to be the topic of much discussion lately." Qi Zhi inquired. Has the time for ranking arrived once more?" Xiao Qin exclaimed, momentarily losing composure before quickly correcting himself. The martial Dao rivalry is essentially a grand tournament among the various martial families of the martial kingdom. "A tournament?" Qi Zhi inquired, puzzled. Xiao Qin elaborated. "Each family selects their strongest member to compete for rankings. The higher the rank, the more resources they acquire. My family, the Chu clan, consistently relies on our esteemed uncle, who has reached the body refinement stage, to secure a position within the top 10. Contemplating this, Qi Zhi considered that perhaps he need not intervene personally. Allowing Xiao Qin to compete could yield not only glory, but also restore their family's reputation against adversaries. Confidence in his brother surged within him, and he spoke earnestly. "With less than 20 days until the tournament, do you believe you can break through to the body refinement stage?" Xiao Qin pondered briefly. "Having consumed the elixir, I sense a breakthrough is imminent. Within 3 days, I shall undoubtedly attain the body refinement stage." "Excellent. Once you achieve that, you will rightfully reclaim all that you desire in the tournament. Now let us drink." Qi Zhi replied with great delight, and the two continued their revelry until the late hours of the night. In that moment, even the immortal Qi Zhi felt thoroughly intoxicated. Arm in arm, he and Xiao Qin swayed towards a private room, occasionally uttering slurred words of camaraderie. Duo, I have a brother now." To which Xiao Qin, equally inebriated, responded, "Brothers, all good brothers." Upon reaching the room, the two collapsed into a deep slumber. Today, Qi Zhi experienced a joy he had never known in his past life, a profound sense of brotherhood and the exhilarating freedom of shared revelry. Felt a deep respect for the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably generous scion of wealth. The two engaged in heartfelt discussions about their aspirations and insights on life, ultimately vowing to remain brothers for eternity, never to part. They succumbed to slumber, only awakening in the afternoon of the following day. Upon waking, noticed that his arms and legs were draped over the sleeping figure of, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. He carefully shifted his body aside and made his way to the window. Although the previous night's revelry had left him somewhat dazed, he retained a clear memory of the essence of their conversation. The two had indulged in a torrent of nonsensical chatter, evoking an inexplicable smile on his face at the recollection. How delightful! With a sigh of contentment, suddenly vanished without a trace. Given that they were to linger in this martial nation for over 10 days, it was impractical to remain in this elegant chamber. Sought out a modest residence with a courtyard and rented it for a month. He intended to seize this opportunity to learn the formidable spear technique from. Although this technique was of worldly origin, it was undeniably exquisite. In his prior studies of the technique, had discerned its remarkable nature. It required the practitioner to channel their vital energy, a feat typically achievable only by those in the realm of cultivation. The fact that this technique could harness vital energy through a mortal body spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. Thus, during their time together, the two engaged in daily martial arts practice. Without the application of spiritual power, found himself no match for. Wielding a silver spear of immense strength, each of his moves appeared flawed, yet proved impossible to counter. Noticing S' aversion to pain, was considerate, always pulling back just in time. As days passed, S' proficiency in spear techniques and physical conditioning soared. 2. Relished the daily companionship in her training. Chapter 37. Revenge. Why are there so many people on the streets today? The young man in white pondered, observing the bustling crowd. At that moment, a young woman beside him remarked, "It's the martial arts competition, you must have heard about it. Come, let us join the excitement." With that, she tugged him into the throng. Amidst the sea of humanity, a towering platform was clearly visible, surrounded by 8 fighting arenas. An energetic elder atop the platform spoke. "The martial arts competition determines the ranking of the esteemed martial families of our nation. Its significance is evident, even without my elaboration. You, shall refrain from unnecessary words. Let the swords and blades speak for themselves, and may fate take its course. As soon as the elder finished speaking, individuals began to leap onto the arenas. The Yu family from Qingyu City challenged the Yi family from Luoqing. The Li family from Baiqi City challenged the Hong family from Lingxi City. The Bai family from Zhongqing challenged the Wang family from Zhongqing. In an instant, declarations of war filled the arenas. The long-standing rule of this martial contest permits those of lower rank to challenge those of higher rank at will. Due to the fact that the top 10 rankings are predominantly occupied by formidable martial artists in the body refinement stage, fluctuations in standings are infrequent. Amidst the dazzling flashes of blades and the relentless roars, those on the arena have long been embroiled in fierce combat, and Qi Zhi watches with keen interest. Swords and knives are merely conventional weapons. Some wield axes, others brandish heavy hammers or crack whips. Among them, a woman adeptly employs hidden weapons, swiftly launching 12 flying daggers towards her opponent with remarkable precision. The unfortunate target manages to evade only a few before letting out a pained scream and collapsing to the ground. Such occurrences are commonplace if one cannot concede in time. Death is inevitable. After all, blades are unforgiving. At that moment, as one battle concludes on the stage, a woman leaps skyward. Clad in a striking black and red battle robe, adorned with an embroidered crown, her strikingly handsome face bears a menacing scar from a blade. This individual is none other than Qi Zhi's good brother, Chu Shaoqin. Chu Shaoqin surveys the crowd before directing her gaze towards a group dressed in garments emblazoned with the Chu family emblem, proclaiming loudly. Chu Shaoqin of the Chu family from Mufeng City challenges the Chu family of Mufeng City. The crowd erupts in astonishment. How could one of their own dare to challenge their kin? Yet, these spectators thrive on the spectacle, eagerly anticipating a more substantial drama. Meanwhile, the esteemed martial artists seated atop the high platform sip tea and engage in casual conversation, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil below. At this juncture, a lean old man speaks up. Brother Chu, do you not see the talented young lady from your Chu family who mysteriously vanished, standing in the arena below? How is it that she now dares to challenge your family? Chu glances down, his eyes widening in surprise. Was she not dealt with by that young lad? Very well. If that is the case, I shall personally escort you on your journey. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Chu turns to the lean old man with a smile. Brother Han, do not take offense. This young lady, having been spoiled since childhood, lacks decorum. Since she wishes to challenge the Chu family, I shall take it upon myself to teach her a lesson on behalf of her deceased father. With that, he leaps from the high platform. As Chu descends, he lightly touches the ground with his toes, effortlessly stabilizing himself atop the arena. His mastery of bodily control is evident, having reached an extraordinary level. Chu gazes darkly at Chu Shaoqin. Qin girl, since you have not perished and have chosen to return, your uncle is not without compassion. However, I cannot fathom why you would return to court death. Qi Zhi, who had spent several months with Chu Shaoqin, later learned from her that after being expelled from the Chu family, she was pursued by numerous experts at the breaking energy stage, and the scar on her face was a testament to that harrowing experience. Uncle He, this time I am determined to avenge my grievances and reclaim the Chu family. Chu Shaoqin declares with fervor. With a forceful shake of her hand, she brandishes a silver spear, the Bawang gun. Humph. Little girl, unaware of your own limitations, since you insist on seeking death, your uncle shall oblige. Let me see what progress you have made during our months apart. As Chu finished speaking, a gleaming green blade materialized in his hand, and with a surge of energy, he swiftly charged towards Chu Shaoqin. As the blade approached her face, Chu Shaoqin let out a cold snort, her formidable aura erupting around her. With her body slightly bent and veins bulging on her right hand, she twisted her silver spear and lunged at Chu-hee's green blade. Upon witnessing the formidable thrust of the spear, Chu-hee's pupils constricted in alarm, and with no time to withdraw, he hastily raised the green blade to parry. Immediately, an overwhelming force surged from Chu Shaoqin's spear. Realizing the immense power behind it, Chu-hee's expression shifted drastically. He had sensed something amiss when Chu Shaoqin unleashed her aura earlier, and this force was beyond his capacity to withstand. It was inconceivable that this girl was still at the body-breaking stage. Had she truly advanced to the body refinement stage in just a few months? Astonishment coursed through Chu-hee's mind, causing him to grip his blade with renewed intensity. However, he had underestimated her strength. The power transmitted through the silver spear only intensified. With his face turning crimson, Chu-hee hurriedly lowered his blade in an attempt to dissipate the force. Yet, Chu Shaoqin would not allow him to succeed. She swiftly retracted the silver spear and, with a fluid motion, twirled it around her waist before launching a fierce assault towards Chu-hee once more. Caught off guard by her sudden retraction, Chu-hee stumbled as he attempted to counter the overwhelming force of her spear. Before he could regain his composure, Chu Shaoqin's second thrust was already hurtling towards him. Yet, Chu-hee, a master of the body refinement stage, quickly inclined his body, flipping his palm to conjure a green shield that protected him. This maneuver, along with the angled position of the shield, managed to absorb half the force of the silver spear. Nevertheless, his arm still tingled and trembled uncontrollably. With a swift roll to the side, he distanced himself from Chu Shaoqin's range of attack. Seeing that her thrust had been neutralized, infuriated Chu Shaoqin, and her brows knitted in frustration. With agile movements, she pirouetted and twirled her spear, unleashing strands of vital energy that radiated around her. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, raising her right hand high and bellowing, "Go!" At that moment, the silver spear emitted a low roar akin to a dragon's cry, as a shimmering silver dragon coiled around it. The dragon's piercing gaze locked onto Chu He, launching itself towards him with ferocity. Chu He's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a technique was beyond mortal capabilities. It was a divine power reserved for immortals. There was no way he could withstand such a display, and he quickly raised his shield in front of him. This shield was a precious artifact he had obtained from a benevolent immortal after months of hospitality, and he believed it could withstand this blow. However, if she were to unleash several more strikes, he could not guarantee that the shield would endure. Just as Chu He contemplated conceding, Qi Zhi, who had been intently observing the battle, saw a flash of blue light in his eyes. In an instant, Chu He, along with his shield, was firmly pinned to the arena by the silver spear. The spectators below, witnessing Chu He impaled on the platform, fell into a stunned silence, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon Chu Shaoqin. At this moment, Chu Shaoqin approached Chu He with an impassive expression. She stepped onto the shield, and with a swift motion, extracted the silver spear. Blood trickled slowly from the spear's tip, and the sound of it dripping onto the arena sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The elite practitioners on the platform wore somber expressions, their faces darkened by foreboding. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a strand of hair to dance in the wind. With unwavering determination in her gaze, a fierce scar marred her handsome visage. Clad in a crimson cloak and black battle attire, wielding a blood-stained silver spear, Chu Shaoqin appeared to Qi Zhi like a war deity, exuding valor and majesty. At that moment, Qi Zhi yearned to shout to the crowd, "This is my brother." Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it wiser to remain a silent observer. Chu Shaoqin scanned the arena as she had done during her initial appearance, and then proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, I shall represent the Mu Feng Chu family. Who among you dares to challenge me?" Her words ignited a cacophony of murmurs among the crowd, various whispers cascading through the throng. The esteemed practitioners atop the platform exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Moments later, an elderly man spoke up. "Young friend Shaoqin is truly a paragon among women. It is evident that no one in the entire martial nation can rival her prowess." Everyone nodded in agreement. Given the display of skill Chu Shaoqin had just exhibited, none dared claim they could withstand her might, and they all voiced their concurrence. Seeing no one contest her declaration, Chu Shaoqin leapt gracefully down from the arena and walked toward Qi Zhi, the crowd parting to create a passage for her. Upon reaching Qi Zhi, she clasped her hands in salute, saying, "I have lived up to Brother Qi's expectations. The great vengeance has been avenged." Qi Zhi helped her up, enveloping her in a warm embrace and giving her a hearty pat on the back. "Between brothers, there is no need for such formality. If you continue this way, I may have to take a stand." Releasing her, Qi Zhi smiled. "Today is a day of joy. Let us go celebrate with some wine." Chu Shaoqin gazed at Qi Zhi, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, hastily wiping them away. "Let us go drink." The strife within the Chu family was merely a fleeting episode in the grand tournament. Chu Shaoqin's departure had little effect on the impending competition. Rather, it instilled a sense of trepidation among the Chu clan. Those who had previously conspired against her, including her second uncle, hastily began to pack their belongings, contemplating escape. Thus, the two spent an entire day and night in the drunken immortal pavilion, mostly engaged in conversation, neither feeling particularly inebriated. Qi Zhi presented Chu Shaoqin with a plethora of medicinal pills, several protective talismans, and a sound transmission talisman meant for Zir. In the latter part of the night, as their conversation grew animated, a sudden silence enveloped them. "Now that you have avenged your grievances, there is no reason for me to remain here any longer." Chu Shaoqin was acutely aware that a day would inevitably come when she and Qi Zhi would part ways, yet she had not anticipated such a sudden farewell. With an expression of reluctance, Chu Shaoqin implored, "Brother Qi, is there truly no way for you to remain here? The Chu family has now ascended to become the foremost martial clan in the Wu kingdom, and I wish to share this glory with you." Qi Zhi, fully cognizant of Chu Shaoqin's heartfelt sentiments, felt a profound bond between them. However, he somberly replied, "Shaoqin, you know that I am a cultivator. How could I linger in this mundane world? You too shall embark on the path of cultivation, and I urge you not to dwell too deeply on worldly matters." He then gazed out of the window, a palpable sense of melancholy etched across his features. The path of cultivation is fleeting, and our separation may well span a millennium. In terms of refining elixirs, I can assist you only to a certain extent, but I am confident that with your innate talent, you will undoubtedly ascend to the Tao realm. When that time comes, take this communication talisman to the Zir Palace, and we shall reunite after 1,000 years. At this moment, the usually resolute Chu Shaoqin was unable to contain her tears, which streamed from her eyes despite her efforts to remain silent. Observing her distress, Qi Zhi enveloped her in a warm embrace before vanishing from sight. The sudden absence of Qi Zhi sent Chu Shaoqin into a fit of inconsolable sobbing. She could not bear the thought of him leaving. She truly could not bear it. Having lost her mother at a young age, Qi Zhi was the only person who had genuinely cared for her after her father's death. Yet, the unpredictability of fate left her uncertain about her ability to ascend to the Tao realm. Qi Zhi's departure would mean a separation of a millennium, a span of time that felt like several lifetimes to someone as mortal as Chu Shaoqin. Should she fail to reach the Tao realm, she might never have the chance to see him again. Aboard the silver vessel, Qi Zhi remained silent. Grappling with his own reluctance to part ways with a brother he had only recently sworn an oath of brotherhood with. Nevertheless, he found himself inescapably bound by duty. He had Zir awaiting him, Lin Jiayao to locate, and the matter of Wang Shengli, who had traversed from another world. Gradually, Qi Zhi felt ensnared in a cycle of despair. Perhaps it would be best to seek solace with Duo. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Far away in Zir Palace, Zir furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with worry. Could it be that something has happened to him? I should not have allowed him to go alone. I must find him. With this thought, Zir soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the Shuro abyss. Duo, you won't believe what I have brought for you. Upon entering the spiritual realm, Qi Zhi called out to Duo. At that moment, Duo, donned in protective goggles and wielding a miniature spade, was engaged in constructing a miniature version of Qi Zhi's beloved Duo fortress. Upon hearing Qi Zhi's enthusiastic shout, she adopted a pitiful expression, saying, "Master, I have been waiting for you with great longing." Ignoring her complaints, Qi Zhi waved his hand, summoning a lavish dining table laden with an array of delectable dishes and desserts. Upon witnessing the delightful scene, Duo's eyes transformed into heart shapes, and she joyfully dashed towards the dining table. Ignoring Qi Zhi's feelings, she opened her mouth wide and devoured a delectable dish. After finishing, she relished the taste and offered a delightful critique before eagerly consuming another culinary delight. Observing Duo's voracious appetite, Qi Zhi was suddenly reminded of the amusing moment when she had swallowed him whole, eliciting a chuckle. Indeed, it must be Duo, he thought, affectionately patting her small head, though his gaze drifted into the distance. How wonderful it would be if Zir were present. It was strange how he missed her so profoundly after only a few months apart. Was it due to Chu Shaoqin's influence? Unbeknownst to Qi Zhi, Zir longed for him just as deeply, transforming into a radiant purple light, swiftly making her way to the Shuro abyss. After affectionately pinching Duo's cheek for a while, he departed amidst her playful complaints. Resolving to set aside his musings, Qi Zhi soared towards the Shuro abyss. And in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During his journey, he diligently studied the intricate formations from the previously acquired tome. He had become quite familiar with some simpler arrays, such as the concealment array, the soul confusion array, the bagua array, and the fierce wind array, all of which were straightforward to execute by utilizing crystal stones as power sources and inscribing special runes on the formation flags to create a circle. However, there remained many formations that perplexed him. Qi Zhi deemed the time array to be the most formidable, though he understood it only superficially. He gathered that it could significantly shorten cultivation time. If that were indeed the case, this formation would be nothing short of miraculous. He also found the spatial array intriguing, yet he comprehended it not at all. While Qi Zhi was engrossed in his studies of the formations, a swift purple figure zipped past him, sending a tremor through his small vessel. Shortly thereafter, the purple silhouette reversed direction and soared back towards him. The moment Qi Zhi spotted the figure, his heart skipped a beat. Upon recognizing Zir as she approached, his eyes instantly welled with tears. "Zir," he called. Without responding, she transformed into a beam of purple light and rushed into his embrace. "I never want to leave you again," she declared, holding him tightly. "I missed you so much." Qi Zhi replied, reciprocating her embrace. In that tranquil moment beneath the setting sun, they nestled against each other. And Qi Zhi's earlier despondency dissipated as he joyfully recounted tales of his sworn brothers. Zir sighed in relief upon realizing he was unharmed. But her expression changed upon learning he had chosen a woman as a sworn brother. "A sworn brother? You picked a woman?" she exclaimed, her lips twitching. "Zir, were you even listening? It was destiny. Have you forgotten that we once had no friends, let alone brothers?" Qi Zhi asserted earnestly. "Indeed," she replied. "The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, dear brother, you refer to her as such, yet she is undeniably a woman, lamented Zier with a deep sense of sorrow. Qi Zhi, realizing that Zier had completely misconstrued his previous words, hastily clarified, this has nothing to do with gender. It is merely a feeling. However, before he could finish, Zier, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, interrupted him. What is it that you desire? Can I not provide it for you? Do not say you wish for me to be your brother. I would accept being your pet or your doll without complaint. Why must you seek amusement with others? If Lin Jiao could not be found, that is one thing. But now there is another good brother. What exactly do you perceive me as? Qi Zhi stared blankly at the agitated Zier, and with a soft sigh, he asked, Zier, what troubles you? Are we not one and the same? Chapter 39. The beginning of cultivation. At that moment, Zier also recognized her own misstep. Indeed, was she not the same as Zier? Had she, by separating from Zier's essence, begun to perceive herself as another? Zier could not comprehend why she felt this way. Qi Zhi observed Zier lost in thought, her expression shifting continuously. He quickly embraced her again, soothingly saying, It's all right. There are times when I too perceive you as another person. Yet, upon sudden realization, I find that you are me, and I am you. Under Qi Zhi's comforting words, Zier's emotions gradually settled. I am simply terrified that you might abandon me, fearful that if you acquire other family or friends, you would forsake me. Yet how foolish I am. Your family and friends are also mine, she confessed. Qi Zhi gently stroked Zier's hair. What nonsense are you speaking? Even if I were to forsake myself, I would never forsake you, Zier. Your significance to me is unparalleled in this world. At that moment, Zier playfully retorted, You are the one speaking nonsense. How could one abandon oneself? If you were to forsake yourself, I would cease to exist. Qi Zhi chuckled, Indeed, I cannot abandon myself. The two shared a knowing smile, and soon, they were once again enveloped in a tender embrace of sweetness. During this time, Qi Zhi inquired about Wang Xunli and Xueqing. Zier recounted that when she sensed her soul fragmenting, she initially believed Zier had returned. Yet, upon arrival, she discovered it was that old comrade, Xunli. In the realm of cultivation, individuals are immersed in a world rich with vital energy from birth. At this juncture, Xunli had already surpassed 30 years of age. It seemed that without an extraordinary opportunity, he would likely remain a mere mortal in this lifetime. As for Xueqing, she was faring better, already possessing mid-stage Taoist strength and now planning to advance to the later stage. Upon mentioning this, Zier scolded, Zier, you too. The treasures and artifacts I bestowed upon you are meant for your own protection. Moreover, how could you have given away the jade talisman that holds a fragment of my soul? Qi Zhi forced an awkward smile. Sir, you know me well. How could I stand by and watch without intervening? I shall not concern myself with anything else, but that jade talisman must not be given to anyone else. It is a treasure comparable to that of a being in the realm of divine void, a true means of safeguarding one's life. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Zier, Qi Zhi replied with resignation. Thus, the two of them conversed and soared through the skies aboard the silver vessel, enjoying the journey immensely. Qi Zhi copied the 1,000 transformation array technique for Zier, hoping she might glean some insights from it, for with her cultivation at the Great Ascension stage, she could very well discover something profound. The vessel, under Zier's command, flew at a speed exceeding Qi Zhi's own by tenfold. Within less than a month, they arrived at the borders of the sure abyss. Upon arrival, they exchanged glances, and it was Zier who broke the silence first. Zier, are you certain you want to cultivate alone? Qi Zhi nodded. Before my cultivation begins, I am already content to see you once more. I do not wish for you to wait here in vain. There is nothing in the Shuro abyss that poses a danger to me, so you need not worry. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall refrain from further words. I will accompany you inside, and once you find a suitable place for your cultivation, I shall take my leave. With that, the two of them flew toward the Shura abyss together. Qi Zhi did not search extensively, opting for the same cave where he had previously rescued Chu Shaoqing. With Zier's assistance, Qi Zhi quickly set up various formations around the cave, concerned about the potential intrusion of reckless youths that might disrupt his practice. After completing the arrangements, Qi Zhi embraced Zier and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead before settling down to begin his cultivation. At that moment, Zier spoke with deep emotion. Let us part ways here for now. Qi Zhi's expression shifted as he replied solemnly. This matter is of great significance, so I shall follow your wishes. Half a day later, Zier left the cave, filled with happiness, and Qi Zhi officially commenced his training of the killing body technique. As he activated the technique, murmuring incantations, the surrounding malevolent energy surged toward him, enveloping him entirely. Qi Zhi cried out in agony. It had been so long since he felt the pain of body refinement. He wished to endure it with the same unwavering resolve as Chu Shaoqing. Yet, before long, he found himself gritting his teeth and breaking into a cold sweat. The pain was unbearable. In that moment, Qi Zhi thought only a fool would stubbornly persist. Consequently, he summoned Duo and activated the forgetting technique. Without hesitation, Duo transported Qi Zhi to a realm that was both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. As he opened his eyes, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. He glanced at his hands and then at the surrounding walls, momentarily unable to recall who he truly was. The scene before him was unmistakably a place of seclusion. Aside from the mat upon which he sat, the surroundings were devoid of any objects, save for the oppressive black walls. With a creak, Qi Zhi pushed open the heavy door, revealing a narrow gap through which one could pass. The thick layer of dust on the doorframe fell away under his touch, and with a gentle breath, it vanished completely. At that moment, a childlike figure darted to the door's crack, gazing at Qi Zhi in astonishment. Confused, Qi Zhi inquired, "Who are you?" The boy, taken aback by the question, turned and shouted, "Great-grandmother. Great-grandfather has emerged from seclusion again, and he has forgotten everything." Before long, a charming young woman approached. Upon seeing Qi Zhi, she sighed and said, "Come with me. I am your wife." Qi Zhi was bewildered but followed the woman, who appeared familiar, as she led him outside. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall. The alluring woman took her place in the center of a prominent chair and gestured to the seat beside her. Without further thought, Qi Zhi sat down. She then addressed him, saying, "Your name is Qi Zhi." "Qi Zhi. Yes, I am Qi Zhi. I remember now. My name is Qi Zhi," he exclaimed with excitement. The charming woman, seeming unfazed, continued, "I am Lin Jiayao, your wife." "Lin Jiayao? Wife? No, that cannot be. I have yet to find Lin Jiayao." Pondering this, Qi Zhi looked at the enchanting woman with confusion. "Why do you deceive me? I have vowed to marry Lin Jiayao, yet I have not located her. Why do you claim to be she?" At that moment, the captivating woman appeared to anticipate his words. She grasped Qi Zhi's hand and touched her forehead, revealing a heart-shaped mark. Qi Zhi was taken aback. Was this not the very charm he had given to Lin Jiayao for protection? In her previous life, Lin Jiayao had been frail and haggard. He could not fathom how she would appear in her rebirth. Staring at the mark, Qi Zhi exclaimed, "You truly are Lin Jiayao?" "Indeed. Who else could bear this heart-shaped mark?" She replied calmly, "You must know well how this mark came to be. What on earth is happening?" Qi Zhi asked in bewilderment. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Jiayao replied, "My dear husband, do you have any idea how many times we have repeated this conversation?" "How many times?" he queried, perplexed. Despite her frustration, Lin Jiayao patiently elucidated the situation to Qi Zhi. It turned out that during a period of seclusion for meditation, Qi Zhi had encountered an issue, causing him to forget his identity each time he emerged. Each time, Lin Jiayao would patiently explain everything to him, aiding him in regaining his memory. This unfortunate condition had persisted for over 300 years, hence the dramatic encounter they had just experienced. Chapter 40. The Schemes of Duo. This tale begins with the soul-devouring demon king, De Cheng, and the siege of Fan Maozi by a multitude of cultivators. After sustaining severe injuries, Fan Maozi fell prey to a surprise attack by Qi Zhi, following the devouring of thousands on Blood Fong Mountain. Along with 2 God Void Realm cultivators, Qi Zhi successfully ascended to the Great Ascension Realm. Upon learning of Qi Zhi's advancement, the God Void Realm cultivators either concealed themselves in deep mountains or fled to other continents. In his new Great Ascension state, Qi Zhi found himself devoid of suitable prey to consume, to transcend to true immortality and ascend to the celestial realm. The cultivators beneath the God Void Realm held negligible value for him. Thus, Qi Zhi resorted to the continent's teleportation array, arriving at the land known as Yidong Continent. Here, the essence contained within the land proved to be several times more abundant than that of Kuan Nin Continent. Consequently, Yidong Continent boasted numerous Great Ascension cultivators, with 70 to 80 of them belonging to the God Void Realm. Upon grasping the circumstances of this continent, Qi Zhi refrained from indiscriminately consuming others, fully aware that he could not withstand the onslaught of several Great Ascension cultivators. Therefore, he dedicated himself to practicing the killing body technique. Although the progress was slow, and the timeline for his ascension remained uncertain, his cultivation steadily advanced. With the hope of devouring souls dashed, Qi Zhi began to roam the Yidong Continent. During one of his journeys to a secret realm, he fortuitously rescued Lin Jiayao, who was beset by demonic beasts. Upon their initial encounter, the mark on Lin Jiayao's forehead manifested, shocking Qi Zhi. At that moment, Lin Jiayao possessed no memories of her past life, yet due to the mark, she felt an innate connection to her savior, believing him to be her fated one. Subsequently, she invited Qi Zhi to her home as a guest. Remarkably, Lin Jiayao fulfilled Qi Zhi's earlier wishes, being born into the foremost cultivation family of Yidong Continent, the Lin family, led by her father, the current head, Lin Ku. Gifted with remarkable talent, Lin Jiayao was cherished deeply by her grandfather, Lin Shan. Her life could be described as that of a privileged individual, enjoying the fortunes of both officialdom and wealth. Through Qi Zhi's explanations, Lin Jiayao learned of the events that transpired in her previous life. Although she lacked memories of those moments, the realization that Qi Zhi had tirelessly sought her for years out of a vow greatly enhanced her affection for him. Coupled with the influence of the mark, the two swiftly became inseparable. When Lin Jiayao's family discovered that Qi Zhi was a great ascension cultivator visiting from another continent, their astonishment was palpable. Lin Jiayao's grandfather even personally came to meet Qi Zhi, treating him as a brother. In due course, Qi Zhi and Lin Jiayao were wed. With Lin Shan already a great ascension cultivator and now having a son-in-law of the same caliber, the Lin family truly established itself as a formidable force on Yidong continent. Unassailable in any aspect. Everyone, please come in. At this juncture, Lin Jiayao called out loudly to those beyond the grand hall. Suddenly, over 100 individuals entered through the doors of the hall. Qi Zhi gazed at the assembly before him, astonished at the extent to which his lineage had flourished. Lin Jiayao beamed with satisfaction as she addressed the gathered crowd. My dear husband, the 5 individuals standing at the forefront are our legitimate offspring, she declared. Following them were the grandchildren, and further still, the great-grandchildren, and so on. Among this multitude, 3 men and 2 women occupied the leading positions. One man stepped forward first, proclaiming, Father, I am the eldest, Qi Hai, the current head of the Qi family. Beside him, another man approached, stating, Father, I am the second, Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family. As my mother bears the sole lineage of the Lin family, I have taken her surname to carry on our heritage. At that moment, a charming young woman playfully interjected, Father, I am the third, Qi Meng. You used to cherish me the most. A younger brother retorted, We all know Father favored you in the past, but must you reiterate it every time? He then turned to Qi Zhi with a grin, saying, Father, I am the fourth, Qi Duyu. Qi Meng, displeased, responded, Dear brother, I only wish to awaken Father's memories with my words. Qi Duyu huffed in response, irritated by his name, which made him feel superfluous. Given their father's current condition, they were obliged to report back every few years. The resentment within him grew stronger as he reflected upon the inheritance bestowed upon his elder brothers while he remained empty-handed. The last of the siblings, a young woman, spoke calmly, I am the 5th, Qi Zhi. Upon hearing this name, Qi Zhi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The familiar visage sparked a recollection. Zhi? How could she now be his daughter? Moreover, she appeared to share a strained relationship with him. At that moment, Qi Meng chimed in, Sister, we have advised you numerous times to be more amiable towards Father, yet you persist in ignoring our counsel. Qi Zhi stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to their exchanges. Enough. You are all adults, yet you squabble like children. What decorum is this? Lin Jiayao admonished sternly. Next, it was the turn of the grandchildren to introduce themselves. After a series of introductions, a young woman approached, leading a 5 or 6-year-old girl by the hand. Grandfather, this is your great-granddaughter, Qi Duo. Having been overwhelmed by the numerous introductions, Qi Zhi had grown weary and barely opened his eyes. However, upon hearing the name Qi Duo, he was taken aback. His gaze sharpened as he beheld the doll-like girl with bright eyes. Wasn't he that Duo? Noticing Qi Zhi's intense stare, the little girl quickly hid behind the woman. The woman, sensing the situation, offered an apologetic smile. Grandfather, Duo is shy around you. Please do not take offense. A sense of dread washed over him. Trouble was brewing. Just a moment ago, Qi Zhi had barely paid attention to Zhi, merely puzzled as to why she was present in this location. However, upon seeing Duo, he realized that something was amiss. This place was undoubtedly peculiar. According to Lin Jiayao, it was he who had eliminated Fan Mao Zi and subsequently progressed to the Great Transcendence, not Zhi. This implied that Zhi should be within his own spiritual realm. Yet, since she did not appear there, it indicated that she was still trapped within Duo's spiritual world. If that were the case, it could mean that either Duo's spiritual realm was in turmoil or, as before, he had become lost within his own dream. At last, following the self-introductions of Qi Zhi's descendants, they exited the grand hall. He expressed a profound affection for Duo, requesting her to remain alone in the hall under the pretext of bestowing her a treasure. Even Lin Jiayao was dismissed by his feigned excuses. Soon, only Duo and Qi Zhi remained in the hall. Qi Zhi looked at Duo. Puzzled. What is wrong, Duo? Has something happened? Upon realizing that Qi Zhi recognized her, Duo's face lit up with joy. Master, I was so afraid you wouldn't remember me. It's not just a trivial matter. It's a significant issue. What is it? Pray, elaborate, Qi Zhi inquired hastily. His heart sinking. Was it possible that someone had inadvertently wandered into the formation he had set? At that moment, Duo appeared anxious. No, it is a far graver matter. It is that Qi Duo intends to usurp control over your body. What? Qi Zhi exclaimed in shock. If Duo seeks to seize control over my body, why send you here? Duo explained that it was not her intention. Rather, While bearing the malevolent energy to refine her body for the master, she had been affected mentally. Before her consciousness was completely eroded, she had dispatched a fragment of her soul to awaken her master. That duo had been influenced by the malevolent energy was something Qi Zhi had never anticipated. "Is there any way to awaken me now?" he asked. Seeing his urgency, Duo quickly replied, "Master, if you were to end your life within this dream, you would naturally awaken." After saying this, Duo gazed at Qi Zhi with eager anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to rouse him. Chapter 41. The struggle for the body in my life? Logically, dying suddenly within a dream could indeed serve as a means to awaken oneself. However, the nature of Qi Zhi's spiritual world defied such straightforward reasoning. Each realm was extraordinarily vivid. Had it not been for the sudden sight of Duo, he might have truly believed the tale Lin Yao had recounted. Living here for a lifetime was not an impossibility. Must he truly end his life? Qi Zhi pondered silently. Duo, noticing his indecision, urged, "Master, you must make a swift decision. I cannot remain here for long. If I vanish, you will be lost here for eternity." Upon hearing Duo's words, a look of anguish crossed her face, as if she were battling an unseen force. Qi Zhi, observing her distress, made a resolute decision. Although he feared pain, this matter was of far greater significance than the previous encounter with Zir. Thus, he hesitated no longer. A short yellow blade materialized in his hand, and he prepared to take his own life. Wait. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the entrance of the grand hall, interrupting Qi Zhi's desperate intent. A figure clad in purple entered, petite in stature, with a jade-like visage. Was it not the previously encountered Zir? Qi Zhi lowered the blade and called out to her, "Zir, what on earth is happening?" Zir replied with an air of indifference, "I am not Zir. I am merely a safeguard she left behind." With that, her gaze turned menacingly towards Duo. A safeguard? As Qi Zhi pondered the meaning of Zir's words, Duo suddenly transformed, growing larger than a grizzly bear, resembling an oversized Barbie doll. Her once adorable face now twisted into a grotesque mask, her mouth stretching unnaturally to her ears. "You have indeed tampered with my body, Qi Zhi." With that, dark energy surged from Duo as she charged towards Zir. Zir's expression darkened, and she unleashed a torrent of black mist to meet Duo's advance. In an instant, the two were locked in a frenzied battle. Qi Zhi stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The two individuals he held most dear were suddenly at odds. Surely, something was amiss. As he reflected upon the moment he awoke in the meditation chamber, a realization struck him. The soul fragment? It was Duo's strand of soul. Given Duo's cultivation level in the mountain-moving realm, she could not possibly wield the soul-splitting technique. Had Duo's previous claim merely been a ruse to deceive him? The more Qi Zhi contemplated, the more ominous it seemed. The Duo battling Zir was not a fragment, but Duo herself. This indicated that Duo genuinely harbored rebellious intentions. Furthermore, this dream was a ploy devised by Duo to seize control of his body. Aware of his lingering guilt over the inability to find Lin Yao, she sought to convince him that he was lost in a sweet dream. By employing the method she had previously used to awaken him in the dream, she made it all the more convincing, persuading him to willingly relinquish control so that Duo could effortlessly dominate this vessel. Zir's assertion that she was not Zir, but rather a safeguard set by Zir became all the more comprehensible. Given Zir's protective nature towards Qi Zhi, it was only logical that she would have left behind a contingency, knowing Duo's cunning nature and penchant for deception when she had split away. This also clarified why Duo had claimed earlier that Zir had interfered with her. With these thoughts, Qi Zhi felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Everything fell into place. The art of deception displayed by these two is as insidious as ever, leaving one utterly defenseless. However, even the most meticulous plans can falter. And now he must contemplate how to return to the realm of reality. Qi Zhi gazed upon the grand hall, where two figures had transformed into black demons, viciously clawing at one another. A sudden thought struck him. Since I am a practitioner of the great ascension within this dream, then indeed, I am a practitioner of the great ascension. With this realization, Qi Zhi could distinctly feel the overwhelming mental energy coursing through him. He let out a cold snort, and his immense spiritual power surged forth, bearing down upon Zir and Duo. The entire hall trembled under the sudden eruption of energy, threatening to collapse at any moment. In that instant, Zir and Duo found themselves suspended in midair, immobilized by Qi Zhi's mental force. A swirling mass of black mist shaped like a demon swiftly morphed into the likeness of Zir, fixated intently on the other demon, which was still struggling and baring its teeth. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from the demon's body. "Master, save me?" Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi immediately recognized it as Duo's voice. Could there be more to Duo's predicament? A flicker of blue light danced in Qi Zhi's eyes, and within the colossal black demon, he discerned the faint outline of a doll resembling a young girl, curled up within. The doll's eyes were bloodshot, her face etched with agony. Qi Zhi's heart sank at this sight, as it bore a haunting resemblance to a previous encounter, when Xu Shaoqin had been consumed by malevolent energy, her visage mirroring this very one. It appeared that Duo had indeed succumbed to the corruption of malevolent energy. Awaken. Understanding the gravity of Duo's situation, Qi Zhi shouted. No sooner had he uttered the word than the grand hall crumbled into ruins, and everything before him vanished. At that moment, Duo retained her previous charming demeanor. Zier transformed into a radiant purple light, merging seamlessly into Duo's being. Qi Zhi cherished Duo deeply. She pouted, her head bowed. Too timid to meet his gaze. Lift your head, Qi Zhi commanded sternly. No, I don't want to, Duo replied, feeling immensely wronged. Still refusing to look up at him. Qi Zhi found her demeanor quite amusing. Given that Duo's mind had been tainted by malevolent energy, how could he possibly hold her accountable? Duo, being a manifestation of rather simplistic emotions, was more susceptible to such influences. Although she had taken on some of Qi Zhi's emotions after Zier had departed, the intensity was still far less than that of Zier's, a fact he had previously failed to consider. I will not blame you. Why must you act this way? Qi Zhi spoke gently to Duo. Really? Duo's expression brightened at his assurance, her large eyes eagerly fixed on him. Of course it's true. Have I ever deceived you? Do you not recall how I first spoke to you? Qi Zhi offered a faint smile, initially anticipating that Duo would joyfully echo his previous words. To his surprise, she immediately lowered her head upon hearing them. With a countenance full of remorse, Duo sobbed. I exist solely to protect my master. Yet, I was misled and nearly committed an act of rebellion. Were it not for Sister Zira's timely protective measure that awakened the master, I would have surely made an irreparable mistake. Please, punish me as you see fit. I am willing to endure anything. Qi Zhi sighed quietly within, pondering whether Duo was destined to tread the same path as Zier. He had hoped that, given Duo's nature, simply being cheerful together would suffice. The thought of the suffering Zier had borne for his sake caused a pang of pain in his heart. Wasn't Duo gradually aligning herself with Zier to protect herself? Alas, it was truly tragic that he, unable to withstand pain, must rely on others for protection. Though Zier and Duo were manifestations of the same being, their distinct personalities added to Qi Zhi's confusion. He was acutely aware of his own issues, having been different in his previous life. He had become even more monstrous in the realm of cultivation. Qi Zhi shook his head, realizing that overthinking would bear no fruit. His immediate goal was to swiftly attain the status of a true immortal. From the perspective of mortals, who viewed immortals as omnipotent, he believed that once he achieved that state, he would uncover the nature of his own problems. He lifted Duo onto his lap, gently caressing her small head. Of course, I shall punish you, by ensuring you can never leave my side for all eternity. Ah! Duo gazed at Qi Zhi in disbelief, her eyes moistening as she embraced him tightly. Qi Zhi smiled tenderly at Duo in his arms, choosing not to elaborate further. Duo had thought that she had narrowly avoided a grave misstep, believing Qi Zhi would never allow such a dangerous entity to remain with him. Yet, he had chosen to bind her to him for eternity. This revelation profoundly touched the cunning Duo, making her acutely aware of Qi Zhi's affection for her. From that moment on, she vowed silently to protect her master at all costs, ensuring he would suffer no harm. Chapter 42, The Son-in-Law. Initially, Duo had followed Qi Zhi out of fear for her own life in the zombie world. Later, upon learning from Zier that she was, in fact, a manifestation of Qi Zhi's emotions, she discovered that she, Zier, and Qi Zhi were all aspects of the same individual. This revelation was initially hard for her to accept. However, after Zier employed various transformative tactics within Qi Zhi's spiritual realm, she began to believe. Duo understood that Qi Zhi had succumbed to a deep slumber for her sake. Yet, unlike Zier, who possessed memories of Qi Zhi's past life, Duo lacked any genuine feelings for him. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to depart from Qi Zhi's spiritual world and thus remained quietly within it. Until Zier separated from her, Duo glimpsed a sliver of hope. She longed to escape from this place and become her true self, which had taken root in her heart. Although Qi Zhi had always treated her well, conjuring whatever she desired in the realm of his mind, the solitude within Qi Zhi's mental world left her feeling rather bored. She often fantasized about venturing out and experiencing the world of cultivation for herself. Consequently, as she bore the sinister energy, Duo was soon influenced by it, fixated on possessing Qi Zhi's body. However, upon realizing that her scheme had been uncovered, she hastily sought mercy from Qi Zhi. In her heart, she thought that this time, Qi Zhi would likely not let her off the hook. Now, feeling a profound affection, Duo had been entirely swayed by Qi Zhi, becoming his mischievous little darling. Qi Zhi, of course, was unaware of the intricate layers behind this situation. He had always perceived Duo as innocent, believing her penchant for deception stemmed solely from her emotions, never suspecting deeper motives. Duo, do you realize how much time has passed in the cultivation world? Although Qi Zhi had not spent long in the dream, based on past experiences, it was not unusual for several centuries to have elapsed in the outside world. I was ensnared by the sinister energy as soon as I encountered it, Duo confessed. Feeling ashamed. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi felt relieved. It seems we must devise another method to cultivate this sinister body technique, he pondered silently. At that moment, Duo interjected, I can do it. I merely fell into the trap by accident before. Since I've been deceived once, I assure you that such a mistake will not occur again. Qi Zhi, too, struggled to conceive a better plan. Yet he was concerned about Duo being further corrupted by the sinister energy. Seeing Qi Zhi's hesitation, determination flickered in Duo's eyes. Master, will you trust me just this once? I promise I will not disappoint you again. Sighing at her hopeful gaze, Qi Zhi conceded. It seems we have no other choice for now. However, if you notice any signs of being influenced by the sinister energy, you must break off immediately and call me out, understood? Duo's heart soared at his words. Understood, master. Let us begin. We cannot waste any more time. As Qi Zhi spoke, a blue light flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, he reappeared in Duo's mental realm. Without considering where he was, he first called out to Duo in his mind. Once he received her response, he felt reassured. It was then that Qi Zhi discovered he had returned to the modern world, internally lamenting the confusion of shifting between the modern era and the cultivation realm. He felt his mind struggling to cope. Gazing at the enormous television before him and feeling the softness of the sofa beneath him, he reclined, exclaiming in his heart, how comfortable. At that moment, a woman adorned with a facial mask and clad in pajamas emerged from the washroom. Observing Qi Zhi lounging on the sofa with an air of contentment, she expressed her displeasure. How can you be so lazy? Are you unaware of how exhausting it is for me out there every day? Can't you get up and tidy the house? Lazing about on the sofa all day makes you no better than a useless sloth. Qi Zhi, bewildered, gazed at the woman, questioning her identity for audaciously reprimanding him. After all, he was the foremost cultivator in the Qi continent. Such indignity was intolerable. With a haughty demeanor, he retorted, who do you think you are? Surely, you must be my housekeeper. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Starting tomorrow, you need not return to work here. I cannot afford someone as arrogant as you. The woman stood frozen in place after hearing Qi Zhi's tirade. Subsequently, she yanked off her facial mask and hurled it to the ground. Qi Zhi, have you grown a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to speak to me like this? I am merely a housekeeper. All your wealth has come from me. Your parents' medical bills, your brother's wedding, purchasing a house, finding a job. Every single matter has been managed by me. You dare to call me a housekeeper? How laughable. What? Was she referring to herself? If she truly was, then he was indeed living off her without even a shred of shame. His life was lavish and fulfilling, solely reliant on his appearance. Noticing Qi Zhi's silence, the woman assumed he recognized his error, her face brightening with a smug smile. Were it not for your decent looks, would I have allowed you to marry into the Huang family? One must possess self-awareness. As long as you obey, I shall treat you well. Seeing her audacity, Qi Zhi scoffed. If what you claim is true, then in my eyes, you are nothing more than a housekeeper. The woman, incensed by Qi Zhi's refusal to concede, erupted in fury. Get out. Leave the Huang family. Let us see how long you can endure. Don't come crawling back to beg for my forgiveness later. Slap. The woman was momentarily stunned, her hand covering her face. After a brief moment, she processed what had just transpired, gazing at Qi Zhi in astonishment. You dare to hit me? And what of it? I have no intention of returning here again. I have long desired to strike you, Qi Zhi declared, flinging the door open and striding out without a backward glance. He had never struck a woman in all his lifetimes, yet today, he found his defenses utterly breached. As he walked, he silently chanted praises in his heart. At that moment, Duo spoke up. Master, well done. This woman is truly detestable. Were I in your position, I would have devoured her whole. Qi Zhi hastily responded. Duo, one cannot simply take a life so lightly. Although this woman is truly detestable, a single slap would suffice to relieve one's anger. Oh, it seems that Duo disagrees with Qi Zhi's perspective, merely offering a dismissive response. Qi Zhi refrains from elaborating further, for he is currently confronted with a perplexing dilemma. Why is there a security gate at the entrance of this community? He smacks his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that he had just engaged in a heated argument with that woman in a standalone villa. It was within that lavish mansion that he initially fancied himself a wealthy heir. Just as he was reveling in this notion, he was chastised, leading to the quarrel with her. Reflecting on this, Qi Zhi turns to gaze at the villa district. He had been so preoccupied with walking that he had failed to appreciate the splendid scenery. Upon his glance, he is utterly astonished. This place is undoubtedly beyond his wildest dreams. An immediate sense of regret washes over him for having argued with that woman. Extending his consciousness, he observes the entirety of the affluent community. There are only a handful of villas amidst a sizable lake, where a cruise ship serenely floats. This vessel houses a casino, a bar, restaurants, a gym, and every conceivable luxury. Yet, this merely scratches the surface of the opulence within the affluent enclave. Golf courses, sports arenas, swimming pools, and numerous architectural marvels that Qi Zhi has never encountered before abound. A helicopter is conspicuously stationed on a helipad. The garage beneath the villa is a spectacle of its own, showcasing an array of Rolls-Royces, Lamborghinis, and various other extravagant vehicles, leaving him somewhat dazed. Qi Zhi withdraws his consciousness, rendered momentarily speechless. Chapter 43. Casino turmoil. After a brief silence, Qi Zhi muses, is this truly the realm of the wealthy? Refusing to accept this disparity, he resolves that upon returning to the realm of cultivation, he must adorn his Zir palace to mirror the grandeur of the affluent. Just as Qi Zhi indulges in these fanciful thoughts, a smiling security guard approaches him, a cup of water in hand. Had another bout with your family, Mr. Huang. Have you? Qi Zhi is taken aback. Again? Am I frequently expelled from my home? He queries, confusion etching his features. The guard, eyes widening, exclaims, hey, I've been a security guard here for over 20 years. I know exactly what car that family drives every day. You, young man, seem to forget often. There have been several occasions where you've declared your intent to run away and never return, and it was I who consoled you. Qi Zhi comprehends the implication. He realizes he is merely a scapegoat. Observing that woman's domineering demeanor, he acknowledges that he has indeed endured considerable vexation. If this is the case, he must devise a plan to retaliate, ensuring that he delivers a resounding slap to her face. In modern society, is it not all about wealth? The affluent dictate the terms. A smirk forms on Qi Zhi's lips as he pivots and strides towards the cruise ship. If there is any place to amass wealth, it is undoubtedly the casino. With his extraordinary skills, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to bankrupt this casino. Haha, the more Qi Zhi contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly positioned himself atop the cruise ship. The earlier hindrance at the entrance had been due to the multitude of surveillance cameras. He had no desire to be pursued by the authorities so soon after experiencing the world. Glancing at his mobile phone, which displayed a meager balance of less than 500, he felt an even greater sense of satisfaction regarding his earlier encounter with that woman. Despite her worth being in the billions, the funds at his disposal were insufficient to exchange for even a single chip. Just as Qi Zhi was at a loss, an individual resembling a lackey appeared before him. Mr. Qi, I never anticipated you would frequent such a place. Qi Zhi was taken aback. How could this lackey recognize him? He then inquired, oh, why shouldn't I come to this place? The lackey, with a fawning expression, replied, Mr. Qi, please don't take offense. It's just that the affluent individuals here are somewhat familiar with your situation. They are aware of the constraints imposed by Mr. Huang, and there have been some recent rumors circulating. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Zhi asked, what rumors? At that moment, the lackey fell silent, his face betraying uncertainty. Qi Zhi smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, as long as your answer satisfies me, you will be well rewarded. Instantly, the lackey's demeanor brightened, and he leaned closer to whisper. I have an acquaintance who works as a tutor in Mr. Wang's household. One day, she inadvertently witnessed Mr. Wang and Mr. Huang in a compromising embrace. Upon being discovered, Mr. Wang discreetly offered her 20,000 as hush money. However, while drinking with me, she accidentally let it slip. Cautiously, the lackey glanced at Qi Zhi, fearing his sudden wrath. At that moment, Qi Zhi's heart leapt with delight. He had been searching for leverage against this Mr. Huang, and now it had conveniently presented itself. How could he not be pleased? With a glimmer of excitement, Qi Zhi remarked, whatever chips you have, I want them all. The lackey, overjoyed, leaped up and dashed off to procure the chips. Watching the departing figure, Qi Zhi mused, Mr. Wang, do you truly believe that your surname grants you the liberty to betray others? Just wait until I bring you down. He pulled out his phone once more, staring intently at the name Huang Sini and muttering fiercely, Huang Sini, is it? Your arrogance is one thing, but to betray me is entirely unacceptable. Just wait until you are on your knees, begging for my forgiveness. Before long, the lackey returned, hurriedly presenting the chips, and Qi Zhi strode purposefully toward the roulette table. He counted the chips, totaling 5 million. Excellent. It was time to turn his fortunes around. For the first bet, Qi Zhi boldly wagered all 5 million on the number 7. The beautiful dealer across the table glanced at him in astonishment. Although she had witnessed wealthy individuals gamble at the roulette, she had never encountered anyone like Qi Zhi. When the wheel finally landed on the number 7, the beautiful dealer's eyes widened in astonishment. With odds of 35 to 1, Qi Zhi had just amassed a fortune that would take countless lifetimes for many to earn. The onlookers gazed at Qi Zhi in utter disbelief, to which he responded with a subtle smile. Fortunate, indeed. Subsequently, he joyfully claimed a staggering 75 million. Upon receiving this news, the casino manager's expression darkened as he spoke to a sharply dressed man beside him. Let him continue playing. We must ensure he relinquishes that money. Though he appeared to be the head of the casino, he was merely an employee. The entire cruise ship was a joint investment of the Wang, Qi, and Zhao families. The casino's current chips amounted to merely 5 to 600 million, and this individual had just won nearly 200 million in one go. If he were to leave unscathed, the manager feared dire consequences. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, Qi Zhi continued to place his bets on the roulette, for it was the quickest way to fortune. He boldly wagered over 100 million, placing it all on the number 7 once more. At that moment, the female dealer was utterly flabbergasted, pondering the identity of this man. The odds were merely 35 to 1, while one might attribute a single win to sheer luck. It was implausible to expect such fortune to repeat itself. Casting a glance at Qi Zhi, the dealer, with good intentions, cautioned, "Sir, have you considered your decision?" From her perspective, having amassed such wealth already ensured a carefree life, making further gambling unnecessary. Qi Zhi merely smiled gently. "No worries, please proceed." With no other recourse, the dealer reluctantly initiated the spin, fully aware that Qi Zhi's chances of winning again were slim. Such a substantial sum, even if it were to win, would likely be manipulated by those in the control room. Indeed, in a room on the second floor, several individuals were intently monitoring a machine and the surveillance footage of Qi Zhi. The roulette wheel spun mysteriously, and after several rotations, it astonishingly appeared to come to a halt once again on the number 7. The dealer and the surrounding spectators gasped in disbelief, waiting for the pointer to settle. "Now!" shouted a man in a suit from the second floor room. The person seated before the machine, upon hearing the command, acted without hesitation. Just then, the pointer on the wheel passed the number 7 and landed on 8. As the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, the pointer wobbled and miraculously returned to the number 7. Ceasing its movement, Qi Zhi, witnessing this, leaped up, his right fist raised in a gesture of self-encouragement, exuberantly shouting, "Yes, yes, yes." Meanwhile, the onlookers stood frozen, mouths agape, as if turned to stone. The beautiful croupier could hardly believe the reality of the situation. Her body weakened, and she collapsed. The impeccably dressed man above her turned ashen. "What is happening? Were you not instructed to act?" The individual seated before the machine was drenched in sweat, frantically pressing the control buttons. Yet, the pointer on the spinning wheel showed no signs of movement. It was over. All was lost. The man in the suit plopped down onto the ground, but then suddenly recalled something, shouting, "Seize him. We must not allow this person to leave the ship. Keep a close watch on him. If he escapes, we may all perish." Meanwhile, the fortunate Qi Zhi sat leisurely in his chair, crossing his legs over the roulette table, a glass of red wine in hand, awaiting the attendant to bring him his winnings. He had won a staggering 6,250 million. It seemed highly unlikely that this casino could produce such a sum. Chapter 44. Winning excessively. Have we ascertained this person's identity? The head of the casino inquired of a subordinate nearby. "We have, boss. His name is Qi Zhi. There is nothing particularly noteworthy about him personally. However, his wife is Huang Sini, the esteemed Huang." Upon hearing this, the casino manager's already grim countenance darkened further. Moments later, he instructed, "You may leave now. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction." As soon as the subordinate exited, he promptly contacted the Wang, Qi, and Zhao families. Shortly thereafter, a man resembling a butler approached Qi Zhi. Qi Zhi glanced up, and the butler immediately donned a beaming smile, saying, "Mr. Qi, your esteemed status warrants that you await in the VIP room for a short while. The sum you've won is excessively large. Even a bank would struggle to dispense it all at once." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi furrowed his brow, responding, "This place is perfectly fine. I shall remain here." The butler, unable to sway Qi Zhi, opted not to press the matter further. Qi Zhi had wiped out all the casino's chips, significantly disrupting its normal operations. They were now desperately seeking ways to procure funds from various channels. After a while, as the money bearers had yet to arrive, Huang Sini appeared before Qi Zhi. Having somehow learned of the news, the made-up Huang Sini bore little resemblance to the woman Qi Zhi had encountered at home, presenting an air of elegance and grace that momentarily misled him. Were it not for his profound understanding of her true nature, he might have been deceived by her appearance. Huang Sini gazed at Qi Zhi, who lounged comfortably in his chair, sipping red wine, and softly remarked, "Darling, I never anticipated that you would earn us such a fortune in such a short time." Darling? This repugnant woman dared to call him that. Naturally, Qi Zhi only pondered this internally. He had no desire to confront her publicly, as family disgrace should remain private. He responded coolly, "What brings you here?" "Certainly, I have come to support you, lest certain individuals harbor ill intentions towards you," Huang Sini remarked with an impassive expression. At that moment, Three men clad in exquisite suits and adorned with luxury timepieces approached in unison. One of them, upon spotting Qi Zhi, immediately broke into a smile. "Brother Zhi, we are old acquaintances. It is rather inappropriate for you to sit here while everyone gathers around. Look, both General Qi and General Zhao are here. Let us retire to the VIP room for a more thorough discussion. After all, this is a substantial sum, isn't it?" Qi Zhi raised his gaze towards the man in front of him, Wang Shijian, the chairman of the Cho Company, Wang Yan. "Ah, so this is the infamous old Wang from next door. Enjoy your laughter while it lasts," Qi Zhi thought to himself. As the main figures had arrived, he did not decline and accompanied the group to the VIP room. Seated on a sofa alongside Huang Xini, Qi Zhi observed the three men across from them, who remained silent. It was old Wang who broke the silence first, remarking, "I did not expect Brother Zhi to have such good fortune. Winning over 6 billion in one go. It would take my Cho Company several years to earn that much." Qi Zhi replied nonchalantly, "You flatter me, old Wang. It is merely a stroke of luck." He then turned his attention to the three men and inquired, "How soon can you procure this money?" At this question, the trio fell into silence once again. Despite each of them possessing fortunes in the hundreds of millions, they could muster only 3 to 5 billion at most. The rest was tied up in their companies or invested in properties and hotels. Under normal circumstances, they could likely gather 5 to 6 billion from the casino. But now it seemed they had nothing to offer. Their worry lay in the fact that the over 60 billion must be paid to Qi Zhi. If he were an ordinary person, they would never allow him to leave without settling the debt, even if it meant just a few 100,000. However, Qi Zhi's wife, Huang Xini, was of equal standing to them. Should they default, their personal credibility would suffer immensely. Forget 60 billion, even 600 billion would lead to their ruin. The three men pondered for a good half hour until the seemingly composed General Qi spoke. "Mr. Qi, you must understand that even combined, we cannot produce such a sum in cash. What is it that you desire? Just speak plainly. What do I desire?" Qi Zhi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. He was well aware that they could not produce such a vast amount of money, yet he was uncertain of their assets. After a moment of thought, Qi Zhi replied, "How about this? Tomorrow morning, each of you provide me with a detailed list of your assets at my residence. Rest assured, I shall only select those of little consequence. Of course, whatever cash you can manage to gather, please bring that as well." Faced with Qi Zhi's audacious request, the three men felt a sense of helplessness. They could only gather some funds to give to Qi Zhi and promised that the asset lists would be delivered the following morning. Shortly thereafter, 6 billion was deposited into Qi Zhi's account. Thus, the three men left the casino with grim expressions. Meanwhile, Huang Xini walked down the cruise ship with a beaming smile, linking her arm with Qi Zhi's. The individuals who had previously threatened to capture Qi Zhi, upon realizing that he was not someone they could afford to offend, swiftly fled. Upon returning home, Qi Zhi brusquely shook off Huang Xini's arm, sinking into the sofa and humming contentedly. Though anger simmered within Huang Xini, she recognized that Qi Zhi was no longer the defenseless man she could easily bully. Thus, she stifled her ire and cheerfully suggested, "Darling, the Wang, Zhao, and Qi families possess numerous valuable assets. Shall I assist you in selecting them tomorrow?" Qi Zhi regarded the duplicitous woman before him with indifference. "You haven't forgotten how you struck me so soon, have you? Weren't you the one eager to cast me out? Why the sudden shift in demeanor?" Huang Xini frowned at his words. She had intended to project warmth and kindness, hoping to smooth over their past grievances, yet Qi Zhi's remarks struck a nerve. Although he had acquired wealth, it did not mean she was obliged to indulge him. She too was a person of considerable means. No longer feigning civility, Huang Xini erupted. "What? Do you think your newfound wealth makes you superior? Even with riches, you will always carry that air of poverty. You dare to strike me when my parents have never laid a finger on me. By what right do you presume to do so? Truly, it is said that one's nature is hard to change." Seeing Huang Xini finally drop her facade, Qi Zhi felt a wave of relief. Previously, she had exuded an air of gentle grace and propriety, presenting a picture of blissful affection to the outside world, prompting him to question his perceptions. Now, with her true self resurfacing, he felt a renewed sense of resolve. "Do not think I am unaware of your affair with Wang Yan," Qi Zhi suddenly erupted. Shouting at Huang Xini, stunned into silence, she slumped onto the sofa. You know?" Qi Zhi scoffed. "There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. To avoid suspicion, one must refrain from wrongdoing." At that moment, Huang Xini began to sob. "Darling, please believe me. I had no choice. Wang Yan forced me. I care not for your excuses. Since you have brought shame upon me, the only solution now is divorce. No, I cannot bear it. As long as you do not divorce me, I will do anything you ask, truly." Huang Xini broke down in tears, realizing that if Qi Zhi secured those assets tomorrow, even in divorce, she would be entitled to half. At such a critical juncture, divorce was not an option. Qi Zhi pondered her previous demand seriously, then smirked. "Since you are so willing to comply, then kneel and kiss my feet. Huang Xini hesitated for a moment before kneeling down to lick Qi Zhi's foot. After completing the act, she did not forget to inquire, "Did I do well, dear?" Qi Zhi secretly admired the woman's determination to avoid divorce. He wondered how he could ever stoop to such a humiliating act, even for billions. Could it be that she truly loved him, merely shaped by a life of indulgence? With this thought, Qi Zhi swiftly withdrew his foot, stating, "Since you have fulfilled my request, I shall no longer mention divorce." With that, he stood up and walked towards the bedroom. Meanwhile, Huang Xini, still on her knees, wiped her mouth with her hand, revealing a cold smile. "Tomorrow, I will make you pay," she thought. Even if she adored him as a mere ornament, she could not tolerate such humiliation. Chapter 45. An eye for an eye. The following morning, the three families indeed sent over the asset lists. Following the events of the previous night, Huang Xini began to acquiesce to Qi Zhi's wishes. Qi Zhi suspected that she might genuinely repent, and thus allowed her to join in his asset endeavors. Before long, the two of them looked contentedly at the assets in their hands. The Qi and Zhao families were safe. They had not offended Qi Zhi, and thus he had no reason to complicate matters for them. They selected several properties, along with hotels and large shopping centers. However, the Wang family was a different story. They required careful scrutiny. On Huang Xini's suggestion, Qi Zhi opted for full ownership of the cruise line shares and a strategically important business district planned by the Wang family. Qi Zhi initially considered directly acquiring the Jinzhou Group, but the company's vast market value forced him to abandon that ambition. After all, it would eventually belong to him. And there was no rush. Huang Xini proved herself to be a capable strategist, managing to facilitate the transfer of all assets, except for those belonging to the Wang family. In just one day, why were the Wangs excluded? Because old Wang realized that while the other two families suffered minor losses, his own were significantly severe, naturally leading him to confront Qi Zhi. To this, Qi Zhi resolved to seek out old Wang regardless of whether he approached him first. Thus, Qi Zhi arrived at the Wang residence. Old Wang, seated on the sofa, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Qi, are you deliberately trying to undermine me? Both the cruise shares and the planned business district are vital assets for my family. Why did your previous statements only affect the Qi and Zhao families? Leaving me out in the cold?" "Guess," Qi Zhi leisurely replied, his gaze fixed on the woman beside old Wang. It seemed old Wang had indeed kept a beautiful mistress. She appeared to be half his age. The woman, feeling the weight of his stare, quickly turned her face away. At this moment, old Wang sensed something amiss and glanced at his wife beside him. "Peach, please brew a pot of my treasured Longjing tea for Qi." Upon hearing this, the woman named Peach hastily rose and made her way to the kitchen. Once Peach had distanced herself, old Wang immediately spoke in a low voice. "Qi, what do you mean by this?" Qi Zhi, with a forced smile, gazed at old Wang. "What do I mean? I heard that Brother Wang has placed a green hat upon my head. Thus, I thought it only fair for Brother Wang to experience the sensation of wearing one himself." Upon hearing this, old Wang's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Qi, such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Do you have evidence?" "Evidence? Huang Xini has already knelt before me last night to admit her fault. What further evidence do I require? She claims you coerced her." At this point, Qi Zhi's tone darkened. "Old Wang, this could lead to imprisonment. She is fabricating stories. It was she who seduced me first. She sought to intrude upon my planned business territory, and I momentarily succumbed." Old Wang, realizing the situation was turning against him, hurried to explain. "Ah, she claims you forced her, while you assert she seduced you. Why not simply be together, you two adulterers?" Old Wang's expression soured further as he retorted, "What do you intend to do?" At this moment, a glimmer of malice flickered in Qi Zhi's eyes. In ancient times, such an affair would have warranted a punishment of castration. In more severe cases, even the death penalty. You ought to be grateful for living in a more lenient age. Old Wang's countenance darkened upon hearing Qi Zhi's words. "Since you have said so, we shall resolve this through legal means. The law holds no power over scoundrels like you. Today, I present you with two choices. First, transfer all your assets to me and disappear from my sight forever. Second, you may choose death." Qi Zhi fixed a cold stare upon old Wang, his eyes glinting with frost. "Ha, ha, ha." Old Wang laughed upon hearing Qi Zhi's declaration, then mocked. "Who do you think you are? You expect me to relinquish my wealth to you? You think I will die? Just because you've won a little money at the gambling table does not elevate your status. I command 100 henchmen. My sparing of your life is merely out of respect for Huang Xini. How dare you threaten me? Who am I? I am a formidable figure. You dare disturb me? Then prepare to pay with your life." As soon as Qi Zhi finished speaking, the air around them grew tense. A gleaming long knife appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion of his arm, he slashed towards old Wang. At that moment, Qi Zhi was truly filled with murderous intent. This was the first time he had ever been betrayed, and it was a most unpleasant sensation. What troubled him further was that, in this modern society, He felt utterly powerless to resolve the situation through conventional means. Qi Zhi found himself at the brink of toleration, yet he managed to restrain his fury. Indeed, Qi Zhi held back. A cerulean blade rested ominously against Lao Wang's neck. Just a moment's hesitation, and his head would dance in the air. Terror etched across Lao Wang's face, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had not even registered how Qi Zhi had drawn the weapon, yet it was already poised against him. As realization dawned, Lao Wang fell to his knees with a thud. "Qi, please spare me. I will give you anything you desire." With a cold smirk, Qi Zhi retorted, "If that is the case, then sign these contracts." He produced a hefty stack of documents from seemingly nowhere and flung them before Lao Wang. In mere moments, all of Lao Wang's assets were transferred to Qi. Observing the quaking figure before him, Qi Zhi's eyes glimmered with a blue light, and Lao Wang was dispatched to his rightful fate. Settling back onto the sofa, Qi Zhi reclined comfortably, emitting a satisfied hum. Ah, how delightful it was to exact vengeance. Gazing at the still kneeling Lao Wang, whose eyes were vacant, Qi Zhi remarked, "Did you hear that? You've been cuckolded. What do you intend to do about it?" At that moment, Tao Tao, who had been eavesdropping in the kitchen, emerged. She regarded the vacant Lao Wang with silence. Moments later, she and Qi Zhi were embroiled in a heated exchange. 2 hours later, Qi Zhi exited the bedroom of Lao Wang's house, leaving the property in his wake. Tightening his belt, he strode confidently out. As he walked along the forest path, a faint smile graced his lips. To bestow such a fate upon another was indeed a peculiar pleasure. Lao Wang had brought this upon himself. According to Tao Tao, Lao Wang frequently cheated on her, leading to her silent fury, while she praised Qi Zhi's prowess. Of course, Qi Zhi was not unkind to Tao Tao. The vast estate and the luxury cars in the garage would provide her with a lifetime of indulgence. With a chuckle, Qi Zhi made his way home. Upon returning, he collapsed onto the sofa, relishing in the comfort of his surroundings. Yet, before he could fully bask in his satisfaction, Huang Sini stood before him, expressionless. "What do you want?" Qi Zhi inquired, noting her displeased demeanor. Without a word, Huang Sini tossed a contract onto the table, boldly labeled divorce agreement. Qi Zhi was taken aback. She intended to divorce him? Just as he had acquired all of Lao Wang's wealth. He had truly believed Huang Sini had repented. Frowning at the contract, he queried, "Who was it that knelt before me yesterday, begging me not to divorce?" Huang Sini responded coldly, "That plea was merely a ploy to secure a portion of your fortune after the divorce. I never imagined you possessed such capability," swallowing the Wang group whole. "The unexpected windfall of several billion has rendered the act of servitude meaningless. I am capable of enduring even the most repugnant tasks." Qi Zhi found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this woman. How could he possibly share his newly acquired wealth with her? Without a hint of hesitation, he transported Huang Sini to a realm of illusions, where he administered a severe lesson. Upon her return, Huang Sini seemed transformed, embodying in Qi Zhi's heart the image of a gentle, virtuous, and dignified wife. In the ensuing days, Qi Zhi indulged in the opulence of life, flying planes, sailing on luxury liners, savoring extravagant banquets, and relishing a plethora of delicacies. He frequented bars, surrounded by countless beautiful women, living the affluent lifestyle he had once envisioned in his past life. Yet, this existence soon became monotonous. Qi Zhi began to engage in meaningful endeavors, donating funds, extending compassion, sponsoring university students, and volunteering. However, these activities quickly lost their significance. Although Qi Zhi had never been one to turn a blind eye to those in need, he found himself aiding individuals he had never met, constantly bombarded by charitable organizations and poverty alleviation initiatives seeking his financial support. He felt a profound disconnection from reality. Gradually, Qi Zhi grew disillusioned with modern society, finding it devoid of meaning and excessively tedious. The impoverished toiled relentlessly to amass wealth, only to squander it on indulgences. And when funds dwindled, they returned to the same relentless pursuit. This cyclical existence underscored a singular focus: money. Qi Zhi began to yearn for the life of the cultivation realm, with its myriad techniques, diverse treasures, and myriad sections. He reminisced about his fellow cultivators and the formidable beasts, as well as his dear brother, Chu Shaoqin, wondering how she fared and whether she had successfully advanced to the Tao realm. Most importantly, he thought of Zier. Qi Zhi felt that he had lingered in this modern world for far too long. It was time to return. Chapter 46. Return to the cultivation realm. Qi Zhi gazed upward at the sky. "There is nothing left for me in this world. It is time to return to the cultivation realm." As these words escaped his lips, a swirling black hole materialized in the heavens, and in an instant, Qi Zhi was drawn into it. At that moment, a figure seated in a mountain cave opened his eyes. He glanced down at his attire and surveyed his surroundings. He had returned. This was indeed the cultivation realm. This individual, weary of modern life, quickly assessed his internal state. To his astonishment, the evil body technique had reached its third level of mastery. It appeared that at least 9 centuries had passed in the cultivation realm during his journey. Moreover, his cultivation had ascended to the mountain-moving stage. He hurried into his spiritual world to inquire of Duo how many years had passed. Duo informed him that at least 1,200 years had elapsed. The duration was so extensive that she could not ascertain the exact number of years. Remarkably, the malevolent energy that once pervaded the cave had been entirely absorbed by him. Qi Zhi emerged from his cave, observing that several formations lay in tatters. It seemed evident that someone had intruded here. Fortunately, one formation remained unscathed. Had he awakened any later, he would likely have been discovered. With a contemplative expression, Qi Zhi's silver vessel glimmered and soared towards the kingdom of Wu. He yearned to ascertain the whereabouts of his dear brother, Chu Shaoqin, and whether he still resided within the Chu family. While the chances were slim, what if Shaoqin had advanced in his cultivation and chosen not to return to Zir Palace? After all, his presence was pivotal to the fate of the entire Chu clan. After a brief passage of time, Qi Zhi found himself hovering above the kingdom of Wu. Gazing down upon the throngs of people below and the myriad of inns and martial arts halls lining the streets, a flood of memories regarding his dear brother, Chu Shaoqin, surged forth. Clad in a black battle robe with a crimson cape, his resolute gaze and silver spear in hand painted a vivid image. A strikingly handsome visage marred by a fierce scar traversed his face. The silhouette of a gallant and chivalrous figure emerged in Qi Zhi's mind. With a smile gracing his lips, Qi Zhi hastened towards Mufeng City. However, upon reaching the Chu residence, he was met with utter disbelief. The once magnificent estate lay in ruins, a shadow of its former glory, with scarcely a handful of residents remaining. A tremor coursed through Qi Zhi's heart as he approached an elderly man diligently sweeping the courtyard. The sudden appearance of Qi Zhi startled the old man greatly. Yet, upon recognizing Qi Zhi's countenance, he quickly clasped his hands in respect. "Esteemed immortal, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Taken aback, Qi Zhi pondered the old man's fluent demeanor. It appeared he had encountered more than one immortal in his lifetime. "Might there be other immortals who have sought your counsel?" Qi Zhi inquired. Without altering his respectful expression, the old man replied, "In my youth, I had the fortune of meeting numerous immortals. However, in recent years, you are the only one I have encountered. It is not often that one comes across immortals in this mortal realm." The elderly man's frequent encounters with immortals in his youth piqued Qi Zhi's curiosity. "Are you familiar with Chu Shaoqin?" he asked. The old man's smile suggested he anticipated this question. "Certainly, I am aware of him. Chu Shaoqin is one of our ancestors. However, he passed away over a millennium ago, and it was from that point that the Chu family began its decline." Upon hearing that Chu Shaoqin had departed this world more than 1,000 years prior, Qi Zhi was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite his prior awareness of such a possibility, disbelief clouded his mind. How could someone of Shaoqin's exceptional talent and indomitable will have failed to attain the Tao? Suddenly, a wave of clarity washed over Qi Zhi. As if yesterday he had been sharing drinks and heartfelt conversations with his beloved brother, only to find him now irrevocably distant. He recalled the day he had insisted on leaving, witnessing the tears streaming down Chu Shaoqin's face, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Regret enveloped Qi Zhi. He lamented the fact that he had not been able to accompany his dear brother through life's journey. Qi Zhi learned from the elderly that in the past, the ancestor of Shaoqin was a figure of great renown, capable of instilling fear throughout the entire realm of Wu with but a single presence. In less than a century, there were already subtle signs of approaching the Tao. Yet, it was precisely this brilliance that incited the envy of treacherous individuals, who conspired with immortals to bring harm to the ancestor of Shaoqin. These tales have been handed down through generations by the Chu family, a means to commemorate their ancestors' glory and to never forget their disgrace. Qi Zhi inquired about the treacherous individuals responsible for the harm to Shaoqin. But due to the passage of time, the elderly could not provide clarity. This left Qi Zhi with no leads for vengeance. He requested the elderly to guide him to the grave of Chu Shaoqin. The gravestone bore the prominent inscription of the 3 characters, Chu Shaoqin. Upon seeing these characters, Qi Zhi could no longer contain himself and wept bitterly while embracing the gravestone. "Shaoqin, I am sorry, brother. When we pledged brotherhood, we vowed to share both fortune and hardship, yet I have broken that promise." Memories flooded Qi Zhi's mind, recalling their moments together, from their initial encounter at the inn, through the healing of the sick, to the bond they forged as brothers. They sang and celebrated life, shared lessons in martial arts, and sought revenge for past grievances. Qi Zhi's lament lasted for 2 full days. In his heart, he silently vowed that should Shaoqin be reincarnated, he would seek her out. Although he understood that she might not be the same as before, he felt compelled to do so, believing it would alleviate his inner torment. Shaking his head, he revealed a newfound resolve in his eyes. With a flash of silver light beneath his feet, he soared into the sky. He intended to return to Zir Palace to see Zir, Though his dear brother had departed, he still had Zir. Not long after Qi Zhi departed, two figures, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared at the location. Noticing the swiftly flying silver light in the distance, they exchanged glances and began to pursue it. At this moment, Qi Zhi, focused solely on reaching Zir Palace, remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. He was still clad in the attire of a wealthy disciple, adorned in splendid robes with a waistplate prominently displaying the three characters of Zir Palace. With the esteemed reputation of Zir Palace on the vast continent of Nan, it seemed improbable that he would attract unwanted attention. Yet, seated in the silver vessel, Qi Zhi felt an inexplicable sensation of being followed. Despite several attempts to extend his consciousness and investigate, he found nothing amiss. How peculiar. Furrowing his brow slightly, Qi Zhi quickened his pace. As he journeyed onward, he sensed a disturbance of energy waves ahead. A headache ensued. How unfortunate that he would encounter a conflict at this moment, as he was in urgent need of reaching Zir. However, he reassured himself that he was merely a passerby. If he did not provoke anyone, those engaged in battle would likely ignore him. Thus, Qi Zhi continued to forge ahead, only to spot an old acquaintance in the vicinity. It appears that he cannot help but engage in this conflict. The individual beset by two figures clad in black is none other than the seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth, Xueqing. Given Xueqing's remarkable talent, he should have long been admitted to the Zir Palace. How did he end up in this predicament? At this moment, Xueqing has already attained the cultivation level of the overseas realm, wielding a folding fan that creates ripples with every gesture. Even when confronting two equally formidable opponents of the same realm, he remains undaunted. The trio embroiled in battle soon senses the approach of another, turning their gazes towards Qi Zhi. Upon recognizing Qi Zhi, Xueqing is taken aback. Is this not the very person who recommended him to join the Zir Palace a millennium ago? The world knows of Qi Zhi's affection for Zir, yet his true identity has remained shrouded in mystery. Speculations about Qi Zhi's identity have become a point of contention among the disciples of the Zir Palace throughout the ages. Naturally, as a member of the Zir Palace, Xueqing harbors a deep curiosity regarding this individual's true nature. Moreover, he has long harbored a significant suspicion regarding this very person. Chapter 47. The transformation of the Zir Palace prior to his entry into the Zir Palace. Xueqing was unaware that its full title was the Qi Zhi Loves Zir Palace. Coincidentally, the individual who recommended him also bears the name Qi Zhi. After joining the Zir Palace, the palace master took a keen interest in him, even personally elucidating the path of cultivation. This unexpected attention further solidified Xueqing's belief that Qi Zhi is indeed the Qi Zhi associated with the palace. However, considering that Qi Zhi was merely at the initial realm at that time, Xueqing found it difficult to fully accept. Upon the appearance of Qi Zhi, the two black-clad assailants ceased their conflict. One of them glanced at Qi Zhi's waist badge, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I never imagined another from the Zir Palace would appear, and so brazenly at that. Do the current members of the Zir Palace not realize they are like rats scurrying across the street, hunted by all? Zir Palace? Brazen? Hunted like rats?" Qi Zhi was incensed. How dare this person speak so disrespectfully of his esteemed palace? Clearly, he was unaware of Qi Zhi's reputation as the foremost cultivator of the Nan continent. Just as Qi Zhi prepared to reprimand the individual, Xueqing urgently interjected. "This is bad. An overseas realm cultivator is tracking you. We must flee." With that, Xueqing grasped Qi Zhi's arm and propelled them both away. The black-clad figures scoffed at their attempt to escape, taunting, "Do you think you can run? Was it not your lack of flying artifacts that allowed us to catch up to you?" With that, they leapt onto a brown vessel and pursued Qi Zhi and Xueqing. Following closely behind Qi Zhi was a man and a woman who, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened their pursuit as well. At this moment, Qi Zhi was utterly perplexed. How could he, the most renowned cultivator of the Nan continent, be hunted in such a manner? Though he thought this to himself, he voiced his confusion. "Brother Xue, what on earth is happening? How can these individuals dare to pursue us so boldly, given the illustrious name of the Zir Palace?" Upon hearing this, Xueqing revealed a bitter smile. As he and Qi Zhi hastened away, he spoke. "This matter is rather lengthy to explain, and now is not the opportune moment. It would be prudent for us to escape swiftly. If we linger until those behind us catch up, we may find ourselves facing a dire fate." Xueqing had sensed that Qi Zhi possessed merely the strength of the mountain-moving realm, utterly defenseless against the ocean-covering realm cultivators. While he could manage to contend with one opponent, facing two would leave him with no hope of survival. However, no matter how they fled, the brown vessel behind them remained steadfastly in pursuit. Before long, boisterous laughter echoed from the boat. "You cannot escape. I stand upon a superior flying artifact. How can you evade me? Ha ha ha." Upon noticing the two black-clad figures closing in rapidly, Xueqing's pupils constricted. If these two were to detain them, their fate would be sealed. He contemplated whether to let Qi Zhi escape, first while he held off their pursuers. After all, without Qi Zhi's support and the nurturing of the Zi'er Palace, he would not have achieved his current standing. Just as Xue Qing hesitated, Qi Zhi bellowed angrily. You audacious thieves, do you truly believe my Zi'er Palace is so easily bullied? With a flash of blue light in his eyes, the one who had just boasted became a mere shell of a man, as though transformed into a mindless automaton. Though Qi Zhi was reluctant to take a life, the ignorance of this man incited his ire. The other black-clad figure, noticing the anomaly, shouted, What have you done to Brother Yang? Yet, Qi Zhi paid him no heed. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a shimmering silver flying vessel, taunting, Is this not a flying artifact? Who do you look down upon? He then cast the vessel beneath him and soared into the sky alongside Xue Qing. The black-clad man only caught a fleeting glimpse of their vanishing figures. At that moment, as Xue Qing exerted all his strength to command the vessel, he marveled at the silver craft. Brother Qi, you have truly rendered invaluable assistance. With this vessel, we shall surely leave them far behind within half an hour. Qi Zhi merely smiled faintly. This silver vessel, named the Skywalker, though seemingly unremarkable, was the pinnacle of flying artifacts bestowed upon him by Zi'er. The previous remarks regarding superior and inferior artifacts were irrelevant in comparison to his Skywalker. Furthermore, Qi Zhi required additional time to absorb the soul of the ocean-covering realm cultivator they had just encountered. Now that they had escaped their immediate adversaries, Qi Zhi inquired about the Zi'er Palace. Xue Qing recounted that this tale began over 600 years after his induction into the palace. He recalled that after the palace master advanced to the Great Ascension realm, 3 top-tier Great Ascension cultivators, having fled to other continents, vowed to obliterate the Zi'er Palace and eradicate its master. Following a cataclysmic battle among Great Ascension beings, both the palace master and the 3 cultivators vanished without a trace. For the subsequent 600 years, the Zi'er Palace reigned supreme over the Qi continent. The harvest of extraordinary treasures is boundless, accompanied by an abundance of resources for cultivation, long coveted by countless individuals. Rumors have circulated regarding the fall of the esteemed Master Zi'er. Upon the emergence of this news, a wave of collective outrage swept across the realm, plunging the entire Zi'er Palace into chaos. The once tranquil, powerful beings of the divine void realm on the Qi continent felt compelled to act upon hearing this unsettling news. The Master Zi'er had always treated her disciples with great kindness, and they regarded the palace as their own home. Thus, they could not allow these outsiders to succeed easily and rose in fierce resistance, vowing to defend the Zi'er Palace with their lives. Yet, bereft of their leader amidst the onslaught from various factions, they soon found themselves defeated, forced to flee for their lives. After the powerful beings of the divine void realm had divided the treasures, they audaciously claimed that their spoils were few, as the majority of the valuables had already been taken away by the fleeing disciples of Zi'er Palace. This left the disciples to scurry about the Qi continent, akin to mice scuttling through the streets. Alas, after recounting the events, Xue Qing let out a deep sigh. Qi Zhi, upon hearing of the upheaval at Zi'er Palace, wore an expression of shock. Zi'er has fallen? The Zi'er Palace has been divided? Xue Qing, observing Qi Zhi's astonished countenance and his gaping mouth, offered words of comfort. Do not grieve too deeply, my brother. Changes in sects and the departure of old friends are all too common in the world of cultivation. This return to the realm of immortality has certainly been filled with surprises, nearly startling you back into retreat. First, the death of his brother Chu Shaoqin, and now the turmoil at Zi'er Palace. The fall of Zi'er, one troubling event after another, weighed heavily upon Qi Zhi's heart. He had sought solace from Zi'er, but now she was no longer present. Just as he contemplated weeping for 3 days and nights, a voice suddenly sprang forth from his mind. Has Zi'er truly fallen? A wave of realization washed over Qi Zhi. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Zi'er is himself. If Zi'er had truly fallen, he would have sensed it. Thus, she must merely be hiding. With this thought, the furrow in his brow gradually relaxed. But where could he search for Zi'er? While Qi Zhi pondered deeply, Xue Qing, with a serious expression, stated, There has been a question that has troubled me for centuries. I wish to seek your guidance, Brother Qi. Noticing Xue Qing's sudden gravity, Qi Zhi promptly replied, Please, speak, Brother Xue. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Qing finally voiced his inquiry. Could it be that you, Brother Qi, are indeed the Qi Zhi who loves Zi'er Palace? Speculating on Qi Zhi's identity had long been a source of amusement for the numerous disciples of Zi'er Palace. Although Xue Qing had his own conclusions, he felt the need for direct confirmation. Qi Zhi, initially expecting a grave dilemma, chuckled. Indeed, I am the very Qi Zhi who loves Zi'er Palace. With his suspicions validated, Xue Qing's heart was still in tumult, and he promptly bowed in respect. Master Qi, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, as I was previously unaware of the situation. Qi Zhi waved his hands dismissively upon seeing Xueqing's demeanor. My dear brother Xue, you are too courteous. The Zir Palace no longer exists, so there is no longer a title of Palace Master. Even if the Zir Palace were still standing, I would not claim to be its master. That title was merely a whimsical creation of Zir. There is no need for you to pay it heed. Let us regard each other as equals, as we are peers. Chapter 48. Xiao Zhi's revelation just moments ago. Xueqing had clearly perceived a blue glimmer within Qi Zhi's eyes, and the cultivator from the overturning sea realm before him had transformed into an empty shell. The former master of Zir Palace had employed similar tactics. Although Qi Zhi was reluctant to acknowledge it, his relationship with the master of Zir Palace was undoubtedly complex. Xueqing, recognizing this unspoken truth, merely nodded. Since Qi Zhi was unwilling to confirm it outright, there must be some hidden reasons, and he felt it inappropriate to probe further. Qi Zhi pondered that their continued evasion was surely not a sustainable approach. Perhaps they should venture to another continent? After 600 years without a trace of Zir, it was likely she had journeyed to another realm. Contemplating this, Qi Zhi proposed, Brother Xue, why don't we simply travel to another continent? It is not practical to continue fleeing indefinitely. However, Xueqing responded with a sigh, that is not particularly realistic. Each time the continent's teleportation array is activated, it consumes vast resources, which are beyond the means of cultivators like us. Moreover, each array is guarded by a master from the divine void realm. Our presence there would be akin to walking into a trap. While Qi Zhi possessed ample resources, as his storage ring held countless crystal stones gifted by Zir, the presence of divine void cultivators posed a significant challenge. They were all too familiar with Qi Zhi's visage. Furrowing his brow, Qi Zhi queried, is there truly no other way to reach another continent besides the teleportation array? There is, but that method is even less feasible. Xueqing replied, shaking his head in resignation. Why is that? Please, Brother Xue, do not hesitate to share. As long as there is even the slightest possibility. I am unwilling to surrender, Qi Zhi implored. Xueqing forced a wry smile, explaining, to reach another continent, one must pass through a place known as the Mysterious Sea. To be candid, Brother Qi, in all my years, I have never heard of anyone successfully crossing the Mysterious Sea, let alone reaching another continent. The Mysterious Sea? Qi Zhi inquired. Xueqing elaborated, I must admit, I know little about the Mysterious Sea. However, I have heard it is truly terrifying, capable of devouring one's very spirit and leading one into disorientation. Practitioners who venture into the Mysterious Sea often do not return. Qi Zhi was taken aback. The Mysterious Sea bore a certain resemblance to his illusory space. If what Xueqing claimed were true, it stood to reason that many lost souls would be trapped within its depths. Might Zir be among them? With this thought racing through his mind, Qi Zhi urgently inquired, where exactly is this Mysterious Sea located? The Mysterious Sea, as its name implies, is elusive and ethereal. Encountering it is a matter of fate. It is said that beyond the eastern Beast Mountain range, if one continues eastward, they will eventually encounter the Mysterious Sea. However, the Beastly Mountain range is an exceedingly perilous place, one that even cultivators of the divine void realm dare not venture into alone. After speaking, Xueqing turned to Qi Zhi with a serious expression. Brother Qi, it would be prudent for us to enhance our strength as swiftly as possible. Once we reach the divine void realm, should you wish to seek out the ethereal sea, I am more than willing to accompany you. The Beastly Mountain range. Yet another formidable challenge standing before Qi Zhi. The divine void realm? Very well. Let us first ascend to that realm and then discuss other matters. After contemplating, Qi Zhi responded, Brother Xue makes a valid point. What do you think our next course of action should be? In my view, it would be wise for us to conceal our identities and blend into a few cultivation sections. As long as we remain undetected, we can continue our training without the constant worry of hiding. Qi Zhi considered this and concluded that it was indeed the best course of action. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions about various strategies. Xueqing felt that their ambitions were too grand for them to remain together and suggested they act separately. They agreed to reunite every century, and if they both ascended to the divine void realm, they would venture to the ethereal sea together. Afterward, the two shot off in opposite directions, transforming into beams of light that vanished into the sky. Shortly after Qi Zhi and Xueqing parted ways, a man clad in green attire, bearing a badge from the Tian Pavilion at his waist, wore a grim expression. I had intended to follow that boy to see if I could uncover the whereabouts of the Chu Shaoqin, but unexpectedly, he managed to escape. A woman in similar green garb reassured him, Fear not, senior brother. I have memorized his appearance and will relay it to our fellow disciples. As long as he remains on this Kuan-Nin continent, he cannot evade capture. With that, the two quickly departed from the area. After parting with Xueqing, Qi Zhi planned to find a secluded cave to refine the shadow spirit of the sea-covering cultivator, which should significantly enhance his cultivation. This location is quite suitable. In the distance lay a secluded mountainous region, shrouded in white mist that obscured the rugged terrain. Qi Zhi decisively established a simple cave dwelling, setting up arrays around it before commencing the refinement of the shadow spirit. Within Qi Zhi's mental realm, he inquired, Duo, how is that individual faring? Is he still holding on? Duo scampered eagerly to Qi Zhi's side, exclaiming, Master, that vexatious cultivator has been tormented to the point of madness. You can indulge without worry. With that, Duo wore an expectant expression, seemingly awaiting praise from Qi Zhi. Understanding her unspoken request, Qi Zhi lifted Duo and twirled her in the air several times. Truly, Duo is the only one who brings me joy. After their playful exchange, Qi Zhi entered the illusionary space. Indeed, the sea-covering cultivator's gaze was vacant, and he had completely lost his consciousness. Duo is truly a master of torment. Qi Zhi smiled faintly, settled into a meditative posture, and opened his mouth wide to draw the shadow spirit into his body. 30 days later, Qi Zhi let out a long howl. He had finally refined the sea-covering shadow spirit. Upon assessing his cultivation, he was astonished to find that he had reached the late stage of the mountain-moving realm. A subtle sensation lingered within, suggesting a burgeoning trend toward transcending the sea of oblivion. Qi Zhi reflected silently, marveling at the soul-devouring Ghost King's extraordinary prowess. No wonder Zi'er was so unwilling to abandon her cultivation of the fiend body technique. The pace of her training made him contemplate the idea of consuming the souls of others himself. This must not be. At that moment, an inner voice abruptly surfaced, decisively curbing his thoughts. Taken aback, Qi Zhi suddenly realized something was amiss, leaping to his feet and exclaiming, Who is there? The voice echoed once more. Have you forgotten? Previously, Zi'er did not perish, and it was I who reminded you. Then who are you exactly? Qi Zhi inquired in a deep tone. I am none other than you. How amusing. A youthful figure, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, gradually materialized in Qi Zhi's mind. Upon closer inspection, Qi Zhi recognized this visage as his own from middle school. Staring in disbelief at this youthful version of himself, he pondered how this apparition had come to be while he was indeed in an illusory realm. The boy seemed to sense Qi Zhi's thoughts. Why act so surprised? Have you forgotten your affliction? Am I ill? Qi Zhi retorted. The boy gazed at him innocently. Of course. Where else would we have emerged from? We? Qi Zhi echoed. Astonished. You mean Zi'er? And Duo? Could it be that a new persona had arisen within his mind? You're rather foolish. We are all figments of your imagination, the boy stated earnestly. Qi Zhi was taken aback. Are you all mere figments? Does this entire realm of cultivation exist solely within my imagination? The boy wore a troubled expression. Let us accept reality. Your emotional fluctuations have been excessive lately. Otherwise, how could I have manifested? Just moments ago, you were contemplating mischief. Have you forgotten our childhood vow to stand against injustice? Qi Zhi fell into contemplation. Indeed, he was inherently troubled. Even when he concocted rational explanations for everything, unexpected events continually transpired. Zi'er, Duo, and now this new boy. These bizarre occurrences left him at a loss for adequate explanations. The most plausible explanation was his own madness. Who in this realm of cultivation could converse with himself for millennia? Chapter 49, The Fiendish Sun Demonic Art. However, one small issue lingered. Qi Zhi yearned to know precisely where he was. You seem rather clever. Do you know where the true me resides? The boy wore a mocking expression. You clever? How could you pose such a foolish question? If you don't even know where you are, how could I possibly know? Qi Zhi was rendered speechless. This young lad's rudeness was quite astounding. However, if that is indeed the case, then the true self he yearns for in the realm of cultivation should genuinely exist within that world. Yes, there can be no mistake. After contemplating this, Qi Zhi inquired of the young lad, What name should I call you? A name? Let us simply call me Qi Zhi. The boy responded, regarding Qi Zhi with an expression of incredulity. Qi Zhi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I understand that you are me, but surely there must be a convenient appellation? I cannot possibly refer to you as Qi Zhi every time. That would make me feel utterly foolish. How about this? From now on, you shall be called Xiao Zhi. At this moment, Xiao Zhi, with a serious demeanor, replied, Qi Zhi shall not change his name, nor shall he alter his surname. It is precisely due to your whimsical naming that you have become unable to discern your own identity. I must respectfully decline. Upon hearing this audacious refusal from the boy, Qi Zhi was taken aback by his lack of awareness of priority. He decisively stated, I do not accept your refusal. Then, with a sense of impatience, he directed Xiao Zhi away. Go and play with Duo. She is rather bored alone. In the future, do not disturb me. Humph. I am too lazy to seek you out. Those like me, blessed with the halo of a protagonist, usually only appear during significant events. After uttering these words, Xiao Zhi vanished without a trace. Qi Zhi, feeling both angry and amused, reminisced about his middle school self, who had indeed possessed a rather grandiose demeanor, particularly enjoying martial arts and police films, filled with a sense of justice, often contemplating intervening in acts of injustice. Reflecting on his youthful self, Qi Zhi secretly resolved that during his next foray into the spiritual realm, he would return to his adolescent years. With this thought, Qi Zhi chuckled and found himself in his spiritual world. Upon his arrival, he was met with Duo's wide, eager eyes fixed upon him. She then glanced curiously at the boy beside him, contemplating whether he was yet another being akin to herself. At that moment, Xiao Zhi, displaying impeccable manners, placed his left hand behind his back, his right hand over his chest, and slightly bowed, addressing Duo amicably. "Hello, my name is Qi Zhi." "Xiao Zhi." Qi Zhi's icy voice suddenly interjected. Xiao Zhi's lips twitched as he struggled to amend his introduction. "Xiao Zhi, I am called Xiao Zhi." Let these two lively characters entertain themselves. Qi Zhi chose to ignore them and materialized within his cave abode. He needed to contemplate his next course of action. Although he had lived for over 3,000 years, to be honest, he was still rather unfamiliar with the realm of cultivation. His greatest expertise lay within the spiritual world. Beyond that, he knew little to nothing. It would be prudent to examine the treasures that Zi'er had bestowed upon him to discern what he might find useful. With a flourish of his hand, a plethora of items manifested before Qi Zhi's eyes. He was nearly overwhelmed with the treasures filling his abode. However, the most substantial portion was occupied by the crystalline stones. While others could absorb their essence to enhance their cultivation, he could merely utilize them as currency. With a resigned flick of his fingers, a mound of crystalline stones returned to the confines of his storage ring. As he rummaged through the heap of treasures, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. The Sunslayer demon technique. He gazed at a small, crumpled, pitch-black booklet, perplexed at how he had forgotten about it. Wasn't this the demonic art specifically crafted for those with the Sunslayer physique by the transcendental cultivators? This warranted thorough study. He had been troubled by the quest for a suitable sect to cultivate an appropriate demonic technique, and now it had serendipitously appeared before him. How kind of Zi'er. My affection for her deepens. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her whereabouts, Zi'er felt a sudden sweetness in her heart, inexplicably uplifted. What was happening? Could it be that Zi'er is yearning for me? After a moment, she shook her head and closed her eyes once more. The Sunslayer demon technique requires the absorption of malevolent energy for personal cultivation, which encompasses the essence of murderous intent, resentment, anger, and misfortune. Thus, malevolent energy exists wherever sentient beings reside. This technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage pertains to the Sunslayer physique, which is said to lack a bottleneck. The more malevolent energy absorbed, the swifter the cultivation. Zi'er felt little resonance with this, having never encountered a bottleneck since embarking on his cultivation journey. The second stage is known as the true body of the Sunslayer, which allows one to manifest a true form and create armor from malevolent energy. However, the text did not specify how much malevolent energy was required to ascend to this second stage. Yet, the notion of manifesting a true form and transforming malevolent energy into armor thrilled Zi'er immensely. Advancing to the second stage would naturally elevate his cultivation to the oceanic realm. The third stage, referred to as the domain of the Sunslayer, pertains to the realm aspect, a topic that Zi'er had never broached with him. Did transcendental cultivators not possess their own domains? According to the text, the primary function of the Sunslayer domain is auxiliary. Auxiliary? Zi'er had never heard of an auxiliary technique before. Delving further, he discovered that the Sunslayer domain primarily serves to erode the mind, influencing the consciousness of all within its range. How intriguing. He was well aware of Chu Xiaoqin's steadfast will, yet she could still be affected by the erosion of malevolent energy. Duo, as the soul-devouring ghost king, inherently possessed formidable mental strength, yet she too succumbed to the influence. This illustrated the terrifying nature of malevolent energy. Previously, while in the Shura prison, Zi'er had mused that if he could also employ malevolent energy to erode the minds of others, coupled with the illusionary space, he would surely be invincible among cultivators of the same tier. He himself was the soul-devouring demon king. Thus, defeating foes beyond his rank was not an impossibility. At this moment, Qi Zhi had become insufferably arrogant. Ha. It seems that the throne of the foremost cultivator in Nan is destined for me. Qi Zhi, unhurried in his cultivation of demonic arts, continued to rummage through the pile of treasures. In a book on the fundamentals of cultivation, he inadvertently caught sight of something referred to as a life source artifact. A life source artifact? It sounded formidable, and he hastily delved deeper into the text. One could only cultivate their own life source artifact after entering the Tao realm. The Tao realm? He had been entirely unaware of this. It made sense, for he had never truly engaged in combat with other cultivators. At most, he had merely observed from afar. How could he have known about such matters? Reflecting on this, Qi Zhi increasingly felt like a novice in the realm of cultivation. Previously, under Zhi Er's indulgent care, he had always presented himself as a pampered scion of a prestigious family. Wherever he went, he would flaunt the insignia on his waist, fearful that others might not recognize him as a member of Zhi Er's palace. Now that his support had vanished, Qi Zhi felt exasperated, resigned to a life of humility. He speculated that he needed to change his appearance and don a mask before venturing out. Only then could he find solace for his youthful heart. Zhi Er, please return swiftly. I truly cannot manage without you, Qi Zhi sang inwardly, hoping that Zhi Er would hear his plea and arrive in time to rescue him from his predicament. Meanwhile, Zhi Er, situated elsewhere, suddenly opened her eyes and murmured to herself, "What is happening to me? Why am I experiencing such emotional instability during my cultivation? Could something be amiss with Zhi Er?" An expression of urgency instantly graced her handsome features as she gazed silently at the distant sky. She longed to fly to Qi Zhi's side in an instant. Yet all she could do was sigh in resignation. I cannot accomplish that. Surely, with Zhi Er's prowess as the soul-devouring demon king and his innate dual demonic constitution, they would reunite soon. She admonished herself to refrain from unwarranted worry and settled down to meditate once more. Unbeknownst to Qi Zhi, his heartfelt lament had already resonated with Zhi Er. Chapter 50, Infinitely Secure. After failing to summon Zhi Er, Qi Zhi pondered what his life source artifact should be. A bell? A cauldron? A sword? None of these seemed appealing to him. He recalled that Zhi Er possessed a jade chain, which was used to enhance one's mental prowess. Although he had developed his own means of assistance after mastering the realm of Yang, who could say how long it would take to attain that level? He urgently needed a protective measure. At that moment, an idea sparked in Qi Zhi's mind. A flute? That would be splendid, harmonizing beautifully with Zhi Er's jade chain. He resolved to refine a flute. The cultivation manual suggested that the best method for creating a life source artifact was through the use of alchemical fire combined with rare materials from heaven and earth. Subsequently, nurturing within the Dantian, as his strength grew, so too did the power of this artifact. Could it truly be a treasure capable of growth? Yet, he was unfamiliar with the use of elixir fire, nor could he warm treasures in the Dantian. These were methods employed by conventional cultivators. Just as Qi Zhi grappled with how to proceed, a thought suddenly struck him. Could he not utilize his own spiritual energy to forge this personal artifact, then place it within his mental realm for nurturing? With inspiration ignited, Qi Zhi acted promptly, selecting a jade stone roughly the size of a fist from a collection of materials. Such a flute-like artifact could be forged from either wood or jade, and he fortuitously noticed a glimmering piece of azure jade. Uncertain of its name, he found it visually appealing and decided to experiment with it. With a flicker of intent, a translucent form of spiritual energy surged forth from his crown, enveloping the jade in a flickering, ethereal flame. Observing the jade dancing within the flames, Qi Zhi chuckled. Let us see if you can endure the trials of refinement. Of course, Qi Zhi felt emboldened only because it was an inanimate object he addressed this way. Had another person been present, the myriad figures in his mental realm would have drowned him in scornful remarks. 7 days later, a misty jade flute appeared in Qi Zhi's hands. As he toyed with the flute, his thoughts wandered. If only he could perform a duet with Zhi Er, his life would be truly fulfilled. With this thought, he cast aside all worries, lost in his reverie. He envisioned a petite woman clad in lavender, gentle and elegant. With a delicate touch, she coaxed melodies from her zither, akin to a refreshing stream that stirred the hearts of listeners. Beside her stood a tall, handsome man in a cerulean robe, his flute's notes as delightful as a gentle breeze in spring, uplifting the spirit. This enchanting scene nearly ensnared Qi Zhi, making him reluctant to return to the world of cultivation. Shaking his head to dispel the illusion, he softly vowed, "Once I ascend to the realm of divine void, I shall seek you out personally. Together, we will perform a harmonious piece, like the high mountains and flowing waters." After a moment of silence, Qi Zhi resolved that it was time to venture forth. With an artifact in hand and cultivation methods at his disposal, he merely needed to strive towards reaching the divine void realm. Subsequently, Qi Zhi employed a transformation technique, adopting the guise of a middle-aged man with a beard. Donning a black mask, "Now I shall not be discovered." Content with his disguise, Qi Zhi exited his cave dwelling and soared into the sky. Having fled across Qi continent for so long, his foremost desire was to ascertain his location. Upon encountering a small town, he paused. When he beheld the map presented by a merchant, he stood transfixed, realizing he had never truly comprehended the expanse of the Qi continent. Now, I find myself on the fringes of the central continent, in a place known as Goyang Town, with the western extremes just beyond. The Qi continent is broadly divided into 5 major regions: the boundless sea of the north, the mountain ranges of the south, the western extremes, the eastern desolation, and the central plains. The map also features several notable locations, such as Kunshan, the foremost celestial mountain of the Qi continent. home to a sect of cultivation known as the Heavenly Altar. Speaking of the Heavenly Altar, it is impossible for Qi Zhi to remain oblivious. Once the most prestigious sect on the continent, it has now been relegated to second place following the emergence of Zir, although it has since regained its former stature. When Zir Palace was established, a group of cultivators from the Divine Void realm arrived to present their congratulations, led by an elderly Taoist named Lan. Could he be the ancestral figure of the Heavenly Altar? Reflecting on this, Qi Zhi surmised it was highly likely. The shadows of those Divine Void cultivators were indeed present during the downfall of Zir Palace. When I ascend to the Divine Void realm, I shall make you regret it. Qi Zhi thought fiercely. At the easternmost edge of the map lies the Beast Mountain Range. Up until now, aside from the Bloodshadow Wolf, Qi Zhi has encountered no other beasts. He had initially planned to capture a beast as a mount upon his emergence from the Shura Abyss, with Zir by his side. Now that Zir is gone, he wondered whether he should still pursue this endeavor. Contemplating this, Qi Zhi turned his gaze toward a region in the western extremes known as the Sunset Forest, lost in thought. Although he possesses a top-tier flying artifact, its use is limited to flight. If he could locate a powerful beast to serve as a mount, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future, enhancing his odds in confrontations with fellow cultivators. Resolving this, Qi Zhi decided to venture to the Sunset Forest. Subsequently, he inquired with a merchant about several indistinct locations on the map that were unmarked. Unfortunately, the merchant was not very knowledgeable either. Disappointed, Qi Zhi casually tossed the merchant a few crystal stones and vanished in an instant. As Qi Zhi traversed the western extremes, seeking the precise location of the Sunset Forest, he learned about the cultivation sects in the area. To his astonishment, the western extremes is a sanctum for the cultivation of demonic arts, housing a grand sect, 6 profound sects, 32 celestial sects, and countless terrestrial sections. The True sect is prominently one of the grand sections. Qi Zhi recognized this sect, recalling how Zir, in her Divine Void realm, had slain a cultivator from the True sect. The Yang evil body and the evil Yang demonic art that he practices were also seized from that individual. Qi Zhi never anticipated that he would find himself so entwined with the True sect, having inexplicably arrived in their domain within the western extremes. He must exercise utmost caution for being detected would spell disaster. Altering his appearance and donning a mask, Qi Zhi still felt uneasy, uncertain of where to procure a cloak. He finally managed to obtain one, and with the cloak enveloping him, he breathed a sigh of relief. What Qi Zhi was unaware of was that his actions had inadvertently aroused suspicion. This individual, shrouded in secrecy, must surely harbor something of great value. Not long after Qi Zhi's departure, he found himself targeted by a group of individuals. Soaring gracefully through the air, Qi Zhi believed that his protective measures rendered him utterly unrecognizable. Just as he reveled in his own cleverness, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. To his astonishment, this murderous intent began to seep into his very being, and he felt a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. Could it be the sinister sun-devouring technique? Was it truly capable of absorbing the malevolent energy of others? Initially troubled by the notion that someone harbored ill intentions towards him, Qi Zhi's heart surged with exhilaration. Excellent. Let this malevolent energy come forth even more fiercely. Unbeknownst to the group pursuing him, their own murderous intent was being continuously siphoned away by Qi Zhi. They felt an intense thirst and a growing desire for bloodshed. However, the leader of the group, a man clad in red, soon sensed something amiss. Even if they sought to kill and seize treasure, such overwhelming animosity towards one individual seemed unwarranted. Was there something peculiar about this person? The man in red shouted for everyone to halt. Subsequently, he stopped the others who were still in pursuit of Qi Zhi. At that moment, a woman in blue, her expression darkening, remarked, "Brother E, why do you restrain us? We are on the verge of catching him, and I yearn to flay him alive." The others, also halted, cast grim looks at the man known as Brother E. Chapter 51. The quest for the steed. Brother E surveyed the fierce countenance of his companions, shaking his head in resignation. He then shouted, "Awaken!" As the group fell into a momentary daze, they too recognized their abnormality and hastily apologized to Brother E. With a grave expression, he stated, "This individual is extraordinary. His technique of absorbing murderous intent is identical to that of the long-lost Zhang Taoist from millennia past." "What?" the woman in blue exclaimed, her surroundings echoing with disbelief. At that moment, a youth among them spoke up. Could it be that he has mastered the sun-devouring technique and is now a fully realized practitioner wreaking havoc across the Qi continent? Brother E grimly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is that very person. The sun-devouring technique is the signature dark art of the True sect. Yet, for thousands of years, only the Zhang Taoist has succeeded in mastering it. Could this individual be a secretly cultivated disciple of the True sect? Upon hearing this, the woman in blue's expression transformed dramatically. For nearly 1,000 years, our Hell Demon sect has been subtly surpassing the true Yin sect, poised to become the foremost celestial sect in the Western extremes. If this individual emerges now as she spoke, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, clearly grappling with the gravity of the situation. This matter is of utmost importance. I believe it prudent to return and report to the sect leader. Brother E regarded the woman in blue, seemingly awaiting her decisive resolution. It seems there is no other choice. I, along with a few others, possess only the cultivation of the mountain-moving realm, and without absolute certainty, we would merely alert the enemies. Let us do this. You all return swiftly to the sect to report, while Brother Lon and I remain here to provide support. Yes, Miss Xiao. Upon receiving the command, the group shot into the sky. Qi Zhi felt the surging killing intent within him. With just a bit more, he would soon advance to the sea-covering realm. Just as Qi Zhi was filled with excitement, this killing intent abruptly vanished. Qi Zhi found himself at a loss. However, upon reflection, he realized that this killing intent had been inexplicable in its arrival, and its departure was equally mysterious. Regardless, he dismissed the thought and continued to soar towards the sunset forest. 20 days later, gazing at the vast expanse of the forest before him, Qi Zhi couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this is the sunset forest, devoid of even a hint of sunset. Shortly after entering the forest, Qi Zhi became aware of energy fluctuations that were distinctly different from those of human cultivators. Curiosity piqued, he wandered about the forest, contemplating the majestic mount he envisioned for himself. A pair of colossal wings, a lion's head exuding majesty, and a broad, sturdy back. Only with such a steed could he travel the world with the air, drawing all eyes upon them. Perhaps even a few dragon-like claws to complete the image. As Qi Zhi reveled in his delightful daydreams, suddenly, a sticky substance splattered over him. Before he could express his anger, a massive spider with hundreds of eyes lunged before him. The sight of this creature sent a jolt of terror through him, and he screamed in horror. His mental energy transformed into sharp blades, swiftly slicing the monstrous spider into several pieces. Qi Zhi stared at the remnants of the creature, completely drained. This was utterly terrifying. Spiders had been his greatest fear in his past life. The multitude of tiny, round eyes was disturbingly unsettling. Even now, he was covered in goosebumps. He thought to himself, this was not at all the mount he had envisioned. Perhaps returning would be wise. This place seemed ill-suited for him. Just as Qi Zhi attempted to convince himself to leave, a small white cat unexpectedly leaped into view. To his astonishment, the cat nonchalantly approached and devoured the demon core of the enormous spider he had just slain. With a flick of its tail, it prepared to depart. How could this little cat so audaciously consume something that he had killed and had yet to study? Qi Zhi was instantly incensed. He was determined to capture this feline and make it pay for its brazen display. Just as he resolved to rise and seize the small creature, he suddenly found himself unable to move. The little cat, noticing his predicament, sauntered over and offered him a mocking glance. Was this still a cat? It exhibited such human-like expressions. Qi Zhi, unable to endure any longer, summoned his mental energy, which surged forth from the crown of his head, instantly transforming into a colossal hand aimed at the little cat. Upon witnessing this, the cat's eyes widened in surprise, and to Qi Zhi's astonishment, it vanished without a trace. Qi Zhi stood frozen for several seconds. Had the little cat truly disappeared before his very eyes? He hastily extended his consciousness to search the surroundings. Yet aside from the commonplace creatures of the forest, he found nothing. Could it be a genuine technique of instantaneous teleportation? Such an ability is indeed a remarkable one. He had often fantasized about possessing it himself. He had even inquired about it with Zier, who had informed him that humans could scarcely cultivate such a divine skill. Thus, when Qi Zhi suddenly vanished, it was merely the result of a technique that accelerated his movements. Yet this little cat had genuinely disappeared into thin air. Contemplating this, even if Qi Zhi felt a surge of frustration, he found himself utterly helpless. He needed to devise a way to extricate himself from this predicament. The very substance that immobilized him was that sticky mass he had encountered earlier, clearly the handiwork of the wretched spider. With a flick of his thought, Qi Zhi transformed his mental energy into a blade and struck at the viscous web. However, to his bewilderment, the moment his mental energy made contact with the web, it dissipated into nothingness. Qi Zhi was taken aback. This sticky web was immune to physical mental attacks. Following this, he contemplated several alternative approaches. Rolling on the ground and rubbing against a tree yielded no results. Ultimately, with a sense of daring, he decided to lick it. To his surprise, the sticky substance was quite sweet. After licking, Qi Zhi noticed some signs of melting in the web, filling him with delight. Thus, he licked fervently for an entire afternoon, finally liberating himself from its clutches. Casting a glance at the enormous spider he had reduced to fragments, he quietly collected the web into his pouch. This material, immune to mental attacks, could prove invaluable in the future. It seemed his visit had not been in vain. The joy of acquiring the web somewhat alleviated the anguish of losing the demon core. Looking down at his saliva-soaked attire, Qi Zhi promptly leaped into a small lake, reveling in the refreshing swim. After his invigorating dip, Qi Zhi exclaimed, "How delightful." He then resumed his quest in search of adventure. During his leisurely stroll through the sunset forest over the course of several days, Qi Zhi encountered numerous fascinating magical beasts. One such creature, a massive toad adorned with blooming flowers atop its head, opened its gaping mouth and swallowed a young deer whole. Later, noticing Qi Zhi's unwavering gaze, the toad's green visage flushed crimson, and it trembled before leaping into the river to escape. Qi Zhi was left puzzled, wondering why it blushed at merely being observed. Additionally, he encountered a peculiar antelope with 2 goat heads. Rather than displaying fear upon seeing Qi Zhi, the 2-headed creature approached him affectionately, nuzzling against him. Qi Zhi was undoubtedly delighted, generously bestowing upon his companion a celestial elixir, wishing Brother Xuanyang an early ascension to immortality. Along the way, they encountered a horse-like creature adorned with enormous wings. After a prolonged gaze exchanged between Qi Zhi and the creature, both shook their heads and parted ways, each taking a different path down the wide-open road. Despite its grand wings, the creature's back was regrettably not spacious enough, prompting Qi Zhi to shake his head in resignation. The creature, noticing Qi Zhi's cautious demeanor, instantly perceived him as no benevolent being and, in turn, could only shake its head in defeat. One day, Qi Zhi sprinted desperately through the sunset forest, the sound of lowing echoes trailing behind him. A furious bluish-white cow relentlessly pursued him. Feeling the surge of anger coursing through him, Qi Zhi found a peculiar joy in being chased. His curiosity had merely led him to taste the milk of a calf, and upon being discovered by the cow, he was pursued for an entire day and night. Finally, he reached the oversea realm. As he fled swiftly, he felt the changes within his body and, with a sudden burst of speed, vanished from sight. The cow, realizing Qi Zhi had disappeared, stomped its hooves in frustration and, albeit reluctantly, departed. Chapter 52. The First Battle of the Oversea Realm. Feeling the power of the oversea realm coursing through him, Qi Zhi soared freely through the skies. Along his journey, the beasts of the forest, sensing his formidable aura, bowed their noble heads in submission. At that moment, a familiar killing intent resurfaced. Qi Zhi turned sharply in its direction. Once was forgivable, but the repeated attempts on his life were intolerable, even for a ninja turtle. He was determined to uncover the identity of such audacious foes. Having just ascended to the oversea realm, he was eager to test his newfound abilities against them. With a cold smirk, he propelled himself forward. Meanwhile, 5 men and women, desperately searching for Qi Zhi, were astonished to see him approaching from afar. They had been scouring the sunset forest for over half a month, never expecting him to come to them willingly. The red-clad man, puzzled, remarked, "How has he reached the oversea realm? He was clearly merely at the mountain-moving realm before." A burly middle-aged man with stubble interjected, "Given the energy fluctuations, he has only just ascended to the oversea realm. There is no need for concern, Ishurji. I alone can handle him." At that moment, the blue-clad woman, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "You Shizu, will our actions truly not provoke the Truing sect? Although Mo Laoma is dead, what about Hong Laoma?" The young lady reassured her, "There is no need for excessive worry. This is a decision made by the Elder Council. As long as we secretly eliminate him here, the Truing sect should not hold us accountable. We are not the only sect at odds with them." Having spoken, the robust and boisterous man turned to his 2 companions and declared, "There is no need for you to intervene, my brothers. Allow me to swiftly subdue this individual." With that, he transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards Qi Zhi. Earlier, Qi Zhi had observed this group engaging in animated conversation. Though he was at a loss as to their discourse, this left him feeling a deep sense of frustration. Was he truly so insignificant? Just as he grappled with the humiliation of being overlooked, the boisterous man came barreling toward him. Qi Zhi's spirits soared at the sight of him, and he shouted, "Come forth." In an instant, a surge of malevolent energy enveloped Qi Zhi, and a suit of dark crimson armor materialized around him. He extended his hand toward the sky, and a pitch-black spear, forged from the very essence of his malevolent aura, appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, Qi Zhi lunged forward, spear aimed at his opponent. The boisterous man, invigorated by Qi Zhi's fervor, felt a rush of excitement. With a thunderous roar, he doubled in size, brandishing a similarly enlarged black battle axe as he swung it toward Qi Zhi. The clash of their weapons produced a resounding impact, sending both combatants reeling. After the initial engagement, Qi Zhi recognized the raw strength of his foe and poured more energy into his thrust, aiming once again at the boisterous man. Unwilling to yield, the man enlarged his black axe yet again, unleashing a storm-like swing at Qi Zhi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qi Zhi bellowed, "True form of the law." In the wake of his cry, A colossal blood-red silhouette emerged behind him. Qi Zhi modified his thrust into an upward jab, and the gigantic figure wielded a blood-red spear that sliced upward, creating a resonating hum in the air, as if the very fabric of space threatened to tear. The boisterous man's expression shifted to one of alarm upon witnessing this. Yet, it was too late for him to retract his axe. He could only muster all his strength to wield the massive weapon. With a thunderous boom, accompanied by a raging energy storm, both Qi Zhi and the boisterous man were engulfed, the tempest rapidly expanding outward at an astonishing speed of 180 miles per second. The onlookers in the distance were immediately filled with dread, rushing toward the boisterous man. When the storm finally subsided, the man was left with only one arm, his expression dark as he glared at Qi Zhi. Meanwhile, Qi Zhi remained unfazed, calmly observing the approaching figures. The newcomers were aghast to see the boisterous man had lost an arm. Although those at the sea-covering realm could regenerate, such restoration would not be instantaneous. Given that the boisterous man was among the strongest at the peak of the sea-covering realm, the four who had hastened to his side felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing Qi Zhi's unscathed demeanor. This indicated that the man before them was not only powerful, but extraordinarily so. One of the sea-covering realm practitioners looked at Qi Zhi and said, "Let us all attack together." At that moment, the four individuals preparing to ascend were abruptly halted by a wild man nearby. The wild man spoke. "You must be a practitioner of the divine void realm, esteemed elder. Have you deliberately suppressed your cultivation to toy with us?" Previously, he had sensed a formidable mental force amidst the fluctuations of energy, a power he had only encountered in practitioners of the divine void realm. The cloaked figure before him, shrouded in black, was undoubtedly a practitioner of that realm. The revelation of a divine void realm practitioner sent shockwaves through the crowd, particularly affecting the man in red and the woman in blue. Just moments ago, this individual was clearly at the mountain-moving realm. How had he suddenly ascended to the divine void realm? This revelation was difficult for them to accept. At this juncture, Qi Zhi spoke coolly. "Toy with you? Why would I waste my time on such trivialities? If it weren't for your repeated murderous intent directed towards me, do you think I would bother to engage with you?" The crowd fell into a tense silence. Their murderous intent had indeed exposed them. If their opponent was truly a practitioner of the divine void realm, their chances of survival were bleak. The two practitioners of the mountain-moving realm, previously confident, were now ashen-faced, lost in contemplation. The woman in blue finally spoke. "We apologize for our lack of discernment in offending you, esteemed elder. Please grant us a chance at redemption. I am the young lady of the prison demon sect, and my grandfather, Wang Jian, recently advanced to the divine void realm 2 months ago. However, this information has been kept secret from outsiders." Qi Zhi was momentarily taken aback, as were the other four. He found it amusing that the prison demon sect was so tight-lipped that even its own members were unaware of such significant news. It was clear that the sect was plotting something grand. Furthermore, her claim of being a young master was a blatant threat. Qi Zhi, unwilling to indulge her, retorted coldly, "What? Do you think that having a master at the Great Ascension realm as your backing will deter me from slaying you?" The woman's face paled at his words, and she hastily bowed in a gesture of respect. "I meant no offense. If you allow us to leave, the prison demon sect would be willing to offer you countless treasures to choose from." Internally, Qi Zhi scoffed at her attempt at bribery, recognizing it as a futile threat. He was essentially a living treasure vault. Their meager offerings held no allure for him. Moreover, he had no intention of killing them. He simply needed to clarify a pressing matter. Had he truly been recognized despite his careful concealment? In a grave tone, Qi Zhi demanded, "Why do you pursue me? Provide me with a satisfactory answer, and I shall grant you your freedom." The faces of the crowd shifted dramatically. They dared not reveal the truth. The malevolent aura emanating from him was a signature technique of the true Yin sect, indicating that there were now 2 practitioners of the divine void realm within that sect. If they divulged the truth, it would only lead to their demise. Qi Zhi observed that these individuals were resolutely unwilling to divulge any information, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Subsequently, a flash of azure light flickered in his eyes, and the 5 individuals found themselves transported into Qi Zhi's illusory realm. Although Qi Zhi himself was not a practitioner of the divine void realm, Duo possessed genuine mastery in that domain. Through Duo's relentless interrogation, the truth of the matter was eventually extracted from them. It turned out they were scheming to usurp the position of the foremost celestial sect in the western extremes. Their initial intention was to commit murder and seize treasures, yet they mistakenly believed themselves to be significant disciples of the true Yin sect, resulting in a series of blunders. Qi Zhi had initially feared that his identity had been compromised. What a close call. The sole remaining practitioner of the divine void realm from the true Yin sect, the aged and frail Hong Laoma, was the reason why the prison demon sect concealed the emergence of new divine void practitioners. They planned to launch a surprise attack at the forthcoming Demon Cultivation Conference in 3 months, aiming to completely usurp the position of the Truine sect. Chapter 53. Reunion with the Little Kitten. What an astute scheme and cunning strategy. The prison demon sect indeed harbored grand ambitions. After a thorough understanding of the situation, Qi Zhi chose to release these individuals, informing them that he had no connection whatsoever with the Truine sect and, in fact, bore a deep-seated grudge against them. He instructed the blue-clad woman to convey a message to her grandfather, assuring her that he would personally pay a visit within 3 months to collaborate on significant matters. Hong Laoma of the Truine sect was one of the culprits responsible for the division of the Zir Palace and the relentless persecution of its disciples. Qi Zhi had intended to seek vengeance against him, and this opportunity was indeed fortuitous. The 5 individuals, realizing that Qi Zhi was not affiliated with the Truine sect and was willing to join forces against them, were immediately filled with excitement and swiftly returned to the prison demon sect. Once they departed, Qi Zhi reflected on the earlier battle. It seemed that engaging in combat without utilizing mental power was, indeed, not very effective. Although he managed to overpower the boisterous brute using the Yangsha true body, he remained uncertain whether he could withstand the energy storm that ensued. What if he could not endure it? Would he then have to suffer physical torment once again? Thus, he had opted to defend himself with his substantial mental power. While his mental strength may not have equaled that of a divine void practitioner, it was certainly not far off. This was why the boisterous brute mistook him for a practitioner of the divine void realm, allowing Qi Zhi to convincingly portray his true self. 3 months was indeed a rather tight schedule. He needed to swiftly find a mount that was uniquely his own. With this thought in mind, Qi Zhi once again embarked on his quest for a steed. As he aimlessly pursued his search, he suddenly sensed something remarkable and immediately soared towards a large bird's nest. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in awe at the sight of a shimmering red egg. Just as Qi Zhi pondered whether this egg might be a dragon's or a phoenix's, a large red hen flapping its wings charged towards him. Qi Zhi took a glance at the hen, which immediately sensed danger, abandoning the egg and turning to flee. Qi Zhi could hardly fulfill his wishes. After a series of actions, he found himself seated beside the hen, gently caressing its head. Although the hen was reluctant, it succumbed to Qi Zhi's formidable presence. This scene evoked an unexpected sense of warmth. After bidding farewell to the hen, Qi Zhi continued his journey. Despite his reluctance to part with the hen and its egg, they were simply unsuitable companions for his steed. Thus, 2 months slipped by as Qi Zhi wandered through the forest. Strange and bizarre beasts were a common sight. Yet none met his criteria. Some lacked wings, others had insufficiently broad backs, and some appeared frightfully grotesque. He had encountered countless spider-like creatures, always opting to circumvent them. Although his cultivation allowed him to traverse the sunset forest with ease, he preferred to avoid even glancing at such arachnids. Just as Qi Zhi despaired over the possibility of this quest for a mount ending in failure, he heard a series of thunderous roars and the cries of beasts not far ahead. The commotion suggested the presence of a beast king, comparable to a human cultivator at the sea overturning stage. Qi Zhi had previously lamented the lack of a single beast king during his prolonged stay in the sunset forest. Yet, here it was, right before him. Elated, he soared towards the source of the commotion. Before him, an enormous emerald green mantis and a colossal blue bear were besieging a creature reminiscent of a Maine Coon cat. This creature bore no resemblance to a lion or a typical cat, thus he deemed it a Maine Coon. Astonishingly, all 3 of these titanic beings were of the Beast King level. Qi Zhi marveled at the irony. Either he encountered none, or he stumbled upon 3 at once. At that moment, he resolved that he must return with a mount, and these 3 Beast Kings were his prime candidates. Observing the chaotic duel of the 3 Beast Kings, he silently critiqued them. The mantis, he mused, was rather peculiar. The bear appeared rather foolish. As for the Maine Coon, aside from lacking wings, it seemed to meet many of Qi Zhi's criteria for a mount. Just as he pondered which beast would suit him best, the Maine Coon appeared gravely injured, swaying precariously as if about to collapse. Qi Zhi was alarmed. This simply could not be. He had just decided to adopt the Maine Coon as his steed. If it were to perish prematurely, he would return empty-handed. With this thought, Qi Zhi unleashed a surge of formidable mental power. The emerald mantis and the blue bear, true to their beast king status, had awakened their intelligence. Although both were reluctant to abandon the Maine Coon, they hastily retreated under the gaze of Qi Zhi's benevolence. At this moment, the Maine Coon could no longer endure, its body flickering between states of visibility. In the next instant, it rapidly diminished in size, transforming into a petite white cat. A little kitten? Qi Zhi silently observed the curled-up white cat on the ground. Although he was astonished by the revelation that the majestic Maine Coon was, in fact, this small feline, he couldn't suppress a chuckle at the memory of the kitten's earlier smug demeanor. Little kitten, I never anticipated that we would meet again. I had searched for you for quite some time. Now, It seems you shall never escape the grasp of your master, Qi Zhi. This little cat was undeniably adorable. With its fluffy fur, and Qi Zhi found no aversion towards it. However, the disrespectful behavior it had exhibited previously had wounded his tender heart. It is unworthy of a gentleman to leave a grudge unavenged. Thus, Qi Zhi resolved to seek retribution. He knelt down to inspect the little white cat for injuries, circling around it but finding no signs of harm. Yet, the curled-up kitten emanated a brilliant white light, subtly hinting at a considerable reservoir of energy. What? Qi Zhi's heart raced with alarm. Could it be on the verge of an evolution? If this little cat were to evolve, it might possess the cultivation of the divine void realm. At that point, with its teleportation abilities, how could Qi Zhi ever hope to capture it again? No. He must devise a plan swiftly. After much contemplation, an idea struck him. He carried the little white cat to a cave, a place where he had previously rested. Upon entering the cave and setting the kitten down, Qi Zhi hurriedly arranged a series of formations around the cave. He meticulously deployed illusions, soul-binding arrays, and hexagrams, utilizing every formation he knew. Once the formations were in place, Qi Zhi let out a sigh of relief. This precaution was necessary to prevent the little cat from fleeing unexpectedly, although he was uncertain whether these formations could contain a creature capable of teleportation. Having some means was better than none. Subsequently, Qi Zhi entered his spiritual realm to strategize with Duo. He needed the little cat to sincerely acknowledge him as its master. No, given its diminutive size, perhaps it would be better to consider it a pet for now. The notion of a steed could be deliberated later. After arranging everything, Qi Zhi returned to the cave to await patiently. Days passed, and while fixated on the little cat, Qi Zhi suddenly sensed a surge of immense energy radiating from it. This energy gradually receded back into the kitten's body. Astonishingly, the little cat began to transform, bit by bit, into the visage of a 16 or 17-year-old maiden. Although Qi Zhi was taken aback, he had no time to dwell on the transformation. At the very moment the little cat opened its eyes, a flash of blue light sparkled in Qi Zhi's gaze. The kitten found itself in the familiar realm of illusion that Qi Zhi knew well. Upon awakening, the little cat caught sight of a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Mother." Subsequently, she plunged into the embrace of that figure, crying out loudly, "Mother, how could you be here? Were you not taken by the beings of the celestial realm?" A gentle voice emanated from the figure. "For countless millennia, I have awaited Yenner to rescue me. I have long suffered in anticipation, yet you have not come." The small cat, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Mother, Yenner has been diligently cultivating. I think of nothing but rescuing you from this torment. Yet, I remain unaware of how much longer it will take for me to ascend to the celestial realm. Do not fret, my dear Yenner," the figure spoke slowly. "I have come to seek you through a secret art, precisely for this purpose." Chapter 54. The celestial cat. The small cat was overjoyed and quickly inquired, "Does Mother possess a means for me to ascend to the true celestial realm?" The figure replied, "In the celestial realm, I have a friend who has aided me on numerous occasions. It is through his assistance that I am able to see you once more. This friend has an avatar in this realm. You must acknowledge him as your master, and within a millennium, he shall ascend to the celestial realm himself. Should you rely solely on your own cultivation, it could take 10,000 years or more to achieve success." The small cat, brimming with delight, asked, "Does Mother know where this person resides?" "He is right here. I implore you to reveal yourself," she urged. Upon this, the figure began to fade, as if on the verge of vanishing completely. The eavesdropping Qi Zhi was utterly astonished. This small cat was, in fact, a celestial being from the true celestial realm. This revelation thrilled Qi Zhi, who had long sought to uncover the secrets of the celestial realm. However, he quickly admonished himself not to be overly excited, lest he reveal his presence. There were still pressing matters to attend to. After the figure had spoken, Qi Zhi made his grand entrance. "Since this celestial being is a close friend of my true form, I shall assist you. Let us establish a master-servant contract upon your arrival in the true celestial realm. You may depart freely, unbound by any constraints." Without a moment's hesitation, the small cat conjured a profound and intricate rune from her forehead, connecting it to Qi Zhi's consciousness. Instantly, he felt a deep bond forming between them. Once the contract was sealed, the scene around them vanished in an instant. Qi Zhi and the small cat found themselves within a cave. Upon seeing Qi Zhi, the small cat's heart skipped a beat, and she exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Noticing the small cat was still unclothed, Qi Zhi tossed her a set of purple garments. With a smug grin, he taunted, "What do you think? Surprised, aren't you?" After all, his master-servant contract had been deceitfully acquired. It would eventually be discovered, so why not be forthright now? If he were unable to ascend to the true celestial realm later, and the truth was uncovered, the small cat would surely suffer immensely. Qi Zhi, despite his cunning, still held a line he would not cross. "You deceived me?" Were those words mere fabrications? At this moment, The small cat fully regained her clarity and lunged at Qi Zhi. Just as her claws seemed poised to strike his face, he calmly uttered a single word: "Stop." The little cat was suddenly suspended in midair, unable to move, her face etched with anguish. Qi Zhi circled around the feline, his eyes scrutinizing her human form from head to toe. He clicked his tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "I never imagined that your transformation into a human would be so lifelike. Indistinguishable from a real person." The little cat, with a body that appeared to be around 16 or 17, was undeniably alluring. She was voluptuous where she should be, slender where appropriate, igniting a fervor within Qi Zhi. Despite being suspended in the air, the little cat retorted with anger, "What do you mean by transformation? This is my human body. You are simply ignorant." Her audacity, even in such a predicament, only fueled Qi Zhi's ire. In a fit of rage, he promptly brought her down onto the stone bed and delivered a series of slaps. Once the punishment was administered, he noticed her silently sobbing, which softened his heart. "This affectionate caress serves as a retribution for your earlier disrespect towards me. Now that our master-servant contract is established, as long as you do not act against my wishes, I shall not overly interfere in your affairs." Seeing the little cat remain silent, appearing pitiable, Qi Zhi felt a twinge of pain within himself. He had initially intended to keep her as a pet and inquire about the celestial realm, but now he was conflicted. "Since I have already punished you, let bygones be bygones. If you truly do not wish to be beneath me, I shall not compel you. This master-servant contract can be dissolved at any time. I will release you now. Should you wish to make a decision, inform me." With that, Qi Zhi lifted the spell that bound her. He picked up the little cat's clothing from the ground, dusted it off, and tossed it back to her. However, instead of donning it, she remained motionless, adopting the same posture as when he had caressed her. Qi Zhi, puzzled, thought, "I have released her, haven't I? Perhaps the thoughts of beasts differ from those of humans?" Subsequently, he decided against pondering it further and turned to exit the cave. As he emerged from the cave, with the aid of Xiao Zhi, he began to reflect on his actions. Yet, he reasoned that he had merely struck her a few times in retaliation for her earlier brazen displays. Had he inadvertently wounded her spirit? If that were the case, was her spirit not weaker than his own? After all, he was notorious for having a fragile heart. Moreover, he had stated that he would not force her if she did not wish it. What, then, was the issue? Unbeknownst to Qi Zhi, within the little cat's celestial feline clan, swaying one's hips symbolized the expression of female identity. Whenever a female within the clan fancied a male, she would invite him to pat her rear, signifying her lifelong fidelity. If the male accepted, they would become partners. Meanwhile, the little cat, lying on the bed, found her mind blank. She had no inkling that her innocent gesture had led to such a profound misunderstanding in Qi Zhi's mind. Nor did she anticipate that she was hastily on the path to becoming his partner. Unexpectedly, what was anticipated to be a bright new chapter following her transformation into a 7th-tier demon cultivator has instead led her into a veritable hell. After meandering outside the cave for 2 hours, Qi Zhi returned to his abode. He still had to attend the tryst in the royal chamber in March. Wasting time here without any cultivation techniques and with the little cat was futile. Yet, the little cat remained motionless, sprawled on the bed as before. With no other option, Qi Zhi took it upon himself to dress the little creature. It was not ideal for her to remain in such a position indefinitely. Once he had clothed the little cat, a flash of blue light appeared in Qi Zhi's eyes, and he re-entered the illusionary space. Upon realizing her return, the little cat eagerly scanned her surroundings. Noticing this, Qi Zhi focused his thoughts and the previous figure materialized once more before the little cat. Just as she was about to act, Qi Zhi gently reassured her, stating, "This is merely an illusion." Hearing this, the little cat lowered her hand, which had been raised in anticipation. Subsequently, she squatted down and began to weep uncontrollably. After a while, her sobs subsided, and she gazed at the dashing man before her. "Who are you? I clearly forged a contract with you, yet that person has become my master." Qi Zhi, relieved that she finally spoke, exhaled deeply. "We are one and the same. What you previously encountered was merely my altered form. What you now see is my true appearance." The little cat scrutinized Qi Zhi for a moment, her expression gradually softening. She had feared she would be bound to a man with a scruffy beard for the rest of her life. However, should it be this gentleman before her, she could find it acceptable. "Now that you have spoken, what have you decided regarding the matter I previously entrusted you with?" The little cat pondered for a moment. "I acknowledge you as my master, but there is one matter that must be clarified." "Oh, what is it?" Qi Zhi inquired, perplexed. The little cat explained that in her family, patting a woman's posterior is an act reserved for courtship. It symbolizes acceptance and serves as a ritual for binding in matrimony. This ritual occurs only once in a lifetime, and since Qi Zhi had patted her rear, he was obliged to marry her. Stunned by this peculiar custom, Qi Zhi's brows furrowed deeply, contemplating the predicament. What to do now? He had already promised to marry Lin Jiayao. Although he had yet to find her, A promise is a promise, and he would continue searching, even if it took a lifetime. Furthermore, there was Zir, and after so many years apart, he feared old habits might resurface. Now, by some twist of fate, he was faced with this little cat. Chapter 55. Conspiring for great matters. Realizing the complexity of his situation, Qi Zhi hastily began, "My circumstances are rather intricate. You, however." He was interrupted by the little cat. "There is no need for my master to be troubled, as long as you possess sufficient strength. I do not mind how many wives or concubines you have. In the realm of cultivation, strength has always reigned supreme, regardless of gender. Those of formidable power will naturally attract many followers." Little Kitty expressed this notion, and Qi Zhi could only quietly acquiesce. However, it was evident that he could not forge a marital bond with her just yet. He first had to navigate the challenges posed by Zir. The two continued their leisurely conversation within this illusory space, during which Qi Zhi learned that Little Kitty was named Dong Yen-er. Dong Yen-er inquired of Qi Zhi how he was able to manifest an illusion of his mother. Had he perhaps encountered her in the past? Qi Zhi elucidated that his illusory space could evoke the deepest desires harbored within a person's heart. These desires would manifest as the most coveted things in one's mind, which is a principal reason why individuals become lost within such an illusion. Regardless of whether one is mortal or celestial, everyone harbors varying degrees of desire. Under the influence of temptation, it does not take long for one to succumb to such enchantments. In Qi Zhi's illusory realm, those who become ensnared feel no pain. They merely reside in a world of their own making, blissfully living out their lives, which is truly a terrifying prospect. Upon hearing this, Dong Yen-er muttered to herself. Recalling how peculiar Qi Zhi's spiritual energy had appeared that day, she had found it daunting and thus retreated, never anticipating that his illusory space would be so formidable. Subsequently, Qi Zhi posed the question he most yearned to explore regarding the celestial realm. Unfortunately, Dong Yen-er was not well versed in the matters of the true celestial realm. From her earliest memories, she had always been within the Tianlan realm. The information she possessed about the true celestial realm was primarily gleaned from her mother, mostly concerning her own clan's affairs. Her mother had offended certain influential figures in the true celestial realm, which compelled them to seek refuge in the Tianlan realm. Yet, fate proved inescapable. At one point, individuals from the true celestial realm discovered Dong Yen-er's mother and sent pursuers after her, in a bid to protect her daughter. Her mother was ultimately captured and taken back by those from the true celestial realm. Thereafter, Dong Yen-er devoted herself to ascending to the true celestial realm to rescue her mother. Soon after, they returned to the cave, and the rejuvenated Dong Yen-er suddenly became quite familiar. She insisted that Qi Zhi revert to his original appearance before she would believe his previous assertions. With no choice but to indulge her desire to behold a handsome gentleman, Qi Zhi complied. Upon witnessing Qi Zhi in his true form, a unique blush graced Dong Yen-er's cheeks, and her gaze mirrored that of duos to some extent. Although Dong Yen-er's eyes were not as large as duos, they were still considerably more expansive than the average person's. Receiving Dong Yen-er's kindness, Qi Zhi graciously returned her smile. However, he soon found himself feeling somewhat flustered under her scrutiny, finally comprehending the sentiment of that green-faced frog from the other day. Consequently, his handsome visage flushed a shade of red, prompting him to transform Dong Yen-er into a small cat and enclose her within his spiritual ring, a ring that temporarily houses magical beasts and spirit pets. Given his current predicament, having a concealed ally from the God-void realm is indeed fortuitous. It is worth noting that this is the first spirit pet Qi Zhi has acquired since entering the realm of cultivation. He believes it prudent to regard Dong Yen-er as his spirit pet for the time being. Until Zir consents, he must refrain from entangling himself with any other women. Now that he has begrudgingly achieved his goal of seeking a steed, the next step is to fulfill the agreement made 3 months prior. Without hesitation, Qi Zhi determined his direction and propelled himself into the sky. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, seated within the palace, suddenly sensed something and raised his brow inquisitively. In the next instant, he had appeared outside the palace. In midair, Qi Zhi addressed the middle-aged man in blue who was approaching him. "You must be Wang Jian, my esteemed brother." Wang Jian, observing the heavily cloaked figure before him, wore a look of confusion. Had an elder Yu and the others indicated that this individual was a practitioner of the God-void realm? Yet, the man before him appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the overturning sea realm. Noticing Wang Jian's perplexity, Qi Zhi promptly unleashed his vast mental energy. Upon sensing this formidable presence, Wang Jian was taken aback. The mental energy was remarkably akin to his own. It appeared that Elder Yu's words held truth. Given this man's suppressed cultivation and his current appearance, he was likely evading the pursuit of some formidable beings. However, what concern was that of his? As long as this individual was indeed a practitioner of the God-void realm, it would enhance the likelihood of achieving their shared objectives. Upon recognizing Qi Zhi's cultivation, Wang Jian immediately donned a smile. Previously, several of my elders acted without discretion and dared to disturb your cultivation. I have taken measures to reprimand them severely. This is not a place for conversation. Please accompany me inside for a discussion. Qi Zhi, eschewing any pretense, promptly followed Wang Jian into the grand hall. Inside, 2 cups of fragrant azure tea appeared on the table before Qi Zhi. Wang Jian lifted his jade cup and savored a sip. This celestial tea, known as celestial fragrance herb tea, is derived from a celestial herb that fell from the celestial realm. A common person might never taste even a drop in their lifetime. Today, I specially present this tea as an apology to you, my friend. Qi Zhi, observing the celestial fragrance herb tea before him, took a sip. As the tea flowed slowly into his abdomen, he felt as if the meridians within him had been unfettered, flowing with unprecedented ease. Qi Zhi understood Wang Jian's intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. The tea was indeed remarkable, befitting its celestial designation. He then added, "There is no need for you to dwell on the previous incident, my brother. It was merely a misunderstanding. I happen to have a deep-seated grudge against the Truine sect, and I must express my gratitude to your esteemed disciples for this opportunity." Wang Jian, hearing Qi Zhi's words, was greatly pleased. "Ha ha ha, my friend Gu, you are too modest. It is my demon prison sect that owes you a debt of gratitude for your formidable strength. As long as we join forces to vanquish that old demon Hong, I, Wang, pledge my heart and soul. The treasures acquired from the Truine sect shall be shared equally with Brother Gu, who may select 3 items first." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi's face broke into a smile. "Brother Wang, your forthrightness is commendable. I shall lend you my assistance, ensuring that the vile old demon Hong is utterly vanquished." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Subsequently, during a conversation between Qi Zhi and Wang Jian, it was revealed that the Demon Cultivation Conference is held in the Western Extremes every 3 years. The purpose of this gathering is to exchange resources and discuss the path of cultivation. The host of each conference is none other than the old demon Hong. Wang Jian, through the intelligence network of the Truine sect, has learned that the old demon Hong will arrive a day prior to the conference. The two resolve to strike during the old demon's approach. Days later, amidst a desolate expanse, Qi Zhi and Wang Jian lay in ambush. Having already discerned the route of the old demon, a creature, resembling a horse yet not quite, with horns atop its head, galloped swiftly through the air. Upon it sat a frail figure clad in a black robe, none other than the old demon Hong, who had once come to present gifts during the establishment ceremony of Zir Palace. Now, Qi Zhi quietly transmitted, having recognized the figure. He then conjured a formidable spear and thrust it directly towards the old demon. Wang Jian, not hesitating, unleashed a radiant bloodlight, wielding a crimson curved blade towards the old demon as well. Surprised by the sudden assault, the old demon Hong remained unfazed, summoning swirling ghostly mist that transformed into 2 enormous spectral heads, charging towards Qi Zhi and Wang Jian. As Qi Zhi's spear made contact with one of the ghostly heads, a sense of dread overwhelmed him. The energy within was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary void realm cultivator. Realizing he was outmatched, Qi Zhi swiftly summoned his mental power to materialize a vast black fog wall before him. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, too late to react, was hurled against a small hillock with a resounding crash. Qi Zhi struggled to maintain his stance, exclaiming as dark red armor enveloped him, while a colossal crimson shadow emerged behind him, enhancing his mental power considerably. The old demon Hong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Qi Zhi's mental energy, now transformed into a pitch-black spear, pierced through the body of the enormous ghostly head, aimed at the old demon. Startled, the old demon raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy that shattered Qi Zhi's spear. At that moment, Wang Jian, having awkwardly risen from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Half-stepped to great ascension, he gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at the old demon. How could this be? It is well known in the Western Extremes that you, old demon Hong, are frail and nearing the end. With a cold snort, the old demon's gaze remained fixated on Qi Zhi. That is merely a facade I have allowed the world to perceive. Since the tragic demise of my brother at the hands of Qi Zhi, numerous individuals have set their sights on the Truine sect. Wang Jian glared furiously at the old demon Hong, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that the several masters of the sea-overcoming realm, who had inexplicably vanished, were all orchestrated by you? The sea-overcoming realm, you say? The old demon Hong mused thoughtfully. A chill ran through Wang Jian. Could it be that those missing cultivators, like himself, had just ascended to the divine void realm? This old demon Hong is indeed malevolent, deliberately employing a facade to lure them into a trap. At that moment, the old demon Hong sensed his own fury being absorbed by Qi Zhi, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Young man, I had wondered why your techniques felt so familiar. This is unmistakably the signature evil sun magic of my Truine sect." Tell me, from whence did you acquire this technique? This evil sun magic was known only to him and the old demon Mo. Could it be that this person is connected to Qi Zhi? If there is another who knows of it in this world, it must be Qi Zhi, who killed his brother and seized his storage ring. Qi Zhi remained silent, coldly observing the old demon Hong, while discreetly communicating with Wang Jian. Brother Wang, if we attempt to flee, we shall be picked off one by one. You should unleash your full power. I have my methods to vanquish this demon. Wang Jian was no fool, given the current predicament. They could either let Qi Zhi hold off the old demon Hong while he escaped, or they could engage in a full frontal battle. If they sought to flee separately, it would surely lead to their demise. Qi Zhi was also astute, certainly not inclined to face the old demon Hong alone. With clarity in his mind, Wang Jian responded with a feasible plan. The old demon Hong, observing their composed expressions and exchanged glances, was acutely aware that they were negotiating a strategy. Yet, he dismissed it, with his half-step to the greatest sentient strength. Dealing with two mere cultivators of the newly ascended divine void realm was a trivial matter. His primary concern was whether that tightly concealed young man had any ties to Qi Zhi. If you refuse to speak, I shall have to take matters into my own hands and search your divine void. He then added with a sinister grin, afterwards, I shall refine you into a corpse king. With that, the old demon licked his lips. At that moment, Qi Zhi signaled to Wang Jian with a glance. Wang Jian, catching the cue, gritted his teeth, and a brilliant crimson light erupted from his body. Dragon horns sprouted from his head, and blood-red dragon scales enveloped him entirely. With a powerful stamp of his feet, he brandished a blood-colored curved blade and charged at the old demon Hong. Upon witnessing this, the old demon Hong remarked, as expected of the pinnacle technique of the Hell Demon sect, the Hell Dragon transformation, quite intriguing. With that, a massive ghostly head surged forward to meet him. Simultaneously, as Wang Jian made his move, Qi Zhi also sprang into action. A colossal figure loomed behind him, wielding a pitch-black overlord spear, striking at the old demon Hong. Then, a jade flute of azure hue flew from his crown. Qi Zhi grasped it and gently blew, sending forth a melodious tune that flowed like a gentle stream. As the sound of the flute resonated, the old demon Hong felt a disquiet in his heart, and his control over the colossal ghostly head faltered. Startled, he exclaimed, "A spiritual void attack?" Witnessing this, Wang Jian's spirits soared, and a crimson aura enveloped him, swelling with newfound vigor. With a swift motion, he severed the enormous ghostly head, preparing to strike at Hong's visage. At that moment, Qi Zhi's overlord spear had already reached Hong's presence. With a thunderous roar, Hong unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy that propelled Wang Jian away. The overlord spear, too, was rendered ephemeral by this surge of power, forcing Qi Zhi backwards. As Hong disdainfully regarded the two, Qi Zhi's flute melody resounded once more. Hong stared in astonishment at Qi Zhi, who had been cast aside. He had not played the flute at all. Suddenly, a chilling claw lunged for Hong's throat. In the next instant, his head was severed, and blood erupted in a vivid spray. The headless corpse of Hong gazed in shock at the woman before him, a vision in pink palace attire. Her fair complexion and striking beauty accentuated by a jade flute in one hand, the other still dripping with crimson. This enchanting figure was none other than Qi Zhi's newly favored pet, Dong Yener. Realizing his physical form had been destroyed, Hong's spirit fled in haste. Yet, Qi Zhi would not grant him respite. A flash of blue light in his eyes signaled the imminent fall of Hong's severed head from the sky. Dong Yener, having accomplished her task, joyfully leaped to Qi Zhi's side. Qi Zhi accepted the jade flute and returned it to his spiritual realm, then turned his gaze towards the approaching Wang Jian. To have vanquished the old demon Hong, he owed a debt of gratitude to brother Wang for his invaluable assistance. Wang Jian stared blankly at Qi Zhi and Dong Yener, stammering, I dare not. I dare not. My contributions in this battle are minimal, and I feel unworthy. Internally, however, Wang Jian was profoundly astonished. The energy emanating from this woman surpassed even his own by a slight margin. Strikingly, neither he nor the now-deceased Hong had sensed this at all. A flicker of fear crossed Wang Jian's face. Should Qi Zhi and his companion choose to strike, he would have no means of escape. Qi Zhi appeared to discern Wang Jian's unease, offering a gentle smile. Brother Wang need not worry. Yener is merely a spirit pet of mine. Her unique cultivation method specializes in stealth, which is why you were unaware of her presence. It is precisely this that afforded us the opportunity to eliminate the old demon Hong. Spirit pet? Wang Jian's astonishment deepened. A shapeshifted spirit pet? Spirit pets are indeed magical beasts, differing only in nomenclature. Once they undergo transformation, they are no longer referred to as magical beasts, but as magical cultivators. Generally speaking, magical cultivators of the same tier are significantly more formidable than their human counterparts. If such an entity, capable of concealing its form, exists, it would indeed be even more terrifying. Brother Wang, Now that the old demon Hong has met his demise, should we not seize the opportunity to take down the Truyin sect and divide its treasures? Qi Zhi paid no heed to Wang Jian's musings. For even if Wang Jian harbored ulterior motives, given his recent display of strength, Qi Zhi was confident he could handle the situation alone. Moreover, with Dong Yin'er by his side, he felt even more assured. Upon hearing Qi Zhi's words, Wang Jian, who had been lost in thought, finally regained his composure. Noticing that Qi Zhi held no ill intentions towards him, he awkwardly replied, "Please forgive my distraction. I will notify my disciples to assault the Truyin sect. You and I shall directly seek out the treasures." Shortly thereafter, the three of them set forth towards the Truyin sect. Chapter 57. Ascension to the Divine Void Realm. The exterior of the Truyin sect was already teeming with disciples from the prison demon sect. Under Wang Jian's suppression, the Truyin sect's members either perished or fled. In merely one day, the Truyin sect, which had existed for thousands of years, was rendered non-existent. Swallowed by the relentless tide of history's progression, Qi Zhi held a personal vendetta against the old demon Hong, but had no desire to involve the innocent. After selecting 3 precious treasures and claiming his rightful share, he bid farewell to Wang Jian and departed hastily, much to Wang Jian's delight, who eagerly invited Qi Zhi to visit him at the prison demon sect on his next journey. With the fall of the Truyin sect, news of the newly ascended cultivators in the Divine Void Realm spread quickly. Soon, the prison demon sect supplanted the Truyin sect, establishing itself as the foremost celestial sect in the western extremes. Qi Zhi now understood the significance of strength. Had it not been for Dong Yin'er during the previous battle, he feared he might have met an untimely end in the western extremes. If a half-step into the Great Ascendance was so formidable, how terrifying must the full-fledged Great Ascendance be? Prior to the ambush, Qi Zhi had instructed Dong Yin'er to conceal herself nearby, awaiting his command. Her abilities were indeed remarkable. Although he was aware of her capacity for instantaneous movement, she disclosed that her true prowess lay in her ability to remain unseen and strike from afar. Once Dong Yin'er rendered herself invisible, had Qi Zhi not known her location in advance, he would have been utterly oblivious to her presence. At that moment, Qi Zhi felt he had made an astute decision in choosing Dong Yin'er as his spiritual companion. During their flight, Dong Yin'er expressed her discontent, saying, "We are clearly destined to become husband and wife. Why do you still regard me as merely your spiritual pet?" Qi Zhi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "How should I explain this? I have a close confidant, who, while not my wife, is quite displeased by my associations with other women. Furthermore, I am already engaged, which is why I mentioned that my situation is rather complicated." At this, Dong Yin'er, her eyes shimmering with mischief, responded, "I don't mind at all. Well, until I find my beloved confidant, let us maintain this arrangement." Though Dong Yin'er was fair of skin and strikingly beautiful, making her his wife was not out of the question, provided he first communicated with Zhi. Otherwise, during our next encounter, should I find myself unexpectedly with an additional wife, one can only speculate what extreme actions I might undertake. Dong Yin'er, consumed by jealousy, remarked, "Your relationship with this enchanting confidant appears to be rather profound. Shall we seek her out now?" Qi Zhi offered a wry smile, recounting to Dong Yin'er all that had transpired with Zhi at the palace of Zhi. It was not that he was unwilling to find Zhi, but rather that her whereabouts eluded him entirely. Upon hearing about Zhi, Dong Yin'er expressed her astonishment. "Your confidant is, astonishingly, a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage?" Having spent time with Qi Zhi, Dong Yin'er had come to perceive him as quite peculiar. When they first met, Qi Zhi had only just entered the mountain-moving realm. In their subsequent meeting, not only had he advanced to the sea-covering realm, but he was also capable of self-preservation against a cultivator at the cusp of the Great Ascension stage, surpassing even the strength of that practitioner from the Void Realm. Now, with the addition of a confidant who was a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, Dong Yin'er found herself increasingly curious about her future husband. "Indeed, my current objective is to swiftly elevate my own prowess. Once I reach the Void Realm, I shall venture into the ethereal seas to seek her out." The thought of his beloved Zhi made Qi Zhi clench his fists resolutely, swearing to vanquish all those who had tormented her, particularly the cultivators of the Void Realm. "Darling." A sweet voice jolted Qi Zhi back to reality amidst his vengeful thoughts. Dong Yin'er cheerfully suggested, "How about I call you darling from now on?" With the assistance of a Great Ascension cultivator, it would surely be possible for her to advance to that realm and ascend to the celestial domain. Instantly, hope ignited within her, further solidifying her belief that Qi Zhi was indeed her destined partner. The term darling sent a shiver down Qi Zhi's spine. He dared not meet Dong Yin'er's gaze and hastily stored her within his spiritual ring, exhaling a sigh of relief. If she were to call him that a few more times, he might lose his composure. With a resigned shake of his head, he swiftly flew toward a nearby hill, intent on rapidly consuming the lingering soul of the old demon Hong. Although he was reluctant to easily devour others, these individuals deserve their fate. Moreover, refining the soul of a half-step great ascension powerhouse would suffice for his advancement to the void realm. With this thought in mind, Qi Zhi quickly established a cave dwelling within the hills. He then arranged several formations around it before summoning Dong Yin'er forth. Just as she was about to express her discontent regarding being stored in the spiritual ring, Qi Zhi waved his hand, revealing a plethora of crystals, elixirs, celestial herbs, cultivation manuals, and various precious artifacts and weapons before her. Dong Yin'er was left utterly speechless by the sheer abundance of rare treasures. At that moment, Qi Zhi casually remarked, "I am uncertain of what you require for your cultivation. Feel free to make use of anything within this collection." Dong Yin'er shifted her incredulous expression from the pile of treasures to Qi Zhi himself. Gently, Qi Zhi helped her close her agape lips. "Do not fret. I have plenty more where that came from." Dong Yin'er, having just had her lips sealed by Qi Zhi, now opened them wide again, staring blankly at him. She felt that her decision not to refuse becoming Qi Zhi's pet was undeniably wise. Qi Zhi, witnessing Dong Yin'er's astonished expression, found himself at a loss. He had deeply experienced her stubbornness. If she wished to remain agape, so be it. Better that than to be unclothed. He then informed Dong Yin'er of his intention to enter seclusion, a period whose duration remained unknown, entrusting her with the affairs outside the cave. Subsequently, Qi Zhi settled in a tranquil chamber, sitting cross-legged to commence the refinement of the demonic spirit of the Elder Hong. One day, a tremendous wave of energy emanated from Qi Zhi's chamber, dispersing a vast black cloud above his abode. This cloud, as if pulled by an unseen force, was swiftly drawn into the depths of the cave. Dong Yin'er, meditating in another chamber, was startled by this surge of energy. The spirit void realm? She turned her gaze toward Qi Zhi's chamber, her heart swelling with joy. How many years had passed? Her husband had already ascended to the spirit void realm. Such extraordinary talent in cultivation. I truly chose the right man. Passers-by and nearby cultivators, witnessing this phenomenon, speculated it to be the emergence of a treasure. Hastening toward Qi Zhi's cave, with a cold snort, Qi Zhi unleashed his vast energy, which expanded over 5,000 miles. Those who sensed the aura of a spirit void realm cultivator were so frightened that they turned and fled. Qi Zhi, in his chamber, reflected on his achievement. At last, he had reached the spirit void realm. Yet, he pondered how many years had truly elapsed. Rising to step outside, he opened the door, only to be greeted by a pink figure before him. "My lord, congratulations on advancing to the spirit void realm." Upon hearing the term "my lord," Qi Zhi's lips twitched, yet he refrained from showing any overt reaction. He responded with a couple of affirmations. "Yin'er, how long have I been in seclusion?" Dong Yin'er giggled. "Not long at all. Just under a century." "Under a century?" Thankfully, it hadn't been too long. Just in time for him to honor his century-long appointment with Xue Qing. At this thought, Qi Zhi glanced at Dong Yin'er, secretly astonished. This girl, who had previously appeared no older than 16 or 17, had now transformed into an unparalleled beauty. Her figure had become even more voluptuous than before. Noticing Qi Zhi's gaze upon her, Dong Yin'er blushed and playfully remarked, "My lord, are you staring at me because you wish to engage in that?" Chapter 58, Portrait of an Old Acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi quickly shook his head. "No, absolutely not. How could I entertain such inappropriate thoughts? It has merely been a century since we last met, and I was momentarily distracted by your impressive progress in cultivation." Hearing his words, Dong Yin'er felt a twinge of disappointment. "My meager cultivation pales in comparison to yours. Even with an abundance of elixirs and crystal aids, one merely grazes the surface of the initial bottleneck of the divine void realm. Yet, in just a century, my husband ascended directly from the early stage of the sea-overturning realm to the divine void realm. This is truly astounding." Noticing Dong Yin'er's slight despondence, Qi Zhi hastily shifted the topic. "Has there been any significant event in the Kuan continent over the last century?" Dong Yin'er pondered seriously. While no major events occurred, she recalled overhearing passing cultivators discussing matters concerning the Tian Pavilion. It seemed to have stirred quite a commotion. "And it was related to the Zir Palace you previously mentioned." "The Zir Palace? Could it be that Zir has returned?" Qi Zhi's interest was piqued. "Pray tell, what transpired?" "It is said that a cultivator from the Zir Palace killed the young master of the Tian Pavilion, prompting the pavilion to pursue this individual for centuries. Ultimately, they were discovered, leading to a fierce battle. It is rumored that even Yin Wushuang intervened, yet the individual managed to escape." Dong Yin'er recounted slowly. "Being hunted for centuries? It surely cannot be Zir. Could it be Xue Qing?" Qi Zhi mused. "Do you possess an image of this person? They might be an old acquaintance of mine." Dong Yin'er expressed mild surprise. "I do not. However, shortly after this person fled, the Tian Pavilion issued a bounty. Those who can slay this individual will be handsomely rewarded. So there should be information at the local cities where various sects dispatch their missions. Qi Zhi nodded. Let us prepare. We shall embark immediately. He pulled out a map, directing his gaze towards the nearest location, Fanqing City. 2 days later, above Fanqing City, two figures swiftly flew past, completely disregarding the city's no-flying regulations. The law enforcement team, upon spotting them, was about to apprehend the duo but instantly sensed the aura of two divine void realm cultivators. The crowd promptly turned and departed. They dared not provoke such beings. Moments later, a pink and a blue figure descended before the bounty tower. These were none other than Qi Zhi and Dong Yenner. The bounty tower serves as a hub for various major sects to dispatch missions. At this moment, Qi Zhi shed his pretense, restoring his former image as the foremost cultivator of the Qi continent. Clad in resplendent robes, handsome and poised, a waist token bearing the inscription of the Zir Palace hung prominently at his side. Both Qi Zhi and Dong Yenner had reached the divine void realm, complemented by Duo's nearly ascendant-level prowess. Currently, in the Qi continent, Qi Zhi felt invincible. After showcasing his splendor, he arrogantly strode into the bounty tower. Dong Yenner, astonished, noted that the Qi Zhi before her was entirely transformed. This dazzling figure, this imposing stride, this handsome visage, he was indeed the embodiment of her dream man. In her heart, Dong Yenner silently exclaimed. Subsequently, her eyes morphed into hearts as she gleefully scampered to Qi Zhi's side, the steward of the reward tower. Upon witnessing the presence of two esteemed cultivators from the void realm, hastily approached with a beaming smile, inquiring with utmost eagerness, "What can I do for you, esteemed seniors?" "I shall attend to your requests without delay." Qi Zhi observed the man's obsequiousness, aptly reflecting his esteemed status as the foremost cultivator of the Qi continent, and puffed out his chest. "Bring me the images of those being hunted by the various sects recently," he commanded. The steward nodded vigorously and swiftly made his way to the task hall. However, before departing, he cast a glance at the waist token on Qi Zhi, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. Shortly thereafter, the steward returned, arms laden with hundreds of images, which he presented to Qi Zhi. Qi Zhi took the images and scattered them into the air, where they promptly arranged themselves in an orderly fashion. Upon inspecting them, his countenance darkened. To his dismay, the majority of these images depicted disciples of his own Zir Palace, each carrying a substantial bounty. Recognizing Qi Zhi's change in demeanor, the steward inwardly lamented his misfortune, while the others silently lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a word. Images flashed before Qi Zhi's eyes, and suddenly, a familiar figure emerged. He hastily seized one of the images, his hands trembling slightly, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. The person depicted was a striking figure clad in black battle robes and a crimson cloak, wielding a formidable spear. It was none other than his dear brother, Chu Shaoqin. Qi Zhi's heart surged with emotion as he exclaimed, "I knew it. With your innate talent, you would not perish so easily. There must be more to your grave situation. Fear not, Shaoqin, I shall seek you out at once." As he continued to examine the images, he noted the bounty for slaying this individual, a divine heart pill, issued by the Qi Pavilion. Qi Zhi clenched his teeth, consumed by rage. The very person pursued by the Qi Pavilion for centuries was his cherished brother, Chu Shaoqin. Where did this individual last vanish? He coldly demanded. The steward, taken aback by the image, hesitated momentarily. However, upon meeting Qi Zhi's icy gaze, he quickly replied. The last known location of the individual in the image was near the East Wilderness, close to the Swallowing Flame Desert. With a disdainful snort, Qi Zhi gathered the images of the Zir Palace disciples and soared into the sky alongside Dong Yenner. After their departure, the steward stood in a daze, staring at the jade bottle in his hand, believing calamity was imminent. The waist token he bore was the purple gold token representing the master of the Zir Palace, and the bounty images predominantly featured its disciples. To his astonishment, Qi Zhi not only spared him but also left him with a bottle of elixir. Gazing at the scattered images on the ground, the steward murmured to himself, "A great event is about to unfold. Something monumental is on the horizon." Meanwhile, Dong Yenner, soaring through the air, sensed the emotional turmoil within Qi Zhi. "My dear, are you all right? Was that individual in the image truly someone from your past? He is my sworn brother. Initially, I believed her to be deceased, but to my astonishment, I encountered her likeness in this painting." Ha! Although Chu Shaoqin has been pursued for centuries, she remains alive. This revelation brings immense joy to Qi Zhi, who had already come to terms with his brother's death. Dong Yenner, witnessing Qi Zhi's sudden laughter after his earlier gloomy demeanor, inquired with confusion, "If this is indeed a matter of joy, why were you so furious just moments ago? You frightened me. You spoke of someone hunted by the Qi Pavilion for centuries. That person is my dear brother. How could I not be enraged?" Dong Yenner gazed at him with envy. "Ah, a dear brother of yours seems to be yet another person with a close bond to you." Qi Zhi took Dong Yin'er's delicate hand. Fear not, Yin'er. Once I locate her, I shall introduce you. My brother possesses an unrestrained spirit and a remarkable charisma. You will surely adore her. Dong Yin'er smiled sweetly. Very well. I am eager to meet your esteemed brother and discover what kind of person he is. After this exchange, the two soared towards Zhongzhou, specifically to the central city. Qi Zhi pondered the imminent century-old appointment. Regardless, a journey to the eastern desert would necessitate passing through Zhongzhou, thus it was prudent to honor the prior arrangement. Furthermore, he intended to discuss the reconstruction of the Zir Palace with Xueqing. Zhongzhou, the central city, stands as the heart of the Qunnan continent. At that time, neither of them could have foreseen where they would find themselves. For convenience, they had established a meeting in a tavern in Central City a century hence. Once their destination was confirmed, they swiftly took flight. Given Qi Zhi and his companion's current speed in the Void Realm, they anticipated reaching their destination in approximately 2 months. Chapter 59. A resounding reversal after several days of flight. Dong Yin'er asked, My lord, why is your cultivation speed so remarkably rapid? Do you possess some time-related treasure? She recalled her mother telling her tales of a time array in the true immortal realm, where a single day of cultivation equated to 100 days in the true immortal realm. A time array? Wasn't this the formation he had glimpsed in the Qinquan array manual? Could it truly be an immortal array? With this thought, Qi Zhi quickly retrieved the Qinquan array manual to show Dong Yin'er. Is this the formation you mentioned? Dong Yin'er examined the manual intently, and upon reaching the final 2 pages, she exclaimed in astonishment, This is true immortal script. Could it be the written language of the true immortal realm? When Qi Zhi had perused it earlier, he found the last 2 pages profound and complex, almost incomprehensible. He could only decipher the names of 2 formations, while the rest eluded his understanding. Dong Yin'er nodded affirmatively. There can be no mistake. The true immortal script my mother taught me resembles these characters almost perfectly. Yin'er, did you just say you can read true immortal script? Upon hearing this revelation, Qi Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Dong Yin'er and shower her with kisses. Yet, he restrained himself, gazing at her with fervent eyes. Dong Yin'er seemed to have sensed Qi Zhi's intentions. With a hint of shyness, she remarked, My dear husband, are we not in the air? Might it be inappropriate to engage in such activities now? Observing her infatuated demeanor, Qi Zhi cleared his throat. For Dong Yin'er's playful nature often led her to speak in a rather frivolous manner. To counter this, Qi Zhi had devised a secret language for the two of them. Upon noticing this, Dong Yin'er quickly regained her composure and replied earnestly, Indeed, my husband, I comprehend the majority of the celestial texts. Qi Zhi's eyes narrowed into slits, and a broad grin spread across his face. Excellent, excellent. In that case, my dear Yin'er, could you elucidate how to arrange these 2 formations? Dong Yin'er gazed at the intricate formation technique in her hands and explained, This temporal formation requires a stone of time, whereas the spatial formation necessitates a stone of space. The text also mentions that these stones are consumable items. Is that all? Qi Zhi raised an eyebrow, deeply skeptical of Dong Yin'er's explanation. With such a lengthy discourse, she had reduced it to mere phrases? Noticing Qi Zhi's doubt, Dong Yin'er exhibited her displeasure. The crucial information is precisely this. The remainder consists of the runes that need to be inscribed on the formation flags or discs. Is that so? Qi Zhi scratched his head, exclaiming, Oh dear. How foolish of me. Why would I doubt you, Yin'er? As an act of atonement, he requested, Let me have a hug from you. Upon hearing this, Dong Yin'er immediately transformed into an infatuated figure, leaping into Qi Zhi's embrace and rubbing her ample form against him. Naturally, Qi Zhi could not refuse and could only pat her back gently, conveying a sense of comfort. Throughout their journey, Qi Zhi had Dong Yin'er teach him the celestial script. Despite its profound complexity, his exceptional intellect allowed him to grasp it swiftly, mastering the text. Thus, amidst the pursuit of knowledge and Dong Yin'er's fervor, 2 months swiftly elapsed. In the central city, at the Stork Tower, this was the rendezvous point for Qi Zhi and Xueqing. With merely 3 days remaining until their century-old appointment, Qi Zhi felt a sense of familiarity with the tavern's name, yet he paid it no mind. There were far too many things that felt reminiscent to him, so he chose to settle there. This central city truly deserved its reputation as the heart of the Qunnan continent, bustling with countless visitors. Within the tavern, Qi Zhi overheard an intriguing piece of news. The central city hosted a grand auction annually, presided over by a practitioner of the God Void realm. This time, however, the auction would be overseen by none other than Yin Wushuang, the esteemed ancestor of the Ke Tian Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi chuckled heartily. How fortuitous it is that the sought-after opportunity presents itself without effort. In half a month, is it? Splendid. You have come to me without my needing to search for you. During his stay in the tavern, Qi Zhi found his life exceedingly pleasant, and 3 days passed swiftly. Yet, he grew anxious at the absence of news from Xueqing. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Could something have gone awry? At that moment, A sound transmission talisman flew toward Qi Zhi. If you have arrived here, Qi, you must flee quickly. They have discovered us. Was that not the voice of Xueqing? Fleeing for himself, had he been exposed? Qi Zhi was still trying to comprehend the situation when 5 or 6 cultivators from the overseas realm entered the room. Leading them was a man with a sharp, gaunt face, clad in white, who held a person captive. This individual was bound tightly with a rope glowing with golden light. Looking quite pitiful, the man in white casually tossed him to the ground and arrogantly proclaimed, "You must be Qi Zhi, the master of the Purple Child Palace, correct? I presume you possess numerous treasures from your palace." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated deafeningly, clear enough for the entire Stork Tower to hear. In truth, Qi Zhi had sensed their presence long before they entered. The bound figure on the ground was none other than Xueqing. Upon witnessing the audacity of these intruders, Dong Yin'er was incensed and prepared to rush down to teach them a harsh lesson. However, Qi Zhi restrained her. How could he stand by while his disciple was humiliated? He whispered a few words to Dong Yin'er, and together they suppressed their realms to the overseas realm and descended with an air of confidence. Upon seeing Qi Zhi, Xueqing's expression changed dramatically. "Brother Qi, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. They have used soul-searching techniques on me and discovered your true identity." The man in white, noticing Qi Zhi's bold approach, was surprised but remained haughty. "I wondered where you derived your confidence. It seems you have advanced to the overseas realm. It appears you have brought a companion. But do you truly believe you can challenge me? I am the vice master of the current K Tian Pavilion, and my grandfather is the esteemed Yin Wushuang. Do you think you are worthy to stand against me?" Qi Zhi was taken aback. He had not uttered a single word since entering, yet this man assumed he was unworthy of a challenge. How arrogant indeed. Without further ado, Qi Zhi moved swiftly, delivering a resounding slap to the man's face, sending him flying. Thud! He crashed into the wall of the tavern. The 4 companions beside him were immediately enraged and prepared to confront Qi Zhi. However, Qi Zhi did not even glance their way. An invisible force of mental energy pressed down upon them, rendering them immobile. The man in white scrambled to his feet, clutching his left cheek. Shock evident in his eyes as he gazed at Qi Zhi. "You dare strike me? Do you not know who I am?" Before he could finish his sentence, another swift slap from Qi Zhi sent him flying once more. Qi Zhi approached the man, who was now covering his face, and coldly inquired, "What is your name?" The moment their eyes met, the man felt an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting him to hurriedly reply, "Yin'er, I am Yin'er, my grandfather." Smack. With a resounding slap, Qi Zhi struck the man's face once more, grasping his collar with the other hand. "You are Yin'er, are you not? Smug, are you? Vice Master of K Tian Pavilion. Is that so? Your grandfather, Yin Wushuang, I presume?" Qi Zhi surveyed the now bruised and battered Yin'er, resembling a pig's head. "I am Qi Zhi, the master of Zir Palace, the foremost cultivator of Kuan Nan continent. Am I not qualified to challenge you?" After delivering the blows, Qi Zhi carelessly tossed Yin'er to the ground and cast a cold gaze at the remaining 4 men. The 4 cultivators of the ocean-covering realm were instantly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they knelt before him, hastily revealing their backgrounds and pleading for mercy. Chapter 60. The splitting of Zir. Seeing their desperation, Qi Zhi couldn't help but shake his head at the sight of these so-called young masters and vice sect leaders. Their prowess evidently inflated by pills, devoid of true combat experience. A flicker of blue light flashed in his eyes, and they all fell into a daze. Moments later, a hint of clarity returned to their eyes, including that of the battered Yin'er, and they mechanically began to tidy up the broken furniture. At that moment, Qi Zhi approached the astonished Xueqing and untied his ropes. The bindings were no ordinary restraints. Once bound, one could not summon any spiritual power. It was clearly a treasured artifact bestowed by some ancient ancestor. Qi Zhi helped Xueqing to his feet. "Brother Xue, it's good to see you again." Xueqing stared blankly at Qi Zhi. Though these 5 cultivators were pampered scions of noble families, they were still ocean-covering realm cultivators. It was inconceivable for them to be utterly defenseless against someone of the same realm. The current situation could only imply that Qi Zhi had already attained the realm of divine void. Snapping back to reality, Xueqing wondered if Qi Zhi had indeed reached the divine void realm. Qi Zhi smiled and replied, "It has been a century since we last met, and I have barely managed to advance to the divine void realm." He patted Xueqing on the shoulder. "This is not the place for conversation. Let us retire to a private room." Qi Zhi raised his hand and tossed a large bag of crystal stones to the proprietor, and the 3 ascended to the private room on the 2nd floor. The crystals were more than sufficient to cover the damages to the furniture. Upon entering the private room, Xueqing continued to gaze at Qi Zhi in disbelief. A century ago, Qi Zhi was merely at the mountain-moving realm. The fact that he had ascended to the divine void realm in such a short span left Xueqing astounded. Observing Xueqing's astonishment, Qi Zhi chuckled. "No need to be surprised, Brother Xue. I am merely a split essence of Zir, My cultivation is not comparable to that of ordinary individuals. What? Xueqing leaped to his feet, realizing that Qi Zhi must have a connection to the master of Zir Palace. Yet, he could never have imagined that Qi Zhi was a mere fragment of her essence. But this revelation made everything fall into place. Ultimately, it is quite understandable that the esteemed Master Zier, possessing such profound mastery, would cultivate her doppelganger at an accelerated pace. So, how is Master Zier faring now? Xueqing suddenly realized that this was the very first question he wished to ask upon discovering that Qi Zhi was a manifestation of Zier. Qi Zhi responded with an air of calm. Rest assured, Zier is well. I am merely uncertain of her current whereabouts. Xueqing, filled with elation, did not conceal his joy, clapping his hands in approval. I knew it. With Master Zier's formidable abilities at the Great Ascension stage, she could hardly fall so easily. It seems our hopes to rejuvenate the Zier Palace are indeed bright. Indeed, Brother Xue, your words ring true. I had intended to consult you regarding the revival of the Zier Palace. Ah, what do you mean by that, Brother Qi? I meant to say, Master Zier. Xueqing quickly corrected himself, bowing respectfully. Brother Xue, I have always maintained that we are peers and should interact as such, without the need for such formality. Yet, Xueqing remained steadfast, stating, in the past, I was unaware, but now that I am enlightened, how could I continue to regard Master Zier as an equal? Qi Zhi, somewhat exasperated, replied, since you insist on this, I shall refrain from further comment. With that, Qi Zhi produced a collection of images he had retrieved from the Tower of Rewards several months prior. These are all disciples of our Zier Palace. Do you know their whereabouts? Xueqing gazed upon the images, and upon seeing Chu Shaoqin, he exclaimed, Sister Shaoqin? Qi Zhi too was taken aback at the mention of Chu Shaoqin, but soon reassured himself, realizing it was not strange for two fellow disciples to be acquainted. Do you know where Shaoqin is now? Qi Zhi inquired hastily. I am not certain, but prior to the incident at Zier Palace, Sister Shaoqin was always with Master Zier, Xueqing replied. Qi Zhi pondered this. Then it stands to reason that Shaoqin likely knows where Zier is. Xueqing nodded in agreement. I believe so as well. It appears we must locate Shaoqin post-haste, Qi Zhi silently resolved. He further learned during his discussion with Xueqing about the revival of the Zier Palace that he recognized only a few individuals from the images, all of whom could communicate telepathically. These individuals, like Xueqing, were also cultivators of the ocean-covering realm. Moreover, the former site of the Zier Palace had now been overtaken by a band of demonic cultivators of the same realm, who appeared intent on establishing their dominion. Qi Zhi entrusted his purple gold waist token to Xueqing, instructing him to discreetly contact those he knew and issue a recall order. As Xueqing was preparing to carry out his orders, he stepped outside only to find the previous 5 individuals standing there in a daze, as if they were sentinels at the door. Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed them from his mind, excitedly embarking on his journey to restore the Zier Palace. The Zier Palace was originally situated in the central state, quite near to their current location. Qi Zhi planned to first deal with the group of demonic cultivators before returning to confront Yin Wushuang of K Tian Pavilion. Following that, he would promptly set forth to the eastern desert in search of Chu Shaoqin. At this moment, the previously silent Dong Yenner curiously inquired, could it be that my husband is truly the avatar of the esteemed Zier? Dong Yenner had long been intrigued by Qi Zhi's rapid cultivation. Previously, when she had asked him, he had deftly evaded the question with vague references to array techniques. Hearing the exchange between Qi Zhi and Xueqing just now had genuinely astonished her. Not at all. Qi Zhi replied to Dong Yenner's inquiry, preparing to reveal the truth. If they were indeed to unite as husband and wife in the future, such matters could not remain concealed and needed to be clarified beforehand. Hearing Qi Zhi's denial, Dong Yenner felt a silent sigh of relief within her. If Qi Zhi were truly an avatar of the Zier Palace Master, he would ultimately have to return to his true self. And since the true self was a woman, it would be impossible for her to marry another woman. Wouldn't it? However, Qi Zhi's subsequent words left her utterly flabbergasted. I am not an avatar of Zier. To be precise, Zier is my avatar. We are, in essence, the same being. This is why, in order to marry you, I must first obtain Zier's consent. For you are not only to spend your life with me, but also to accompany Zier throughout eternity. Dong Yenner once again gaped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Her husband actually possessed an avatar at the Great Ascension realm? Yet, she quickly realized something amiss. If her husband's avatar held such formidable power, he should naturally possess an even higher cultivation level himself. Why was it, then, that when they first met, he was merely at the mountain-moving realm? Qi Zhi elucidated. That was merely due to certain circumstances that compelled me to relinquish the majority of my cultivation to Zier. Ah, now I understand. It seems my decision to marry you was indeed the right one. With your remarkable speed of cultivation, ascending to the celestial realm must be just around the corner. At that time, I will be able to accompany you into the celestial world and rescue my mother, Dong Yenner exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement. Indeed, I may have greater chances than others to ascend to the celestial realm. However, who can predict such matters? It would be wise for Yenner not to harbor excessive hopes. Qi Zhi cautioned, not wishing to extinguish her enthusiasm, yet fully aware that with great hope often comes profound disappointment. Nevertheless, Dong Yenner seemed oblivious to his warnings. Her gaze towards Qi Zhi becoming increasingly fervent and passionate. Qi Zhi's lips twitched slightly. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to the Zir Palace. With that, he turned and soared into the sky, disregarding Dong Yenner. Wait for me, my husband, she called out, stamping her delicate foot before swiftly following in his wake. Chapter 61. The revival of Zir Palace. Within the reward tower, a young man stared blankly at the announcement before him. The content of the notice was clear. The Zir Palace master had summoned all disciples from the Zir Palace back. The designated location was the ruins of the Zir Palace. 3 days later, Qi Zhi and Dong Yenner arrived at the ruins of Zir Palace, nestled within the Yan'an mountain range. A veil of ethereal mist enveloped the towering mountains, where an imposing palace now stood, transformed into the Sea-High Hall. According to Xueqing, this hall was originally a coalition of rogue cultivators. The term Sea-High signifies that individuals from all corners of the world are welcome to join. Qi Zhi extended his divine sense and murmured to himself. It is no wonder these rogue cultivators managed to seize Zir Palace. There are as many as 18 cultivators at the ocean-covering realm. Dong Yenner, however, expressed her disdain. What does their number matter? Watch me take them down in an instant. With that, she vanished from sight. Qi Zhi did not attempt to stop her. Such a prime location as Zir Palace would surely not be relinquished easily by those ancient monsters. The fact that these individuals could occupy Zir Palace implied they possessed other formidable means. Given Dong Yenner's expertise in stealth and her ability to teleport, she would be well equipped to face any challenges alone. Qi Zhi resolved to wait and observe what tricks these rogue cultivators had up their sleeves. Inside the Sea-High Hall, a piercing scream echoed. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator, who had been in seclusion within a hidden chamber, abruptly opened his eyes. Old Wu is dead. It seems we have unwelcome visitors. Shortly thereafter, 17 cultivators at the ocean-covering realm appeared at the source of the scream. Upon witnessing the severed head on the ground, each displayed a ghastly expression. Just as they struggled to comprehend the situation, a razor-sharp claw emerged, and one of them had their heads swiftly severed. As another comrade fell, their faces turned pale, and they frantically scanned their surroundings for the assailant. Form a formation, the middle-aged cultivator bellowed. Upon hearing the command, the group quickly divided into 3 teams of 6, encircling one another. The 15 individuals formed a bizarre blood-red triangular formation, exuding a suffocating aura of blood. This triangular shape was not a true triangle, but rather one missing a vertex. Once the formation was complete, the middle-aged cultivator addressed the air. You must be a cultivator of the divine void realm, correct? What sort of hero lurks in the shadows? No sooner had he spoken than another claw flashed forth, aimed directly at his neck. The middle-aged man maintained a stoic expression. You underestimate us too much. Over the past millennium, many divine void realm cultivators have attempted to challenge Sea-High Hall, yet they all returned empty-handed. Such excessive chatter, a cold voice retorted from the air. At that moment, Dong Yenner's claw was mere inches from the man's face. Suddenly, the formation's bloodlight flickered and began to spin rapidly. Just as Dong Yenner grasped the man, she felt her power rebound forcefully against her. Realizing the peril, she swiftly teleported to Qi Zhi's side. Dong Yenner, with a pallid complexion, remarked, "This formation is peculiar. It has the ability to reflect attacks." Qi Zhi was taken aback. Could it truly rebound assaults? However, this formation necessitated a considerable number of participants. If it could be executed by a single individual, it would be flawless. Subsequently, Qi Zhi pointed towards the formation, noting its incompleteness, as it lacked a corner, presumably the spot where Yenner had slain those 2 individuals. Dong Yenner gazed toward the distant crimson, triangular formation. "My dear, what shall we do now?" Just as the 2 were contemplating their strategy, voices echoed from within the blood-red, triangular formation. A young man clad in black inquired, "Eldest brother, the 5th and 11th have perished. Can this formation still function?" The middle-aged cultivator snorted dismissively. "As long as he does not attack the missing corner, we shall be unharmed. That elusive figure from the divine void realm is a cause for concern. We must exercise utmost caution." He then queried, "What are the 19th and 20th? Have they not yet arrived?" Though they were merely at the mountain-moving realm, once the formation was completed, they would possess the means to initiate an offensive. At present, they were in a position of significant disadvantage. Attack? Qi Zhi remained silent. His spiritual sense was so formidable that even with the sound barrier in play, he could hear the conversation with clarity. Since those within the formation sought to take the initiative, he would not grant them their wish. After exchanging a few words with Dong Yenner, She nodded and vanished instantaneously. At that moment, a colossal, blood-red silhouette emerged behind Qi Zhi, wielding a pitch-black overlord spear, which was aimed at the crimson triangular formation. Eldest brother, someone approaches. One individual within the formation exclaimed in alarm. The middle-aged cultivator, witnessing Dong Yenner's claws reaching for the missing corner, shouted urgently, "Change." Upon hearing those two words, the formation's occupants swiftly relocated the missing corner to the rear. A smirk graced Dong Yenner's lips as she executed a teleportation, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, a spear cloaked in dark energy surged skyward, accompanied by the sound of a tempest, and struck forcefully at the gap. The middle-aged cultivator shouted in alarm, and a dark green armor materialized around him. With a tremendous explosion, the blood-red triangular formation detonated. The overwhelming energy instantly reduced the 6 individuals at the center to ashes, while the others were violently hurled against the surrounding walls. Dong Yenner adeptly shifted her form, and within mere seconds, those individuals lay as headless corpses. Qi Zhi regarded them as one might observe ants, showing no mercy to those who dared to encroach upon his wealth. Just as he prepared to advance towards the Sea Lord's palace, he suddenly noticed a figure swiftly traversing the ground below. The individual, clad in dark green armor, was none other than the aforementioned middle-aged cultivator. Not dead. Excellent. I am eager to investigate the true nature of your formation. Qi Zhi scoffed, teleporting to the location of the middle-aged cultivator. Concentrating his spiritual energy, he conjured a massive hand, reaching toward the ground. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator's face turned ashen, desperately fleeing forward, unwilling to accept his grim fate. Alas, his fate is now firmly grasped by the formidable hand of Qi Zhi. Qi Zhi chooses not to engage in lengthy discourse with him. A fleeting flash of his azure eyes renders the man dazed and bewildered. Subsequently, as Qi Zhi tightens his grip, the man's body bursts apart, meeting a bitter end. Following the annihilation of this group of sea-covering realm cultivators, Qi Zhi completely reclaims the Zhi Palace, shattering the plaque of the Four Seas Hall beneath his feet and replacing it with the sign proclaiming Qi Zhi's affection for the Zhi Palace. He promptly conveys the joyous tidings to Xueqing. The remaining cultivators of the Four Seas Palace, mostly of the spirit transformation and mountain-moving realms, are given the choice to stay or leave, for Qi Zhi sees no necessity to eradicate them entirely. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, and there is no need to extinguish the lives of these lower-tier cultivators. Upon receiving the transmission, Xueqing hastens to the location with several cultivators from the Zhi Palace. When the crowd beholds the grand edifice of Qi Zhi's Zhi Palace, tears well up in their eyes. For 700 long years, they have been relentlessly pursued, constantly evading capture, with changing sects becoming as routine as the daily meal. Xueqing affixes the identity token of the Zhi Palace to his waist and raises his voice in a triumphant cry. The Zhi Palace has finally been revitalized in Kunnan. This exclamation resonates even within the Grand Hall, reaching the ears of both Qi Zhi and Dong Yenner. Qi Zhi smiles silently. He is acutely aware of the suffering endured by these wandering disciples after the fall of the Zhi Palace, having himself been relentlessly hunted in the past. In his heart, Qi Zhi resolves that before he seeks out Chu Shaoqin and Zhi, he must eliminate all threats to the Zhi Palace. His gaze turns distant, his expression chillingly resolute. Next on his list is Yan Wushuang. Thereafter, Qi Zhi appoints Xueqing as the acting master of the Zhi Palace to facilitate the management of its affairs. After issuing a few more directives, he and Dong Yenner soar toward the central city. In Chapter 62, Battle of the Divine Void, within the branch hall of the Tian Pavilion in Central City, an elderly man with hair as white as snow yet possessing the visage of youth speaks. Yenner, I have heard you wish to see me regarding an important matter. Upon glancing down, he sees Yenner, vacant-eyed, kneeling in silence. Suddenly, the elder's expression shifts, as if sensing something amiss. Yenner, how bold you are! He exclaims. What a fiery temper you possess, my friend. It is merely a puppet. Why must you react so? A voice laden with sarcasm echoes from the entrance of the Grand Hall. Then, a figure clad in resplendent robes, handsome and elegant, strides in. Upon seeing this individual, Yan Wushuang's heart skips a beat, and he gasps in disbelief. It's you. Yan Wushuang gazes at Qi Zhi in astonishment. After the fall of Qi Zhi, they had spent considerable time searching for him, only to find him vanished without a trace. The once spirit transformation realm cultivator has now ascended to the divine void realm. How could he not be astounded? Qi Zhi offers a slight smile. Yin Dao friend, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit? Yan Wushuang, his face devoid of expression, retorts. Qi Dao friend, you may be overestimating yourself. Do you truly believe that having advanced to the divine void realm, you can impose upon me? Hee, how about this? Qi Zhi scoffed, and then a vast black mist surged forth from his body. Yin Wushuang was taken aback at the sight of this black fog, exclaiming, "Soul-devouring Ghost King. When I encountered you years ago, I sensed a similar aura to that of Qi Zhi. It truly appears to be the case now." After speaking, Yin Wushuang glanced towards the corner. "Taoist Mo, why do you remain hidden? You are aware of the formidable nature of the soul-devouring Ghost King." While speaking, Yin Wushuang sent out a transmission talisman. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes materialized from the shadows, coldly observing Yin Wushuang. Upon realizing that Qi Zhi was the soul-devouring Ghost King, he immediately contemplated fleeing. However, the old ghost, Yin, had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed. Seeing the figure appear, Qi Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Your secretive technique is quite peculiar, my friend. If it weren't for my deliberate inspection, I would not have discovered you at all." The man was taken aback. Had he been discovered all along? "I have never seen you before. You must be one of the three who sought to bully our Zir, am I correct?" Qi Zhi's eyes narrowed, revealing a murderous intent. The man and Yin Wushuang, realizing they could not evade battle, promptly produced their magical artifacts, their gazes fixed firmly on Qi Zhi. They were acutely aware of the terror the soul-devouring Ghost King instilled. Moreover, the energy emanating from Qi Zhi was significantly stronger than that of Qi Zhi in the past. "Oh, with such an imposing demeanor, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Qi Zhi declared. "I am here merely to convey a message to Yin Taoist for those ancient monsters. Now, you too can meet your demise." As he finished speaking, a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. The hesitant man and Yin Wushuang suddenly found themselves on a beach. On the surface of the sea, a colossal black Barbie doll, its eyes gleaming with a chilling light, was fixated on them. Their expressions changed drastically, and Yin Wushuang shouted, "A great ascension realm cultivator. Run!" However, just as they attempted to flee, they felt a tremendous force tugging at them. The enormous Barbie doll inhaled deeply, and they were drawn into its belly. "All done," a voice echoed in Qi Zhi's mind. He smiled slightly, transforming into a streak of purple-gold light that soared into the sky. Now, Qi Zhi merely needed to return to the Zir Palace and await the arrival of the other divine void realm practitioners seeking him. Given the considerable uproar caused by recent events at the Zir Palace, the entirety of the congenital continent was abuzz. These ancient beings could not possibly be unaware. Additionally, with the transmission Yin Wushuang had sent out earlier, they would undoubtedly gather to besiege him. At this moment, Qi Zhi was more than twice as powerful as Qi Zhi had been. While Qi Zhi had faced her struggles alone, he now possessed divine void realm cultivation, and the powers within him were approaching the great ascension realm. Moreover, there was Dong Yenner, who excelled in secretive techniques. It can be said that Qi Zhi now stands as the unrivaled foremost cultivator of the congenital continent. The resurgence of the Zir Palace has offered hope to many disciples who had wandered afar. Within a fortnight, nearly 100 disciples returned, and the atmosphere was filled with the joy of their reunion. At that moment, several astonishing auras approached from the distance. Qi Zhi lifted his gaze towards the horizon, murmuring to himself, "Have they finally arrived?" In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Suspended in midair, Qi Zhi observed the 7 individuals soaring towards him, mentally confirming their identities: Lan Fangzi from the Tiantan Temple, Bai Qi Yao from the Linglong Tower, Wu Ji from the Shi Yuan Palace, Mo Lengqi from the Taiheng Sect, Yuan Yingzi from the Tianya Mountain, along with 2 others whom he did not recognize. Excluding the 3 he had already slain, including Yin Wushuang, all the perpetrators who once divided the Zir Palace had gathered. Satisfied that no one was missing, Qi Zhi felt no need for further dialogue. He immediately activated the illusionary space, intending to draw all 6 of them into it. At that moment, Lan Fangzi thrust forward with both hands, causing a resplendent golden bell to hover above everyone's heads. To Qi Zhi's astonishment, the blue light emanating from his eyes was unexpectedly absorbed by this bell. He was taken aback. In his many years of cultivation, this was the first time someone had thwarted his illusionary space. Nevertheless, he was determined to annihilate these foes. With a powerful shout, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from him. The dark crimson malevolence surged forth, enveloping the world as if it were composed entirely of this sinister aura. Caught within this malevolence, Lan Fangzi cried out, "It is the malevolence of the Shura Abyss. Protect your minds." The others understood the dire consequences of succumbing to this malevolent influence and immediately summoned their respective treasures to shield their minds. This pervasive malevolence was Qi Zhi's domain of Sha Yang, which he was utilizing for the first time and was uncertain of its effects. However, he had no time to ponder. He needed to swiftly eliminate these individuals. This domain continuously drained the malevolence from his body, and if left unchecked, he would soon be depleted. Raising his hand, a jade flute materialized, emitting a series of melodious notes. The sound reached the ears of those resisting the malevolence, bringing them a refreshing sensation akin to frolicking in a river. Suddenly, Mo Lengqi let out a furious roar. His eyes glowed a blood red as he began to lash out indiscriminately. With a swift strike from his azure sword, he pierced the air towards Bai Qi Yao. She cried out in pain, immediately retaliating with a blue lotus directed at Mo Lingqi. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce battle. The other cultivators, enveloped by the Sha Yang domain, were roused by the chaos between the two. Observing the reckless exchanges of strikes and spells without any semblance of defense left them astonished. Awaken! Lan Fangzi shouted repeatedly. The two were momentarily stunned, and at last, they began to regain their composure. The two individuals lowered their heads to examine their battered bodies, hastily consuming a few medicinal pills before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Qi Zhi grasped a pitch-black overlord spear and thrust it towards Wu Ji, who was aimlessly wandering at the edge. Wu Ji exhibited no reaction whatsoever and was promptly pierced by the spear. Clearly, Wu Ji had lost his wits, meandering aimlessly within the domain of the fiendish sun. Upon realizing this, Qi Zhi decisively took him away. Lan Fangzi immediately noticed Wu Ji's lifeless form and glared at Qi Zhi with malice, exclaiming, "You fiend! We may not be your match, but do you truly believe no one can contend with you?" At this juncture, a fervor flickered in Lan Fangzi's eyes as he continued. "Surely you cannot fathom this. Within the Kuan continent, there exists another cultivator of the great ascension realm. Prior to our arrival, we established contact with that elder. If we can merely hold out for a moment longer, you shall inevitably meet your demise." Chapter 63. Unparalleled Divine Art. A Great Ascension Cultivator? Qi Zhi felt a jolt of alarm, his expression darkening swiftly. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being, morphing into a myriad of black blades that surged towards the group. The individuals were taken aback and hurriedly employed their respective artifacts for defense. However, under the influence of the malevolent aura, their focus was divided, and they could only manage a tenuous resistance, plunging the scene into disarray. At that moment, a silver whip suddenly appeared, slicing through the air towards the golden bell with a sharp whistle. The crowd was preoccupied with fending off the barrage of flying swords, utterly oblivious to the impending threat. Bang! The golden bell shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Without the bell's protection, the group was engulfed in panic. Yet they were powerless to alter their fate. Qi Zhi offered them no time to contemplate. A flash of azure light ignited in his eyes as he ensnared the assembly of spirit void realm cultivators within an illusory space. He then retracted the domain of the fiendish sun and beckoned Dong Yin'er to flee post-haste. Aware of the impending arrival of a great ascension cultivator, escape was imperative. Just as Qi Zhi was about to make his retreat, a colossal consciousness swept past him, fixating intently upon him. Qi Zhi's countenance paled in alarm as he hurriedly placed Dong Yin'er into his spiritual ring and, stepping upon a silver vessel, soared towards the horizon at breakneck speed. A chilling scoff echoed through the air. A tremendous force of spiritual energy bore down upon him, constricting his breath, rendering escape a distant hope. Though his own spiritual power was formidable, how could it possibly compare to that of a genuine great ascension cultivator? At this moment, Qi Zhi was drenched in sweat, his expression contorted in anguish. Just moments prior, he had mocked the 6 individuals for their overestimation of their abilities. Now, he found himself in a similarly dire predicament. How quickly circumstances could shift. At that instant, a man clad in white gradually materialized before Qi Zhi. The man cast a glance at the corpses strewn across the ground and spoke. "The soul-devouring Ghost King truly wreaks havoc upon the world. I have only arrived a moment too late, and yet, Lan Xiaoyu and the others have met their end at your hands. To truly elevate you to the realm of the great vehicle, one must surpass the terrifying prowess of Qi Zhi from years past." Qi Zhi? Qi Zhi was taken aback, realizing that this figure in white was indeed one of the 3 formidable practitioners who had once encircled and attempted to slay Qi Zhi. Contemplating this, Qi Zhi exclaimed with indignation, "You managed to survive under Qi Zhi's hand. You must indeed possess extraordinary luck." The man in white, witnessing Qi Zhi's lack of reverence and audacious mockery, felt a surge of anger. "I narrowly escaped with my life back then, and even now, I have yet to regain 60% of my former strength. Yet you are but a mere practitioner of the divine void realm. Even with my diminished power, extinguishing you would be as effortless as crushing an ant." With that, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, reaching out to seize Qi Zhi. Without even glancing at the enormous appendage, Qi Zhi regarded it as if it were a figment of his imagination. With a disdainful gaze fixed on the man in white, he mused, "Is a practitioner of the great vehicle truly so formidable? Allow me to demonstrate what true extraordinary capabilities entail." Closing his eyes, he softly uttered 4 words, "Forget the great method." The man in white scoffed, "Even on the brink of death, you dare to speak boldly." However, he soon sensed something amiss. Just as the massive hand was about to grasp Qi Zhi, an overwhelming surge of mental power erupted from Qi Zhi's being. instantly dispersing the gigantic hand. At that moment, Qi Zhi opened his eyes, a chilling light emanating from within. His form expanded to a staggering height, transforming into a colossal Barbie doll towering 100 feet tall, enveloped in swirling black mist that blotted out the sun. The man in white gazed in sheer astonishment at the towering figure before him. The great vehicle? Impossible. How could you have so suddenly ascended to this level? Is the great vehicle truly so impressive? The Barbie doll retorted disdainfully, extending its immense hand toward the man in white. Alarmed, he turned to flee, realizing that he had yet to restore his strength and stood no chance against this terrifying figure. Yet, the Barbie doll would not allow him to escape easily. It inhaled deeply. Crack, crack. The surrounding space reverberated ominously, sensing his imminent doom as he was drawn toward the doll's gaping maw. The man gritted his teeth and summoned a sleek, black wolf fawn club into his grasp. He turned and swung it at the Barbie doll, which had grown tenfold in size. The Barbie doll let out a cold laugh, effortlessly grasping the enormous club with its bare hands. With a swift motion, it flung both the man and his weapon into the air. Just then, the doll's colossal fist crashed down upon the airborne figure. Boom. The man was sent hurtling to the ground like a cannonball. As the dust settled, a deep pit, 100 meters wide, was revealed. The figure clad in white felt as if he had been violently struck by a colossal mountain. In an instant, his entire body succumbed to an agonizing fracturing of bones and severing of meridians, leading to a catastrophic disintegration of his form. Upon the destruction of his body, his spirit essence instantly fragmented into four, each hastily fleeing in a different direction. It was precisely this technique that had once enabled him to narrowly escape from Zir. However, at that moment, the Barbie doll transformed into an entity reminiscent of an expanding balloon. It erupted with unfathomable, terrifying energy that engulfed the entire sky. The four fragments of the white-clad man's spirit essence were rendered immobile under the weight of this dreadful power. Subsequently, the figure reverted swiftly back to the form of Qi Zhi, his eyes flashing with a piercing blue light, causing those four spirit essences to vanish without a trace. As Qi Zhi devoured the white-clad man, his mouth stretched wide, almost reaching his ears. He inhaled deeply, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Is this the true world? On the shimmering golden sands, a handsome and charismatic man sat contemplatively, resting his chin on his hands. At that moment, a youth, bearing a striking resemblance to the man, remarked, "Let us not overthink. It is best to forget the unpleasant matters." The man turned, gazing at the youth with a look of resigned helplessness. "It is over. All is lost. I knew that after Duo became the master personality, she would not intend to return." With that, Qi Zhi's face contorted in agony as he fell once more into deep contemplation. She merely wished to experience the customs of the immortal cultivation world. Once she tires of it, she should return. "Do not be too disheartened, old Zhi," the youth consoled. "Little Zhi, you do not understand." On the day Qi Zhi chose to forget the great law, Duo erupted with a fierce determination to protect him. With her spirit force nearing the great ascension stage, combined with Qi Zhi's own immense power, they possessed a terrifying spirit force rivaling that of a great ascension cultivator. The white-clad man, having not fully regained his strength, was effectively akin to a half-great ascension practitioner and thus proved no match. Under Duo's relentless onslaught, he could only meet a bitter end, ultimately leaving not even a trace behind. Following this, Duo did not neglect to collect the spoils, claiming the storage rings of the numerous spirit essence realm cultivators and that of the white-clad man as her own. Now, it was likely that no one in the entirety of Qi continent could rival Qi Zhi's wealth. He had amassed riches beyond the phrase wealthy enough to rival a nation, for he was truly wealthy enough to rival a continent. Thus, across the expanse of Qi continent, aside from the royal faction, not a single spirit essence realm cultivator remained. At that moment, Duo contemplated whether she should eradicate the royal faction as well, ensuring that Zir Palace solidified its position as the foremost immortal palace in Qi continent. One can only imagine how fervently Duo emerged from her seclusion. After all, the royal faction was, at the very least, considered a comrade of Qi Zhi, having even invited him for tea on their next meeting. How could Qi Zhi bear to witness Wang Jian's inexplicable demise? Thus, he earnestly implored Duo to reconsider. Under Qi Zhi's fervent persuasion, Duo's animosity towards Wang Jian intensified, leading her to take his life under the cover of darkness. From that moment forth, Wang Jian became a lingering specter within Qi Zhi's realm of illusion. Chapter 64. The most notorious demon of Qi continent. Subsequently, Duo embarked on a journey across the land. During this period, emboldened by her reputation as the foremost cultivator of the Qi continent, she engaged in various nefarious deeds. In no time, Qi Zhi's name became synonymous with infamy throughout Qi. Even more alarming was the construction of an imposing fortress. Named Qi Zhi Loves Duo, adjacent to Qi Zhi's abode. This fortress served a singular purpose: to collect tributes. Countless sects flocked annually to pay their dues at Duo's fortress. Should she discover a sect that failed to comply, she would personally visit their headquarters to impart her version of educational enlightenment. The interior of Duo's fortress became a veritable treasure trove, overflowing with rare artifacts, techniques, manuals, elixirs, celestial herbs, and crystalline stones, numbering beyond count. Beneath the fortress, a menagerie of exotic birds and beasts was also kept. Qi Zhi had indeed engaged in profound discussions with Duo, yet upon immersing himself in this ethereal realm, he realized the profound solitude it entailed. He reflected upon the years that both Zir and Duo had silently endured in this place. Thus, when Duo expressed her desire to experience life beyond this realm, Qi Zhi willingly acquiesced. Initially, all seemed well. However, as she delved deeper into the rules of the cultivation world, her actions became increasingly outrageous. Aside from the prohibition against senseless killing, Qi Zhi found himself unable to curtail her excesses. Under the guise of being the foremost cultivator, Duo summoned all sects of Nan to the Yannan mountain range, ostensibly to impart the path of cultivation, enabling more cultivators from Nan to ascend to the realm of Shinsu and ignite their aspirations for immortality. Upon learning of this, the major sects of Nan were elated and hastened to Yannan mountain. The influx of cultivators rivaled that of Ziter's grand establishment ceremony from years past. However, upon their arrival, they were met with utter regret. Before the assembled cultivators, Duo revealed a stark transformation in demeanor. She declared that she alone was the sole Shinsu cultivator in all of Nan and, unwilling to bear the burden of the continent's upkeep alone, demanded that each sect present treasures annually to alleviate her hardships. The sects of Nan were left in a state of helplessness, unable to voice their grievances. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept Duo's unilateral claim over the continent. Consequently, they dispatched envoys to the continent's teleportation array, seeking assistance from other lands. However, unbeknownst to them, Duo had anticipated their actions. She dispatched her avatars to seize control of all teleportation arrays, personally persuading the recalcitrant sections. This left all major sects in Nan too intimidated to entertain any further rebellious thoughts, only hoping that the esteemed friend may soon ascend to the realm of divine void and rescue them. Qi Zhi questioned Duo, "Why must you go to such extremes? It suffices to jest with others, yet you have managed to deceive the entire Nan continent." Duo felt quite aggrieved. "Master, all that I do is for you. You are anxious to find Sister Zir at the earliest opportunity. Yet, a great ascendant has remained silent for centuries. Have you considered that Sister Zir may have already devoured those two great ascendants and soared into the celestial realm?" "Of course I have considered it. But how does this relate to your actions?" Qi Zhi replied, perplexed. "Master, you possess two unparalleled techniques, yet your inherent kindness prevents you from fully cultivating them. How can we hope to ascend to the celestial realm if you do not fear that Sister Zir may no longer exist in this world?" At this, Qi Zhi's brows furrowed in contemplation. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. It could be said that he harbored two supreme secrets. Yet the path of cultivation required him to act against his true nature. Qi Zhi was reluctant to partake in wanton slaughter, preferring to let things unfold naturally. Yet when he thought of Zir, how he longed to ascend to the celestial realm swiftly. Noticing Qi Zhi's silence, Duo continued, "Since I am the embodiment of your darker thoughts, let me be the villain. The malevolent energy of the entire Nan continent has coalesced within you. Surely, you will soon ascend to a great ascendant. The celestial realm is but a step away." At that moment, Qi Zhi felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. He embraced Duo gently and murmured, "A great ascendant is merely a great ascendant, nothing more. I do not wish to see you in this state. I yearn for the eternally innocent and joyful Duo." After this profound conversation, Qi Zhi ceased to interfere with Duo, allowing her to act freely. Following the kingdom's establishment, Duo did not take a single life, for she understood that as long as the kingdom remained, neither she nor Qi Zhi could leave the Zir palace. Until one fateful day, an event of unbearable anguish occurred for Qi Zhi. The spirit ring where Chu Shaoqin resided served as a temporary abode for spiritual companions. If not summoned by their master for an extended period, they would be automatically released when the time arrived. On this day, Dong Yenner finally emerged. As soon as she appeared, she complained to Qi Zhi, "Husband, why have you not called for Yenner in so long? I thought something had befallen you." With that, Dong Yenner leaped into Qi Zhi's embrace. Though Duo was familiar with Dong Yenner, she had been preoccupied with her own endeavors since her emergence, completely forgetting about Dong Yenner's existence. Suddenly, a figure appeared and embraced her, leaving Duo momentarily stunned. Seeing that Qi Zhi did not oppose her as he had in the past, Dong Yenner was filled with joy eagerly rubbing against him with her ample form. At this moment, Duo felt a wave of softness enveloping her body, astonished by the unexpected comfort. Unable to resist, she instinctively placed her hand upon Dong Yinner's voluptuous posterior. Startled, Dong Yinner realized that her husband had finally revisited her after many years, and shyly inquired, "Is it possible that after so long apart, my husband wishes to be intimate with me?" In the realm of the mind, Qi Zhi was utterly astonished and quickly beckoned Xiao Zhi to join him in urging Duo. "Wait, Duo. Yinner was merely joking. You mustn't take it seriously." Nevertheless, Duo seemed oblivious to their pleas, wrapping her arms around Dong Yinner's slender waist. "My dear, after so many years apart, I certainly wish to be with you." Seeing that Qi Zhi had finally come to terms with the situation, Dong Yinner's eyes transformed into heart shapes, swiftly preparing for the ensuing encounter. Alarmed, Qi Zhi shouted in the mental realm, hastily covering Xiao Zhi's eyes with one hand. Xiao Zhi, with a resigned expression, pushed Qi Zhi's hand away, exclaiming, "Old Zhi, do you think that by covering my eyes I cannot see? It's all in the mind." In the real world, the relationship between Duo and Dong Yinner progressed rapidly. Reaching a critical juncture, Qi Zhi cried out, "No?" Just as he finished his exclamation, a soft gasp escaped from Dong Yinner's lips. Qi Zhi stood frozen, his mind in a whirl. Xiao Zhi gently reassured him, "Take it easy, old Zhi. Even if Sister Zier were to find out about this, I'm sure she wouldn't blame you." After a fervent struggle, Dong Yinner turned to Qi Zhi and softly asked, "My husband, if we were to have a baby in the future, what name should we give him?" At that moment, Duo was profoundly shaken, completely oblivious to Dong Yinner's words. "So, this is what that feeling is like," she mused, recalling how the master and Zier seemed unfazed. Qi Zhi hastily interrupted Duo's thoughts, sighing in resignation, "What a sin. What a sin." Since Duo's arrival, the entire Qi continent had been plunged into despair, with everyone lamenting their plight and living in dire straits. Yet, it was precisely this suffering that continuously fueled Qi Zhi with a torrent of resentment, anger, and murderous intent. Before long, Qi Zhi unexpectedly advanced to the Great Ascension stage, his cultivation rapidly escalating. The cultivators of Nan, who had hoped that a new practitioner of the divine void realm would eliminate the scourge that was Qi Zhi, were left lamenting their fate upon hearing of his breakthrough. They all openly declared that in this lifetime, they would never escape Qi Zhi's clutches. Finally, he had reached the Great Ascension stage. Qi Zhi had intended to bring Duo back, but she had become utterly captivated by the myriad of rare treasures within Duo Fortress. It took considerable effort for him to persuade her to abandon her obsession. He resolved to venture into the Beast Mountain range in search of Chu Shaoqin and to explore the ethereal sea. Upon the return of all the wanted disciples of the Zier Palace, the elusive figure of Chu Shaoqin remained conspicuously absent. Qi Zhi began to harbor suspicions that she may have ventured into the treacherous Beast Mountain range, the only place capable of thwarting the relentless pursuit of formidable adversaries. Of course, there existed several forbidden zones throughout the Qi continent, yet even those who had attained the Great Ascension realm would hesitate to approach them. It was unlikely that Chu Shaoqin had sought refuge there. Thus, after meticulously selecting a plethora of treasures, Duo reluctantly departed from her cherished Duo fortress. The remaining vast resources, including numerous crystal stones, were appropriated by the Zier Palace. In the ensuing years, various sects continued to pay tribute to the Duo fortress. However, upon realizing that Qi Zhi had refrained from enacting punishment upon these sects, the cultivation sects across the Qi continent ceased their offerings. Several years later, upon learning that Qi Zhi had definitively left the Qi continent, the entire land erupted in fervor. In commemoration of the departure of the continent's foremost fiend, a grand celebration ensued for several months. Chapter 65. Slaying the Great Ascension in the Beast Mountain range. After soaring through the skies for several months, Qi Zhi finally came to a halt before a colossal mountain range. Was this the Beast Mountain range? Qi Zhi gazed in astonishment at the majestic peaks, their heights soaring into the clouds, with valleys crisscrossing below. In the distance lay a verdant forest, shimmering lakes, snow-covered plains, and glaciers frozen to the core. This Beast Mountain range seemed to possess its own realm. As Qi Zhi marveled at the wonders of the Beast Mountain range, a sense of divine awareness approached. A cultivator of the divine void realm? Qi Zhi's heart raced with surprise. Indeed, the reputation of the Beast Mountain range was well-deserved. He had scarcely arrived before encountering a practitioner of the divine void realm. However, sensing Qi Zhi's presence, the cultivator hastily retreated as if struck by misfortune. Qi Zhi grinned and pursued the direction of that divine awareness. Before long, a vast forest materialized beneath him, reminiscent of the sunset forest. Yet this forest was not only bathed in the hues of dusk, but also basked in the brilliance of sunlight. Without further contemplation, Qi Zhi accelerated towards the divine void cultivator. He needed to ascertain the circumstances of this mountain range and avoid floundering like a headless fly. According to Xueqing, even cultivators of the divine void realm would not dare to venture here alone. It was highly likely that there existed great ascension cultivators similar to himself. However, after flying several hundred miles, Qi Zhi quickly sensed something amiss. There were, astonishingly, human cultivators present, and numerous ones at that, within the subterranean mines. A group of mountain-moving realm cultivators busily entered and exited, transporting various materials. Outside the mines stood 4 practitioners of the sea-covering realm, their expressions grave as they appeared to oversee the activities of the mountain-moving realm cultivators. Qi Zhi immediately abandoned the fleeing cultivator of the divine void realm and swiftly made his way to the entrance of the cave. The 4 individuals at the cave's mouth were startled by his sudden appearance. Upon noticing Qi Zhi, they hurriedly cupped their hands and greeted him, "Esteemed senior, you seem unfamiliar to us. Might we inquire which revered master you serve?" Revered master? Could they be referring to a cultivator of the divine void realm? No, that cannot be. If he were of that caliber, how could he possibly be a disciple of theirs? Could he be of the ascendant realm? Qi Zhi regarded the 4 individuals thoughtfully. "I am not anyone's disciple. I am merely a newcomer seeking to understand the local circumstances." Upon hearing that Qi Zhi was an outsider, the expressions of the 4 transformed dramatically. A middle-aged man among them, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "You cannot be a human cultivator from the Kuan-Nan continent, can you?" Confused, Qi Zhi replied, "Indeed, I hail from Kuan-Nan. Why do you 4 appear so alarmed?" The middle-aged man hastily urged, "Esteemed senior, it would be wise for you to leave this place at once. Otherwise, should you fall into their grasp, you shall become a lifelong servant in the Beast Mountain range." "Them? Who do you refer to?" Qi Zhi began to inquire, but before he could finish, he was met by a powerful surge of energy approaching him. With a cold snort, Qi Zhi emanated an astonishing aura, countering the incoming energy. The 4 individuals, realizing that Qi Zhi was indeed a cultivator of the ascendant realm, were utterly astounded. However, upon witnessing another figure descending from the sky, they immediately lowered their heads, standing solemnly at either side of the cave entrance. Indeed, a cultivator of the ascendant realm had not graced the Beast Mountain range in many years. Qi Zhi's gaze fell upon the stout, muscular man before him. "You must be one of the revered masters they spoke of, correct?" The burly man chuckled, "Indeed. I am sure, one of the 5 revered masters of the Beast Mountain range, known as the Iron Armored Master. May I inquire your name and purpose for visiting this region?" Qi Zhi was taken aback. It was astonishing to learn that 5 cultivators of the ascendant realm resided in the Beast Mountain range. He understood that this man's explicit mention served as a caution against any reckless actions. Yet, witnessing so many of his fellow human cultivators reduced to slavery, he could not remain a passive observer. "Qi Zhi," he replied with a slight smile, "I am merely passing through and happened upon fellow human cultivators being enslaved. I wish to understand the reasons behind this." Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals standing at the cave entrance were struck with shock. They were taken aback not only by Qi Zhi's status as a cultivator of the ascendant realm, but also by his willingness to defend them despite the presence of 5 such formidable beings. The Iron Armored Master's expression darkened. "These individuals have all fled here to escape their enemies. Rather than allow them to be consumed by beasts, it would be more prudent to have them serve as my household slaves. In my actions, I have saved their lives. Surely, Taoist Qi holds no objections to this? For those who cultivate, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet, between the realms of life and death, opportunities often emerge. By imprisoning others here, esteemed Iron Sovereign, are you not severing their chances? Do you deem this salvation or harm?" Taoist Qi spoke with an air of nonchalance, seemingly dismissive of the Iron Sovereign, who mirrored his disdain. "It appears that Taoist Qi is determined to confront me over these servants. Yet, I am not alone. Other sovereigns possess numerous servants as well. What then? Does Taoist Qi intend to oppose all 5 of us?" At that moment, Qi Zhi shouted within the mental realm, "Steady yourself, do remain composed. There is no need for us to provoke several formidable foes upon our arrival at the Beast Mountain range. Did not our master instruct us to find a way to rescue these human cultivators? Given the current circumstances, I feel I may lose my restraint," Duo declared, her tone taut with tension. "See if you can find a more subtle approach. This illusory space has never been employed against true ascendants. Its efficacy remains uncertain. Whether it works or not, we shall know upon trial." With that, in reality, Qi Zhi unleashed a beam of azure light towards the Iron Sovereign. Upon witnessing the brilliance in Qi Zhi's eyes, the Iron Sovereign felt as though his head had been struck by a mighty hammer. His essence seemed to detach from his corporeal form, slipping into another realm. The Iron Sovereign's visage twisted in fury as he bellowed. A radiant yellow talisman appeared at his fingertips, which he swiftly pressed to his forehead, incredulously murmuring, "Is it truly spatial sorcery?" "Qi Zhi, astonished that his illusory space had been thwarted yet again, felt a surge of surprise. Meanwhile, Duo seethed with anger as Qi Zhi erupted with two terrifying energies. The dark psychic force and blood-red malevolence intertwined, coalescing into a deep crimson energy that surged toward the Iron Sovereign with overwhelming pressure. As the Iron Sovereign, still marveling at Qi Zhi's spatial prowess, beheld this formidable force, his expression shifted drastically. He hastily revealed his true form, transforming into a colossal iron shovel. The two prongs of the shovel detached, shimmering with an inky light, colliding fiercely with Qi Zhi's sinister energy. Casting a glance back at Qi Zhi, the Iron Sovereign swiftly retreated. Yet, with the conflict ignited, Duo would not allow his escape. A towering, pitch-black Barbie doll suddenly filled the sky. The doll inhaled deeply, causing the very fabric of space to crack. The Iron Sovereign, once as tall as a small mountain, now appeared no larger than a mere insect in the doll's eyes. Seeing this, the Iron Sovereign exploded into countless tiny iron shovels, scattering in all directions. As the Barbie doll encountered the armored sovereign, it attempted to flee, but instead, it stomped its foot upon the ground. A resounding rumble reverberated through the entire forest, causing several armored sovereigns that had burrowed underground to be jolted back to the surface. In the blink of an eye, they were all drawn into the belly of the Barbie doll. Once it confirmed that no armored creatures remained in sight, the doll transformed back into the form of Qi Zhi. The four individuals at the cave's entrance, along with the onlookers among the gathered cultivators, stood in astonishment. Their mouths agape. They had never witnessed a cultivator of the Great Ascension realm unleash such power, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Truly, a Great Ascension cultivator is a terrifying force. 100 miles away, a black armored shovel flickered in and out of sight, swaying precariously as it soared towards a towering mountain peak. Chapter 66. A reunion of brothers. Having concluded the battle, Qi Zhi, under the guidance of the four, discovered a total of 12 mines. Hundreds of cultivators had been rescued, the majority being mountain-moving realm practitioners, with over 20 at the sea-covering realm. Surprisingly, among this group were 3 cultivators of the divine void realm. This assemblage, if released, could dominate the entire Qi continent. Within this cohort, they were categorized into low, mid, and high ranks. The 4 sea-covering realm practitioners previously encountered were high-ranking servants, tasked with maintaining order and collecting the mind stones. These stones, known as qin, are exceedingly rare gems, incredibly difficult to extract. An ordinary mountain-moving cultivator might not even manage to unearth a grain the size of a millet seed in a single day. The qin gem, imbued with energy, possesses the remarkable ability to extend one's lifespan. For the formidable sovereigns of fierce beasts, these gems are of immense value, which explains the cultivation of numerous servants who tirelessly mine day and night. Mid-ranking servants comprise mountain-moving realm and some sea-covering realm practitioners, primarily responsible for excavation and transport. The low-ranking servants surprisingly include the divine void realm cultivators. This arrangement arises from their superior cultivation, yielding the greatest returns. Thus, these divine void realm cultivators are condemned to incessant labor. They are bound by restrictions, and any disobedience results in the crippling of their powers, subsequently feeding them to the fierce beasts. Divine void realm cultivators, indeed, are the pride of the heavens, having reached the pinnacle of humanity. How could they resign themselves to such degradation? The 3 divine void realm cultivators, their eyes devoid of life, murmured in disbelief. Saved? Am I saved? Is this truly salvation? One of them, unable to fathom the reality, turned to return to the toil of mining qin. Observing this, Qi Zhi bellowed, "Qin." Upon hearing this command, the 3 divine void realm cultivators gradually regained their vitality. When they learned that Qi Zhi had rescued them, they immediately knelt in gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. They had been imprisoned in that place for millennia, endlessly laboring, long having relinquished all hope. Though a glimmer of hope resided within their hearts, they had never truly envisioned a day when they might be rescued. Therefore, they were resolute in their determination to repay Qi Zhi's profound kindness, even at the cost of their lives. Qi Zhi smiled gently, producing 3 tokens engraved with the emblem of the Z'er Palace, and spoke. The Z'er Palace is the foremost celestial palace in the current Qi continent, established by me, Qi. Should you wish to express your gratitude, take on the title of elder at the Z'er Palace and vow to safeguard it for eternity. Upon receiving the tokens, the 3 immediately pledged their oaths, vowing to defend the Z'er Palace with their lives for as long as they drew breath. Their escape from this place was already a testament to their loyalty to Qi Zhi, and to become elders of the Qi continent's premier celestial palace was beyond their wildest dreams. Subsequently, Qi Zhi made arrangements for everyone, returned to the Qi continent. There are no longer any cultivators of the divine void realm there. Should you wish to join the Z'er Palace, I will always welcome you. Months later, Xueqing was astounded by the sudden appearance of hundreds of high-ranking cultivators, his mouth agape in disbelief. Among them were 3 cultivators of the divine void realm. Thus, the position of the Z-Air Palace on the Kuan-Nan continent remained unassailable. Clang, clang, clang. Qi Zhi followed the sound, puzzled by the fact that the miners had already been summoned, yet the sounds of mining persisted. Clang, clang. A tall woman was vigorously swinging a pickaxe, striking the rock face before her with relentless determination. Beads of sweat, as small as beans, cascaded down her face and arms. Upon arriving, Qi Zhi was instantly frozen in place at the sight of her. Tears glistened in his eyes as he beheld this resolute figure. Her striking features accentuated by her sleeveless black and red attire, ceaselessly laboring at the cavern walls. Was this not his long-lost brother, Chu Shaoqin, whom he had searched for tirelessly over the centuries? Just then, as Chu Shaoqin toiled on, she seemed to sense something amiss. She set down her pickaxe, raised her arm to wipe the sweat from her brow, and turned to look behind her. Upon seeing the person standing there, her expression turned to one of sheer disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. Before her stood Qi Zhi, clad in splendid robes, handsome and charismatic, the very brother she had yearned to reunite with for countless years. In the next moment, Chu Shaoqin rushed forward and embraced Qi Zhi tightly, her voice breaking as she cried out, "Brother Qi, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. After that day of parting, fearing I would never reach the Tao realm, I ventured to the Shura abyss multiple times in search of you, but to no avail. I truly believed I would never lay eyes on you again." At that moment, Duo, following Qi Zhi's instructions, gave Chu Shaoqin's back a hearty pat. Yet, unexpectedly, Duo instinctively placed her hand on Chu Shaoqin's backside and even gave it a playful squeeze. Duo, return to me. The bond one share with brother Shaoqin is unlike that with Yenner. You have experienced enough out here. Come back to me immediately, or I shall truly be angered. The spiritual realm trembled under Qi Zhi's fury. It was indeed the first time Duo witnessed Qi Zhi in such a state of rage. Consequently, she relinquished her dominant persona and willingly exchanged back with Qi Zhi. Qi Zhi cast a fierce glance at Duo before departing from the scene. In the material world, Chu Shaoqin stood momentarily stunned as Qi Zhi's hand lingered upon her. Upon regaining his persona, Qi Zhi hastily withdrew his hand, grasping Chu Shaoqin's arm, his eyes brimming with tears. "Upon my emergence from the abyss of Azura, I sought you at the Chu family, only to learn of your treachery at the hands of vile men. In that moment, my heart was shattered, regretting the day I chose to distance myself from you. However, I later discovered, to my immense joy, that you had not perished but had ascended to the Tao realm at Z-Air Palace. After tirelessly searching, I am finally reunited with you today." With that, Qi Zhi embraced Chu Shaoqin once more. As Chu Shaoqin recognized Qi Zhi as the familiar presence she had known, a wave of relief washed over her. The two embraced, weeping profusely for a moment, until Qi Zhi exclaimed, "Let us drink. In these years, I have amassed an assortment of celestial wines, and on this joyous occasion, as brothers, we must not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Indeed, we shall not return until we are drunk tonight," Chu Shaoqin replied, her emotions heightened. With a flourish, Qi Zhi conjured a jade table adorned with several bottles of celestial wine before them. Without concern for their surroundings, they sat in the cavern and commenced their revelry. Bottles of celestial wine vanished rapidly, and once emptied, Qi Zhi produced in abundance more. During this time, he inquired about the events of the years gone by. With the effects of the wine taking hold, Chu Shaoqin poured forth her experiences during Qi Zhi's absence. In less than a century since Qi Zhi's departure, Chu Shaoqin felt she had touched the threshold of the Tao realm. Yet, at that moment, the people of the martial nation feared her ascension. Knowing they would have no chance of resurgence, they expended great resources to summon a practitioner of the mountain-moving realm, vowing to eliminate Chu Shaoqin. At that time, she was merely a martial expert at the body refinement stage, no match for a mountain-moving realm cultivator. In mere moments, she sustained grave injuries. Ultimately, it was through the artifacts bestowed by Qi Zhi that she narrowly escaped with her life. Upon her return, Chu Shaoqin could only deceive the masses with the tale of her grievous wounds leading to an early demise, seizing the opportunity to slip away. That battle, however, allowed her to comprehend the path of the spear, propelling her into the Tao realm. Aware that the road to cultivation was long, she chose not to return to the Chu family of the martial nation, but instead proceeded directly to Z-Air Palace. Upon her arrival, Z-Air embraced her at once, assuring Chu Shaoqin that she was merely a projection of Qi Zhi and that she regarded her as a sister. Subsequently, Z-Air imparted to Chu Shaoqin the extraordinary techniques of spatial contraction and the dominance body technique. It was precisely through these formidable skills that Chu Shaoqin managed to escape perilous situations following the turmoil in Z-Air Palace. Later, by chance, she inadvertently killed the young master of K Tian Pavilion, which led to her being pursued throughout the entire Nan region. This prompted Yin Wushuang himself to seek her out. In a state of desperation, she was forced to flee to the Beast Mountain range. However, upon her arrival, she was captured by demonic cultivators from the divine void realm and conscripted as a minor. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Chu Shaoqin resolutely utilized her time as a minor to rigorously temper her physique day and night. She firmly believed that one day, her brother Qi would undoubtedly come to find her. Qi Zhi listened intently, captivated by the remarkable experiences of his dear friend over the years. Zhi too regarded Shaoqin with a newfound perspective, which was quite refreshing. Contemplating this, Qi Zhi inquired, Shaoqin, I heard from Xueqing that prior to the incident at Zir Palace, you were always with Zir. Do you know her current whereabouts? Chu Shaoqin's face flushed crimson with intoxication as she replied, Sister Zir was indeed with me before. However, after the 3 great ascension cultivators attacked, we were forced to part ways. I have no knowledge of Sister Zir's current location. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could it be that Zir had truly ascended to the celestial realm? At that moment, Chu Shaoqin looked at Qi Zhi with a puzzled expression and muttered, For all these years, I have harbored a question. Although Sister Zir claims to be a fragment of your essence, I, Chu Shaoqin, do not believe it. I have never believed it. For Zir Palace is clearly named Qi Zhi loves Zir Palace. You must tell me directly, brother, is Sister Zir truly a part of you? Gazing at the heavily intoxicated Chu Shaoqin, Qi Zhi replied, Shaoqin, you need not concern yourself. Zir is indeed a fragment of my essence. How could you have become so inebriated? Have you even consumed that much wine? Is it the potency of this celestial wine that has affected you? Come, let us switch to mortal wine and continue our revelry. With that, Qi Zhi produced several jars of wine and placed them upon the table. How could I be drunk before you, brother? When we first met, what did it mean when you touched my backside? Do you harbor feelings for me that transcend mere brotherly affection, or is there something else at play? Taking advantage of her intoxication, Chu Shaoqin voiced her prior confusion. Hearing this, Qi Zhi silently lamented his predicament, pondering how best to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly, I assure you, my feelings for Shaoqin are solely those of brotherly affection. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. I merely wish to gauge the results of your years of dedicated training. As I suspected your gluteal muscles had developed significantly, that was the extent of my impulse. Before Qi Zhi could elaborate further, he was interrupted by Chu Shaoqin, who wore a faint smile. So that is how it is. Brother Qi, why didn't you speak earlier? Just now, Shaoqin did not exert herself at all. If Brother Qi were to touch Shaoqin's posterior now, you would unequivocally feel the fruits of her years of hard work. With that, Chu Shaoqin presented her backside towards Qi Zhi, aware that refusing to comply would not quell her insistence. Qi Zhi reluctantly took a moment to appreciate the firmness of Chu Shaoqin's form. Indeed, Shaoqin had dedicated herself to her training, as evidenced by the well-defined contours and exceptionally smooth texture of her physique, a testament to her unwavering effort. Such results were manifestly displayed in her resilient form. Qi Zhi had always held admiration for Shaoqin's perseverance, and he proposed they continue their revelry. Seeing her efforts acknowledged and praised by Qi Zhi brought immense joy to Chu Shaoqin, who laughed heartily. Haha, let us drink. Thus, the two spent an entire day and night in the depths of the mine, drinking. Ultimately, it was Chu Shaoqin who succumbed first, collapsing to the side. After summoning Dong Yenner, Qi Zhi too fell into slumber. Upon emerging, Dong Yenner gazed at the two deeply asleep, her attention lingering on Chu Shaoqin, revealing a puzzled expression. Could this person truly be the good brother her husband spoke of? A female good brother? It seemed prudent to keep a watchful eye on her to prevent her from usurping her husband's affections. After a series of fleeting expressions, Dong Yenner settled into a meditative posture. Chapter 67. Confronting the demonic cultivator's darling. Wake up, darling, Dong Yenner exclaimed anxiously, vigorously shaking Qi Zhi in an attempt to rouse him. At that moment, she sensed formidable presences outside the mine, definitely the aura of advanced practitioners. Yet, both Qi Zhi and Chu Shaoqin remained utterly unresponsive, deep in slumber. Shaoqin had indeed overindulged, completely inebriated. The presence of Qi Zhi beside her granted her a sense of security, allowing her to drink without restraint. As for Qi Zhi, he was blissfully immersed in a delightful fantasy. On a luxurious yacht, Qi Zhi held a glass of red wine, his feet propped on a black and gold coffee table, eyes half closed as he contentedly observed those around him. The air was filled with the enchanting strains of a waltz. By the gramophone stood a charming woman clad in a violet gown, dancing gracefully alone. Her arms flowed like delicate ribbons, curving into an elegant arc that was a visual delight. Nearby, a refined young girl, reminiscent of a Barbie doll in a black and red princess dress, joyfully bounced on a trampoline. Suddenly, a tall and robust woman entered, bare-armed, intently grilling skewers of meat. Qi Zhi regarded this good brother of his with bewilderment. Just then, 3 enormous black figures emerged from the sea, obscuring the entire sky. Qi Zhi's heart raced, and in an instant, he sprang from the sofa. "My dear, you have finally awakened. I was terribly worried." Just as Qi Zhi was about to inquire about the situation, he suddenly sensed something amiss. With a raised eyebrow, he vanished in an instant. Outside the mine, Qi Zhi gazed at the 3 figures before him, astonishment blooming in his heart. 3 formidable demon cultivators at the ascendant stage. How could they have found him so swiftly? Did the iron-armored elder use some secret method to convey his location before his demise? Confused yet cautious, Qi Zhi spoke. "Esteemed friends, what brings you to seek me?" An elderly man with silver hair and a weathered face replied, "You must be Brother Qi Zhi." The elder gestured to a man clad in a blue robe beside him. "This is Brother Quanghong." Quanghong regarded Qi Zhi with a menacing glare. The elder then pointed to another figure, "And this is the Fairy Lan Shi." Fairy Lan, she wore an expression devoid of emotion, as if she were merely present to fulfill a quota. Acknowledging their introductions, Qi Zhi could not afford to be vague. "Indeed, I am Qi Zhi. However, how did you come to know of me?" He needed clarity on how these individuals had acquired knowledge of his existence. If it truly was the iron-armored elder, it seemed this encounter would not conclude amicably. At that moment, Quanghong expressed his dissatisfaction to the elderly man. "Brother Lin, must we extend such courtesy towards him? We have not set foot on the Kuan-Nin continent for millennia, and he nearly killed Brother Shi upon his arrival." Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi's expression darkened, his heart racing with alarm. What? Nearly killed? Could it be that the iron-armored elder was still alive? As Qi Zhi contemplated how to swiftly deal with these 3, Lin Wanhai chuckled. "But he is not dead yet, is he? As long as one lives, there remains hope. However, this matter does seem a tad excessive. We had an agreement with the ancestors of the Kuan-Nin continent to refrain from involvement in their affairs during our lifetimes. Hence, Brother Qi should also refrain from meddling in matters concerning our fierce beast mountain, would he not? Your actions appear to disregard the presence of 5 ascendant cultivators from our fierce beast mountain." Qi Zhi snorted coldly. "I am unaware of your agreements with the Kuan-Nin continent. All I see is your enslavement of my fellow human kin. If I am capable of slaying the iron-armored elder, I am equally capable of eliminating you." As he spoke, a blue radiance shot from his eyes toward the trio before him. Unfazed by Qi Zhi's aggression, Lin Wanzai and his companions remained composed, much like the iron-armored elder before them, raising their hands to affix a yellow talisman to their foreheads. Quanghong laughed heartily. "This talisman is specifically designed to counter the divine void. Since we dared to seek you out, we are well prepared. Without this divine ability, let us see what else you are capable of." With that, Quanghong surged into the air, transforming into a massive azure dragon over 20 feet long. Qi Zhi stared in astonishment at the colossal creature before him. It was his first encounter with a true dragon, yet there was no time for wonder. The azure dragon spiraled through the sky, opening its immense maw as it lunged toward Qi Zhi. So it was a contest of size, was it? In this regard, Qi Zhi had never feared anyone. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a tempest of black and red mist emanating from his being. As the mist surged, it coalesced into a towering figure of black and red, standing over 20 feet tall, and with a single punch, struck the enormous maw of the azure serpent. The creature's head was sent crashing into a colossal hill. Lin Wanzai and Lan Shi watched in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated that Qi Zhi, bereft of spatial abilities, could still wield such formidable power. Exchanging a glance, their bodies swelled to over 100 times their size. One transformed into a massive, lustrous black tortoise, while the other became a gigantic ice phoenix, entirely encased in crystalline frost. Qi Zhi's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the ice phoenix. The prospect of having such a majestic creature as a steed was indeed appealing. The ice phoenix, sensing Qi Zhi's fervent gaze, spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of densely packed ice arrows towards him. Although Qi Zhi held a fondness for the ice phoenix, he could not allow such insolence. With a swift gesture, he summoned a black-red whirlwind imbued with terrifying energy, which instantly shredded the ice arrows into fragments and surged toward the ice phoenix. Alarmed, the ice phoenix swiftly conjured a gigantic, translucent ice sphere to envelop itself. At that moment, the tortoise and the previously struck azure serpent retaliated. They unleashed, from their mouths, 2 colossal energy orbs, one azure and one black, directly toward the black-red whirlwind. A cataclysmic collision ensued, producing an explosive force that reverberated through the air. The ensuing energy storm rapidly spread in all directions, causing the very forest to tremble and the heavens to darken. Once the energy dissipated, the once lush greenery lay barren and desolate, devoid of life. Qi Zhi stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the 3 formidable demon cultivators before him. their garments tattered and their bodies marred with blood. The trio gazed back at Qi Zhi, astonished, unable to comprehend the sheer destructive power of the recent assault. Even more bewildering was the sight of this young cultivator, seemingly unscathed and unperturbed amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Dong Yan had long since teleported away with the still sleeping Chu Shaoqin before the energy explosion. At that moment, a smirk curled at the corners of Qi Zhi's lips. There is no need for alarm, my friends. That was merely a warm-up. Now, I shall engage seriously. With a resounding call, a towering black Barbie doll, hundreds of feet high, materialized before them. Lin Wanzai, sensing the terrifying aura of the doll, paled and shouted, "Run!" Kuang Heng and Lan Shi, too, wore expressions of sheer terror upon facing the ghastly figure, which emanated a trace of celestial energy, far beyond their capacity to confront. After a moment of hesitation, the three figures swiftly abandoned any lingering thoughts and darted in three separate directions. Thinking of fleeing now? It is too late. A piercing sound erupted from the Barbie doll, instantly shrouding the sky in an ominous darkness. A formidable and terrifying energy bore down upon the three individuals, rendering them immobile with fear. The doll's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as it reached out, intent on capturing the Ice Phoenix. Qi Zhi had already resolved that the Ice Phoenix must become his steed. With its magnificent wings, broad back, and enchanting form, it was precisely the coveted mount he had long sought. Just as Qi Zhi was on the verge of fulfilling his long-standing desire, a melodious voice interrupted him. "Hold on, fellow cultivator." Chapter 68. Secrets of the Celestial Realm. Before Qi Zhi appeared a woman, her skin as white as snow and draped in a gown of purest white. She raised her arm slightly, conjuring a thick mist of snow that thwarted the Barbie doll's grasp. The immense energy clashed with the snow, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. "Lady Snow." The three powerful demon cultivators quickly bowed in respect upon seeing her. Qi Zhi felt a jolt of surprise. There was something eerily familiar about her, yet he could not pinpoint it. The woman spoke. "I implore you to spare these three for the sake of my master." "Master?" Qi Zhi pondered, perplexed, as all four individuals before him were formidable cultivators of the Great Ascension realm. It seemed excessive for them to share a single master. The Snow Lady elaborated. "Our master is a true immortal, Lord Yuling, and I am but a humble concubine. The others, including the one you previously encountered, are our master's demon companions." "True immortal?" Qi Zhi blurted out. Surely, only a true immortal could command the allegiance of so many Great Ascension realm demon cultivators. "Indeed, our master is a true immortal," she continued, "and given your remarkable talents, you have likely brushed against the threshold of becoming an initial immortal. You must have come to the Beast Mountain range for the ethereal sea, have you not? I hope you are not intending to make a formidable enemy of a true immortal so soon after your ascension to the celestial realm." At that moment, however, Qi Zhi seemed oblivious to her words, fixated instead on Lan Shi with a dark expression, lost in thought. Feeling Qi Zhi's scrutinizing gaze upon her, Lan Shi shivered and quickly lowered her head. If the Ice Phoenix had already acknowledged its master, would Qi Zhi's hopes of acquiring a mount be dashed once more? He was engulfed in frustration. With magnificent wings and a broad back, when would he ever find another steed that aligned with his expectations? The Snow Lady, unaware of Qi Zhi's turmoil, continued, "If you are willing to cease hostilities, I assure you that all human cultivators here may depart unharmed. And I would be honored to invite you to my master's abode. Surely, you would be interested in learning more about the realm of true immortals?" The realm of true immortals? Qi Zhi was immensely intrigued, yet he was utterly unaware of how to reach the true immortal realm. Contemplating this, he smiled and remarked, "Since you are willing to allow human cultivators to depart, I shall regard this matter as a mere misunderstanding. Snow Maiden, please lead the way to your abode for a discussion." 2 days later, Qi Zhi, along with Chu Shaoqin and Dong Yan, was escorted by the Snow Maiden to a vast expanse of icy plains. With a gentle breath from her exquisite lips, a white mist dispersed, revealing a magnificent palace of pure snow before them. A pathway of pebbles slowly emerged from the snow. The Snow Maiden smiled slightly. "Esteemed friends, please proceed." Without further thought, Qi Zhi led the two into the Alabaster Palace. The subsequent conversation with the Snow Maiden truly astonished him. It turned out that she was the only one brought to this place by the Celestial Sovereign on that fateful day. The remaining four had been subdued within this realm, and they had not yet attained the Great Ascension at the time of their capture. Hence, Lin Wanzai and the others referred to her as Lady Snow Maiden. Moreover, Tianlan realm was merely a fragment that separated from the true immortal realm during the ancient celestial war. Countless other realms, akin to Tianlan, existed. According to the Snow Maiden, Tianlan realm was tiered. The farther one ventured from the true immortal realm, the more sparse the vital essence became, rendering ascension to the immortal realm impossible. The continent closest to the true immortal realm was rich in vital essence, and true immortals would occasionally visit for leisure. Conversely, Qi continent represented the lowest tier, which constrained cultivation to the limit of the divine void realm. To pursue further advancements, one would need to venture to other continents. What the cultivators of Qi continent remained oblivious to was that their so-called continent teleportation array could only transport them to the third-tier continent. To ascend further, one must traverse the ethereal sea. Their awareness of the existence of 4 continents within Tianlan realm was merely a tradition passed down through generations of ancient true immortals, with none having witnessed it firsthand. When Qi Zhi inquired about the nature of the ethereal sea, the Snow Maiden, despite having survived for millennia, was equally perplexed by its essence. She could only describe a distant sensation, as if she might be ensnared within its depths. Regarding the true immortal realm, it was revealed that upon ascension, one was not yet a true immortal, but rather a nascent immortal. Only after becoming a nascent immortal could one attain the title of true immortal, followed by the rank of immortal king, with even greater beings said to exist beyond that. Foolishly, Qi Zhi had always believed that ascending to the immortal realm equated to becoming a true immortal, thus halting his progression at that notion. Qi Zhi then inquired whether she had encountered a petite woman clad in purple. The Snow Maiden affirmed that such a person had indeed existed 500 or 600 years ago, possessing an aura so powerful that it rivaled that of a nascent immortal. They had merely sensed her presence from afar and were immediately taken aback. The woman, however, had ignored them and proceeded directly towards the ethereal sea. It appeared that Zhi had indeed ascended to the immortal realm. Qi Zhi mused to himself that he must hasten to enhance his strength. His current prowess could be considered at the late stage of great ascension, while Duo was nearing the level of a nascent immortal. Within his illusory realm, 2 souls of great cultivators lingered. Once he devoured these 2 souls, would he ascend directly to the realm of true immortals? Subsequently, Qi Zhi posed a question to the Snow Maiden that had troubled him for some time. To his astonishment, it turned out that within her being resided a divine soul, her twin sister, who had been there since birth. No wonder Qi Zhi sensed a hint of familiarity. However, there was a distinction. While Qi Zhi could traverse his mental space and effortlessly shift his persona, the Snow Maiden was limited to mere mental communication. This left Qi Zhi in awe of the marvels of life. Yet, he remained quite preoccupied with the matter of a mount. The Fiend Beast Mountain range was renowned for its ferocious beasts, and surely there would be a suitable steed for him. He shared his request with the Snow Maiden, who consented, permitting him to choose any creature, provided it was not one of the 4 formidable demon beasts. Qi Zhi, undeterred by modesty, boldly embarked on his quest for a mount, a journey he had undertaken countless times before. He resolved to split paths with Chu Shaoqin and Dong Yan'er, thus broadening the scope of his search. After conveying his criteria for a steed, the trio set forth. However, as Qi Zhi journeyed in pursuit of his mount, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What would become of his dear brother, Chu Shaoqin, upon his ascension to the celestial realm? It was indeed a conundrum. Sighing, Qi Zhi decided to postpone such considerations until after he had consumed the souls of the 2 great cultivators. Days passed, during which Qi Zhi encountered an array of peculiar beasts. One notable encounter featured a gigantic flower, its belly astonishingly large, which could articulate human speech. After a brief exchange, he discerned its 3 sentiments. Do not bother me. My belly is too large. I suffer from indigestion. Qi Zhi found himself quite helpless, wishing he had some digestive aids from his homeland to alleviate the flower's discomfort. Nature is truly ingenious, nothing short of divine craftsmanship. Qi Zhi mused as he continued on his path. Despite the presence of 5 formidable demon cultivators, he had yet to encounter even a single spirit-grade demon. Even the one who had initially probed his consciousness had vanished without a trace. This was undoubtedly the scheme of the Snow Maiden and her companions. Relying solely on their own prowess? We shall see about that. In this forest, any beast possessing a modicum of intelligence had become a subordinate of the Snow Maiden and her allies. Naturally, the talkative flower did not count among them. Qi Zhi recognized that the flower was quite nonsensical. Were he in charge, he would never allow such a creature to become his subordinate. With that in mind, he decided to wait at the palace of the ironclad sovereign for a mount. He was not afraid of lacking options. He merely feared that the pressure they exerted would not be sufficient. Qi Zhi threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha! Ha ha ha! Chapter 69. The Three-Headed Dragon. With a cold smile lingering in his heart, Qi Zhi arrived at the ironclad castle, soaring into its depths with a grin. This fortress indeed bore the hallmarks of the ironclad sovereign. The immense black iron spade elicited a chuckle from Qi Zhi. Yet, what truly thrilled him was the discovery of a formidable entity in the realm of divinity residing within the castle. As he slipped inside, he was momentarily taken aback by the presence of a woman strikingly reminiscent of the ironclad sovereign. Qi Zhi found himself at a loss, gazing at the robust figure before him, her visage adorned with ample flesh. Could she possibly be the daughter of the ironclad sovereign? He inwardly sighed and inquired, Are you the ironclad spade? The woman, momentarily stunned by his question, replied after a brief pause. I am indeed the ironclad spade. May I ask who you are? Esteemed elder? Upon encountering another ironclad spade, Qi Zhi had little interest in her subsequent remarks and swiftly interrupted. Are there any other divine beings within this castle? The woman cast him a peculiar glance and replied, None, esteemed elder. This is solely the domain of the ironclad spade. Qi Zhi felt a surge of frustration. Did she truly believe he was unaware of this fact? He responded with resignation. Are there any elsewhere? None at all, she replied decisively, her swiftness surpassing Qi Zhi's expectations. He scrutinized her intently, searching for any signs of deceit, as she was accustomed to communicating with duo in a similar manner. The woman maintained her composure and stated, What you may not know, esteemed elder, is that only ironclad spades are permitted to enter and exit this castle, with no other varieties allowed. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, Qi Zhi confirmed her assertion. Indeed, every individual within the ironclad castle mirrored her robust physique. Just as he was about to succumb to despair, a transmission talisman from Dong Yenner arrived. Husband, hurry, there is something wonderful here. With such a delightful companion by his side, Qi Zhi's spirit soared, rekindling a steadfast resolve within him. Before a precipice, Dong Yenner exclaimed, It is an honor for you to serve as my husband's mount. Do not take such liberties. Dear fairy, do not unleash your wrath upon me. I possess no face to lose, thus what shame could I possibly feel? Dong Yenner's temper flared at this retort. Delaying her husband's quest for a mount equated to hindering his ascension to the realm of true immortals. Such an obstruction also jeopardized her efforts to rescue her mother. Silencing herself, she swung her hand into the air, summoning a shimmering silver whip that lashed towards the creature. Startled, it attempted to flee by twisting its stony form. At that moment, a figure clad in purple and gold appeared before it, eyes locked intently upon the creature. After a pause, Qi Zhi's lips curled slightly as he addressed Dong Yenner. Is this indeed the mount you sought? Indeed, she affirmed. Behold the magnificent lion's head, adorned with a resplendent mane, and the imposing wings that stretch wide. More importantly, it possesses a broad back spacious enough to accommodate myself, the esteemed gentleman, and Sister Zhi. Qi Zhi gazed upon this creature before glancing back at Dong Yenner. This entity indeed bore a resemblance to her description. Yet it was unmistakably a stone lion guarding another's threshold. Qi Zhi exclaimed, Yenner, you have truly invested great effort. However, he was perplexed by the presence of a spirit controlling this stone lion. Raising his hand, he grasped two orb-like entities that materialized in his palm. What is this? Qi Zhi pondered, examining the peculiar objects. A pair of sentient eyes? At that moment, the orb spoke. Esteemed senior, I am merely a sentient eyeball. Ah, Qi Zhi responded with a smile. Since you have gained intelligence, you must have dwelled in this treacherous beast mountain for quite some time, have you not? The eyeball stammered. If you can assist me in finding the steed I desire, releasing you could certainly be a matter for negotiation, Qi Zhi said thoughtfully. Rest assured, as long as it is a creature of the treacherous beast mountain, there is nothing I do not know, the eyeball replied swiftly. Afterward, Qi Zhi conveyed his criteria for selecting a mount to his ocular companion. Soon, under the guidance of the eyeball, they arrived at a narrow cave entrance, so small that even a rabbit would struggle to enter. Qi Zhi fixed a skeptical gaze upon the eyeball. You cannot be trying to deceive me, can you? Know that the consequences of such trickery are dire. I would not dare, esteemed senior. Fear not, for this location remains undiscovered even by the great demon cultivators. If you descend to investigate, you shall surely be pleased. Qi Zhi, half convinced, dispatched a fragment of his soul to explore. Indeed, upon witnessing the creature within the cave, Qi Zhi's heart soared with delight. After exchanging a knowing glance with Dong Yenner, he swiftly entered the cavern. The creature inside, startled by the sudden appearance of Qi Zhi and the pair of eyes, reacted with alarm. A bolt of lightning erupted from its maw, aimed directly at Qi Zhi's crown. With a mere glance, Qi Zhi dissipated the lightning effortlessly. Subsequently, his immense spiritual power enveloped the entire cave, showcasing his formidable strength. Though the creature was merely at the ocean-covering realm, having gained a modicum of intelligence, it recognized its inferiority and lowered its 3 noble heads in submission. Indeed, 3 heads it had. This creature boasted 3 fearsome dragon heads, expansive wings, and a broad back. Yet, it met Qi Zhi's criteria for a steed not only in these aspects, but also possessed 4 dragon claws and a massive tail crackling with electricity. This entity was nothing less than the steed of Qi Zhi's dreams. He laughed heartily and declared, Ocular brother, you are indeed an honest eye. I am thoroughly satisfied with this mount. You may take your leave. Upon hearing this, the eyeball executed a graceful flick of its tail and vanished into the depths of the cave. Qi Zhi stared intensely at the 3-headed dragon before him, conveying his thoughts through mental energy. Would you care to become my steed? I possess profound knowledge of the heavens and the earth, and my household is brimming with treasures. I could be a remarkably worthy master. Upon meeting Qi Zhi's fervent gaze, the three-headed dragon realized it was destined to submit. Under the immense pressure exerted by Qi Zhi, it reluctantly agreed to forge a master-servant contract. Once the pact was sealed, Qi Zhi regarded the three-headed dragon and exclaimed thrice, "Good, good, good." Ecstatic to have discovered his dream mount in the fleeting moments of this Tianlan realm, he felt an overwhelming joy. With his considerable wealth, advancing this three-headed dragon to the realm of divine void would be merely a matter of time. Next, Qi Zhi sought a secluded cave to diligently refine the two large soul remnants, and this location was indeed perfect. The three-headed dragon had employed some secret method to completely conceal the aura of this cave, which explained why no one, including Xuan Nu and her companions, had detected it. After summoning Chu Shaoqin back, Qi Zhi waved his hand, and an immense fortune from his ring instantly filled the entire cave. Dong Yan'er had already witnessed Qi Zhi's financial prowess, while Chu Shaoqin and the three-headed dragon gazed in astonishment at the abundant resources for cultivation that filled the cavern. "Shaoqin, I am about to enter seclusion for my cultivation. Take as many resources as you can digest with your current late-stage capabilities. Advancing to the divine void realm should pose no challenge. The matters beyond that could be considered upon my return." Qi Zhi then extended similar care to the three-headed dragon, simply instructing it to feel at ease. Witnessing the wealth of its master, the three-headed dragon began to feel optimistic about its future. As for Dong Yan'er, there was no need for Qi Zhi to arrange anything. She understood her role perfectly well. After Qi Zhi set up various formations around the cave, he commenced his grand technique of devouring the soul remnants in a hidden chamber. Chapter 70. Ascension, End of the Cultivation Realm within the Beast Mountain Range. Xuan Nu suddenly opened her eyes, murmuring, "Could it be that there exists an aura unknown to me that has advanced to the divine void realm?" From the nameless cave, a surge of tricolor energy, red, blue, and white, shot skyward. The heavens were swiftly engulfed in a swirling vortex of these three colors, which appeared to be expanding continuously. The surrounding beasts, terrified, hastened to flee to areas untouched by the tricolor cyclone. At that moment, several figures materialized, led by a woman clad entirely in white. With a gentle breath, she caused the terrifying energy surging into the sky to return to the cave below. At that juncture, a voluptuous pink figure emerged slowly from the cave. The white-clad woman smiled slightly upon seeing her. "Ah, it is you, Fairy Yan'er. Might it be that Qi Xiao Yu is cultivating within?" "Indeed," Dong Yan'er replied with a playful grin. Xuan Nu nodded silently and departed the scene with her companions. The breath that had just passed was undoubtedly from the divine void realm, yet since Qi Zhi was cultivating here, she refrained from making further comments. Inside the cave, Chu Shaoqin and Dong Yan'er gazed in excitement at the three-headed dragon that had just ascended to the divine void realm. The soaring tricolored energy they had witnessed was indeed an extraordinary omen of the dragon's advancement. At that moment, three distinct horns, red, white, and blue, had emerged atop the dragon's head, each swirling with energy, revealing attributes of fire, thunder, and wind. This spectacle left both Dong Yan'er and Chu Shaoqin in awe. The three-headed dragon, having successfully awakened its intelligence upon ascending to the divine void realm, expressed profound gratitude towards Qi Zhi. However, Qi Zhi was unable to appreciate its flattery at that moment. Strangely, despite possessing intelligence, the dragon showed no signs of transforming into a human form. It mentioned that it felt a semblance of inherited memories, albeit chaotic, and could not comprehend why it had not taken human shape. Under Qi Zhi's immense financial backing, the dragon had advanced from the mid-stage of the oversea realm to the divine void realm in merely 300 years, showcasing its extraordinary talent. Encouraged by the dragon's progress, Chu Shaoqin soon followed suit and ascended to the divine void realm. She had cultivated her own creation, the ascending dragon spear technique, merging human and spear into one. At this stage, she could embody the unity of both, manifesting her thoughts into form. It was evident that Qi Zhi's brother was indeed praiseworthy. Time flowed inexorably. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qi Zhi slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his gaze to examine his body and touched his cheek, finding no change whatsoever. A month prior, he had sensed that his cultivation was nearing its limit. Yet, even now, there were no signs of ascending to the true immortal realm. The mysterious sea, described by the snow-listening lady, seemed exceedingly perilous to Qi Zhi, leading him to conclude that it would be best to avoid it. He had intended to cultivate to perfection before directly ascending to the immortal realm, but it appeared that venturing to the mysterious sea was now unavoidable. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhi rose and pushed open the heavy door. To his surprise, he found no sign of Dong Yan'er or anyone else within the cave. He was slightly taken aback and extended his spiritual sense. Outside the cave, he could hear the sounds of a tempest, thunderclaps, and and the flickering of flames, all emanating a fervent energy. Qi Zhi smiled faintly and swiftly made his way outside. Upon seeing him, the group engaged in a fierce contest instantly rejoiced and ceased their skirmishes to rush towards him. "My dear, Yenna has missed you dearly," Dong Yenna exclaimed, teleporting directly into Qi Zhi's embrace. He did not resist, for they had already established a marital bond, solidifying their relationship. What astonished Qi Zhi was that Dong Yenna had already reached the pinnacle of the divine void realm. Subtle signs of a breakthrough into the grand vehicle realm were evident. Indeed, she was Qi Zhi's beloved spirit pet and fiancée. After Dong Yenna withdrew, Chu Shaoqin enveloped Qi Zhi in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Shaoqin has missed brother Qi dearly." He, of course, sensed that Chu Shaoqin had ascended to the divine void realm. She was truly a commendable sister to him. "Indeed, I have longed for you all as well." The three-headed dragon gazed at Qi Zhi with tears of joy, remarking, "Master, it is a great fortune to accompany you." Qi Zhi turned his gaze towards the three-headed dragon, inwardly reflecting, "Truly, you are my dream steed," while verbally affirming, "Indeed, you are a worthy mount. Follow me, and I shall ensure your path to cultivation remains unobstructed." Subsequently, Qi Zhi divulged the challenges he faced. The journey to the mysterious sea was fraught with peril. Dong Yenna and the three-headed dragon, bound by a master-servant contract, could be summoned into his spirit ring and accompany him to the true immortal realm. But what of Shaoqin? Qi Zhi hesitated briefly before speaking. "Shaoqin, you are aware that to ascend to the true immortal realm, one must traverse the mysterious sea to reach another continent. This place is exceedingly treacherous. If you accompany me, I fear I may not be able to protect you fully. Brother Qi, since there is but one way to ascend to the true immortal realm, if not now, then when?" Shaoqin responded resolutely, "If I cannot withstand the mysterious sea alongside you, what hope do I have in the future? Moreover, you are my only kin. If we cannot reunite in the true immortal realm, what purpose does my cultivation serve?" Her gaze was unwavering, void of any doubt. Qi Zhi, recognizing his sister's unwavering character, felt compelled to acquiesce. Following their deliberation, they set forth towards the mysterious sea. The mysterious sea lay to the left of the snowy plains. As they passed this area, Qi Zhi took the opportunity to visit the Snow Maiden. She sensed that Qi Zhi had grown exponentially stronger since their last encounter, filling her with astonishment. Upon hearing that Qi Zhi was finally departing, she felt a considerable sense of relief. Days later, a vibrant expanse of ocean, shrouded in ethereal white mist, unfolded before them. "This is the mysterious sea," Qi Zhi murmured. Dong Yenna, Chu Shaoqin, and the others gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before them, unfazed by their astonishment. Qi Zhi summoned Dong Yenna and the three-headed dragon into his spirit ring, addressing Chu Shaoqin, "I shall first investigate the periphery of the mysterious sea." With that, he vanished in a flash. Upon reaching the edge of the mysterious sea, Qi Zhi felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Soon after, he beheld countless wandering phantoms within the sea. Indeed, as Xueqing had stated, this place mirrored his illusionary space perfectly, though he had previously harbored doubts. Witnessing it firsthand left no room for disbelief. Qi Zhi observed the vividly colorful waters swirling around him and gently extended his hand, touching the surface. In an instant, the sea transformed into a scene reminiscent of his travels with his sister Wanyu. Suddenly, Qi Zhi found himself inexplicably drawn into a scene. Qi Zhi, his sister Wanyu, and their daughter Duo were enjoying a delightful picnic on a grassy field. The gentle breeze caressed his face, and the warmth of his wife and child enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, Qi Zhi yearned to remain in this idyllic setting. However, upon gazing at the 7- or 8-year-old Duo, he shook his head. After casting a final glance at his sister Wan, Qi Zhi resolutely departed. In the blink of an eye, Qi Zhi returned to the ethereal shores of the misty sea. This place bore an uncanny resemblance to his dreamlike realm. What could this possibly mean? A terrifying thought took root in Qi Zhi's mind. Was he trapped within someone else's mental landscape? Was it conceivable that even his own existence was but a figment of another's imagination? He recalled the various individuals he had encountered in the mental worlds he had explored. They were all remarkably real, oblivious to their own fabricated nature, striving to live fully. Qi Zhi, it seemed, was the creator of these beings and their worlds. But what of his current situation? If even he were a mere illusion, how could he respond? Standing at the edge of the misty sea, Qi Zhi fell into deep contemplation, rendered speechless. "Old Zhi, do not dwell on futile thoughts. Am I not also a creation of your imagination? And yet, what of it?" The younger Qi Zhi consoled him within the mental realm. "Indeed, what purpose does overthinking serve? It's merely a startling realization of one's own fabricated existence. Regardless of the deeds done or left undone, what significance does this pursuit of the ethereal hold?" Qi Zhi felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. as if he had reverted to the state of his previous life, plagued by mental afflictions. And what of Sister Zi? What of Chu Shaoqin? Have you forsaken them as well? Dong Yin Air, Duo, and I, what of them? And your long-sought dream companion, will you disregard them too? The younger Qi Zhi exclaimed passionately. Qi Zhi stood frozen, struck by the force of the younger one's words. Indeed, he was no longer alone as in his past life. He was surrounded by cherished companions. He had Zi, who was both kin and beloved. He had the adorable Duo, akin to a daughter. He had his steadfast brother, Chu Shaoqin, with whom he shared life and death. He had Dong Yin Air, who silently loved and depended on him. He had finally found his dream companion after countless years of searching. Moreover, he had the younger Qi Zhi, who had consistently guided him through confusion. With so many who cared for and cherished him, how could he bear to disappoint them? Resolute in his thoughts, Qi Zhi raised his gaze towards the horizon, an astonishing aura igniting in his eyes. In this moment, he was no longer lost. In this moment, he was no longer weak. In this moment, his conviction solidified. Even if he were an illusion, so what? He would shatter the confines of fantasy and forge a new self, allowing those who hoped for him, awaited him, and anticipated his strength to witness his true power. Xiaozhi comprehended the thoughts swirling within Qi Zhi's mind, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Old Zhi, you know what to do. I do not require company at the moment, so off you go. Qi Zhi flashed a smile at Xiaozhi and, with a swift motion, departed the realm of consciousness. Xiaozhi gazed quietly at Qi Zhi's receding figure, murmuring to herself, it seems the responsibility falls to me. Chu Shaoqin paced anxiously, her expression fraught with worry. She had been waiting for over 10 days. Could something have befallen her brother Qi? The thought only deepened her unease. Shaoqin. At the sound of her name, she turned to behold a strikingly handsome man adorned in splendid attire, slowly materializing before her. It was none other than her dear brother. Qi Zhi. Brother Qi. Chu Shaoqin exclaimed, rushing to embrace him, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Qi Zhi firmly patted her back. Do not fret. Shaoqin, I am unharmed, and I know how to guide you safely through the mysterious sea. A transparent helmet, woven from sticky spider silk, rested upon Chu Shaoqin's head, seemingly weightless. As Qi Zhi observed her radiant visage, he could not help but reflect on how fortuitously the sticky silk had proven to be. The dreaded hundred-eyed spider from the sunset forest, which had once terrified him, possessed silk that could indeed withstand psychic assaults. Qi Zhi had specifically inquired about this with Dong Yin'er, who had revealed that in her quest to rapidly ascend to the divine void realm, she had targeted the Beast King's demon core of the same tier. The monstrous-eyed spider was one of the Beast Kings she had fixated on for months. However, it was fortuitously slain by Qi Zhi's psychic power, leading to their eventual encounter. Ironically, this very spider was adept at manipulating psychic energy. Sighing, Qi Zhi shook his head, acknowledging that the spider had simply chosen the wrong adversary. Subsequently, Qi Zhi guided Chu Shaoqin across the mysterious sea. Since Qi Zhi was intrinsically linked to the mysterious sea, once he resolved to traverse it, the sea posed no challenge to him. Yet, the vast expanse was overwhelming, and neither he nor Chu Shaoqin could ascertain how long they had been journeying. Several times along the way, Qi Zhi questioned whether he had succumbed to another illusion. However, with Xiaozhi's assistance, they finally glimpsed the edge of the continent after what felt like an eternity. With a beaming smile, Qi Zhi grasped Chu Shaoqin's hand and sprinted towards the shore. With a final leap, they crossed the mysterious sea. Yet, just as Qi Zhi was about to land, a powerful surge of energy cascaded from the heavens, striking him. He felt the call of the true immortal realm, his body rising gently with the immense blue light. In a panic, he glanced down, where he saw Chu Shaoqin, her eyes misty with tears, seemingly speaking to him. Suddenly, Qi Zhi understood. He shouted to Chu Shaoqin, I will wait for you. The ascent was swift, and in the blink of an eye, Qi Zhi had soared beyond the clouds. Abruptly, the colossal blue light above him split in two. At the crossroads, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, were locked in a fierce struggle, their exchanged energies emanating a terrifying aura. The man in white swiftly overpowered his adversary in black and smugly declared, in this contest for celestial beings, victory belongs to my true immortal realm. I trust you will concede. The black-clad man shot a resentful glance at Qi Zhi before vanishing in an instant. The white-robed man beckoned to Qi Zhi, who found himself inexplicably drawn toward him. Qi Zhi gazed in astonishment at this individual. Senior, may I inquire about our destination? The man in white smiled and replied, the true immortal realm. Chapter 71. Arrival at the true immortal realm. A man adorned in a robe of purple and gold, crowned with a bejeweled headdress, stood entranced by the river's surface. Beside him stood a petite and charming woman, draped in a purple palace gown. A gentle breeze tousled the man's flowing hair, causing ripples to dance across the water. Yet within him, the turmoil was 1,000-fold greater than the surface disturbances, a veritable tempest of emotions. Indeed, This man was none other than our dashing Qi Zhi, now ascended to the true immortal realm. Turning his gaze to the enchanting Ziki before him, Qi Zhi felt a wave of longing wash over him, moistening the corners of his eyes. He tenderly caressed Ziki's delicate face, savoring the surreal softness. However, Ziki remained unresponsive, lost in her own thoughts. Suddenly, her form began to blur, dissolving into countless specks of starlight that merged with the earth. Ziki. Qi Zhi reached out desperately, attempting to grasp her, but when he looked down, he found nothing. This was one of the several soul-splitting talismans Ziki had given him for protection when he was still in the spirit transformation realm. And now the one that had vanished was the last of them. Regret washed over him. Why had he not kept the final talisman of Ziki? To hold on to a fragment of her essence? Instead, he allowed his yearning for Ziki to consume him, uncontrollably wishing to behold her once more. Even though he understood that she was not the true Ziki, as he stumbled upon a mysterious battle and was subsequently brought to the true immortal realm by the victor, he could not restrain himself from inquiring about the recent conflict. The response from this initial immortal left Qi Zhi utterly astounded. It is not surprising that you are unaware. What you witnessed was the contest for celestial beings between the true immortal realm and the true demon realm. As you observed, the victorious side may absorb newly initiated initial immortals, the white-robed man explained calmly. The true demon realm? A contest for celestial beings? Is it not a direct ascension to the true immortal realm? Must one compete? What on earth is this true demon realm? A whirlwind of questions unfurled in Qi Zhi's mind. The man in the white robe cast a peculiar glance at Qi Zhi and remarked with a smile. It seems you are a newcomer from those lesser realms who has ascended across the misty sea. Those continents capable of ascending to the true immortal realm are well aware of such matters. A sudden thrill coursed through Qi Zhi's heart, and he replied respectfully, indeed. I hail from a lesser realm and am unfamiliar with these matters. I humbly request your guidance. Please, do not refer to me as senior any longer. I am but a mere second-tier nascent immortal myself. You may simply call me Han Xian, the man in white replied. He continued, you must be aware of the ancient battles among the true immortals, yes? I am aware of such, Han Xian smiled, saying, knowing that makes things much clearer. The true immortal realm, the true demon realm, and the realm you inhabit collectively comprise what is truly the true immortal realm. This realm is divided equally between demon cultivators and immortal cultivators. And it was the fierce conflicts between these two ancient factions that led to the current separation of immortals and demons. Do you grasp what I am conveying? Qi Zhi was taken aback by this revelation. It appeared that not only their small realms had separated from the true immortal realm, but also the true demon realm. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Brother Han, my cultivation is rooted in demonic arts. Logically, I should be heading towards the true demon realm. Why is that? Qi brother, you are mistaken. It is not the case that there are no demon cultivators in the true immortal realm, nor are there no immortal cultivators in the true demon realm. Whether one is a demon cultivator or an immortal cultivator, each nascent immortal adds significant strength to their respective realms. This is precisely why the battle for immortals ensues. Now I understand, Qi Zhi mused silently. Yet, why do the true demon and true immortal realms care so deeply about each other's strength? Is there something more to this? Observing Qi Zhi's contemplative expression, Han Xian spoke. There is no need for you to overthink this, Qi brother. You will naturally come to understand these matters during your time in the true immortal realm. However, I do have a place I can recommend for you. You recommend a place? Qi Zhi asked with curiosity. Indeed, but we shall discuss that later. For now, we must proceed to register your name. With that, a colossal monument-like structure materialized before Qi Zhi's eyes, bearing the inscription Identification Tower in large characters. Han Xian explained to Qi Zhi, this is where your name will be registered, serving to confirm your identity. After speaking, he led Qi Zhi into the Identification Tower. In the true immortal realm, anyone at or above the nascent immortal stage is required to be registered. Qi Zhi received a pale white identification token, inscribed with the designation First Tier Nascent Immortal. Tokens from the 1st to 5th tiers are white, while 6th tier to peak nascent immortals bear yellow tokens. 1st to 5th tier true immortals are designated with green tokens, and 6th tier true immortals to peak true immortals are marked with blue tokens. Above that lies the black token for immortal kings. Upon completing his registration, a thought sprouted in Qi Zhi's mind. If Z were truly to ascend to the true immortal realm, her name would undoubtedly be recorded in this register. Upon contemplating this, Qi Zhi hastily inquired, is it true that every cultivator who ascends to the true immortal realm must be registered? Indeed, regardless of whether they ascend from the local realm or elsewhere, all must be duly recorded. If that is the case, could Brother Han assist me in inquiring about someone? A woman who ascended here 5 or 6 centuries ago. Petite in stature, adorned in a purple palace gown. Han Xian furrowed his brow. It seems that for the past 5 or 6 centuries, you are the only one, Brother Qi, who has ascended to this place. After speaking, Han Xian suddenly recalled something. Could it be the individual who was captured by the true demon realm last time? Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi felt a surge of urgency within him. What do you mean by that, Brother Han? Han Xian pondered. 5 or 6 centuries ago, there indeed was a woman in purple who ascended, but she was taken by the true demon realm. Boom. Qi Zhi felt as though his head might explode. He had exerted tremendous effort to ascend to the true immortal realm solely to search for Qi Zhi. Yet, she was not here. Rather, she had been taken to the true demon realm. At this moment, Qi Zhi's heart was a tempest, filled with anguish and turmoil. Observing the handsome features of Qi Zhi contorted in distress, Han Xian quickly asked, "This purple-clad fairy, is she someone of great importance to you, Brother Qi? Do not fret. The realms of true immortals and true demons often send lower-level immortals to vie for resources. If she is indeed in the true demon realm, you may still have a significant chance to meet her. But when will that be? What year, what month, what day? Perhaps I may never see her again in this lifetime." Qi Zhi was engulfed in regret, lamenting that he should never have allowed Qi Zhi to leave his side. Witnessing Qi Zhi's continued distress, Han Xian refrained from saying more, instead recommending a few locations before quietly departing. Standing by the riverbank, Qi Zhi stood in a daze, while his inner self, little Qi, quickly emerged to offer comfort. "Elder Qi, what is there to be concerned about? We can simply march into the true demon realm and bring back Sister Qi Zhi. Strengthening our power is of utmost importance now." Indeed, he shared the same sentiment. If necessary, he would retrieve Qi Zhi. Yet, at this moment, Qi Zhi could not muster any enthusiasm, having once fantasized about the grandeur of the true immortal realm. Now, it merely appeared somewhat more impressive than the structures of Kuan and continent. Seeing that his words had surprisingly little effect, little Qi decisively shouted, "Duo duo. We are in trouble." Before long, a delicate girl resembling a Barbie doll appeared beside Qi Zhi, gazing at him with her bright, sparkling eyes. Duo duo grasped Qi Zhi's hand, her innocent expression radiating childlike wonder. "Master, Duo duo has been very good, but I feel a bit lonely. Do you wish for me to experience life in the true immortal realm first?" Upon hearing this, Qi Zhi's expression changed dramatically. "Absolutely not. This matter requires careful consideration. Come, let us three first indulge in a hot spring before discussing further." Chapter 72. Onlu Academy in the warm embrace of the hot spring. Qi Zhi and Duo duo frolicked for a while, their spirits considerably lifted. His thoughts wandered to a place recommended by Han Xian, Onlu Academy. This institution bore a striking resemblance to the university he once attended, yet it was distinctly a school for cultivators, specifically tailored for novice immortals. The curriculum was intricate, encompassing a myriad of subjects such as the fundamental knowledge of the true immortal realm, initial cultivation techniques, and the crafting of immortal artifacts and elixirs, along with various resource-related tasks. Although Qi Zhi was considered affluent in the realm of cultivation, the exquisite magical tools he possessed were rendered ineffective in the true immortal realm, where the quality of artifacts was paramount. The hierarchy of artifacts ranged from grade 1 to 9, with grade 10 representing the pinnacle of immortal tools. And the same grading system applied to elixirs and treasures. The vast quantities of crystal stones in his possession held little value here, as the true immortal realm was rich in spiritual essence, producing only immortal crystal stones. Thus, his arrival in this realm marked a complete reset of his journey. Contemplating this, Qi Zhi recognized that Onlu Academy was indeed a fitting choice for him, yet he had pressing matters to attend to. He silently invoked his thoughts, and in an instant, a voluptuous and enchanting beauty emerged from his spiritual ring. "Yinner, do you know where your mother has manifested?" Qi Zhi inquired. Dong Yinner pondered for a moment, her expression tinged with worry. "Master, I do not know where my mother resides. I only know that she hails from the Zuling Cat clan." "Zuling Cat? It seems my only recourse is to inquire at Onlu Academy." Qi Zhi mused with a smile. "Yinner, do you recall the terms of our master-servant contract?" "Of course." Yinner remembered, and her gaze shifted to Qi Zhi, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, since we have ascended to the true immortal realm, it is time to fulfill our promise." With that, a true immortal rune burst forth from Qi Zhi's brow. As the rune shattered, Dong Yinner was completely liberated, no longer bound as his spiritual pet. Subsequently, Qi Zhi invited her to accompany him as a handmaiden. In the true immortal realm, powerful cultivators were permitted to have their families accompany them, and entering Onlu Academy was no exception. Days later, at the foot of the mountain, Qi Zhi beheld Onlu Academy before him, exclaiming softly, "This is it." A grand complex of buildings unfolded before Qi Zhi and Dong Yinner, with the name Onlu Academy prominently displayed. At the center stood a dignified statue of a human figure, surrounded by 6 magnificent halls, with a dense cluster of structures encircling them. As Qi Zhi and his companion arrived, a practitioner of the Great Ascension stage flew over, clasping his hands in greeting. "Esteemed novice immortal, the Academy head requests your presence." They were then escorted to a pavilion named Zeben Su, where a sprightly, slender elder with a cheerful demeanor awaited them, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Qi Zhi. Although the old man appeared jovial, he exuded an aura of danger to Qi Zhi. Hastily, Qi Zhi approached and said, "You must be the esteemed Wenyi, the head of the academy." "Indeed, I am Wenyi," the old man replied with a smile. The young lad Han Xian had previously mentioned an intriguing figure. "Surely, you must be the illustrious Qi Zhi." Qi Zhi felt perplexed. Was it Han who found him interesting? Perhaps it was merely due to his ascension across the ethereal sea that had drawn such attention. Not wishing to dwell on this further, he decided to embrace the situation and presented Wenyi with a pale blue token. "Indeed, I am the one you seek. But I fail to grasp what makes me intriguing," Qi Zhi said. And Wenyi chuckled. "Ah? It is quite normal for young friends not to perceive their own worth. To achieve such a level of cultivation on the final stage continent speaks of exceptional talent." Qi Zhi thought to himself, "It's not extraordinary. My training has not spanned a great length. What sets me apart is my ability to engage in profound exchanges with myself." After learning that Kunlun continent was the final stage continent, he merely felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with the lack of information. He smiled. "I have never considered whether my aptitude is good or bad. I have simply devoted myself to arduous practice. Yet, I feel somewhat ashamed to have reached such a level of cultivation and remain ignorant of the true immortal realm." "Haha, no matter, no matter." With Han's recommendation, "You shall cultivate here in Enlu Academy. Rest assured, this academy is renowned even within Enlu Prefecture and shall not disappoint you." After Wenyi's words, the earlier Mahayana cultivator led Qi Zhi out of the pavilion. Once Qi Zhi departed, Wenyi mused, "This young friend Qi is indeed remarkable. Having achieved the initial immortal stage, yet lacking any trace of vital energy within. The key is, he has traversed the ethereal sea. Could he possess a ghostly body?" Shaking his head, Wenyi turned his gaze to a list on the table. The roster of students for the 35th era of immortals would commence in a month. Among them, there were 32 initial immortal students, with Qi Zhi notably as the last on the list. After leaving Zhelan Su, the Mahayana cultivator presented Qi Zhi with an identity token marked with the character in. Subsequently, Qi Zhi chose a particularly appealing cave abode to settle in. Along the way, he learned from the Mahayana cultivator that the true immortal realm is divided into 6 major prefectures, one for the human race, one for the beast race, and 2 each for the demon race and ancient remnants. Each prefecture is named after an immortal king. Qi Zhi found himself in Enlu Prefecture, the domain of the human race, governed by the immortal king Enlu Lin. This academy was founded solely by Enlu Lin, and the grand statue within its grounds is that of the immortal king himself. Surrounding this statue are 6 majestic halls: the Hall of Hidden Skills, the Hall of Weapon Forging, the Hall of Alchemy, the Hall of Competition, the Hall of Quests, and the Hall of Instruction. In order to enhance the strength of the true immortal realm, these grand halls are available for the students' unfettered use. However, resources are limited. Thus, access is determined by the ranking among the students. Beyond lies a city known as Weicheng, home to numerous immortal clans, teeming with bustling markets and myriad establishments. Qi Zhi also inquired about the Zulin Cat clan, yet this celestial master had little understanding of the demon tribes and was unsure of the specifics. He merely mentioned that traveling to other states would be quite troublesome, considering they are not of the same lineage, and there are numerous restrictions in place. Moreover, even though Qi Zhi is a nascent immortal, he cannot simply traverse to another state without cause. Lying on his bed, Qi Zhi felt quite despondent. It seemed he was hopelessly trapped in Enlu's state. Matters regarding Dong Yenner's mother would have to wait until he could find an opportunity to venture to the state where the demon tribe resides. Qi Zhi looked apologetically at Dong Yenner. Though she maintained a calm facade, she must be suffering internally, day and night. She yearned to rescue her mother from the true immortal realm, yet upon arriving in the cultivation world, she did not even know her mother's whereabouts. Qi Zhi sat up, embracing Dong Yenner, and reassured her, "Do not worry, there will always be a way. We must both strive to enhance our powers swiftly. Once we reach the true immortal stage, I will risk everything to rescue your mother." Dong Yenner buried her face deeply into Qi Zhi's embrace, replying, "All right. I believe in you, my dear." However, the pressing issue weighing on Qi Zhi's mind was how he should cultivate. Naturally, Dong Yenner could rely on the abundant essence of the true immortal realm and the immortal crystal stones for her training. But what about Qi Zhi himself? Should he intentionally provoke others? Yet, he was not capable of the same degree of audacity as Duo. Furthermore, this was the true immortal realm, where nascent immortals were plentiful. Above them were true immortals, and beyond that, immortal kings. He dared not recklessly invite enmity. What if Zir remained unfound, and he perished prematurely? Qi Zhi pondered repeatedly and decided to first visit the Hall of Hidden Techniques. Perhaps there would be cultivation methods suited to him? He instructed Dong Yin'er to remain in the cave and cultivate alone, as she needed to advance to the nascent immortal realm swiftly. Meanwhile, the vast amount of crystal stones he once possessed had long since been exchanged for a mere fraction of immortal crystal stones. The three-headed dragon was similarly left in the cave to cultivate on its own. All caves within the Onlu Academy were protected by enchantments personally established by the Lin Immortal King of Onlu. Without the owner's token, even a true immortal would find it impossible to enter. After arranging for Dong Yin'er and the three-headed dragon, Qi Zhi set off toward the Hall of Hidden Techniques. However, just as he exited the cave, a derisive voice reached his ears. Who is this foolish young man? Are you not aware that within a radius of 10,000 miles, no one is permitted to reside here casually? Yet you have the audacity to move in next to me. Qi Zhi stared blankly at the woman before him. Draped in a resplendent red chiffon blouse, her chin held high in defiance, a pair of striking fox-like eyes gazing skyward. One might mistake her for conversing with the very air itself. Noticing that Qi Zhi was oblivious to her presence, the woman elevated her chin even further. Are you unaware that I am addressing you? How exceedingly rude of you. Observing her brazen demeanor, Qi Zhi remarked coolly, Oh, is this enchanting lady in red speaking to me? I had thought you were merely conversing with the void. The red-clad woman paused, redirecting her piercing gaze back to Qi Zhi, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Do you not know who I am? Indeed, I do not, Qi Zhi replied, turning to leave, unwilling to engage with such an inexplicable individual. At that moment, however, the woman abruptly blocked his path. Since you are ignorant, allow me to enlighten you. I am Fairy Insini. In the realm of Onlu, there exists nothing beyond my capabilities. I advise you to recognize your situation and vacate this place immediately. Insini? With the surname N, could she possibly be related to the sovereign of Onlu? If so, it explains her incessant self-reference as this young lady. She may very well be the beloved daughter or granddaughter of the Lord Sovereign, Qi Zhi pondered, growing increasingly vexed at the thought of offending such a prominent figure so soon after arriving in the celestial realm. Despite his reservations, he had meticulously chosen this picturesque location and felt that no one, even with royal backing, should wield such tyranny. Perhaps it was prudent to reason with her first before considering relocation. Fairy Insini, Qi Zhi stated earnestly, your conduct is rather overbearing. I do not insist on remaining here. But as you mentioned, the surrounding area is already occupied. Since you possess such remarkable abilities, might you assist me in locating a dwelling of equal merit? Overbearing? It is you who has intruded upon my territory, yet you dare to accuse me of such. You expect me to help you find a dwelling? How absurd. I am exceedingly busy and cannot waste time on trivial matters such as yours. I do not care for your excuses. Vacate this place at once, or else you shall not escape my wrath. With that, Insini cast a menacing glance at Qi Zhi. Very well. It seems this Insini is not to be trifled with. A firmer approach may be required. What nonsense about being exceedingly busy. If she can spare the time to bicker with me, she certainly could find a moment to assist. Just as Qi Zhi was strategizing, and one appeared, declaring, Qi Xiaoyu has been personally recruited by me. This dwelling was approved by my consent, so do not trouble him further. Second granduncle. Insini voiced her displeasure with a sharp exclamation, stomping her foot before turning towards the adjacent cave dwelling. Qi Zhi discerned that Nwini was indeed connected to Enlulin. However, he was taken aback to discover that he was, in fact, Insini's great-uncle. Qi Zhi hastily clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, Senior, you have truly saved my life just now. Upon hearing this, Nwini chuckled heartily. Little E has been pampered since childhood, and her behavior is becoming increasingly unbecoming. I hope you, young friend Qi, will not take offense. I would not dare. Qi Zhi replied, though he had just been contemplating imparting a lesson in love to Insini. And when he looked at Qi Zhi with a smile and said, I have come here to inquire about something, and I hope you will speak candidly. Qi Zhi reflected on this, and when he would not visit without reason. Please, Senior, proceed. When I first laid eyes on you, I found you to be quite extraordinary. You are at the initial immortal realm, yet you emit no trace of vital energy. Instead, all your cultivation seems to be concentrated in your mental prowess. Qi Zhi was greatly astonished. While he was aware of the tremendous power of true immortals, he had not anticipated that his mental abilities could be perceived to such an extent. Reluctantly, he replied, Indeed, I have cultivated through a special method, which renders me rather different from the typical cultivator. A special method? And when he murmured, suddenly recalling something, could it be that your true self is the soul-eating ghost king? What? Qi Zhi's heart raced as he observed Nweni's expression. He understood that the reputation of the soul-eating ghost king in the realm of true immortals was decidedly unfavorable. What is wrong with the soul-eating ghost king? He inquired, puzzled. And when he furrowed his brow, it appears you truly are the soul-eating ghost king. A millennium ago, There was a soul-eating ghost king of the initial immortal realm who devoured the souls of many cultivators of the same level and even those of the great ascension stage. By the time it was discovered, it had already surged in power to the level of a true immortal. Ultimately, it was slain by a multitude of immortals, but a fragment of its soul managed to escape to the lower realms. Could Nwini suspect a connection between himself and that escaped entity? With this thought, Qi Zhi hastily interjected, I assure you, my embodiment of the soul-eating ghost king was forcibly created by another. I am unaware of any other soul-eating ghost kings. And Nwini's expression remained impassive as he queried, did you ascend to the true immortal realm solely through the soul-eating method? How could I commit such a heinous act? Qi Zhi replied, after vanquishing the one who transformed me into a ghost king, I adopted another cultivation method. With that, Qi Zhi unleashed his Shaya demon art, revealing his own malevolent aura. And Nwini, upon witnessing this, was taken aback once more. Is this malevolent aura? Indeed it is. To be candid, I ascended to the true immortal realm by cultivating the Shaya demon art, Qi Zhi explained. Rest assured, although I have devoured some souls, they were undoubtedly those who deserve to perish. The younger generation's purpose for venturing forth was to seek the hidden skill palace, in search of a cultivation method suited to his own practice. And when he nodded and cautioned, in that case, I must remind you, young Qi, the soul-devouring technique should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. I will have someone keep an eye on you within the academy, for now. You may proceed as you wish. After Qi Zhi offered a respectful fist salute to Nwini, the latter vanished from sight. Alas, the soul-devouring demon king is indeed notorious. Qi Zhi sighed softly and flew towards the hidden skill palace. Upon arrival, he discovered that the majority of the methods available were of a common nature. The top-tier techniques were reserved solely for esteemed families or direct disciples. Although Qi Zhi felt a sense of hopelessness, he resolved to search diligently nonetheless. Within the hidden skill palace, while the methods were generally of a common sort, they were still categorized into various tiers. The highest level, marked in gold, represented the elite techniques. Qi Zhi disregarded the lower tiers and began to examine the golden manuscripts. He immersed himself in study for nearly half a month, during which he indeed found several techniques that piqued his interest. For instance, the 1,000 Transformations Prajna technique claimed that upon reaching mastery, one could embody 1,000 different forms. The supreme sword of truth required a sword-shaped innate treasure for cultivation, its forms ever-changing and exquisite beyond compare. There was even a method that bore striking resemblance to the technique created by Chu Shaoqin. However, Qi Zhi shook his head. Realizing these methods were not suited to him, he decided it would be best to return and explore the treasures within his storage ring. Previously, he had amassed a significant collection of true insect artifacts, vanquishing 6 powerful figures of the Void Realm and slaying 2 formidable beings of the Great Ascension Realm, resulting in a bounty of rare treasures and countless technique manuscripts. Additionally, he had gathered a vast fortune confiscated from across the nation in the Duoduo Fort. These items had gone entirely unnoticed, merely piled within his storage ring, as he had no use for them at the time. Now, it was the perfect moment to delve into them. Given that this low-tier continent harbored the soul-devouring demon king and the young evil body, it hinted that this realm was far from ordinary. Who knows, perhaps he would discover a cultivation method suitable for his practice. Chapter 74. The sinister Qi Zhi. Upon exiting the palace, Qi Zhi transformed into a streak of purple and gold light, soaring into the sky. At that moment, a red figure emerged from the hidden skill palace, gazing contemplatively in the direction Qi Zhi had departed. The Qi Zhi in the sky let out a cold smile. Is this what it means to keep watch? This is nothing short of surveillance. Well, since his identity has been revealed, should he continue to linger within this Onlu Academy, his movements would surely be constrained. Qi Zhi resolved to uncover the information he sought and then depart from this place, embarking once more on his secretive journey. With this thought in mind, he accelerated and vanished from sight. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qi Zhi ignored Dong Yenner and the 3-headed dragon, diving headlong into a vast array of cultivation manuals. This study consumed him for nearly another half-month. It appears I have overestimated this desolate continent. The soul-eating demon king and the body of evil sun must surely be mere coincidences. Just as Qi Zhi, disheartened, reached for the next volume of scriptures, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. The supreme art of mental splitting. This technique seemed to be tailor-made for him. Qi Zhi delved further into the text. Mental splitting, also known as the transmutation of the soul, allows for the creation of entirely distinct personalities from the main self. The greater the number of personalities, the more powerful the main self becomes. The art of mental splitting enables these personalities to cultivate independently, enhancing the main self's strength upon their eventual reunion. Upon reaching the conclusion, Qi Zhi felt a wave of frustration. Not only did the name of this technique resonate with him, but its content mirrored his own experiences. He lifted his gaze to the ceiling, pondering if this was merely a figment of his imagination, a reminder of his path forward. Suddenly, his brow arched, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the inner courtyard. Qi Zhi fixed a cold stare upon Insini. It was late, and what business did the fair maiden have in his abode? Could it be that she was so captivated by his extraordinary beauty that she could not resist peeking? Insini was taken aback by Qi Zhi's sudden appearance. How could her concealment technique be so easily detected, now that her presence was revealed? She saw no reason to hide. I am merely observing your every move, she retorted. I heard what your second grandfather said, and I cannot believe you are a demon. No wonder you exhibit such a lack of decorum. I must keep a vigilant eye on you lest you harbor ulterior motives. This woman truly incensed Qi Zhi. First, she attempted to force him away with her abominable attitude, and now she dared to spy on him, even intruding into his own home. She accused him of lacking civility. Yet who was truly uncultured? Qi Zhi's voice turned icy. A demon, is it? Allow me to show you what a true demon is. With that, a blue light shot from his eyes towards Insini. In that instant, a golden bell-shaped protective shield enveloped her, blocking Qi Zhi's blue light. Insini gasped in shock. This divine bell shield was a life-preserving treasure bestowed upon her by her grandfather and Lulin. It would only activate in life-threatening situations. The emergence of the shield indicated that Qi Zhi had indeed attempted to take her life, and she had been utterly oblivious. You must be courting death to dare lay hands on me, Insini exclaimed. Seeing that his illusionary space had failed to take effect, Qi Zhi was consumed by rage. In an instant, his visage twisted into a ghastly form, his eyes radiating a chilling light as dark tendrils of energy emanated from him. Insini's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed this malevolent aura. At that moment, Qi Zhi's presence felt akin to that of a fifth-level novice immortal. How could this be? For an ordinary person to ascend from a first-level novice immortal to the fifth level would take no less than 20,000 years. However, the individual before him had swiftly ascended to such a formidable realm. Qi Zhi paid no heed to Insini's thoughts. At this moment, he had amalgamated all his spiritual energy with that of Duo and Xiao Zhi, resulting in a remarkable surge in his cultivation. With a deep inhale, Qi Zhi drew Insini, who was within arm's reach, towards him. He collided headfirst into the golden bell-shaped barrier, finding himself face-to-face with Insini. Their bodies pressed closely together. He had long since discerned that this bell was a specialized artifact designed to defend against ethereal attacks, thus rendering physical confrontation the most prudent choice. Gazing into Insini's alluring fox-like eyes, now filled with apprehension as they locked onto his, Qi Zhi could not suppress a cold smirk. Directly meeting her gaze, he unleashed a barrage of azure light. As he had surmised, this intimate proximity rendered even the formidable golden barrier ineffective in halting his advance. In a dimly lit cell, Insini raised her head, only to discover that she was bound to a wooden horse chair. Bewildered, she could not comprehend how she had found herself in such a predicament, now a prisoner. At that moment, Qi Zhi emerged slowly from the shadows, his cold gaze fixated on the woman before him. Upon recognizing Qi Zhi, Insini let out a piercing scream. "What have you done to me, you monster?" she cried. Ignoring her frantic outburst, Qi Zhi strode towards her back. Insini's panic escalated as she shouted, "No? What are you going to do to me? You called me a monster, did you not?" "Naturally, I shall act as a monster does," Qi Zhi retorted, delivering a resounding slap to Insini's ample rear, provoking her to wail in pain. Raised in privilege, she had never endured such a disgrace. Squirming relentlessly to free herself from her restraints. "Struggle all you like," Qi Zhi said coldly. "In this realm, everything belongs to me, including you. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become." The more Insini writhed, the harder Qi Zhi struck. The sharp sounds of slaps and her cries resonated like a symphony, an unsettling melody. Unable to bear it any longer, Insini cried out, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. And what else was amiss?" Qi Zhi demanded fiercely, delivering another slap. "Please, no more. I will be torn apart. I shouldn't have let you move beyond my living space," she pleaded. "Oh, it seems you still do not grasp your errors? I know my faults. I was unreasonable. My attitude was poor. I should not have spied on you. I should not have spoken ill of you." Insini shouted, listing her transgressions. "Humph, it appears you possess a modicum of self-awareness. If you wish to leave this place, do you know what you must do henceforth?" Qi Zhi's voice turned icy. "Mind your words. I understand. I implore you, Qi, to spare me this once. I promise to turn over a new leaf once I am outside." An Xin has cried until her voice is hoarse. "Slap. Call me master. Do you still not comprehend your own status? You wretched canine servant." Qi Zhi, with a terrifying demeanor, struck down with renewed force. An Xin let out a mournful wail before losing consciousness. Qi Zhi smirked, gazing down at an Xin, whose ample form was now bloodied from the lashes. "This should serve as a lasting lesson, my devoted slave. Henceforth, you shall be my female dog, subject to my every humiliation." Qi Zhi transported an Xin out of his illusory realm. As he opened his eyes, he beheld an Xin collapsed limply on the ground. Qi Zhi produced a collar, fastening it around an Xin's neck, and turned back to his dwelling. The collar bore the stark inscription, slave. Upon returning to his abode, Qi Zhi suddenly froze, pondering the gravity of his actions. While an Xin was indeed detestable, such treatment seemed excessive. More critically, her grandfather was the celestial king. And Lu Lin, he had effectively sealed his own fate. Just then, a loathsome figure, identical to Qi Zhi, materialized in his mental realm. Upon sighting this person, Qi Zhi's heart sank. This is bad. He hurried to the inner courtyard, only to find it utterly deserted. Staring at the spot where an Xin had vanished, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. It was over. Everything was lost. Chapter 75. The first lesson in the true immortal realm within Qi Zhi's mental realm. He glared at his abhorrent counterpart, fuming. Why must you act in such a manner? Are you not aware that your actions could lead to our demise? The despicable Qi Zhi, however, remained unfazed. Why should I refrain? I act thus because it is what you desire. Xiao Zhi, noticing their quarrel, rushed over to mediate. Is this truly the time for bickering? We ought to consider how to resolve this predicament. Nearby, Duo, with her big, eager eyes, observed the three nearly identical men. Musing to herself, how amusing, three Qi Zhis embroiled in conflict. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she was also a version of Qi Zhi. Perhaps it would be best for her to join in. With Duo's involvement, the dispute among the four intensified dramatically. Xiao Zhi exclaimed, does this hold any significance? A Zeng grinned wickedly. Of course it does. If we intended to act, we must do so. Qi Zhi lamented, I miss Zier. Duo suggested, why not let me take over as the master? Xiao Zhi interjected, first, we must subdue an Xin. If she sends out a message, we will have to flee immediately. A Zeng asked, do you require me to educate her further? Qi Zhi reiterated, I miss Zier. Duo insisted, I believe it is best if I take charge. Upon witnessing Qi Zhi collapsed on the ground, unconscious, Dong Yenner was immediately filled with alarm. She hurriedly mounted Qi Zhi and shook him frantically. My husband, what has happened to you? Just as the four were embroiled in a heated dispute, Qi Zhi suddenly felt someone pressing down on him, moving vigorously. He lifted his gaze to the sky, and in the next moment, Dong Yenner's delicate face appeared before him. Seeing Qi Zhi regain consciousness, she expressed her concern, my husband, are you all right? If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? As Qi Zhi observed the worry etched on Dong Yenner's face, he pondered, indeed. What was he doing? There were many who lived for him. He must rally himself at this moment. After coming to this realization, a gentle smile graced Qi Zhi's lips. I am fine, merely fatigued. I shall rest here for a while. My husband must have been overly burdened with thoughts of me. How about I keep you company tonight? Dong Yenner said. Her cheeks flushed. Very well, but I must first attend to a matter. Please wait for me. Qi Zhi replied before rising and exiting the cave. The restrictions here were truly formidable. He could not fathom how Insini had entered his abode. Qi Zhi gazed at the barriers before Insini's cave, murmuring to himself. As he could not enter, he resorted to sending a message. Not long after, a figure clad in red materialized before him. Just as Qi Zhi intended to express his apologies, Insini, with her head lowered, spoke, I will not speak of this. Do not worry, my lord. Qi Zhi was taken aback, noticing the glaring word slave around her neck, and he mused to himself. This young lady of wealth had truly been tamed by a Zeng. Given that she would keep this matter confidential, it could not be better. However, a thought struck him. What if she was merely attempting to deceive him? Qi Zhi then stated, it is not that I do not trust you, but mere words are insufficient. It would be wise for Fairy Sini to swear an oath. Without a moment's hesitation, Insini vowed a malicious hard oath. Very well, as long as you do not overstep, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave now. Yes, my lord, Insini replied, still not daring to raise her head, and swiftly fled the scene. After Insini departed, Qi Zhi let out a wry smile. Realizing how easily the situation had been resolved, he had thought his life was in jeopardy. Upon returning to his cave, Qi Zhi and Dong Yenner delved into exploration throughout the night. The next day marked the occasion for his lessons at the teaching hall. As Qi Zhi entered the hall, he immediately noticed several spacious classrooms. After briefly surveying them, he made his way towards one particular classroom. Today's lecture was titled Fundamentals of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Not long ago, a great ascendant cultivator had come to inform him that the initial immortals here had ascended from various realms over the past millennium and were not well acquainted with the true immortal realm. Thus, the true immortal realm opens its doors only once every millennium, and Qi Zhi happened to coincide with this year's enrollment period. Upon entering, Qi Zhi casually chose a seat. As all present were newly ascended immortals, their states were akin to his own. While the crowd engaged in conversation, a man clad in white with flowing black hair ascended the teaching platform. He introduced himself with a calm demeanor. I am Feng Huayu, currently a 5th-level novice immortal. In the future, should you have any questions regarding the true immortal realm, feel free to ask me. After the crowd nodded in acknowledgement, Feng Huayu commenced the day's lesson, discussing the origins of the true immortal realm and the resource wars between the true immortal and true demon realms. Qi Zhi pondered silently. So that is how it is. Although the true immortal realm and the true demon realm are separated, they are not excessively distant from one another. These two realms were originally delineated by a founder's relic. However, due to an ancient battle among true immortals, this relic was shattered into countless islands, thus severing the connection between the two realms. The relic was once intact, and it is said that even the immortal kings could not approach it. Since its fragmentation, its power has significantly diminished, allowing novice immortals to venture there without peril. Yet, those above the rank of true immortal are greatly affected, with their cultivation restricted to around 9th-level novice immortal. Moreover, fissures in the relic appear every 100 years, prompting both the true demon and true immortal realms to send novice immortals to seek ancient treasures. Consequently, conflicts frequently erupt between the two realms, which explains their fierce competition for resources. If that is the case, he might indeed have a chance to meet Zir. He must secure a place to the founder's relic. That concludes today's lesson. Tomorrow, Fairy Ing will discuss alchemy in the true immortal realm, along with the classification of common immortal herbs. Feng Huayu concluded without pause and exited the classroom. Just as Qi Zhi prepared to leave, a middle-aged man beside him enthusiastically struck up a conversation. Esteemed fellow, I am K, an ascended cultivator from the Wu Yin realm. May I inquire from which realm you ascended? If you hail from the Yu Yin realm, we could support each other. Qi Zhi smiled and replied, I regret to disappoint you, but I ascended from the Tianlan realm. The man, undeterred, moved on to engage another individual. At that moment, a tall, rugged man approached Qi Zhi. I am Zhong Fushan, also known as the Immortal of Wealth from Zhongfu Mountain, an ascended cultivator from the Tianlan realm 3 centuries ago. Hearing that you are from the Tianlan realm, I wonder how the Zhong family fares in the Eastern Rising Continent. This individual, too, was an ascended cultivator from the Tianlan realm. However, upon his arrival at the Eastern Rising Continent, he was immediately transported to the true immortal realm. Reflecting on this, Qi Zhi politely responded, I am Qi Zhi. He then shook his head. I fear I must disappoint you, Brother Zhong. Although I am a cultivator from the Tianlan realm, I have never visited the Eastern Rising Continent. I am the one who has traversed the ethereal sea and ascended to this realm. Upon hearing this, Zhong Fushan was taken aback. The ethereal sea? I have resided in the Eastern Ascend continent for nearly 10,000 years and have never heard of anyone who could safely cross that ethereal sea. Brother Qi, to have crossed the ethereal sea is indeed a remarkable feat. Haha, Brother Chong, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon a treasure that could protect my spirit from the void, which is why I did not lose my way in the ethereal sea. The reputation of the ethereal sea is undoubtedly known throughout the entire Tianlan realm. Brother Qi is being overly modest. After speaking, Zhong Fushan continued. Since we are both cultivators of the Tianlan realm, why not come to my residence for a chat? The celestial wine of the Eastern Ascend continent is quite renowned. Since we are fellow countrymen, Qi Zhi felt it inappropriate to refuse and followed Zhong Fushan to his cave dwelling. Thereafter, the two indulged in hearty libations. When Zhong Fushan learned that Qi Zhi was, in fact, a cultivator from the Kuan-Nin continent, he was even more astonished and filled with admiration for Qi Zhi. Qi Zhi had initially thought that the Eastern Ascend continent, being the closest to the true immortal realm, would have many ascended cultivators. However, it appeared that over the past 10,000 years, only Zhong Fushan had done so. It seemed that the path of cultivation was not as easily traversed as he had presumed. Chapter 76. Beastly Hearts Beneath Human Faces. Qi Zhi was now intent on finding Feng Huayu, since he dared to proclaim that any queries regarding the true immortal realm could be directed to him. He must possess considerable confidence in himself. Inside the cave dwelling, beside a stunning woman who was partially concealed, Feng Huayu looked at the communication talisman in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. He had intended for any questions to be raised in the academy, where he could address them directly. However, to his surprise, this Qi Zhi had chosen to pursue him at home instead of asking during class. Feng Huayu turned to glance at the beauty on the bed and sighed. Subsequently, he lifted the restrictions of his abode. After all, he had boasted about his capabilities. Upon seeing the restrictions lifted, Qi Zhi wasted no time and strode confidently inside. As soon as he entered, Feng Huayu, with a dark expression, remarked, Brother Qi indeed exemplifies a diligent and inquisitive nature, coming all the way to my residence for guidance even after class. Qi Zhi clasped his hands together, saying, I apologize for my abrupt intrusion. However, the matter I wish to inquire about is not related to the human race, but pertains to the demon race, which is why it was inconvenient to discuss it in class. Feng Huayu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, Matters concerning the demon race. Do share. Are you familiar with the spirit cat tribe of the demon race? Qi Zhi asked without hesitation. Feng Huayu smiled slightly. If it were some obscure little tribe of demons, I might indeed be unaware. However, the spirit cat clan is currently one of the 3 great sacred tribes of Qi Zhi Prefecture. I am well aware of that. Qi Zhi's heart leaped with joy. Then, esteemed Feng, do you know how one might journey to Qi Zhi Prefecture? Feng Huayu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh, does Brother Qi wish to travel to Qi Zhi Prefecture? That could prove challenging. Qi Zhi understood that it would be highly unlikely for him to go there. But since the spirit cat was a sacred tribe, he thought to himself, it is not that I wish to go, but rather that my wife is a member of the spirit cat tribe. Recently, I have been troubled by how to return to my clan, which is why I have taken the liberty to disturb you, esteemed senior. What? Qi's wife is actually of the ethereal cat tribe? Feng Huayu bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. Under ordinary circumstances, a newly ascended immortal wishing to travel to another continent must bear a significant responsibility. Moreover, they would need to return promptly upon completing their tasks. However, if Qi's wife is indeed a member of the ethereal cat tribe, then this endeavor may not be impossible. Very well, I shall report this matter to the Immortal Inspection Hall, and within 3 days, I will provide a response to you. Qi. The Immortal Inspection Hall, formerly known as the Supreme Hall of the True Immortal Realm, oversees 18 inspection teams dedicated to managing disputes across various states and matters of entry and exit. Upon hearing this, Qi promptly expressed his gratitude. Then I am much obliged. Esteemed Feng. With that, Qi Zhi produced an item from his possession, known as the beauty-preserving pill, which he had acquired from the mortal realm. While it does not enhance one's cultivation, it bestows eternal beauty. Although Feng Huayu already possessed such elixirs, he gladly accepted it. For who would ever find such a treasure in excess? Qi, you are far too courteous. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Huayu amiably escorted Qi Zhi out of his abode. Once Qi departed, Feng Huayu extended his scarlet tongue to lick his lips. Truly, an ethereal cat. I have longed to savor one. At that moment, an enchanting beauty emerged from the reception hall, casting a glance at Feng Huayu. What a lecher! Upon seeing the lady, Feng Huayu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly approached her. Qi Zhi returned to his residence and immediately shared this good news with Dong Yenner. Dong Yenner was thrilled to learn the whereabouts of her clan, which, astonishingly, belonged to the Holy Tribe, and now they awaited Feng Huayu's response. In high spirits, Dong Yenner insisted on exploring this matter with Qi Zhi, who, equally delighted, gladly accepted her request. The following day, Qi Zhi continued his attendance at the introduction of elixirs and conventional celestial herbs. The speaker was a graceful fairy named Yingwei Yao. Her soft and engaging manner of speaking made the lecture thoroughly enjoyable. After class, Qi Zhi enthusiastically conversed with Cheng Fushan. Just as Qi Zhi exited the classroom, a vibrant pink figure came rushing towards him, leaping into his embrace. Qi Zhi, unreserved, embraced the softness of the lady, twirling her twice in the air. At that moment, Yingwei Yao, stepping out of the classroom, happened to witness this scene. She gave Dong Yenner a peculiar look before continuing on her way. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back to approach Qi Zhi. Noticing that Yingwei Yao seemed to have something to discuss, he prepared to greet her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Qi, you must ensure this fairy does not catch the attention of Feng Huayu. He is notoriously a beast, known for targeting exceptionally beautiful women. Upon the conclusion of their conversation, Yingwei Yao swiftly passed by Qi Zhi, akin to 2 strangers brushing against one another. Qi Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Was Feng Huayu truly a beast? Yet he had already divulged the matter concerning Dong Yenner to Feng Huayu. Qi Zhi pondered that he must pursue her to ascertain the truth. Yenner, return home first. I have some matters to attend to. Remember, regardless of who visits, do not breach the cave's restrictions. With that, Qi Zhi swiftly darted towards Yingwei Yao. Fairy Yao, I implore you to pause. What did you mean by your previous words? Qi Zhi called out loudly to the distant Yingwei Yao. Upon hearing Qi Zhi's inquiry, especially delivered with such volume, Yingwei Yao felt quite displeased. I have articulated my thoughts clearly. Does Taoist Qi still not comprehend? I harbor no desire to offend Feng Huayu, yet I cannot abide by his actions, which is why I sought to offer a kind warning. Now, Taoist Qi, I must insist you take your leave. This matter pertained to Dong Yenner's safety, and Qi Zhi could not disregard it. He needed clarity. He had previously informed Feng Huayu about Yenner's situation. This was of paramount importance to him, and although he understood Fairy Yao's reservations, he was determined to uncover the truth, regardless of the consequences. After voicing his intent, Qi Zhi stepped forward and seized Dong Yenner's arm, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. The forcibly taken Yingwei Yao was incensed. What are you doing? Are you attempting to coerce me? Though both were initially at the same level of celestial beings, she was unafraid of him. Qi Zhi cast a glance at Yingwei Yao. emanating an overwhelming aura of a fifth-level celestial. Yingwei Yao was taken aback. You are a fifth-level celestial? Ignoring her astonishment, Qi Zhi accelerated, transporting her to his cave abode. Fairy Yao, regarding your earlier remarks, I hope you can elucidate them further as they pertain to my wife. Should you have faced any injustice, rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Yingwei Yao was momentarily stunned, recognizing that this man was genuinely concerned for the safety of his spouse. Yet, she had no connection to Qi Zhi, and yet he was willing to champion her cause. This unexpected act of compassion left Yingwei Yao, accustomed to the indifference of the celestial realm, feeling somewhat incredulous. After a brief pause, Yingwei Yao spoke. The Fong family is known to possess a true celestial ancestor. Are you certain you can manage this affair, Taoist Qi? It may be wise to take your leave with that fairy from earlier. Qi Zhi, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, fear not. Fairy Yao, please, share the entirety of the situation with me. I have my methods. Seeing his determination, Yingwei Yao seized her restraint and recounted her experiences and observations. According to her, the Fong family was renowned for their illusions, yet Fong Huayu had employed these illusions for his debauchery. Any woman of beauty without a powerful background was regarded as mere plaything by Fong Huayu, with the backing of his true celestial grandfather. Even first-level celestials were not spared from his advances. Yingwei Yao fell victim to his malicious grip, suffering the brutal fate of crushed blossoms. It was only after pleading with the governor that she narrowly escaped his clutches. Fong Huayu is truly a despicable character. Beneath his polished exterior lies a man engaged in such beastly acts, Qi Zhi remarked vehemently. Chapter 77. The crisis of Yinner. Dong Yinner was on her way back to her cave dwelling when suddenly, a man in white blocked her path. Where is this enchanting fairy in such a hurry to go? He inquired. Sensing the profound depth of his cultivation, Dong Yinner clasped her hands and asked, What business do you have in stopping me, esteemed senior? At that moment, Fong Huayu assumed the guise of a warm-hearted elder brother, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Dong Yinner with an unusually friendly demeanor. You must be the wife of Qi Zhi, am I correct? Dong Yinner, puzzled, responded, Do you know my husband? Esteemed senior? Fong Huayu's hands trembled slightly, and he could not suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Haha, indeed, you are not mistaken. Qi Daoyu entrusted me with a matter concerning Qi Zhi Prefecture, and I have made some progress. I was just about to seek him out. Dong Yinner exclaimed with delight. Is there truly a way to reach Qi Zhi Prefecture? Fong Huayu, unable to effectively control his facial expressions, wore a stiff smile. This matter cannot be false. I have already sent a message to Qi Daoyu. He should be arriving at my residence shortly. Since we have fortuitously crossed paths, why not accompany me, fairy? No wonder my husband mentioned urgent matters and instructed me to return to the cave alone. I thank you, esteemed senior, Dong Yinner said, and followed Fong Huayu as they soared towards the cave. After sending Yingwei Yao away, Qi Zhi pondered how to resolve the situation. He turned to survey his surroundings, but found no trace of Dong Yinner. She should have returned by now. Why is she still missing? Could it be? With this thought, Qi Zhi vanished in an instant. Outside in Cinny's cave, she bowed her head and asked, What do you summon me for, master? Without further ado, Qi Zhi replied, You can enter Fong Huayu's cave, correct? And Cinny paused for 2 seconds before responding, When my grandfather established the Anlu Academy. He left secret entrances in every cave. I am indeed aware of them. Qi Zhi nodded in silence, seizing in Cinny's arm as they soared into the sky. One clad in purple, the other in red, their figures darted swiftly towards Fong Huayu's cave. As soon as Fong Huayu returned to his cave, his true nature was revealed. He rubbed his trembling hands together in front of his chest, exhaling heated breaths. The ethereal spirit cat certainly lives up to its name. The fairy is indeed naturally enchanting and alluring. Even I, who have encountered countless women, find it difficult to restrain myself. With that, Fong Huayu extended his insidious grasp towards Dong Yinner, aiming directly for her ample bosom. Dong Yinner's expression changed dramatically as she realized she had been deceived, and she immediately activated her teleportation technique. Yet, no matter how many times she teleported, she could not escape the confines of Fong Huayu's cave. Seeing this, Fong Huayu leered. Beautiful one, you might as well surrender to me. The moment you entered my abode, you fell under my illusion. Even if the fairy possesses the ability of teleportation, it is rendered useless here. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my husband will surely not let you go. Dong Yinner, feeling hopelessly trapped, exclaimed with agitation. Fong Huayu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Your husband is merely a novice celestial being, hardly a threat to me. However, you, a siren of the ethereal cat clan, are something I have long desired. Dong Yinner attempted to utter more, but suddenly felt a heaviness in her head and succumbed to slumber. Humph, the teleportation technique of the ethereal cat clan is indeed formidable. Were it not for the vast disparity in our realms, she might have escaped, Fong Huayu murmured to himself. With that, he was about to strip Dong Yin'er of her garments. He had a peculiar habit. Prior to sharing a bed, he insisted on personally bathing and dressing his partner in attire of his choice. Casting a glance at the garments nearby, his smile widened even further. My dear beauty, allow me to cherish you as you deserve. Feng Huayu rubbed his hands in excitement, just as he was about to proceed when a figure suddenly appeared before him. A flash of blue glimmered in the stranger's eyes, and Feng Huayu found himself rendered blank, standing motionless as if a mere shell of a man. The next moment, he gazed around in bewilderment, only to find himself enveloped in darkness. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a firm hand pressing against the back of his head. Caught off guard, Feng Huayu stumbled and knelt. Subsequently, a blinding white light flashed. He hastily shut his eyes, and after a moment, he slowly opened them, only to be astonished. Before him lay an opulent hall adorned with extravagant decorations. At the pinnacle of the hall, seated upon a golden throne, was a figure clad in purple robes and a jade crown, strikingly handsome. It was none other than Qi Zhi, the novice celestial being. Upon recognizing Qi Zhi, Feng Huayu attempted to rise. Yet, he discovered he could not summon even a shred of his magical power, forced to remain kneeling at the foot of the throne. Feng Huayu seethed. What is the meaning of this, Taoist Qi? Oh, does Taoist Feng not realize the nature of his own actions? How amusing that you inquire about the situation. Qi Zhi mocked. Hearing this, Feng Huayu's expression darkened. Since you are already aware, then do consider yourself a dead man. In Anlu Prefecture, no one would dare to offend my Feng family for the sake of a newly ascended novice celestial. Despite being unable to wield his power, Feng Huayu's entire cultivation was entrenched in his illusion. Although he sensed that he was indeed in an illusion, he could not bring himself to believe that a mere newly ascended celestial could rival him, a fifth-level novice celestial. Not to mention, he was a practitioner of the renowned Haishan mountain forest technique of the Feng family. With a mighty roar, Feng Huayu summoned forth a dense forest at the entrance of the hall, which instantly spread towards Qi Zhi. How intriguing. This is the second time I have witnessed someone casting illusions within my realm, Qi Zhi mused. As the dense forest was on the verge of enveloping the grand hall, 3 figures suddenly emerged behind Qi Zhi. These 3 figures cast a glance at Feng Huayu with the vacant eyes of the deceased before merging seamlessly with Qi Zhi. Instantly, the fusion of Duo, Shao Zhi, and Azung caused Qi Zhi's aura to surge dramatically. With a cold snort, an overwhelming wave of spiritual power radiated from his body, causing the encroaching forest to dissipate into nothingness. Feng Huayu, kneeling beneath the grand hall, was abruptly pressed to the ground. His expression changed drastically as he sensed the sudden escalation in Qi Zhi's cultivation level. How could this person, who had just been a novice in the 1st rank of Xian, now ascend to the 6th rank, surpassing even him? Feng Huayu struggled to comprehend the transformation. Qi Zhi's gaze was chillingly frigid, exuding an unsettling aura. I shall grant you an opportunity. Reveal how one can reach Qi Zhi Prefecture, or prepare to be obliterated. At that moment, Feng Huayu's face twisted in agony as he exclaimed, I will tell you everything, if only you permit me to leave this place. I swear to personally guide you to Qi Zhi Prefecture. Do you take me for a fool? Qi Zhi retorted, gesturing forward. A bolt of golden lightning struck the ground before Feng Huayu. Terrified, Feng Huayu screamed, Qi Zhi, you must trust me. I speak only the truth. It appears you remain oblivious to your predicament. Knowing that your Feng family has a true immortal ancestor, do you truly believe I would allow you to depart so easily? Upon uttering these words, the golden palace vanished entirely, replaced by a palace of bone-chilling cold. Shivering from the frigid air, Feng Huayu lay on the ground. Numb to his surroundings, he realized that whether he spoke or remained silent, escape from this place was an impossibility. Suddenly, he lifted his head, revealing a strange smile. I never inquired about reaching Qi Zhi Prefecture. My thoughts have been consumed by the female demon of the Su Ling Cat clan. Such matters are of little concern to me. Since my fate is sealed, I might as well be candid with you. Should you dare to kill me, my grandfather's spiritual imprint will remain upon you. In that case, your own survival will be in jeopardy. Watching Feng Huayu's increasingly deranged demeanor, Qi Zhi felt an overwhelming fury. This young man had not even posed a question and was instead fixated on his wife. How ironic that he had celebrated with Dong Yin'er over this matter just the previous night. The more Qi Zhi contemplated, the more incensed he became. To harbor thoughts toward his woman, even with a Xian king ancestor backing him, Qi Zhi vowed to flay him alive. Yet, now was not the time for Feng Huayu's demise. He still held some utility. If Feng Huayu's soul could be retained within this illusory realm, Duo would ensure he was well entertained. However, given these developments and the watchful eyes of Anwini, it was evident that lingering in this place was unwise. A swift departure was imperative. Subsequently, a beam of blue light shot from Qi Zhi's eyes, and he found himself back in the previous cave dwelling. Qi Zhi gazed at Dong Yin'er, who lay quietly on the bed, filled with silent regret. This realm of true immortals is indeed fraught with peril. Chapter 78. Distinct Personalities Awake. At the sound of Qi Zhi's call, Dong Yin'er jolted upright. Upon seeing him, she immediately threw herself into his embrace. Husband, I was so frightened just now. I did not intend to disregard your words. That vile person deceived me, claiming there was news of going to Qi Zhi Prefecture and that you were already waiting in the cave. But as he spoke, Dong Yin'er was overcome with tears. Qi Zhi held her tightly, soothingly whispering, "Do not fear, my dear Yin'er. That wicked man has been dealt with. He is but a puppet now. Next, we shall use him to uncover the way to Qi Zhi Prefecture." Dong Yin'er wiped her tear-streaked cheeks. "Yes, let us return home swiftly. I do not wish to linger here for even a moment." With that, Qi Zhi took her away from the place. An Exine, who had been silently guarding the entrance of the cave, was also sent back. In the Zhilan Su, "Master, Qi Zhi has departed from Feng Huayu's cave. It appears that Feng Huayu is now under his control. However, Miss Exine is involved as well. She is ensnared by some method, and my subordinates are unable to approach for investigation." And when pondered privately, he knew all too well who Feng Huayu was. The reputation of the Anlu Academy was on the brink of being tarnished by him, were it not for his grandfather Feng Long. A true immortal ranked among the top 3, protecting him, he would have expelled this malignant influence long ago. Yet now, this trouble has naturally shifted to Qi Zhi. Though he held a certain admiration for Qi Zhi, the weight of a novice immortal paled in comparison to the grand reputation of the Anlu Academy. It was quite evident. "I understand. You may leave now." And when gazed into the distance, his fingers lightly tapping the surface of the table. But why was Exine entangled with that young lad Qi? There is much obscurity surrounding him. It would be prudent for Exine to keep her distance. After a night's rest, Qi Zhi controlled Feng Huayu to infiltrate the immortal investigation team to gather information about the journey to Qi Zhi Prefecture. Meanwhile, he nonchalantly attended today's lecture, with the imminent dispatch of novice immortals to the Creator's ruins in search of treasures. Today's session introduced many rare materials from the realm of true immortals. Xianhuang crystal, Lingjing iron, rainbow sand, Yuanju clay, among others, were all materials Qi Zhi had never heard of before. Yet, the time stone and space stone he longed for were conspicuously among them. With Dong Yin'er's assistance earlier, Qi Zhi had already mastered the intricacies of the true immortal inscriptions. Those esoteric symbols now came effortlessly to him. He firmly believed that once he secured the time and space stones, he could swiftly resolve the formation. However, these 2 stones had fixed locations of origin, and their yield was exceedingly scarce. Each time the relics are unveiled, these locations serve as the epicenter of the realms of true demons and true immortals. The majority will dispatch their most esteemed initial immortals, leaving him with no opportunity whatsoever. Qi Zhi helplessly shook his head. Moreover, the treasures discovered within the Creator's relics must largely be surrendered to the Immortal King Hall, leaving only a meager portion for oneself. The Immortal King Hall governs the realm of true immortals, overseen collectively by the 6 esteemed immortal kings. The surrendered treasures are not given freely. They are exchanged for equivalent resources. It is said that an initial immortal named Sheng reaped substantial rewards within his relic, emerging prominently, and was exceptionally accepted as a direct disciple by one of the immortal kings. As Qi Zhi departed from the teaching hall, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His expression shifted, and he hastily flew towards his dwelling. Bursting into his estate, he found the 3-headed dragon basking lazily in the sun, ready to greet him. However, before it could utter a word, Qi Zhi waved his hand, and the 3-headed dragon was drawn into his spirit ring. "Yin'er, come with me at once," Qi Zhi called out as he entered the house. Before Dong Yin'er could comprehend the situation, Qi Zhi had already embraced her delicate form and soared into the sky. Along the way, Dong Yin'er realized that there had been an incident involving Feng Huayu. The news of Feng Huayu's visit to the Immortal Inquiry Hall was gleaned, but on his return journey, he encountered an acquaintance. This individual sensed something was amiss with Feng Huayu and immediately reported it to his grandfather. Feng Huayu's grandfather, Feng Long, is a bona fide 9th-level true immortal, on the verge of ascending to the rank of Immortal King. If Qi Zhi did not flee now, he would indeed face dire consequences once Feng Long pursued him. "Sinny, how did you end up associating with that Qi lad?" And when he inquired, perplexed, inside the Zhilan pavilion, and Sinny silently lowered her head. Suddenly, and when he looked at the collar around Sinny's neck in shock, a slave? The Yin family in this Anlu prefecture wields significant power. How could the esteemed young lady of the Yin family be treated as a slave? And when he exploded in fury, "Speak. What on earth transpired?" Seeing in Winnie's anger, and Sinny, with no choice, revealed, "Second uncle. Sinny has already sworn a heart calamity oath and cannot disclose any details." Good, good, good. You have some nerve. Not only provoking the Fong family, but also daring to bully my family. I shall capture him and present him to that old Fong, perhaps to gain a favor in return. and Winnie's face twisted with malice, and with a swift turn, he vanished without a trace. Within the cave of Chong Fushan, Qi Zhi clasped his hands. Brother Fushan, I entrust my wife to your care. I shall surely repay you handsomely in the future. Chong Fushan hastily supported Qi Zhi. Brother Qi, you are too courteous. In the Tianlan realm, for millennia, it has only been the two of us who have ascended. In the lower realms, we were fellow townsmen, and in this realm of true immortals, we are brothers. Rest assured, as long as I, Chong Fushan, draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to harm even a single hair on your sister-in-law. Expressions of gratitude need not be elaborated upon. Take care, Brother Fushan. Subsequently, Qi Zhi turned his gaze towards Dong Yin'er. The matters I entrusted to you must be firmly remembered. Rest assured, I shall seek you out. With that, Qi Zhi swiftly soared towards the direction of Weixian City. As Dong Yin'er watched Qi Zhi's vanishing silhouette, she called out, My husband, Yin'er will await you steadfastly. Just moments ago, Qi Zhi had divulged to Dong Yin'er the means to reach Shizi Prefecture and instructed her to await him there. Every 300 years, the true immortal realm convenes a contest for aspiring immortals from various states, aimed at vying for resources located at the borders of these states, and in a century's time, it will be Shizi Prefecture's turn. Dong Yin'er resolved within herself that she must hasten her ascension to an aspiring immortal to aid her husband. This predicament was of her own making, yet she felt powerless, causing her husband to face peril to his life. At that moment, Qi Zhi convened an urgent meeting in the realm of the spirit. Xiao Zhi's expression was grave. Old Zhi, make your decision swiftly. We are merely facets of your personality. Even if we perish, rebirth is a possibility. But should you meet your demise, we, including Sister Zhi, would vanish without a trace. Qi Zhi furrowed his brow. Previously, Zhi had imparted to him a technique known as the indiscriminate soul division transformation. This art allowed for the seamless interchange of bodies between the main self and its avatars within a defined range. While this method significantly enhanced Qi Zhi's chances of survival, he perceived his personalities as living beings. How could he bear to send his personas to their demise while he clung to life? Qi Zhi then turned to Duo and Azong. What are your thoughts on this matter? Rarely donning a serious expression, Duo replied, Master, I have sworn a solemn vow to ensure your safety. This course of action aligns with my intent. Azong chuckled mischievously. Oh, is there any need for inquiry? We exist solely to protect you. If not now, then when? Qi Zhi gazed deeply at his three personas. You are all my dearest kin. I wish for none of you to encounter misfortune. Strive to survive, for when we reunite, we shall dominate the true immortal realm, unafraid of any adversary. In the realm of reality, Qi Zhi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Beside him materialized a Barbie doll, a youthful Qi Zhi, and an evil Qi Zhi. The four shared a brief embrace before swiftly soaring in four cardinal directions. Chapter 79. United efforts following their separation. Qi Zhi did not linger for a moment, propelling himself towards Weixian City at an astonishing speed. Just as he was nearing the city, he suddenly sensed a presence of true immortals rapidly approaching him. Qi Zhi's heart raced. At that moment, the voice of Duo echoed in his mind. Allow me to take this one. I have a plan. Without hesitation, Qi Zhi found himself at the original position of Duo, continuing his flight forward. This was a matter of life and death, and he could not afford to be careless. He had to ensure his own survival to avoid implicating his other personalities. And when glanced in confusion at a Barbie doll strutting toward the walled city from the street outside, having arrived at this location, and one was puzzled. Something was amiss. Just moments ago, Qi Zhi's aura was right here, yet it had vanished without a trace. This young girl was merely at the Great Ascension stage. It could not possibly be her. Even with transformation techniques, while one's appearance could change, their cultivation level could not. Could it be that Qi Zhi employed some secret method to escape? And when surveyed the area, but found no clues. Ultimately, he ordered all personnel within the estate to keep a vigilant eye on Qi Zhi and report immediately upon any sighting. At that moment, the leisurely fleeing Azong was intercepted by the sudden appearance of Yu Yao. Azong flashed a charming smile and quipped, What's this? Are you, Fairy Yu Yao, planning to repay kindness with malice? How could Yu Yao stoop so low? The estate head had already issued a warrant throughout the academy. Qi Zhi's blatant actions would surely lead to his capture. I know of a secret passage that leads to the misty forest. Once within, even true immortals are hindered, making it highly unlikely to locate Qi Zhi, Yu Yao said earnestly, gazing at Azong. Initially, Azong had intended to sacrifice himself, given that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Qi Zhi. However, if such a secret passage existed, it was indeed possible for them to escape. Azong raised an eyebrow. It appears Fairy Yu Yao has come to express her gratitude. Very well, if there is such a passage, let us hasten our journey. At this moment, Qi Zhi had transformed into a rugged man of 7 feet, his face adorned with a beard. He was diligently invoking the extraordinary technique taught to him by Chu Shaoqin, shrinking the distance around him. Through this divine skill, he narrowly evaded Enwin's perceptive reach. He had learned from a Zeng that Enwin was issuing a warrant for his capture throughout the estate. It seemed that the matter concerning an Xian had indeed been exposed. The true immortal aura he had sensed earlier must have belonged to Enwin. Upon receiving this information, Qi Zhi altered his course, accelerating toward a Zeng. After Qi Zhi departed, a shadowy figure clad in black emerged from the corner. This figure sent out a sound transmission talisman before vanishing into the ether. During their escape, Qi Zhi, Duo, a Zeng, and Xiao Zhi maintained timely communication. Duo had successfully infiltrated the immortal city, where she was likely quite safe amidst its vastness. Xiao Zhi had no intention of fleeing. With his cultivation at the Great Ascension stage, he could not escape detection. Instead, he transformed into an ordinary youth and made his way to an inn, planning to find an opportunity to withdraw later. The four had previously discussed how to rationally allocate their cultivation levels after their souls were divided. Qi Zhi and Xiao Zhi are both at the initial level of the first rank, while Duo is at the second rank. A Zheng, having a shorter existence, has only reached the peak of the great achievement realm. Xiao Zhi and Duo are not officially registered, and the sudden appearance of two unfamiliar initial immortals will undoubtedly arouse suspicion. A Zheng bears an uncanny resemblance to Qi Zhi, making her the most likely target to attract the enemy's attention. After the soul division, Qi Zhi and a Zheng now possess the capabilities of high-level second-rank initial immortals, while Duo and Xiao Zhi have ascended to the pinnacle of the great achievement realm. A Zheng, accompanied by Yingyu Yao, finally navigated the twists and turns to arrive at the secret passage. Yingyu Yao unlocked the passage's restrictions and said, "I discovered this route to escape from Feng Huayu. Now that Feng Huayu has been dealt with by my friend Qi, it has become unnecessary. You must leave quickly." Just as a Zheng was about to enter the secret passage, an astonishing aura surged toward them at great speed. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired elder in white robes, with sharp eyes, appeared before them. Yingyu Yao gasped upon seeing the elder. "Old ancestor Feng Long, how did you know this place?" The elder dismissed her with disdain. "When that old man established the Anlu Academy, I was part of the design team. You, little girl, wonder why I would know of this location." Yingyu Yao's face turned pale as she spoke to a Zheng. Feng Long is a 9th-level true immortal, a renowned powerhouse even within the realm of true immortals. Today, it seems we may both meet our end here. "Ah, the little girl possesses quite the self-awareness," Feng Long replied. "I have seen you before when Enwin brought you to plead on his behalf. Were you also involved in the matters concerning Huayu? If so, I shall not show mercy." With that, Feng Long prepared to strike. At that moment, a Zheng provocatively exclaimed, "Old man, it was solely my doing. She was merely coerced into guiding me here. If you are a man, come at me directly." Threatening a woman is hardly the mark of a true immortal. Rather than responding with anger, Feng Long chuckled. "How amusing. A mere second-rank initial immortal dares to show such disrespect to me. Very well, the girl may leave. I shall not hinder her." Yingyu Yao cast a grateful glance at a Zheng and swiftly departed. "But you, young man, shall receive a thorough lesson in the rules of the true immortal realm, so you may understand the meaning of strength and respect," Feng Long declared. He then thrust his hand forward, and a massive palm reached out to seize a Zheng. In a fit of rage, a Zheng summoned a black-red armor, and a colossal blood-colored silhouette appeared behind her, wielding a small, golden bell. As the blood-colored figure raised its arm, the bell transformed into a towering height of 7 or 8 zhong, enveloping a Zheng within. With a resounding thud, a Zheng, along with the bell, was sent flying dozens of miles by Feng Long's enormous palm. Yet, she remained unscathed, for the bell's defensive power was indeed formidable. On the surface, a handprint was rapidly regenerating at a visibly astonishing pace. "Ah!" Feng Long gazed in astonishment at the grand yellow clock. Although he had exerted only a fraction of his strength, it was certainly not something a mere second-level novice could withstand. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Long's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he murmured, "The yellow tyrant clock. Who would have thought such an ancient celestial artifact, lost from the era of true immortals, would be in your possession? It seems this true immortal's journey has not been in vain." With the yellow tyrant clock in hand, "I dare say that the old wretch Lin Yi shall not stand a chance against me." With that, Feng Long intensified his efforts and reached once more towards a Zheng. However, a Zheng had no intention of remaining docile. Having been momentarily flung away, he seized the opportunity to flee. He thought that even if he could only delay for a moment, he must protect Qi Zhi, even at the cost of his own life. Yet troubles were brewing on Qi Zhi's end, compelling him to hasten towards that direction without pause. Feng Long chuckled disdainfully, pursuing a Zheng with his colossal hand. In the direction of Qi Zhi, Enwin maintained his characteristic demeanor, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes narrowed into a thin slit. "Qi, my young friend, it would be futile to attempt escape. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar novice in the estate leaves me with suspicions, do you not think?" Even if I were to allow your departure, you would still be unable to evade Fong Long seeing that his disguise had been unraveled. Qi Zhi replied expressionlessly, not necessarily. Senior, you could allow me a chance. Your actions concerning Xin have indeed transgressed the sacred taboos of the Fong family. Even I, in my old age, must consider the reputation of the Fong clan. Since you are so determined to flee, let us see if you possess the capability. With that, and one produced a resplendent golden scroll and cast it into the sky. It depicted mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers, as if it were an entire world. The scroll drew in Qi Zhi, causing him to uncontrollably spiral towards it. A spatial artifact. Qi Zhi was alarmed. This was an attempt to imprison him within the confines of this scroll. He had no desire to be trapped there for eternity. In a moment of utmost peril, Qi Zhi shouted, "If I believe, it becomes reality. If I do not, it remains false," forgetting the great law. Upon uttering the incantation, and one witnessed Qi Zhi transform into a dazzling sphere of white light. He merely closed his eyes for an instant, and when he opened them again, he found himself amidst a mist-laden, vibrant ocean. All around him were shadowy figures, aimlessly drifting about in a dazed stupor. And one taken aback, exclaimed, "The ethereal sea."